the day oneers. Those who were here before the hype, who built the clips, the memes, the lore, who sat in silence, typing GG like a battle cry. To those who show up and yell so loud until they can't anymore. To you, coming to the fashion capital and stressing over drip, just know, nothing turns heads like your team's jersey when it's paired with a hammer. So here's to the legends who held it. Pengu, Fabian, Julio, Alemo, Canadian, and those still in the run. To you, who never made the headlines but built the myth anyway. You turned rounds into stories, clicks into chapters, flicks into legends. And this tale we're writing, it's still wide open. For those here to smash walls, clutch, and raise the bar on every damn move, every damn game, every damn year. We made this game. All of us. And it was just the warm-up. 'Cause we're here for one reason.
"12 months is all that these teams are given to hone their abilities and to get their skills ready for what is the biggest tournament of the year. This is the one that sets the tone. Teams, they're building toward lifting a hammer, but ultimately they've only got 11 days to do it. 11 days to make history, 11 days to stitch their names into the tapestry of Rainbow Six Siege. Welcome to the Six Invitational. My name is Rob. I'm joined by the incredible Fox and Lax. These two gentlemen have seen it all, done it all, and they've been here way too many times. Fox, what does this make it for you now?
About 8 times. Well, I mean, I've been to every single one except the first one in some capacity, but unfortunately, I've never won one. I've never won one like Lax did.
That's it, man. You know what it's like.
I mean, this is my 9th one. Would have been 10, but you know, who's counting? Not going to say why I didn't go to the 10th one. But I will say, I mean, winning it back then to what it is now, I mean, this whole event as a whole has evolved throughout each and every single year. I mean, the stage, the community, the players, it doesn't even hold weight to when I won it. And I mean, you just got to look at the theme of this event right now. It is beautiful.
So cool.
Take a bow. I mean, like, this is absolutely phenomenal. You'll see it as we go through the graphics. They are absolutely stunning. But speaking of graphics, let's move to our first one. Let's have a look at what is ahead for today. We've got 2 streams running simultaneously, Stream A and Stream B. I gotta say, Fox, there's a pretty big game on Stream B.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're looking at Enterprise SSG, right?
Yeah, well done, well done.
Falcons Furia is the game to look out for in Stream B, in my opinion. I mean, 2 T1 teams. We're expecting them to make it to the main stage to really start off the gauntlet of SI, to be able to see one of these 2 teams be the victor in the first matchup, really get a test at what we're going to be expecting throughout the whole SI. That's the game I'm looking forward to.
And then even on the other side, I mean, G2 versus SR, EU versus NA, that's always a good rivalry to watch out for. But I mean, every single game we have lined up today should be quite the barn burner, and super excited to kick off this SI 2026.
I'm keen because it's the 10th year, baby. It's the 10th SI. It's 10 years of celebrating what has been an incredible game that have changed lives. But it's time for us to check in with not just us, but our incredible team behind the scenes. Maria, Milosh, what's going on?
Yo, Maria, good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm great. What about you?
I'm doing very well today. Look, it's your first time in Paris, first time in France.
I'm excited.
So I brought you something special. It's a fresh croissant, and I really want you to try this out. So go ahead, but first, I have to teach you how to say it properly, so please.
Sure.
Croissant. Repeat after me. Croissant.
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 From the back. Croissant.
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 Croissant, gente.
Okay, just try it out.
Okay. Okay, I'm really excited. That's my first time. Mmm. I love it. It's really buttery. So good. I love it.
Oh, okay, do you know how to say, like, this is very tasty in French?
Of course, I know French. C'est très délicieux. J'adorais.
Damn.
A lot.
You're a natural.
Actually, do you want to know how to say that in Portuguese? Brazilian
Yeah,
Portuguese?
of course, go ahead.
Tá, então agora eu vou fingir que a gente tá falando, né, de fato sobre o coração. Vou falar qualquer coisa na tua cara. E é mentira, né? Na verdade, eu não tô falando nada com nada.
Caralho.
I'm going to pretend like I understood exactly what was being said then.
No clue about anything.
Yeah, I'm going to nod. I'm going to nod and say, beautiful. That was incredible. The croissants here are absolutely ridiculous. But of course, it has been about 2-3 months since we last played our S-tier event, and things have changed. This is not exactly the same game that we saw going into Munich. Fox, what are your kind of key takeaways at the moment that we've seen between these two?
I mean, there's been a lot of changes when it comes to Fortress, but specifically the operator changes. I mean, Echo being a lot more mobile. Maybe we're going to see a lot more Echo play like back in the day during Berlin when Rogue was able to win off of the back of the Echo. Thorn just being a lot faster on the deployment of her Razor Blooms, having an extra Razor Bloom, and then Thatcher, I think just being a lot more precise on what you want to go for, what you want to EMP. It makes Thatcher not be that easy where you can just throw the EMP down, let everything happen from there.
Yeah, the EGS disruptor that he just got, the new gadgets, going to be very cool to see how that's implemented. But one I'm looking forward to, as I played Echo a lot through our history on OXG, is having that extra yokai drone. I mean, we talk about Siege being a game where information is key. The fact you are allowing Echo to have another drone that can diversify your play, whether you want to play aggressive, whether you want to use it aggressively, or just get more control of a map, gaining that information, it is going to be very interesting to see how teams are going to implement that.
Operator changes are massive, there's no doubt about it, but Fortress getting moved into the map pool, arguably this is like one of the biggest things that can happen before a big event. Fox, how do teams approach this now?
I mean, for teams that didn't watch the LCQ, a lot of teams were trying to establish themselves on Fortress. A team like OXG, it gives you a huge advantage coming into Invite when you're able to jump onto a new map, create a whole brand new set of strategies ahead of all the other teams that didn't need to have to play during the SCQ. They've been sitting back. So now those teams not only have the strats, but they have the repetition to be able to play through it.
I mean, just to be able to have a new map in your back pocket just creates so much leeway throughout this event where teams really have to look at OXG in particular and question whether or not they want to take them there or ban it. So I am curious to see what we will see out of it.
Yeah, we're going to see plenty today, tomorrow, and for the next 15 days. There's a lot going on. But of course, how will things shape up? Let's have a look at the groups. We've seen the schedule, but this is ultimately, I mean, what a phenomenal graphic.
I mean, it's beautiful. It doesn't get much better. I couldn't name a single flower there, but
yeah, neither.
They're beautiful.
As you would say, Lax, you got to give them their flowers. But Fox, looking at this one, where do your eyes go to?
I mean, in my opinion, has to go that I'm going to be looking at Group A just because M80. They're the Munich Major champions. Yes, we're going to expect them to claim that first place spot, but it's a battle for second place when it comes to this group. You might say, oh, there's a little bit of weaker teams here, Heretics being a new team, but that being said, M80 has to be able to battle this godless, still show, even though that they're the team that everybody wants to beat, they can claim that first place spot, and second place is going to be a run for anybody's money.
Hey, everyone said it was a fluke when they won it back in Manchester. Then they end up winning it most recently in Munich. Now it's a question, are they going to lift their hammer here? I think it's very possible, and I think it will bring NA some, great pride and joy to be able to top the charts. But for me, I have to look at Group C. That has by far got to be the group of death. I mean, the honorable mention that we have to focus there is FaZe Clan. They are currently the SI World Champions, here to defend their title, to make it all the way to claim yet another hammer. But you still have to look at the other teams there. You got G2, you got SR, you got got DPLUS Kia, and you also have Black Dragons. Black Dragons are kind of the outlier in that group. I'm really trying to pull for them. They have a big hurdles in front of them that to get over, but nonetheless, that is going to be by far the group of death for me.
Yeah, there's a lot of heavy hitters when it comes to the Group C, but specifically in the whole tournament so far, every year gets more and more competitive. So that being said, any single team from any group could be the one lifting that hammer.
Jake Xenox Venditti has never looked so good. The red, the white, the black. I tell you what, when he decides to quit being talent, he's got a job band of mine. There's no doubt about it. But it is time for us to turn our attention to our very first matchup. And for me, the most important one. I get to see my APAC boys hitting the stage here at the Six Invitational, BNK FEARX. This is one that we have so much hope for, but honestly, it's been a little hard to commit to it, Fox. It's been hard to time and time again support the deep run that we hope to see from them.
I mean, a team that constantly goes to events but then underperforms, it's not something that you like to see from FEARX specifically, but we haven't really seen them since the start of the year during the Reload Major when it comes to that, and then obviously they got grouped when it comes to EWC, so we haven't seen them progress throughout the year as other teams in APAC as a whole. That being said, FEARX come into this tournament with no real expectations. They have a lot of issues when it comes to the strategy side of how they want to execute, but they have really good individual play, good fundamentals. So if they can just get past that hurdle with all this time that we haven't seen them since EWC, hopefully we can see that they've battled that hurdle.
I mean, even just for the three that I want to mention, Rin, Coded, and Woogie, I mean, if you go back to the DPLUS Kia back in 2022, I mean, they were dominating all of APAC. They were dominating even internationally. They were by far one of the looking best teams there. I need to see that sort of same success that we saw back in the day, and they for sure can do it, but it's just a matter of being able to adapt on the fly, especially early on here into the tournament.
I mean, when we played them, we lost them the first time. It was just off of the back of individual play, and then we beat them in the strategy department. That seems to be the tale of their story when it comes to it, is strategy is their biggest issue. They need to be able to show us that they've figured that out.
Most APAC teams, they struggle when it comes to adapting, the ability to work on the fly. That's where they really start to, I guess, diminish. But one team that has really caught our eye moving forward, Heretics have come into this through probably one, I'm going to say in my time, it's probably the biggest upset that I've seen, especially coming out of EML.
Yeah, by far. I mean, if you were to look at that LCQ for the EML, I would have never expected that they were the ones going to win it. I honestly thought it was going to be VP. I thought it was going to be any other team besides them. But the fact of the matter, they came through. They pushed through. They persevered. They worked together to make it here. Now it's a question for me is, it's a moving goalpost. Every single win that they get and advance further and further here into SI, that is an achievement to be made. That is an achievement to look at. And you got to look at some of these players. They have experience across the board. Some in T1, some in T2, some that doesn't really even have experience as a whole. But the fact of the matter is that they all have came together as a team, as a unit, and qualified here. And a Cinderella story can be sure be had with a game win today.
And that's where the magic of the Cinderella story comes from, is that experience. When you look at teams like Beast Coast when they won the Manchester Major, CL for Life, or Unwanted, all of these teams have storied players that have been in T1, bounced around a couple of times, and that's what we see. 4 of these players from Heretics have had that experience. They're able to come onto it, and to see that success from barely getting top 4 in the Sport Invitational to now qualifying through the qualifiers, beating teams like VP, beating teams like Twisted Minds, it's exceptional what that experience can do.
And I think it's important to acknowledge, one, welcome Team Heretics to our community, to their league, but also that's huge for them. I mean, to have that support, to have that backing is only going to amplify that sort of play that they showed throughout that LCQ.
Going into this series, I mean, it is anyone's game, but I do lean toward Heretics at the moment with their storyline. The fact that they're coming in on such short notice from the back of that LCQ, they've got momentum, they've got a team that they can beat, but they've got to do it on a specific map. We need to find out what that map is going to be. Of course, best of 3s throughout the entirety of SI until our final game and the grand final. Lax, we start here on Clubhouse.
I actually really like this. Again, you know, we talk about them coming into this brand new team, brand new foundation. Starting out on Clubhouse, I actually really like, because it's just playing into your fundamentals. You don't need to bring anything crazy. You don't need to do anything, and just focus on being your team. And they qualified for this event off of winning Clubhouse. They're currently 3-0. Now, I will say, I do have to mention, it's not like Clubhouse was clean sweeps. They were very relatively close games, but it's the fact of the matter, it's a very simple map, and I like that for them, especially to get a feel feel for this event for some of these newer players. I do like Clubhouse.
I do like it for Heretics. I mean, when it comes to FEARX, until we've seen them be able to adapt on maps that have been around for a long time, Clubhouse is obviously not going to be in their favor. But when it comes to being unpredictable, aggressive maps where you can get that edge, Bank and Consulate favor FEARX. So when I look at it as a whole best-of-3 series, if the pressure gets onto Heretics' shoulders, if they're not able to get that first map, it really does look like a really good map series for FEARX.
Either team need to set the stage very early here. They need to set the pace. Speaking of setting a stage, setting a pace, we welcome Demo and Fluke. Fluke, you're back.
I'm back.
What's going on?
He is. It's such a well, maybe it's
know,
not.
but
I'll
have a coffee.
No,
I don't mind.
Yeah,
I
you got stuff
cast
to do.
with Demo literally about a month
That
ago
is true.
when James Devmarter Stewart, I'm calling you out live on broadcast, decided not to turn up to a broadcast.
He's currently busy on B stream. He
But,
can't hear us.
Emmy, I haven't seen you for ages. What's going on?
It's been a year. It's it's just been about. Just
bumming about?
I'm very excited to be back. Everything looks beautiful. You will look beautiful in your tiny little box down there.
Us. What about you?
I know.
Yeah, you
I mean,
match-
you're matching
you
with
match.
the back.
Like, literally could kind of like move into the tapestry.
So is Demo too. He's matching.
I mean, Demo's been lifting. You can
I was
tell.
gonna
Look at
say,
the
look at
shoulders.
this.
I mean, you can tell he's
Look
been
at
lifting
that.
some weights before coming here.
Hey,
All the
don't
crumb.
tense now, Devin. I don't want to
Like,
don't start.
now,
Guys,
now he's
don't make
smiling.
me
Now
blush
he's
in the
now
first
he's blushing.
day.
Oh, God. Well, you know what? We're going to leave this in your very capable hands. Enjoy the matchup.
Thank you very much, and I am so excited, Demo, the first game of SI 2026 on the A stream, and you and I get the privilege of taking it away.
I mean, in terms of first games, you've got two teams which I am really excited for. FEARX, me and you, we're big lovers of FEARX.
Oh, I
We
love
always have been.
FEARX. Give me the FEARX.
And then I get a tier 2 European team to cast in the first. Oh, that's it.
It's anything a kid could want for their Christmas, and by Christmas I mean SI 6 Invitational in February. So let's not waste any more time. And that is our firm favorite and first introduction in towards what is going to be an absolute, just a blast, just a joy to throw the name in. I'm so excited. As you sort of put it up before as well, you know, FEARX, they're that little Korean team that always usually can and could. They've had some ups, had some downs. They are what I think is fair to describe the closest towards a Korean super team from the region. We've always dreamed of one for a long time. You had obviously FEARX, and you had a lot of players on the old Damwon Kia, DPLUS Kia roster, and you'd sort of want to put them together.
Yeah.
And now we've got that. And we want to see what they can do, I think is the fairest point, Demo.
Yeah, I also have to make note this is Group A. This is M80's group.
Attackers need to
And
locate and defuse the bomb.
again, I think it's always going to be difficult for a lot of these sides coming up against M80 because we know how good that team is. But whenever you really match the other four, apart from M80 up against each other, we get some really close matchups. And I think this is going to be one of them. Just to give everyone a bit of a rundown on Heretics, if you're not familiar of who this side is, this is one of our Tier 2 teams that we have brought in from Europe.
Yep.
And there has been a little bit of an org switch up. They were formerly known as Project Zero. They played under that name whenever they qualified in the
10 seconds
LCQs.
to go.
And then Heretics came along and said, hey, you guys want an org? And they were more than happy to oblige. There's players I'm sure that people will recognize. Grubby being the main one, you would have remembered him from his time during Team Secret and also a stint at Fnatic. Grubby has played at 2 Six Invitationals, don't forget.
He has. How many maps has he won? Well, maps, I can tell you, but I
Wait,
know
he's won
games.
one map, hasn't he? Big count.
One map, no games. The two times that Grubby has been on the stages at SI with Secret has not been able to win a series.
And we'll get to Savage and Co later on because they still have to win their game later
we'll
on.
see how, you know, that roster's had some other moments, but it all starts here. The Battle of Clubhouse. Where else would we start our competition? The place that every single team should know. We've got the breach on CC. We're getting the opening underneath. They're trying to dig their way in towards the clear on the far side. But when you're looking at the operators that we've got, obviously Echo was sort of touched upon with the changes. You've got Rin on Scopos. Mephi hunting
And the thing is, with the Echo, it was always an operator that FEARX would play anyway. So it's actually helped their just lineup even more so, because they would have brought the Echo nonetheless. Now, Clubhouse, like you mentioned, great equalizer map. Really, any team can play this, but I will say I think Heretics have the slight edge. They played it a few times during their LCQ run, whereas for FEARX, it's not really that high preference, but still a map that I know that they will go to if they need to. And well, they kick things off with a Clubhouse. Straight away, I'm seeing a strip club roam from Rin on the Scopos. Now, you will see this is very common, but this is really the only value we see from the Scopos.
So they've got the Thatcher, they're getting the roll. There's about to be a fight with the Sledge, but loses it, and it's the point of Rin, right? Rin on their game, unbeatable. Rin off their game, beatable. Often doing these solo YOLO hero plays on the far side of the site, and well, now it just leaves them in the 5 versus 4. So not the best way for them to start, but have they wasted enough time?
I think with 1:10 and they're now opening up the hatches, I still think there's more than enough here for Heretics to really get it over the line. And the important thing is, Emmy, they haven't lost any of their util. The Grim is still alive, and we know how strong that operator is in the current meta. Whenever the only counter is really a Vigil, that's not going to be brought into the table. You're going to see the value from it.
Here goes the soft destruction, though. Sledge trying to get that opening down the corridor, get all the angles on towards the bottom of main, and now they cannot get the rotation. Had only really got 2 hammer hits done, Demo.
Now, one thing I'm going to note about the lineup from FEARX, they're playing into those Echoes. What is still alive on the side of Heretics? Grubby with the Thatcher. He can disable the Yokai drones. You can see them like the way IQ does.
30 seconds left, and we're about to get our first execute here. Drop down on towards Moto, waiting for the quick swing. But he's dropped and locked down as a body is dropped elsewhere. He's going deep, but unfortunately drowning. We find ourselves balanced out 2 apiece to solo. Woogieman is all by himself in the 1 versus 2. He knows where 1 is, but he misses the cross. There's the first fight. Going for the plot. Will he stick? He's trying to bait the momentum. He gets the rotate. No, he doesn't have the full hole open. He knows he's entirely stuck in that corner. He's drifted his way either side. Up and down we go! And Woogieman, with all the clutches to his name, adds 1 more to the tally.
He doesn't even need the Yokais to stop the plan. Just kill the guy.
Just kill him.
Oh, well, I mean, a 1v2 that was not looking favorable for him. He wasn't on a lot of HP. Obviously, he didn't have the information. Guy swinging in the blue, though, coming in for the rotate. That's where you start isolating the 1v1s. You know, I get the idea where there's 10 seconds. Maybe it gets a little bit panicky on the side of Heretics, and he thinks, oh, well, I need to go and make sure this guy doesn't die. But then he isolates the 1v1 against the Echo, and he doesn't win that. I think this was also a very important kill. I mean, Cohen has to at least be good for 1, which he was.
And I think as well, it's that sort of element of, let's be real, FEARX. They're quite often in this situation. They're better on their defense, but a lot of their defenses, I mean, Woogieman is the perfect example. In both Stage 1 and Stage 2, was the highest rated 1vx player, both times. He is so consistently in this situation, he's trained for it.
He's a consistent player, and those are my favorite caliber of players. You know, that's the profile that I always hone in on. I mean, really, since, you know, we first seen this, I mean, well, half the team, I suppose, way back at the Sweden Major. That was really the first time we've seen this team make a dent in the esports. And I think he's been so consistent since.
Well, that was our first round. Where else can we go but up, Demo? We find ourselves circling and spiraling up towards Gym Bedroom. We'll probably have this extension. You've got a clash on the board. You've got time wasting. Melusa to try and play against the swing. And then obviously Tubarao. It's things to make this approach slower. The fact that we're obviously operating here against the buff Thatcher, which is instantly going to get this wall open. Oscar's going to go for the clear up top. The Monty should be able to keep a decent pace, depending on where they want to operate them in towards, but it's how they can isolate this clash with this combination is what I'm curious about.
Yeah, I think obviously with the clash, you will need to try and keep some EMPs here, Grubby, because you need to try and disable that shield if you want the Monty to have any form of value. Look, there's not a whole lot to deal with that clash outside the Thatcher, so in terms of what they do have, though, you've still got the Grim. You've still got that power just to completely clear out bathroom, gym, bedroom, make it so the site is just uninhabitable, so there's still options here, but right now it's just the general gist of what we see in Clubhouse.
So in the meantime, of all the attention being paid elsewhere, they've tried to use the Selmas to get jacuzzi open partially, and then they've tried to put pressure onto the bathroom behind it as well, but nothing else has come of it. The Deimos is going to try and apply some track and some pressure from underneath. Obviously, we can see the Grim is whirring and working away, but this could just be an attempt at a bit of a backstab here. Woogieman, how locked in is he towards the approach? Should have Banshees, but it's where the engagement will come.
I like this. They know that the Clash is set up inside a Logi. That floor can be shot from below, so get the Deimos in, and there we go. Starting to clear away that Clash, force them out off office, and just that little bit of pressure coming in from Woogie. He hears the Deimos blow. I'm going to go on an off angle. I mean, that is an off angle position. Just in the middle of a staircase.
Middle of a staircase. Watched, waited, baited. Great communication, coordination, and the collaboration. There's another second drop. Mephi swings the door, gets all that locked into construction. Groovy does find one back, but with 50 seconds, they have time to try and reform an approach or just win it out. There's the man of the moment, and the roster with all eyes on just hops in. There's that shield I talked about, clearing across. Woogieman gets one. Groovy goes for his third for the round, but he's almost going to have to do it all himself here, as now he's left alone. Mephi and Good Boy, you've got a Clash still on the board. It's a nightmare situation. They can play together. He's got himself here, but 30 seconds. The time is going to feel heavy with every single tick. They're just sort of making the statement, right? We've got the Clash here. Our man's behind the Clash, watching the other side. Either route is covered. 15 seconds. Groovy, he's going to be hoping for a miracle here for the second round of Paris to pull this one together, but look at the distance. Yeah. They know the game, they know the rehearsal, and this play has been seen many times before. Mephi has the last.
Yeah, very easy for FEARX, no doubt about it. I mean, just play the time, you have the Clash. Unwinnable, of course it is. Yeah, for Heretics, I think relying heavily on that Deimos being able to walk up the main stairs. I think that was obviously the intention, was have him go in towards kitchen, clear away anyone who could be inside of Logi. That opens up that portion of the map. And then have him rotate up main stairs and try and hit that backstab. You lose the Deimos. That means you don't have the backstab pressure. And it's then so easy, I think, for a Clash just to look one way.
Yes.
He knows all the pressure is going to come in through the windows, in through construction. Nothing's ever going to hit him from Logi or main stairs. And that was the issue there for Heretics, was they lost their backstab potential.
An opening 2 rounds here for FEARX, and you know, you're sort of looking, you said that you believed this was going to be a 3-mapper.
Yeah.
If this goes to FEARX, do you still believe the same thing?
No.
Okay.
And the reason why, just again, we'll touch on the maps again. This map should be a Heretics win. You know, it's a map that they like to play, it's a map that they've played, they've won on it before. FEARX, I mentioned. In terms of preference, not too high. The issue with Heretics coming into this event was what they showed us at LCQs is they don't play free maps, and that is Lair, Fortress, and Bank. They only get 2 bans, so they were always going to have to play a map that they didn't like. And well, the second map, it is Bank, it is one of those 3. So you start then to worry, if they can't win their own map, how are they win the map that we know they're not good on?
The one thing I will sort of say, well, I'm going to say 2 things because, well, we talked for an hour. I'm allowed. The first is that FEARX are much better on their defense, generically. I'm not saying they're brilliant on their defense. They're unfortunately a lot worse on their attack. When they played this against CAG was the last time we sort of got on record for a club. It's a 25% win rate. They got 1 round across it. Generically, the stats on most of the other maps aren't that much better. At the same time as well, they've had 2 3Ks across the opening 2 rounds. One of them was a 1vx clutch. I'm not saying they relied on it. They obviously got the first couple of kills last time. FEARX have this system. We talk about it, we highlight it. When we get to their attack, we're going to see slow, we're going to see flaws. That's when Heretics really need to rebuild. But talking of rebuild, we've talked all this time. That's a minute gone. And, well, what have they done, Demo?
Well, I mean, this is the bomb site in towards our cache that you would expect to see the attackers have good success on. Yeah, it's a fairly simple bomb site that is, I think, pretty easy to attack. You open up that main breach, that is always step 1. And then really everything will just follow after that. Either can move over towards construction and take in from bedroom, or you can go, which is usually the way teams want to go about it, take rafters. You just dump a whole lot of util in towards rafters. You try and kill the lone defender. He'll be up here. And, well, it's Coded who has drawn that short straw, sadly.
Yeah.
And he's just going to have to try and play his life and waste time and get kills if he can.
Oh, lucky to survive that whiff, but Good Boy has the cover from deep. The Tachanka goes brr, and Mephi follows it up with one more for Coded. Oh, he's already dead, mate. You can put those ones back. Oh, Uport, big bite taken out of him, and I think we're going to get a timeout after this round. It's just sort of been pushed away from them here.
I mean, look at the main breach. Like, why is that not, you know, why is that not fully opened?
Hey, there's a Thorn play.
There's a Thorn
Hey,
shotgun.
you know that there was a change with Thorn?
Oh, no.
There was a change with Thorn. We might see more Thorn play. Swinging the shotgun outside of con window. Look at
main breach. How is
main breach is a little bit scuffed.
I understand there is a tub and a cade, right? I get that.
Yep.
Thatcher is up, and you can bring more than one hard breacher. They do know this.
So, Coded's fallen asleep. As I said, it would be a timeout, but they're also having these conversations. Now, this is also an aspect about this FEARX roster. As we go into a timeout, I assume, I mean, I could be wrong. We'll find out. But they didn't used to get in the old chat.
This is the turd effect. This is what he's done to APAC.
The whole ecosystem, he didn't used to. And or the roster didn't used to. And now they get active. They get in your head. And that's probably going to be something, if anything, could affect Heretics.
Well, I was talking to Ace about this, and we were just talking about the Heretics team, and we kind of made the point. We've seen this team whenever they're winning, and they're on a high, which is obviously the run that they had in LCQs. Have we seen this 5 suffer a loss yet, and see how that affects them?
It's very true.
That's also another element to this team that you have to question. You know, we've seen teams where they can be in a win streak, and then they lose one game, and they think the world's ending. Are they going to fit into that same caliber?
Well, we're not having a timeout. And I'm going to raise the question of, I believe there would have been someone behind the team. I thought they...
DMC, he's the coach of Heretics. But maybe they've used that as the timeout. Their little wait on the rooftop.
Maybe.
That's also another way to do it.
However, I think if it goes back to the player cams at some point, is DMC... Yeah, there he is. Okay. I was just checking.
Yep. So
I'm looking through highlights.
Don't worry.
Yeah,
you can do that.
It's 3-0. It's 3-0. They're on their attacks. As I said, you should be expected to win that. I think we're more expecting competition from Heretics right now. I think as you said, there was mistakes in the breach, mistakes in the positioning, but how they were being taken apart by FEARX. FEARX are just holding these sort of like...
FEARX are not doing anything crazy. Right? How did they start off? A Scopus Roman strip club. We've seen that plenty of times.
Many times.
And then it's just a turtle. Then we've also seen, of course, the rafters kind of suicide hold that players will have.
Yep.
We've seen that before. Their gym, okay, they brought a clash and just rotate the clash around. We've seen that before.
Yeah.
There is, I mean, that's just Clubhouse as a whole. There's nothing new that's going to be shown. And if there is, credit to whatever team invents something new.
If somebody can reinvent Clubhouse, you win Siege.
I think the last person to try and change his strategy was actually our own Pengu, where he opened up the entire of Cash Wall and he just played a Clash of Authority. You ever seen that clip?
Did it work?
It did.
There's a strip club roam.
Cover me.
Gone. Well, it wasn't even a strip club roam. It was a kill from strip club in towards billiards. But that's an early removal. That's an early removal of your Solus. It's Good Boy as well. And Good Boy has been that sort of integral cool player for the team.
One thing that I find interesting with the setup is they're doubling down the roam game. You know, for FEARX, last time it was just the Scopos inside a strip. Now they're playing players inside of Rafters, who has also just been dealt with. Down goes Coed. There is still this Scopos, though. And look, credit to Heretics. I think they're dealing with the rumors very well. It was kind of the ending that they struggled with. But from a 5v2, there is no way that there should be any other score apart from Heretics winning this round. There's no way you can throw this.
So, this is a point where I'm going to point at the bottom of the left screen. I'm going to say, see, I told you. Although FEARX have had 3 rounds in a row, as I pointed out, round 1 and round 2, both Mephi and Woogieman had massive rounds, and that also continued on towards the next. If anything, we've sort of just removed the players that hadn't really been able to have an impact from the rest of the roster. It's the most stressed these 2 clutch backline players will be under. There's been nothing to help this final little bit of progress. Needs to be made. A minute. And Mephi does get the first, but the pressure should just follow around here as long as they don't make a mistake. Doing their best. The smoke onto blue. They're all focusing one way, but Mephi pops, but there is Oscar with a very important trade. Woogie gets one more. It's either side up around the tier 3 bombs. No way! One apiece here. And it's all down to Flexi to try and make this connect for the first round on the international stage with Heretics. Five for Woogieman! How can he keep doing this? Mr. Consistent. As I said, he was the top 1vx player in stage 1 and stage 2. Both times the 10th best rated player in the league. It's they can't keep getting away with it. Fine,
so
but they are.
I'm confident. You guys should be confident, right? So it's exactly what we were talking about. They're starting off high, they'll try to layer back on the crowd control utility. I genuinely think that we try and do splits, as we said in the game plan. We try and make the map fucking big, right? As big as possible. Get the ghost pressure in, and then we sort of just adapt afterwards. We figure out what they're doing. We then counteract that reaction, right? But first of all, let's make sure that we're playing as a team. Let's take a few deep breaths and let's go into the next few rounds. Let's get these next few rounds. Even if we win one, I'm still confident because I know how good our defense is. Right?
Yeah.
Let's go.
I will let you shot 2 rounds.
Adam.
Feels though I needed that. I needed that timeout.
There's the timeout. There's the timeout.
I didn't think I'd have to request the defibrillator already.
16-3 between those two players. 16-3 after 3 rounds. Look, I don't know how to quantify that outside of just going, wow, that's pretty good. It's amazing.
I'll give all credit to Woogieman and Mephi because electric already inside of 4 rounds, and you look at the kills that they've been able to gather, 8 kills apiece. But, there's always a but, not good enough from Heretics.
No.
5v2 on a basement clubhouse. Close that out every day of the week.
A minute remaining when they started their executors. They had so much time.
It is just not good enough.
5 seconds to
It
insertion.
really is, and that's the best way I can put it. If they want to come here and do well at SI, and yes, I understand that they're the tier 2 team, I get that, and they're coming in here as the LCQ team. I know the capabilities of these players. There's players who have been around for years. There's players here who have played at tier 1. If they want to succeed, they have to clean things up.
We obviously had a great discussion from our desk at the start of the day about the groups, how people propose themselves in, what are the groups to look out for, what are the teams to look out for, and A was heralded as M80's group. But if you are Heretics, you're not looking at that. You're looking at which team is our team to beat. And if you've got NIP, you've got WEIBO, and you've got FEARX, this is the team to beat for you. And they have to try and pull this one back together.
Especially when we know 1 win, and that can get you through out of groups. We've seen that.
1 win.
One
team.
1 win.
One team will be dropped from the groups. You've got to get your lock in. You've got to get your match.
So, where do we go from here? Well, we go back upstairs into our gym and bedroom defense. That clash which caused them so many issues. I'm actually surprised that maybe the clash wasn't thought about as a ban, but I mean, I suppose whenever we looked at the struggles that they had with opening walls, the cave makes a lot more sense to remove that denial for the reinforcements. But still, the clash needs to be dealt with. I'm really happy to see that they have brought in a fairly good operator for it. They've got the Nomad and the Capitan, which I think are 2 great operators to deal with the clash. You know, you can keep them at bay if needed. Just be careful, OU, in those windows. Almost loses his head, but just a little bit of chip damage.
I think Capital has always been a very important guy. In the field of Siege, the operator doesn't really get a lot of bans because everybody wants him, everybody needs him. There are some counters towards him, but the gun's good. The gadgetry is some of the best in the game for just the width that you can apply towards the problems you're hit with.
Free speed.
3 speed.
Always people forget about speed sometimes. That's very important.
I play a lot of Capital. I don't know if you've noticed. I'm just trying to get this out there. Now, here's the pressure. Cooking inside the gym. Flexy's able to get 1. There's Upal getting the cover. Okay. One of the big problem players is gone, but the pressure's going to start to mount. You can see little pockets of damage. There goes Coated. And now it's down to, once again, a 5 versus 2. But Rin suffering damage here from the repel. Can't quite get groovy. They played themselves closer. Mephi has everything to do. Gets the first through the blind. They know exactly where he is. He's tracked. He's being damaged and dropped. And surely there it is. Heretics. They are off after a slow start. They've finally taken a few steps.
Yeah, much better. And you looked at the way that they opened up the walls so much quicker than what they had to deal with before. I think that helps out that team a lot. Nobody went early. You know, I think what we discovered from, well, apart from the one round, the first three, certainly I think there was elements where players maybe just went a little bit too fast. You know, you think about the Demos who was downstairs in kitchen in the first gym and bedroom. You know, he got caught off by his own by the guy in main stairs. Little moments like that, I think, doesn't help the overall structure whenever you're trying to play that 3-2-1 siege, which is obviously what they went for. And that was a great execute. You know, all the util was dumped at the correct positions. They got their kills. They still plenty of enough time to do so. I mean, look, obviously for FEARX, I think trying to go for a clean sweep in Clubhouse is very difficult. But still, already I think for FEARX, they'll be happy with the half no matter what. But hey, they still have a chance to go 5-1 here.
Oh yeah, I think that's the main thing, right? If you're FEARX, we can go 5-1, and we should go 5-1. We cannot get in our heads. But this is that little thing that I'm going to talk about that every caster likes to talk about, and a lot of the Heretics fans right now, or people that don't like FEARX. Oh yeah, but this was a clutch round, and this was a clutch round, and it should be 3-2 to Heretics right now, and blah, blah. It could be. It very much could be, but it isn't. And if we end up in a 4-2 and Heretics get this, then that, oh, it should be a 3-2, it should be a 4-2, suddenly becomes, oh, the game should be over by now. And Heretics will be thinking that.
You know what I love? We mention a lot of times, especially for LCQ weekends, all you have to do is have a good, 2 or 3 days, and you get SI.
Easy.
Just have a good 2 weeks,
and
you lift the hammer.
It's so easy. Listen, why can't you just win this game? It's so easy. Now, Rin, I said it at the start of how to explain how Rin's playstyle operates. It is all or nothing. And it's an unfortunate all or nothing because when they are one of the best players in a lobby. They're not scared of anyone, which is a huge, huge thing to have for your entry player, right? In that role, the toughest thing is not being scared, to just take a fight, and Rin will throw down with anybody, anytime, anywhere. It doesn't matter if they've lifted 30 hammers or they've never even seen a hammer. Unfortunately, it also sort of has a habit of if they go negative, they just keep going negative. If they get off to a good start, they just get better and better and better. And here, missing that sort of tip is kind of costing them.
So gym and bedroom's going to be doubled down on here from FEARX, and straight away you can see the adjustment is they're bringing in a little bit more anti-util. You know, they've got the Jaeger in now. They're trying to hold in towards top red, and I mean, people maybe don't see this, but I do, because I've got a little top-down view. Oscar was very close to being caught out there in a 1v1 against Woogieman, and this is the engagement we're seeing right now.
Well, there's two bodies that immediately filter away, tries to get themselves on the cross, and Rin does find the first, but look how isolated now Woogieman is. He's hoping he can get a sneaky drop, and he does. There's one, and now he's got the cross window. Has control out, can put the pressure on towards the balcony. So they've got to move. They hop their way in. They're going for the plant. They've pulled off inside gym. Skeptic's in a fight, but Woogieman can't just keep the attention here. The Clash is trying to whir and burr away on the upside down rappel inside, trying to get the camera, but they can't quite find themselves a safe place to sit. Rin gets the second, but Grubby on the upside down rappel just continually keeps Heretics biting and biting at the approach here. Now with 40 seconds, loads of time, they're hopping their way in and putting their way past the Clash Shield itself. They have a cross. Skeptic has cover. They can go for the plant itself. There needs to be some pressure, some movement here from FEARX. They know where one is. There's the cross on the divider, 2 versus 1. This time for Skeptic. Oh, just survives the first engagement. He'd need his first 2 kills to lock in the second round, but Woogieman! How many times these two players, 20-5 between the pair of them. There is that 5-1 half.
That's a legacy half from FEARX. Great 2v2 being played. They knew the positionings of both of the attackers. I mean, Skeptic was having a mare. Like, that bulletproof was really putting him off his confidence there going for a plant. We know there's no denial, and you just have to try and play with guns up. They wait for the perfect moment. As soon as they hear that diffuser being planted, that's when they make their move. That is when they start trying to isolate a 1v2 against the player inside a bathroom. And they've done really well. They isolate that kill, and then for Skeptic, that's always going to be a tough 1v2 to win that. But you have to just highlight the two players. I mean, what can you say? It's their world.
Okay, it's just beautiful siege as well. Because, hey, look, it's me. Remember, I was the person a few minutes ago where I say, well, it's been a clutch round, it could have been this. I'm now the FEARX fan saying the other thing. It isn't, though. And a lot of that comes from how well they're playing as a pair. Look at that clutch and how they move together, Demo, as you pointed out. Look at the one where it was the 2 versus 5. Yeah, Heretics dropped the ball, but the way they moved, covered, pick their fight, how comfortable they are to wait and then operate, to let them have a bit of space, so when they go for the retake, this unbelievably experienced pair of Korean Siege icons know how to show great Siege.
Isn't this what we want to do with this? I mean, you've dubbed it the Korean super team.
Love them.
The same way that we've obviously had, I mean, the Falcons team straight away from Europe.
Yes.
Right? Where every player can be relied on to make a play. Isn't that the same thing where we know that, yes, these 2 players are playing really well, but I guarantee next map, it could be Rin, it could be Gigaboy. That is the power that the merging of the best Koreans coming together has caused. This is what you get, where any one of them can show up. It just so happens to be Woogieman and Mephi.
Well, I think it's the thing about Good Boy is a player that I sort of wanted to briefly talk about.
I think he's great.
Other things have popped off. In the first stage of this year, he was the top-rated player in APAC North.
I remember when he first came into the league, he was
unbelievable.
On fire.
And he came in, right, as James Devmada told me.
Good
the hottest prospect in the area. They signed him before he turned 18.
He was on like an analyst but
because they were like, oh no, as soon as this kid is 18, he's in. And he was an entry player, he played all of this. Now he's in this other role where he's not the IGL, but he's the secondary shot caller. And it's just how they operate is brilliant, but...
Side switch.
Side switch.
Okay, you have mentioned that this is not great for FEARX. However, Good Boy. Didn't we just talk about him?
I mean, Groovy getting caught out as well was doing a similar sort of role to Rin.
Scopos, yeah.
Scopos playing wide. Here's a shield that's about to face the face, but Oscar does get Rin, gets the cover. Do they know about the close cross here? There needs to be some secondary pressure.
Ella.
Doing his best, hits the Ella. And as they spray themselves out, he might not know. Well, he does actually. The Blitz has moved away. He's trying to find a different place to operate. There's a bit of a support. There's a blind, and there's the drop, but there's a kill elsewhere at the same second. It's massive fight for this territory. Get out of there. Right move, Heretics. Think about where the side is. Think about what has been traded out here and what has been taken out from each team, Demo.
There's 4 players in that top floor, by the way, from the defense. The fact that they've only just lost 2 out of that, I think it's incredible, just to show how quickly they got back into the bomb site. Now, a 3v3, I will say I think Heretics are still in a really good position because they brought in that Goyo. You know, that is the operator that we look to whenever that time starts to chip away. That's the operator that's going to cause the most problems for the attackers. Now, in terms of what FEARX still have, you can still get the hatches open. You've still got your bucks. You can do a bit of self-destruction in the kitchen. You can still go for a fairly typical kitchen drop here.
This isn't fairly typical. The Blitz is in and he's off to the races. He's going and trying to get the cover, but there's a man coming around the back of him. He's doing his best to buy time. Do they get the trade-off? There's at least one down. The buck. Skeleton keys his way through. It's a 1 versus 1. But the down player could try and call some positions. Long-range flashbang can't make the rotate because of the
great rotate
put together. Kiba gets himself back round on towards the other side. 40 seconds. Loads and loads of time here. Good Boy opened the round with the entry kill, and Flexi is going to see if he can try and lock it down. Time to reload, time to think, time to try and bait the motion. There's nothing in pockets. Goes for the cross, gets himself a bit closer. Good Boy moves himself to a slightly different position. They are so well aware of where each other is, but Flexi finally gets that big clutch round.
Flexi's positioning in that whole round I thought was fantastic. The way that he was able to rotate out of danger. I mean, he was one of the roamers upstairs, got himself back to site. As that buck came charging through third box in towards AKs, Flexi made a great rotate back into church. Go to the place that you know they're going to have no info on. They could have info. There could be a drone somewhere in Armory. They know there's nothing inside a church. And that's where then he plays his 1v1 because there's going to be no calls. And then you isolate that plant. He knows that he's going to either have to stick it or try and go for the kill. I mean, it's just great from Flexi. Great reactions there. I mean, that blitz coming straight from the hatch. I mean, wow. I mean, but that
immediate.
That is the kind of siege that we're used to from FEARX, where they play that high risk, high reward. Now, whenever it comes to the blitz, I mean, Cohen has to remember he's not Nova. That is, by the way, there has been so much talk about the best shield players. Oh, you know, we've got Savage here at this event, for example.
Are you listening?
Newt somewhere,
not, but
I promise you now, this is from me, coming from me, who's got a lot of blitz in the locker. Nova, the best there ever was and ever will be.
Now I can see Laxing right now. He's nodding, he's agreeing, he's thumbs up. Nova is also known, I think, as being one of the best
stand-in ever.
ever.
Yep.
Like, has stepped in and stood in for a long period. The fun thing about Nova as well, from when we last were in Paris for SI, how many years ago, only remaining player from what was the core of this roster that was playing throughout then. Yeah. He's obviously in towards the coach role now, but he has been in a Paris SI before. You know, maybe he's got some words of French wisdom. Groovy, unfortunately, words of for not quite getting the kill that he wanted. Good attention to detail, and I think that's the thing about Groovy. He's always trying to find those pits.
He's always after a little bit of, you know, cheeky players. Yeah. Just that quick little kill to try and spin it on its head where you'll have a big advantage going into the round. And that's just the kind of character he is. And I mean, he grew up in the EU rank scene, so that's what you expect, isn't it?
There's things you can say about his playstyle that people have probably said frustrated in their ranked games. So, we find ourselves here with, I think, the longest we've had before somebody getting caught out. A whole minute has passed, and maybe that's just the method they want to do, because, as I said, FEARX generally a bit slower apart from that.
Yeah, I was going to mention going for the gym and bedroom and a very heavy extension where Heretics were attempting to hold in towards rafters. That has been put to bed. I mean, I think Upor probably could have got a lot more mileage out of this position. I mean, his Kibos weren't really touched. There was no util thrown towards him. He just kind of peeked the breach and died. You know, and that doesn't help whenever you're in those positions. I think patience is a key thing if you play inside a rafters. Now, this clash, again, similar issues to you know, what Heretics were up against with the clash, where they didn't really have a great way to deal with it. I think similar could be said here. It all comes down to how well Khalid can use the Thatcher, and oh dear, Flexi gives themselves away. He's trying to find a pick back on that main breach, but has just made it worse for his team.
50 seconds now, and this is a great piece for FEARX to try and put the last bits of the puzzle together and try and crack this hold. They've complemented how they've operated as a team before, but this is the stress point, this is the pressure point, and this is where players like Groovy and Oscar can really operate and show, hey, Woogieman, Mephi, you can do it, we can do it too. Now there's some pressure, some destruction at utility, 30 seconds. They're going to see if they can try and get themselves in, and this is where mistakes can be punished. Look at the backline they've got. Oscar's setting the shield up. They're going for the close plant here on towards Jim, though. They're changing hands of the kit. It seems like they're actively and openly discussing the play deep. They're worried about the hatch. They're worried about the motion of the clash itself.
Good boy drop below. Where's he going?
Deimos, he's hunting Groovy. They're going for the plant. There's the C4 over the top, and it's not quite enough to get the catch on the kill, but a couple of kills go into their favor. It's a 3 versus 2. Good boy. He's still hunting. He's still trying to cook some pressure. There's the kill on towards Groovy. Skeptic goes down. And FEARX, I mean, it was closer than you would have expected, but
I've talked it now where the Deimos drop below, because I find that a little bit strange. 20 seconds and then he's going downstairs. I think FEARX realized throughout that whole take, they had no backstab pressure. There was nobody over towards Lodge on the hatch, nobody towards like the main breach even, nobody towards main stairs, and they thought, we actually need to get a guy in that position. And there you go, the Deimos made a very late rotation, but still came up with the goods. Now, look, 1C4, I think, changes the dynamic massively. You know, if Grubby hits that C4, yeah, different ball game, but FEARX maintain the course and they get the plant down and they win a fairly easy closeout. So this is match point. I mean, Heretics have a big old hill to climb up.
Yep.
It's going to be tough for them here. I mean, FEARX, I'm impressed today. Look, the two players, obviously you have to mention that, yes, there was big moments, there were big clutches. I mean, straight away, I've noticed, since they've gotten to the attack, now more players are starting to get into the game.
I think I mean, it had to happen, right? You can't, listen,
10 seconds left.
Woogieman and Mephi's opening half, Hall of Fame, but you can't just rely on that.
No, it's not sustainable. Yeah,
no, and especially on the attack where you need to make this happen. And the thing is, as I said, when you have that on defense, those players that can make those things happen can operate. When you look towards who is operating on the side of Heretics, Flexi, the person who hasn't played Tier 1, is the one that's doing the best. He's the one that there's almost less pressure on him, because in the weirdest way of putting it, he hasn't had the mantle of an S-tier event to pressure before.
And then you can go on the flip side, Skeptic Snake, same boat.
Yep.
He is on the other end of the shoe.
It's a big shoe.
Big old shoe.
Big old shoe. But he did get his first kill in the past round, and that is almost one of the biggest reliefs. And now, for Heretics fans. You hope Skeptic can start to build a little bit more. Obviously, the Maestro has a lot of bubble utility, has a lot of kind of close down here, and quick work of the walls, but quick partial work. However, that sort of angle is, just the impact to play against it, where they are and how much they want to focus on the other side. We're about to find out.
I find this very interesting of a setup here from Heretics. They've went pretty heavy into the idea that FEARX were going to clear from bedroom. They've got 3 players situated on this side of the map. One guy inside of rafters, the other just inside a site, because you never know. There could be a shield at any moment going for the breach. But yeah, FEARX gonna go for the clear. Gonna see how well they can clear away these roamers, and there's the first trade, but it actually goes in favor of Heretics, as Grubby's been able to get coated.
Well, here's the close fight to the Blitz, and then spray down, but they can't quite net the kill. They do need to make something happen, but badly played and executed for it. There's at least the trade out, and there's suddenly someone else, but it's a 1 versus 3. Loads of time, good boy. He's got a 1 versus 1 on this side of the map, but he can't thread the needle.
Guys, stop fucking around against them, guys. If you gotta fucking make it 6-6 fucking bucks, man. Why are you not activating the logic?
So he's fired up, you could say.
6-6. Hey,
that's what he.
Grubster?
Well, it's 6-3 currently, Grubster. You got a bit of work to do before the 6-6, but hey, time to go, time to work.
Yeah, that's good prep work, I think, coming in from Heretics, realizing that FEARX, that they love a bedroom clear. Yeah. Let's just throw a ton of utility and hope it sticks, and well, it did. They stuck the landing. Also want to talk about the way that Oscar countered that blitz, and it's something that you sometimes you think, oh, if the blitz is directly in front of you and he gets you flashed, oh, you're a dead man. Not in that environment. In a very kind of enclosed space inside a Logi, you just move away, just run away from the guy, because the blitz is pretty slow. The ADS, it takes a bit of time. And then once you reposition, whenever that blitz is then going to charge at you, you're unblinded, and you do Oscar it. Just hit him in the face.
There is always that possibility that little I was going to call it a snowdrop. That's not what I meant. Snowflake.
Snowflake.
Turns into a snowball.
Teardrop you could have used.
Teardrop. From losing rounds, turns into a snowflake because it's cold, turns into a snowball, turns into an avalanche, turns into a 6-6. Turns into an overtime, turns into a bank where Heretics are heated up, turns into a FEARX loss.
This is like, what's that, the people who just naturally think of like worst case scenario for everything in their life?
Yeah.
You've just done.
10 seconds left.
Oh. Well, Tim, you've been outed.
There's a...
5 seconds.
There's a word for it. There is a word for
pessimist.
It's no. It's like
that is a word for it.
There is something for it.
You're gonna look it up, and it's gonna be like, oh wow, pessimist. She was right.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Hey, we'll see. 6-3 currently top middle of our screens, and Groovy has got himself into double figures. For all we talked about how great the opening half was for Woogieman and Mephi, things have slowed down a little bit on towards the attack, and you can see now rotating operators getting themselves on the Deimos, trying different things. If they start finding themselves shut out, these might go away from you. You're waving at me.
I've got the word. Well, it's not a word, it's a phrase.
Right, okay.
Catastrophic thinking.
Okay, catastrophic.
There you go.
You're saying it to me like you've read it in like a self-help book. Hey, gang, stop catastrophic thinking. How about we start catastrophically not doing? As they go for the break here, heavy shield play. I mean, the blitz was removed. Fair play, smart ban. They know how much they were utilizing the blitz, and they know that it's caused problems. It wasn't always the sharpest, but when it was, it dictated the round.
The blitz gives you smoke as well, which is also very important. So, whenever we come now into our next round, again, I think that Heretics are just trying to control a good majority of this map. You know, a lot of the time, we're seeing them go for these heavy extensions, something similar again, where we can see them inside the first floor. You've got Grubby and also Upor. I mean, Grubby is in the meat locker.
Oh, do they know?
Oh, he missed the impact. Oh,
missed the impact. Didn't know as much, but does get himself out of there. Happy to escape. But think about the time wasted, right? Talk about slow. At this point, they can just fall back to site.
Well, the only thing I will say, they've counteracted that time. They've already opened up the hatches for them.
Yeah, there is that balance.
You don't really get it back.
The waste now will be how safe Rin.
What? No. Oscar, you lucky duck.
Trying to be sneaky, but Oscar just didn't stop. I think he just felt something in the air, and he's like, no, I'm out of here. My book told me about this.
I think he realized how close he was to death.
Rin takes a bit of damage entering on towards Blue and Elbow, just gets out of there, doesn't want to stick around and get caught out because they don't want to give them that opening engagement. As I said, they have a play style and they know entirely when they can try and pull it together. Less than a minute. All 10 players still stood as the work gets done on towards the above.
going to be a lot of pressure here on the U4, I feel. You look at the lineup that we have from FEARX, a lot of flashbangs. That's going to be their main way into the bomb site with their util. You know, they're not bringing in a Grim, for example, which we know is very, very common for a lot of the 3-2-1 executes, but it's just going to be a lot of flashbangs, so surely the Warden's going to get value.
Well, at this point, with the Goyos burning out and the kit currently sitting above Moto, they're going to see if they can try and go for a bit of split pressure, because Rin's got one. They got Good Boy on Kitchen, and here's the hatch drop. They're going around for the swing. The first fight is missed because he was stuck under the cover of the shield. Pressure on towards the pipe wall as Mephi gets one back. They're rotating around. There's Rin inside blue, traded out. They're trying to find a space to breathe, but look at the timer here, Demo. He's recollected the kit. Mephi's going to try and stick the plant itself. The last two players are at the back of the AKs. They're looking for somewhere to go. There's at least just U4 left. And it's a 1 versus 3. They're off, they're out of there. It's a close touch, and that is the first map for FEARX. They take Clubhouse, and they get themselves that one step closer towards that first victory at SI.
Yeah, great win. Comfortable win, 7-3. I always think it's a good score line to start the day off with. Overall, I mean, it just sets us up nicely for map number 2 now.
And sets us up for a nice quick break.
BNK FEARX get off the ground running. That is a phenomenal start from the APAC roster that we came into with so many questions. But ultimately, Lax, like what an individual performance from some of these players.
Yeah, I mean, Woogieman in particular, I mean, he was so instrumental to keep the mentality right, to keep the momentum going through so many of these rounds. I mean, round 4, this huge 1v4K clutch from him. I mean, this should have never been a situation for Heretics to lose, even in multiple of these rounds. But again, it really speaks in to the individual prowess each and every single one of these players have. But again, it has to be coming on the backing of Woogieman. And Fox, we've experienced this firsthand playing against a player like Woogieman. He's very unpredictable. He can make anything happen when you don't think it's going to go the way that it does. And again, it's so instrumental for him to be able to have these pop-off rounds to keep the momentum going. But I mean, realistically, is that going to be enough as we further advance throughout this game or even throughout the tournament?
I mean, for this game, yes. I don't think for the tournament. I mean, yes, we are happy to see Woogieman, Mephi step up. That's
Absolutely
what we talked about. Wow. FEARX performing well individually, but they weren't really tested. It was a lot of poor decision-making when it came to the side of Heretics. Questionable decisions, questionable gunfights, especially when they have the opening man advantage. It seemed like Heretics gave FEARX essentially a leg into this game to be able to close it out. And so that's not necessarily enough in my opinion. That being said, I do like some of what I saw on Heretics defenses. I wish they were able to start on that side. I really like the innovation, them playing upstairs in kitchen. That's something that we've seen here and there, but for a new rookie team essentially to be able to bring stuff out at Invitational, try things out, I do think that is something to take away for them.
I feel as though this is the roster you would have wanted to verse. If you were Heretics coming into SI for the very first time, this is the roster I would want to be looking at because I know what APAC are like. They're just not meeting the challenge right now.
I think that's the issue here, because even when I said looking at this map, I did like it, however, for Heretics, but again, you had to look back. Those maps were relatively close. It wasn't a clean sweep, and then you're going to a team like APAC, where we've always known APAC as a region plays very unorthodox. It is very hard to keep clamps on top of them, and you struggled on a very small, very structured map, and it worries me when we go to map 2 on a map like Bank, where it's a big plethora of a map. There's a lot more room you have to cover, and you can't be able to do that on a smaller map. It really begs the question, are they going to be able to do it on a map like Bank?
I mean, that's what we were saying in the full best of 3. These maps look like they favor FEARX. The one caveat for Heretics that could give them that leg back into this map too is the fact that their defenses on Clubhouse were really good. Onto a map like Bank, you can take a big amount of pressure. They really were dominating the time. It was in the later seconds that FEARX was able to get those kills. They were trading it back, and that was good individual play from FEARX. On a map like Bank, it's the time, and it's that much bigger of a map that you can play behind utility.
I think that's the bigger thing too, is yes, it is a bigger map, but is the decision-making, the poor decision-making. I think if Heretics really want to get the win here to push it to a map 3, it comes down to that decision-making. It comes down to slowing down and identifying that win condition, because they had it plenty of times. They just overstep.
I think in their first half, this is something that we noted was, 4 opening kills. Flexi got 4 opening kills, right?
And kudos to him.
Yeah, kudos to him. Only 1 converted. And I think that's where we're kind of talking about. We talk about OKDs so many times. How many times, sorry, not OKDs, but OKCs, how many times are you converting those opening kills? Now, look, to be fair, when we went to the second half, it was really not that different for BNK either. They got 3 opening kills, only 1 of them converted. Well, by the end, 4th. But I think that this is one of those talking points where when we go to Bank, where does that unravel for these teams?
Well, that's what I'm saying is the decision-making. If you're losing your defensive rounds, when you're getting that opening advantage on defense, on a map like Bank, when you can just sit back after you get the opening kill, rely on the C4s, rely on the utility, if you're losing it there to poor decision-making, it not only means that you're going to lose this series, but it doesn't look good for the rest of the tournament as a whole if you're losing defensive banks. If you don't have the C4s in position, if you don't have the smoke canisters, Goyos, whatever the case may be, if the poor decision-making comes down to it on a defender-sided map like Bank, that's red flags for the rest of the tournament.
Got to slow down. If you're Heretics right now, you actually need to pick the pace up. You need to look good as much as you want to slow down. It is time for us to get out of the way with Bank, Emmy, and Demo to run you through it.
Thank you very much. Oh, you're still here. You're still here down here in Tiny. Oh, no, they got gone. Get rid of them. Get him gone. Yeah, and I am so excited because I think there's still a lot to grow, right? Your scariest thing that you do on an SI is your first game. Arguably the final, if you make it, is pretty scary as well. But the first game, Heretics have done that. They've got that out of the way. They've ripped the Band-Aid off. Now they've just got a quick trip to the bank.
Yeah, that's not a good trip to the bank for these guys.
Okay. Well, let's see what's in stock. money is in stock, because it's a bank. Cash money, baby. I didn't know how I was going to pick up what I said there as the throw. That was the best I could do. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I've got a date for you.
Oh.
October 10th.
Okay, I'm there. I'm imagining it. My eyes are closed. I'm imagining it.
That was the last time Project Zero at the time, now
Zero.
Heretics, played the map Bank.
Okay,
It has been a permaban for them since.
I'm getting bad vibes.
Yeah.
I'm getting bad vibes.
This is not a map for them. This is a map that they have actively banned. I don't think it's a case where, oh, we're going to hide that map. No, I don't think it's the case of that. So this is uncharted territory for the most part. For Heretics, this is where they really have to step up. But because it's the map that, again, we're well aware that they're not great on, they don't want to play it.
Yep.
I would say the Siege is going to be pretty bare-boned here in Bank.
I think that's very fair. I think Bank is...
I love Bank. Great map.
Yeah.
Great for shield players.
Great for shield players. Yep. Oh, FEARX have a lot of shield players. They love to play a lot of shield.
Woogieman on the Fuse Shield.
Woogieman.
I hope it's a Fuse Shield. It better be.
We'll find out. We'll find out. But you're also looking at a map that can be good for people that love to swing into fights, right? You're looking at the fight down blue. You're looking at the fight on towards, obviously, the plant spot. People trying to battle on hatches if you want to hold open, drop down, yada, yada. There's places where I think this Heretics roster can also really find some good footing.
Yeah. Well, I think Bank, this is the map where I feel you need to prioritize getting to the Fuser planting. As it is the map where we know, I mean, we've cast it how many times? If the Fuser goes down, the retakes are the toughest retakes in the game. You think about the basement trying to retake on the hatches, upstairs, the window gameplay, even open area. Like, imagine trying to retake in the kitchen to go for the fuse and the whole quad wall's opened up. It's not fun.
So it starts here with at least one shield ban and the Ying removed from the side of Heretics. They don't want to go up against it, and Rin wants to go up against Groovy. Groovy gone. That is your Fenrir removed. As we sort of said, these are two players that are just gonna probably keep going toe-to-toe, right? Both of them always wants to find a fight, baby. Both of them always want to try and go against each other, sorry. And then both of them are always going to probably be an early name. And obviously, Flexi had a great time in the previous map, but you kind of want to see more from the other players of Heretics roster because we know what they're capable of from the gun side. Oh.
I like it.
Oh.
Do it. Oh, well, that was...
Oh, okay, I see.
That was anticlimactic.
They expected him to run sideways, so he was like, I'm going to open next to it. He's going back. There's still a player above. This is very brave. And also the right decision. The timer took too late. Genius demo.
Yeah, like it a lot. The roaming tub. Again, don't forget, tub can counter the Deimos track if you stand in it. And that's exactly what Oscar has went for. And again, he's still an active issue right now. Well, there goes Upor. For some reason, he takes the waddle upstairs and gets completely destroyed. But, like I mentioned, it was all about Oscar there. And he's still upstairs, and Flexi's with him inside open area, which, again, is pretty typical to find the Izami inside of open area. You think of the cover that can be deployed there. Always a tricky thing.
Wow, they've been able to get some of this damage. As I said, they're going to be happy trying to find these fights and be a bit active, and they've proven that. Even what looked like a surety of getting the kill, there's the pressure. There's a second gun coming, and he's not going to hang around much longer, but tries to take a bite demo.
Yeah, I think it's a good drop. Whenever you know what operators are still up, you've still got the smoke.
Yep.
I'm sure Goyos are still kicking about inside the site. So in terms of denial, it's all there for Heretics. They just have to, again, play it pretty default, which is what I was expecting from this team on Bank.
Well, now a 3 versus 3, 40 seconds. Still needs to get hatches open, and now you're looking at the execute. Okay, 2 smoke canisters. We're in a pretty nice spot. Okay, the kit is still sitting around and needs to be recollected. So where are they going to roll themselves here, Demo?
I mean, they have the sense. So in terms of hatch dropping, that is doable now for this side.
They're going to try and run themselves down main. There's the first smoke canister to pop, and we hear it on the other side. There's the roll of the sense. There's the second. They're just going to try and cut the middleman out. There's still a player caught inside. 10 seconds, and now the first fight is Skeptics to take, and there's the second follow through, but Flexi, he retakes. They're on main stairs. And what else can you really do here, Woogieman? He knows he's going to get swung on, and he does. Heretics open with the first round, and for the first time at SI, because I can say it, 'cause it's the first game, a lead.
Oh, well, a big sigh of relief, I think, for the players there of Heretics. Very important kill from Skeptic, I have to admit. That was A good little kind of pocket play that FEARX had went for, considering, again, they didn't have a lot left. Use the senses, get them across that corridor, which is typically a bit of a bottleneck, and a choke point can be held from multiple different angles. You cut down half of them, yeah, you can walk on through. Skeptic being able to kill the player behind the Blackbeard was important. If he loses that engagement, that's a very simple 3v2 plan. Yeah, U4 was a question mark, I think, that round. You have to say.
Yeah.
What's he doing?
I'm not sure what... I mean, they were trying to swing and just keep the pressure up. It's fair enough. We heard in the timeout, the sort of mentality was, make the map.
Yeah, they wanted to just roam as much as they could. And this is a massive map to do so. Yeah. And I think it's a case where, they're so focused on Oscar, I could maybe slip in here, but then at the same time, you really think they wouldn't have a drone set up for that? You know, it's kind of double-edged sword.
Their network is the top floor at that point. They're...
Something,
Good idea. I mean, they still won the round, right? Yeah, you can still put it together, but now we'll head our way on towards the top floor. We get ourselves on the desk, and we have a little bit more sort of set yourself up castle. Yeah, pretty standard. Get the laser gates on. Try and slow things down in your approach.
Every time I hear laser gates, I just cannot imagine it without his voice. Honestly, that's the way that's affected me.
I think he says it in his sleep as well.
He wakes up in the nightmare.
Laser gates! Laser gates!
Yeah, look, in terms of the lineup, it's exactly what you want for a top floor. You've got that kind of layer upon layer, like Shrek once said.
Great film.
It's like an onion.
Yeah.
You just have to try and peel them away. And really, I think if you look at the lineup from FEARX, they've got the floors, which is very important. You know, we see the kind of drone parkour where you put it on the rooftop and then jump it off the roof in through the window, clear away the castle barricades and the Azamis. You can see him doing right now, ready with the drones.
It's not as easy as they might make it look. And now he's maybe going to mess it up because I said it.
Here we go.
But players make this look quite simple. Up. You drop down here, you spin it,
look, roll 1-8.
And then you drop down onto here. It looks so simple. Go and try that right now. Pause the stream. It's not as easy as it looks, but it's so efficient. Great use of utility. Get the windows open. However, this is the worry against going a team with players like Grubion, players like Oscar. You can't really hang around on these windows too much because you know they're going to try and reapply pressure.
Oh, he missed it. I think, did he just miss that? I think he did.
I'm not too...
Yeah, he did.
Sure, yeah. That will stay standing. They're going to have to try and burn a bit more utility. The second grenade will roll its way out, and there is the castle got this time round. But again, this timer is, you know, they're doing a lot of setup work. They're immediately putting eyes on towards the site itself, but what really do they have internally? You can see the Buck trying to make a bit of an approach underneath Janitors. Heavy Janitors pressure to sweep them out, but as Mephi gets caught out, the Buck's trying to find his fight, and they can't quite get the kill either. Upor lives.
Now, this is where you get in with a sense. You've cleared out Janitor. That is the kind of danger area where somebody could kill you as you swing in. Ooh. Use the sense, use the cover, go and get that plant down. Like I said before, prioritize the plant whenever it comes to bank.
They've changed the hands of the kit. They're going to try and roll it round, as you said. You've got the watch on Janitors, so now the pressure has to be on that crossfight. The players on side, that welcoming reception desk, to just make sure no one gets any further. Waiting, Oscar patiently ready to pounce on anyone that might get themselves a bit closer. They're going for the breach on the wall itself. Will he swing? Will he go on an adventure? Wookie takes a bit of danger, but the plant is being secured at this point. Is anything going to try and stop it? Look at the position. No, Groovy. He rotates round, and, well, he's been able to get past the window player, but he gets caught out by Rin. There's the swing round right in the middle of the site. They're still watching. Oscar's trying to retake in the meantime, but it's blinds at dawn. And can anybody try and find a way past the wall? There's Oscar. Swings round. Doesn't know where the last man is. He's behind a bush. At what point will he go for the ambush? Well, there's the swing round. Gets one. Still can watch the fight. It's swinging either side, Wookie Man. But now it is just a 1 versus 2 on the window. But the man on the ground is the one that shakes it. One apiece.
Yeah. Good dissection from FEARX. Done everything correct. Burn away the layers. Take down their util. The Buck, great rotation, eliminates Janitor. It then allows you to get ready to swing in through those windows. Now, if I do want to be overcritical.
You demo want to be overcritical. I have never heard of such a thing.
So, it comes down to position of players.
Yeah.
Right? Obvious that they're going to go for a plant. Yeah, that's definitely going to happen.
Yep.
One way that they could have stopped the plant, as we know, is the C4. Skeptic Snake, which is his full name, by the way, just in case people aren't aware. Okay. We know him as Skeptic Snake, because that was his GT beforehand. Was his handle.
His GT?
And he had a C4, and he was not in a position to use it. He actually died with it in his, he just died with it, didn't even use the C4. You know, moments like that, use the util that you have at your fingertips. You have the C4. try and stop the plant.
At this point, now things are leveled up, and now on towards that side. What you're looking at from the side of FEARX is they're probably going to be pretty comfortable on their defense here. There was the highlight towards Echo's growth, and obviously the conversations about how good he is right now with the extra drone, with Harry, where it can sort of go. This is a great map for him in general. This is a map where you can have that roaming drone anyway, and then you'll still have the plant denial. We expect to see it, even with a a Thatcher that's probably going to be rolling around on the board. There is almost that curiosity point, and it's still a mile away, of what they try and remove out of each other's teams with that almost let's bait utility game. But we'll get there when we get there. We're still here right now, and what we're here doing is setting up. We've got the stretch, we've got ourselves on towards archives, we're playing on open, but once again, I feel like we're going to have most of the brawl on the top floor.
I mean, Good Boy on the Nook has immediately raised my interest in what he's going to do this round. Big old map, cameras that you can avoid, yeah. Makes sense to go for that operator. Just depends what his pathing's going to be. You can see he's getting set up a drone inside a lobby, so I assume he's going to try and walk in through these ATMs, and he has spotted a Malusi extending in towards Tellers and Archives, and with that Dokumi call, he's going to try and make an approach as everyone else. He's going to create a bit of noise upstairs, but the Nook has been dealt with immediately as he's walked through the ATM doors.
Oscar gets a second on towards Mephi, and things have started to pull away. Mephi was very close towards the fight, and they've just sort of rotated. Great bit of motion here. They went for the smash and grab. He might not know that a player's to his right-hand side, but he's going to keep himself safe.
This is the high-risk, high-reward again coming in from FEARX. It either works or it doesn't.
Rin does find Flexi elsewhere. Might not know he's about to have someone behind him.
Oh, whoa!
Whoa! That was almost real bad. That was almost super bad.
I think he was expecting the Blitz to run into him, that's why he knifed, but still a little bit scary, Oscar.
So at this point now, just the 2 versus the 4. They got a single player elsewhere, but you're looking at what they have to try and operate on this site, right? Nothing in their pockets. No grenades, no flashes. It's just going to be a bit of a street brawl down here. Skeptic Snake might do something with that pocket barbed wire, but...
Hello? Was he not? Oh no, am I looking at the wrong thing?
I think
I've been tricked.
You've been tricked. You've been tricked. Cody does get one. There's the fight though, and Cody got caught from the hatch drop, and he needs some support here from Rin, but Rin's about to meet a shotgun at close quarters. And it goes the way it does. 2-1, traded rounds back and forth. What I think FEARX are looking for though is 2 total. That's the stress.
I think FEARX are just struggling ever so slightly where if the initial plan doesn't work, the adaptation game hasn't been too strong from them. You know, they've suffered kind of kills in the early game and they just struggled to get themselves back into the game from that.
Yep.
That's really the only thing that I'm noticing from them. But you mentioned before, typically a team we see do better on the defense. So again, for FEARX, they know that this is going to be the tough side for them.
Oh, 100%. It's the place they're happier with. Here's the... Ooh. There was a second where the audio gave a bit of the game away, but at that point he's behind a crossfire. That was played very well by HERETICS. And it's sort of the game that we want to see from them, right? Is we know what they're capable of. We know they can be aggressive. We know they can explore the map without fear. And they should be able to do that. Put FEARX off that game, because FEARX aren't the quickest team at getting their executes together.
I think the prep work has been good so far from HERETICS. I think just generally the overall game, I think they've had an idea with what kind of FEARX are going to go for. And I suppose this is also another thing. What on earth were FEARX... How do they prep bank for a team who doesn't play the map? That's always a fun one.
Yeah, oh, you can't have any prep. I mean, even going through this as well, right? Obviously, we've cast HERETICS when they were under their previous pseudonym, Project Zero. We cast them in the finals for the Tier 2 recently. We've cast them throughout their growth in towards this. Obviously, they're the only team at this whole event that wasn't in a position to earn SI points throughout the year. Every single other team could have. They didn't, because some of them struggled, but they could have. This is the truest Tier 2 team.
And don't forget who they had to go up against in that qualifier. You think about the professional teams, the Tier 1 teams inside of EML that did not make it. And Fnatic, Wolves, Shifters, VP.
Yep. And it's a team that only just had a roster change before that as well. Obviously, Oscar coming in as that sort of last swap round, and where they've been able to end up on what was a run undefeated. They've sort of just screamed their way across.
Yeah.
But they can build here on towards Bank. I mean, they 2. They kind of want that 5 defensive because attacking on bank with how things went last time round with the clutches that came together, attacking can be awkward, can be time consuming. It can be, you know, little pockets and little corners that we've seen FEARX love to play in. At this point, they're still trying to wait to get their start. Good Boy might be about to find a fight. Coated to the first to take a scrap of damage. They're getting control over towards the top floor and actually slipped their way past. Where's the pinch going to come? Well, it comes on towards Good Boy. Groovy pops his head out, says hello, and pops himself back. He's about to make friends with a Blackbeard. Close locked in with a shotgun. He's well aware of the game. There's the ping, but look at the rotate round on the back. They're trying to get some support. They have one either side. There's the close swing. There's the reveal. There's the punch. Please help him. Help him. There's the help.
The fact that he's got that kill. Oh my. I've had to take a knee. I've had to take a knee.
Speechless. I mean, that is a big slip there. Groovy has done magic being able to get that kill together. Really just needed the help there, and they've lost Woogieman. They've lost the shield, which we know they're not going to say rely on, but love to depend on it.
You also need those nades to clear away the Goyo canisters. That's another issue. How do they deal with that? They've lost the Twitch. This is going from bad to worse very quickly.
Yeah, this is... We say that it's awkward to attack this map. Get ready to see a sort of demonstration of why.
Yeah.
You've got also ahead of them, apart from those Goyos, apart from all of these other problems, 3 smoke canisters and a tank with a launcher. What are you supposed to do here, gang? Struggle. There's the first fight. U4 locks it out. Doesn't need any of the gadgetry, even though it's absolutely covered everything. Caught out in the bottom, waiting to be swung here, Coated. They know exactly where he is. You are in a box. And about to be shot in the face. There's the drop elsewhere. Goes for the first fight, and Rin does actually win elsewhere, but it doesn't last very long. Neither does the round itself.
Bit of momentum. You don't think, from Heretics? This is,
oh, yeah.
I think really starting to grow into the game, which is great to see.
I mean, great play from Groovy. You couldn't have asked for a better 2 operators to take out as the first 2, right, at all. And we're going to get a timeout here from FEARX.
A little bit this time. Next out in CO, let the fat plant the most fast we can do. They don't have Azam inside the bomb side. If you want to change something like a maybe play the Goni 6 or Beta Castle inside bomb side is good too. But the next out is a full fat plant. It's a casino hunters. No problem if you win, no problem if you lose. Yep. The last out in the open area, I want to simplify more too. We have 5 guys to the full domain in the open area. Forget about all the shit. And after that, we see what's gonna be the last round. Because I think we're gonna kill too many guys top floor. For the domain open area, we have a double should open, the Blitz and BB. So let's play one BB in the CO Rappel. Because the Akai guy was me losing, not C4. So no problem to go inside. And for Windows guys is Aruni. So just play some flashbang together, you know. And like for example, like I say, Coatage play Blitz for game and Lin play BB in the CO Rappel.
Yeah. Okay. Double shield call? Is that, I believe, a Blackbeard and a Blitz?
I mean,
for one of the rounds, I think.
Yeah, I guess we'll see when we get things into motion. It was very specific timeouts. There's 2 kinds of timeouts you can do. Well, actually, okay, there's 3 kinds of timeouts, but I'm going to make a joke at the end of this. Let's just watch this again. Help him, help him, help him, help him. Can't believe that happened. Okay, tragedy has struck. One of them is a very particular one of, we need to win 1 round, do this, do this, do this. Get it done. The other one is often cited as a Fabian-esque timeout. Get the mental together. Yeah. Get the team on board. It's not
how you want to go home.
Every great coach needs to be able to do both and needs to know when to be able to apply both. The third is the, we're so far ahead, I'm calling this just to let them stew in some misery a little bit. The Sassy timeout.
Called the BM timeout.
The BM timeout, which has been used in SI.
Double shield.
You're pointing. Yeah.
Shield.
They know what they want to run, and they want to win this round. They want to make sure that they can get this one locked in.
Well, one thing I noticed that he said as well was, what Dark said, doesn't matter if we win or lose this round. He's not bothered. I think he knows that the defense is going to be good too.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's what he's banking on. If he can get the 1 round out of his team. I didn't mean to do that, by the way, but thanks.
Clip that. He's banking on it. So we'll see if this can be the change round. I mean, 2 shields. Groovy's C4, Good Boy out the window. The Glaz is gone. Well, there goes that window player, and Groovy is smiling, having a great time so far on this map. And as I said, expect more from those 2 players. Rin has also stepped up from before, but unfortunately the rest of the team on these attacks hasn't quite been able to do it. Whether that translates into the second half, we'll have to wait and see. But instead, they're in, and they're getting themselves at the start of the pair of the double walls open. There's the plant side, popped without too much trouble, but you can't really do anything, whilst Janitors is still active. And, well, what do we not have this time that was so effective last time, Demo? A buck. Nothing to put the pressure in from underneath.
Yeah, and also with a sense ban coming in from Heretics, it just restricts that movement on those windows. Don't forget, an operator that we seen was successful for them last time they were up here, so definitely a change of pace here that FEARX are attempting, but don't see much really happening for them. Both walls are going to be opened up.
First, just swinging a fight on the window itself. Takes care of Upor. There's the man who can see through it, but as you said, without the sense, without the glass, you're not really going to have the biggest use of that gadgetry. And they're just going to pull the player off the window.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see what their options here are. Is it going to be the case where they send the shield coming in for stop trading, perhaps, and try and take a long corridor? Is that an option for them? And yeah, I think the Blackbeard's now working over towards Square.
The Valkyrie Skeptic has gone underneath. He's going to try and go for the backstab up the stairs itself. Coated might get caught out if they're unaware, but wins it as the fight pops out elsewhere. It's a big crossfight. He kills his player. Oh no! But now it's a 2 versus 1. Flexi, massive moments in the first map itself between a shield and a hard place. He has a 1 versus 1 right now. Coded's going to try and secure the kit. Rin is just back and forth. They're fighting. They're fighting in the long desk. But Rin calls the meeting, and the meeting's notes. The first one says, oh, kill Flexi. Yeah, meeting adjourned.
That's a big round, I think, in terms of 2 attacks on the bank for FEARX, knowing that they have their favorite half coming up. They'll take that. And I think that was the idea from Dark with that timeout. Let's just call a play, and if we win that, fantastic. Now we set, and really, if they get the next round, that's a bonus.
Oh, yeah. As I said it early on, like, they're looking for 2 attack rounds, and then they'll probably be happy. It doesn't, you know, set anything in motion. It doesn't lock anything in. This was an accident. Is that our first team kill of the SI? That might be.
I don't know about the other stream, but certainly over here it was.
So this was their fighting.
Yeah, what can you do? Can't do much. Also, another thing to keep in mind there for FEARX was they didn't really do much that round. I feel as though Heretics got bored. And there was a couple times where players maybe stuck their head at the wrong time.
I mean, the first kill that sort of came together was onto Upor, and that was the Blackbeard just fighting people on the window, right? Imagine if that kill had gone the other way, the round would be potentially...
But then that's the risk. But then I feel as though, you know, especially with Grubby getting the first pick, I mean... Do you need to go for that? Do you not just sit in your hands? They weren't doing anything.
It was a C4.
They killed the glass also. Whenever you know you've got the glass gone straight away. Okay.
To be fair,
power's gone.
They wouldn't have known that because it was a C4 out of a window.
Yeah.
Unless Groovy had a premonition and went, I've just killed the glass.
Yeah.
I've killed a man with a rifle. 3-2, and, you know, credit as well, obviously, to the call in the team, but also, hey, they love the coach's words, and they're going to try and double down. 2 more shields for the tally. Rin and Coated are going to see if they can make it happen once again. If it's not broke, don't change it. And remember that thing I said in the first map, when Rin is on form, the form sort of becomes a bit contagious. And they've been able to get themselves up and almost fully repaired a KD that was a little bit sadder after the first map. Still 3-2, and there's that take control of stock. Mephi does go down. Skeptic finishes them off. Here's the roundabout fight either side, but he's caught in the middle. Doesn't want to get caught out by Flexi offering the support. Groovy does get Woogie Man, and wow, this one has fallen a bit apart. Good rotate, good bit of safety, new position, entirely unaware. And Flexi could probably pull this last kill out. Oh, doesn't quite. Oh, does in the final, but revenge for the last round, Demo.
Yeah, again, FEARX trying to take that upstairs, but Heretics, Roamers, I think have done very well for them today.
Yep.
It's been more there. Kind of holding on to just sitting in the side. That's where kind of they've struggled with. Whenever this team can get active and go for the roams, I mean, Heretics, they've got gunners. Like, we know that. They can shoot as straight as anyone else.
Well, no, he's on a different team, but...
Doesn't play today.
Oh, right.
Tomorrow.
Yep.
M80 in action. So they'll be, I'm sure, watching both the Group A games.
Oh, they've got to get it locked in. They're keeping themselves a keen eye. Good boy knows he's about to find a fight, and we'll get a taste of how bored and impatient Heretics can be. They're sort of trying to bait the motion of the player here. Well, that was unfortunate timing. There's the frag, there's the roll, and there's the tuck round on the corner. Groovy still wants the smoke.
Oh, a drop shot.
And then to the drop shot.
That was not one tap. More than one bullet being shot.
Wait, did he say one tap?
Yeah, he said one tap.
I thought he said what's up, baby.
No, I think he said one. Did he say one tap?
If he said one tap, then he really struggles to count.
I don't know what he said. Oscar, very serious.
Well, you know him. Very serious guy.
I was speaking to them at breakfast this morning, saying, what's the expectations, guys? Flexi, very level-headed, survived the groups.
That's a good mindset, you know. And he's played brilliantly today. Flexi has had a brilliant day so far.
Spoke to Oscar.
Yep.
And I quote, main stage, baby.
So he said main stage, baby.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, hey, sky's the limit. If you come into this tournament and don't think you're going to win, you've lost. Right? I think I'm going to win the tournament. I might have lost. Laxing's shaking his head at me. Now he's shrugging.
Laxing's just happy to be. Laxing's just happy to be here.
Oh my god, he did a flip. That was really impressive. 4-2. 4-2. And let's see how we get the tail of the rest of this tape put together. Obviously, we've talked about how important the side switch can be, and, you know, 2 shields. Hey, that's great. This worked well for us. What a FEARX ban. 2 shields.
Yeah.
They are not playing
I mean, Monty needs to always get banned
Oh,
from
yeah,
this, man.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Monty is just... He clears everyone else on the attacks with what he can do on every single bomb site. So, yeah, good bans overall. But, I mean, this for me is the make or break for Heretics. You know, this is the side where it's going to be difficult for them because, one, they have to come back to it's their permaban. Yeah, and trying to play your permaban without having the prep work done, which, look, they could have worked on it. From the LCQs then out, they could have happily worked on it.
You hope they would.
You hope so.
Because Bank shows up in a lot of best of threes.
But then, whenever we also know that they don't play Lair or Fortress, have they maybe instead worked on one of those two?
They might play Fortress. They haven't yet, but they haven't really had opportunity.
Well, I mean, the fact that they left Bank open out of the other two that they banned, which was Lair and Fortress, it makes you believe that. But we just don't know. No, we don't know. But we will. We will in 2 minutes and 34 seconds.
We'll put it together. We've got spreadsheets for this kind of thing. They'll see if they can try and take some control here. The Fuse shield is going to see if it can operate as that front piece of the puzzle, but unfortunately they only leave themselves a bit puzzled. Skeptic actually takes damage from elsewhere. They sort of went for a bit of a double pinch. You can see Woogieman is making the motion on the far side, but it's Good Boy that gets Groovy, the Scopos, on the roam, on the long-range engagement, and get out of there. Doesn't want to get hacked, doesn't want to get caught out. The calls are coming together. Rin should probably leave as well, and nobody watching currently, but they're being very cautious. They don't want to get caught here on the swing down the stairs itself, and nobody was in position. So instead, it's actually Flexi that gets Woogieman as Good Boy, puts a lot of pressure, because Good Boy still hasn't left. Now they're free, but it really was a few seconds away from danger as Rin gets Oscar.
Still, I think an okay trade for Heretics, mostly because look at the operator that's died. It's the only form of denial, which is very strange whenever we look at a basement as Tachanka being the lone soldier almost out of the set. You know, where's your smoke? Where's your Goyo? Where's your Echo? An operator that we know they love to play. It would have been great for the kind of setup that they're going for with the roamers.
What is... Mephi's just fighting people above the hatch, all right? Good man. Look for the second fight on towards the Fuse. Just shoots, puts pressure. It's a 2 versus 4, but all of this has been a gunfight. And as he said, there's no real denial for the end. There's also now no cover for the approach. You've obviously got a shield. Hasn't used a single Fuse charge. Yupor obviously has 2 tracks, has a grenade, wants to try and single out Rin on the Azami with 5 keepers. No one uses gadgetry anymore. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but they've set themselves up for a fight. Beautiful take, a 3 versus 2.
Doable.
Definitely doable. Oh, definitely doable.
I mean, to be fair, it will be down to you, because Skeptic has a shield. Yeah. So he, in terms of killing, not going to be great.
Oh, great. Oh! Beautiful play there. The motion on towards that player in the middle. And now a 2 versus 2. They have time as well, and you can see they're still trying to lean into the fights. The Deimos is in one engagement. There's a cover from Gold on towards the other. It's 2 1 versus 1s. Massively isolated, but Yupor saved the tracks for the right moment. And now it's a 1 versus 2 with 13 seconds. Pre-fires the angle. Can't get it locked in! Massive clutch from Heretics.
Yupor, that's it. That's your tweet.
That's the tweet. All the words.
Skeptic, I think, was great in terms of being that kind of bait almost for Yupor, working in that main stairs, dropping the hatch, making it so the Scopos had to run into him almost because he was scared of the Deimos coming down the main stairs. Look, isolated 1v1s, there's no doubt about it. The trade game, pretty poor from FEARX. You know, and he's just swinging off just pure instinct. There's no information there. There's no util being dumped. It is just getting kills with the Deimos. So all credit to Upor. He salvaged that round. Skeptic, though, will get the assist.
It was beautiful team play between the pair of them. It was all the sort of team play we talked about. Again, FEARX didn't play that great.
No.
For how well the map sort of started out, losing to Chanka was obviously a big blow, but it just turned into a gunfight. It turned into a brawl. But their positioning was isolatable in 1 versus 1s, whilst the other team hadn't even hit that floor yet, right? The first was a swing onto the door at the bottom of main stairs. The second was a drop from 2 different hatches to isolate the second to get things leveled up. Those are positions that shouldn't be easy to just go, oh yeah, we can get this guy. We can get this guy out of vault on the back end of the site easily. Here's this drop, here's this hatch, here's this cover. And it's just, you know, it's easier for us to say, obviously, but they did not play that brilliantly. And now they're sitting many, many rounds away, and obviously they've used their timeout, so they've just got to play the game ahead of them.
Yeah. So, Heretics get that round over the board. I mean, I will say, didn't really see the traditional execute of you know, what we expect to see on a bank basement. Yep. So, in terms of still the general gameplay, not too great here from Heretics, but still, as long as you win the round. I mean, I'm kind of like that. I don't care how it's being played as long as the scoreline ends up in your favor. That's... Oh, you know, I don't care. See that whole has to be perfect siege. No, just get the win. Yeah. Play messy Siege if you have to.
The thing about Siege compared to obviously a lot of other esports games, a lot of other titles, a lot of other shooters is we're a 1-round basis, right? There's no eco, there's no multiple round buy-ins, there's no having to do this. It's we have everything we have at the start of a round. The only thing that really changes is sight lock from the side of the defense. You can bring stuff in for the 3-round period and we're off to the races.
Do they know about the clash in the corner? I think they do. A nade! Oh, it'll hit its mark. I was worried because I'm seeing the util going in and there's a guy just sat in a corner. But thankfully the nade is there and now they can go for it.
So much ground. They have janitors. They're going for the plant itself and FEARX. They've just been pushed off their own side. There's been no counter. There's at least one play on the back, but it's a post plant. There's the swing round, an easy pick up for the last player. And that just leaves Coated in the middle. What was that, FEARX?
I mean, that is a smash and grab. You know, that's a heist.
It was easy.
Wow.
It was easy, and it was far too easy, right? FEARX didn't offer any walls. They were obviously had that clash in the corner. They just, I don't know, they've sort of rested now. They found themselves in this position where they felt so far ahead, and momentum is a powerful thing, maybe the most powerful thing for the energy of teams that are sort of tier 2 and trying to make their mark and trying to bring themselves into a showdown. And I mean, it's a little bit rocky right now. And then you look towards Consulate and you've got sort of massive growth from Heretics potentially. Where does it end up? We have ended up in a tech pause.
Yep.
As we get the very ooh music, build the tension, quiz show music.
Oh, I think it'd be more tension if it was like 7-7. I mean,
I'm gonna take a moment early on in this to say how beautiful does all the sets look. It looks gorgeous, gorgeous. The music as well, the violin. Not this.
I like the flowers on the
flowers.
The group graphic. I thought was very
honestly
nice. I like that.
The fabric design. There's a really fancy name for that kind of fabric. Like it's a specific French thing, but I just keep saying it's really lovely fabric, and then our wonderful French team will go, it is da-da-da, and I'm like, fabric.
I wonder if they have socials shown whenever we dress the players up. Has that been shown yet on socials? Because if it hasn't, what do you see them in terms of the theme?
I don't know. Maybe that'll be revealed. Even now, I've actually just had it down my headset of it's called Toile de Vie. Say it one more time, please. Toile de Jouy. Toile de Jouy. They could be telling me to say
that
anything.
Could be anything.
I just said I am an idiot.
Oh dear.
In French. I probably deserve that. Anyway, I just want to take a moment here because everything looks so stunning and pretty. And that's still sort of the thing to go for. You and I were actually at the last Paris SI, which was a very different SI.
There wasn't a lot of people.
Yeah, it was obviously during a different time, a different era. And you know, it's great to be back in the city where Siege is such a sort of connection.
Yeah, well, obviously for us as well in terms of Europe. It's where we ran
Europe.
You know, EUL and Challenger League and all that.
And it was, I believe, both of our first ever SI was Paris. The call up. Anyway, sorry, I'm taking a moment down memory lane.
That's what it's about, isn't it? 10 years.
Huh?
10 years of SIs. This is what it's about, remembering all the SIs.
That's true. We're here for history. Make history. Ooh, that's really pretty as well. Look at the little pop-ups. We get to see UPAW's statistic of how they've been playing throughout this map so far. And, I mean, stepped up. I think it's one of the things, right, of what we were missing from map 1.
Yeah.
In that element when, you know, you get the taste of the full clubhouse and the full way the team played. UPAW and Skeptic, both of them negative and quite negative.
Well, for UPAW, obviously his history as a player. We've seen him as he was picked up as a sub for Team Secret, I think, back in 21, 22 season, whenever it was.
Quite
a long time ago. But in terms of subs, he actually played, I think, for like a full stage.
Yeah.
Didn't do great and was moved on from then. And we haven't really seen him in a tier 1 capacity since. But obviously coming in, you know, tier 3, tier 2, playing in those competitions, and he's made it here to SI.
At this point, as we just wait for everybody, obviously, to get reconvened inside the lobby, we look towards the future, and we look towards the chance at a Consulos. Now, I said you said something at the beginning, which was, it's going to be a free mapper.
Yep.
And then map 1 went, and then I said, what's going on? And you said, it's going to be a 2-mapper. Where are you right now?
See,
where's my demo barometer?
But this always happens, though, isn't it? It's a weird one where both teams will win each other's maps.
Yep.
That does happen more than what you would think. And it's a case here today where I just think Heretics in a 6-2, 4-round gap. I don't see them losing it from here. But then again, I said they wouldn't lose a 5v2 earlier, and that happened, so I don't know.
I think one of the things that is obviously testing us quite a lot, or testing them more than anything, is, well, the setups weren't prepared for, right? In Clubhouse, yeah, there's not a lot of reinventing the wheel you can do. We've made it rounder. Congratulations. It's still the same wheel, and FEARX could build into that. They had really very little to work on for Heretics here, and Heretics had time to rebuild. And Bank in EU is a very strong map, historically.
Because we have had 3 teams who have been absolutely phenomenal in that map.
Exactly.
VP, G2, and of course, Secret as well. 4.
Exactly. And it filters its way down throughout a lot of the EU teams, throughout our tier 2, throughout whatever, because you know you're going to have to play this map a lot, so you try and learn this map a lot. And I think FEARX not really being able to have that data is hurting them quite a bit. It's, you know, fine, they've banned 2 shields, but Heretics haven't needed them on these approaches. They've enjoyed getting into the engagement. Sure, the first round went close, but as I said it, when in the first map we had a lot of clutches go FEARX's way, sometimes those clutches will just lead to bigger and better things, and it doesn't really matter what could have been and what should be. It's what is that matters, and the break comes through on towards Kanto.
Turned into philosopher there for a moment, didn't you?
Yeah. In my old age of my early 30s. Looking at...
Hey, if you say that's old, I'll believe it.
Yeah. Well, I'm told it's old.
Don't tell Tim that.
Well, Tim in his 50s is having a great one.
He's pushing 50, isn't he?
He gets older every time we make a joke. Get rid of the Twitch drone. Gruby was trying to use it to find somebody, and Rin has been found. Oh, there goes your Keybers, there goes your current best player, and there goes at least that entry statistic once again taken out of their favor. But where will they go next? Good Boy's doing his best to try and find the next engagement, but the Boss G just slipped on by. He's going to get caught from behind as well, but he's able to actually get that one dropped out, being blinded. Needs some support from either side, either player. There's Cody getting a C4 coverage. There's one more. Flex against Mephi and misses. The drop on the hatch, he could have had a double, a collateral, but instead it's a 3 versus 3. Somehow Good Boy survived, which I couldn't tell you, but I think he did it at the cost of his friends.
Oh, well, that is quite a bit of fun upstairs. I'm shocked that Skeptic didn't get that pick. He was right in front of him. Oh dear. Now, this is decision making now for Skeptic. Where does he want to use the pellets? Is he going to opt for going in towards square and then opening up the quad wall and making that a pretty impassable position for the defenders to try and go in towards, or are they going to go for a hatch drop? I mean, they've used the ramp onto the areas that you would expect to see being used if you're going to go for the hatch drop, but I think they still just want to do the drone work and kind of say, okay, is this the correct option? Are they weak if we try and go for the kitchen plant? What do we have to work on? And, well, we can see they're using all the Habana pellets on the quad wall. That's going to create the openings. So it will be the kitchen plant. There's 2 smokes from Woogieman. That is it. That's all they have is their denial. 35 seconds? I mean, we need to see them go for a plant at around 25 seconds.
Well, now Good Boy's gone, and it's the 3 versus 2. An easy sort of pick up there. They've got 1 player on the back of the quad wall, 1 player above the hatch, and they don't really feel like they need to leave because they have this gadgetry, the Goya canisters. They have the support. They can try and hold themselves onto it. And you can see Heretics, they're making sure that when they run the maths, everything is clear and concise. 10 seconds left, but they know where the positions of the players are. Throw the flashes in. There's the coverage. There's the drop onto 1. They're trying to close down. It's just coated left. Hiding, holding out. Drops. Could hit the hatch. No! Opts to pop up, and Groovy gets the last one. He's been the star player for this roster. And he gets himself that map that has been such a rarity for him at SI.
Oh, it's a big one. Big one for Heretics. Both teams taking each other's maps. Where does it put us?
It puts us eyeing up a great 3rd map between these 2 teams. It puts us for the stead of a consulate. And I think it puts us in a quick break.
After a solid start, BNK FEARX slipped down the ladder on Bank. Heretic look very good and a little dangerous going into the further part of this series now as we prepare for map 3. But Fox, I'm going to ask you straight off the bat, I mean, have Heretic taken the learnings from map 1? Is this a new look? Well, how do you look at this?
I mean, it's great that we're going to go to a map 3. They got the win under their belt. I don't really see any changes from map 1. It looked like Heretics played the exact same way. Fundamentally on defense, they were able to take a mass amount of space, slowly stall down, but because of the map, as opposed to Clubhouse, they can play behind the utility. They can run the clock down, adds pressure on FEARX's shoulders. So I don't really think Heretics showed that much addition or change from that loss, but they just played the same game plan and it worked out for them. But to me, that's what I want to see change going into map 3 is Heretics actually showing that they've learned how FEARX are playing.
I will say the decision-making was really good comparatively to what we saw in Clubhouse, but I do want to focus on a player, Upor. I mean, he had a tremendous round in that round 7, being able to essentially bring this back. I mean, again, these are rounds that realistically should never go in a favor of the opposing team when you're in a man disadvantage this way, but Upor just manages to bring kill after kill back and swinging it into their favor. And it was that round in particular where I really started to see the team really come alive, really start getting animated, and then from there it was just a curb stomp throughout the rest of the series. But again, I mean, his name is Upor. It might be a little euphoria at this point. I mean, it was very exciting play throughout all of this series so far going into map 3. I'm super excited to see what Heretics can bring on into this constantly. But like you said, it's a matter of, are they learning? Are they applying things? Are they going to do anything different going into Consulate? That's the real big question.
That's what we want to see. I mean, big plays, big individual players. So good for Upor to be able to wake up. It wakes up the whole team when you have big individual players showing up early on. That energy is what carries you through best of 3s, through tournaments. The momentum is definitely necessary. As for Heretics, that's what we're talking about. When we go on to Consulate, we want to be able to see them be able to adapt to FEARX. Right. It's going to be a smaller map than opposed to Clubhouse. It's the same thing. So we don't want to see the same repetition where they're letting FEARX just be able to win in the last couple of seconds. The decision-making is going to be important early game, but it's late game. It's not like Bank. You can't rely on that utility to be able to win rounds out and the time to push FEARX to make mistakes. You have to be able to have fail-safes there in case it's needed.
I think when we're looking at utility, I think in some aspect you can use it to your advantage to slow down the time, especially if you're on defense, to dwindle down that time, play back, play more a defensive game where you can get aggressive early and, like I said, play off that utility. But it's a bigger question is, are they going to do that? I think what they did very well on Bank was able to use the map in their favor, get aggressive, get opening picks going in their favor. And not to say that, you know, FEARX didn't actually do a little bit of their own due diligence, droning some players out, playing a little sloppy. I think it will be cleaned up going into Consulate. But I really do want to see a little tempo shift coming out of the side of Heretics, not just solely relying on one play to the other, but just really developing throughout the series.
Well, we're going to Consulate now. Like, how do you feel about this map, Fox? Because, like, especially, I can speak for APAC, okay? I can really speak for APAC because I've watched way too much of their Siege. Consulate feels like the map that gets picked in a best of 3 where a team has let it float through, but aren't 100% confident on it, right? So many times in APAC have we seen good teams go to Consulate and bottle their attacks.
Yeah.
How do you see this playing out in this series?
I mean, we're hoping that if, as an APAC fan, that FEARX is able to at least understand there's so many layers. Heretics is winning their attacks based off of getting that opening kill, and that's where we see the FEARX flaws, where they just bleed kill after kill. We need the success that they had in map 1 to come back, because essentially what worked, Woogieman, Mephi, being able to get those opening kills, they wouldn't die in the opening trade, and they'd be able to continue steamrolling. So FEARX need to make sure, with starting on defense in this map, that they're not letting opening kills hemorrhage for themselves and making sure that they use Heretics attacks against them. Use the time, use the different floors. That's FEARX's game plan.
Well, hopefully they'll be able to back it up as an APAC fan, but honestly, Heretic, they have a very good storyline going into this SI, so I really don't care where it goes, but I know where it's exactly going to go, into the capable hands of Emmy and Fluke.
Emmy and Fluke?
Oh, I've ruined it. I've ruined it. Get out of the shot.
Hi, welcome to Emmy and Fluke Hour. It's just me and these 3 tiny little lads down here. You want to stay there? I feel like when they're down here, you should pitch their voices up, production. Anyway, then you can come back.
Do the thing.
What thing?
What were you showing? What should I do before?
I'll do that.
That is.
What? Can I go? I don't want. Can I go back?
Because he looks like a he looks like a big baby.
We both leave. Bye. No. Okay. I think we should get rid of them so that thing never happens. Thank you, production. Do the thing. Do the thing.
He's banned. I don't want to see him on our screen again.
Do the thing. Look at our fickle audience now.
Back and forth, wasn't it? It was they backed Heretics in the first, then they backed FEARX. Now it's back to Heretics.
Listen, it feels like it, and let's see where it goes. Where are we going? That's where we're going, in towards Consulate here. Now, only one of these two teams can walk away with a win. Will Groovy, at his third SI, finally find a first series win. Has only lost, unfortunately, before. This could be the chance. Or will FEARX get themselves off to a bit of a rip-roaring start and get themselves a win off the book?
Well, Consulate the map. I think it's an interesting one whenever we look at both the teams, because it's a map that both of them will play. It's a map that both of them have played in the most recent kind of tournament both of them have played in. Obviously, close quals for the LCQs for Heretics, where they actually played it twice on their run to make in the spot. And they played it also in the final of against Twisted Minds. They lost that 8-6, but then they had also beaten VP on at 8-6 beforehand too, so it is
two very
close.
Teams.
And then, if we look over on the side of FEARX, it was an 8-7 game for them inside of there, so I think what it's trying to tell us is there should be an overtime in this game.
I would love a spicy overtime. I would love to open our first series, your Nightcasting first series, the first series on Stream A, with a cheeky all the way overtime. But that's down to these teams to actually piece together, and it's starting with FEARX on defense. Now, not going for the double shield removal. When Consulate first was introduced back in towards the pool with the changes, the big meta that was especially around Korea, but also the sort of APAC scene on a greater scheme, was shields dropping in top yellow, sometimes 3, which was something that FEARX loved to do. And I feel like Heretics should and will probably respect that. Themselves don't expect it. Get rid of, in your opinion, Demo, I'm going to put you on the mantle of defending your opinions, Grim, the best operator in the game.
Not even a second.
Break it down for the people. Break it down for the people.
Basically, you Grim, with the changes that happened, I believe it was in November, whenever we've seen that, the patch come in. Basically, Grim don't really care about Mute anymore. And the only counter off your Grim is going to be the Vigil, which again, only works for one person. So it's an operator that you are 99% of the time always going to get value from, which is just so incredible. You have that to rely on. And of course, on this map, whenever we do have quite a lot of positions where you can try and go for blind spot plants, you think about the single window over towards the CEO front desk. Again, firing Grims in, it just stops anyone challenging you as you go for the plant, just because you can see them. Yeah, it's so easy for the attacker. So yeah, getting rid of that, great ban from FEARX. Now, looking at the setup so far, I think from Heretics, you usually have two options. You can either go towards the B-bomb site, or you shift over for your open area and your admin take. And I think they're going to go for the admin take. So they're going to try and get themselves cleared and then move over towards kitchen and then try and plant generally on your door in towards meeting. So that's where we are.
Well, Flexy's been able to get himself up towards Coffin pretty much unchallenged. He's the sole player here, but at the same time, it's been handed to them. There's nobody currently playing the vending machine position. Mephi has pulled away, which is that massive crossroads, a massive utility burn. That's where you're going to try and want to put your flashes, your pressure, and any frag grenades that you have, but they've only really got one left.
Ooh, almost. I don't really blame him for not playing towards vending because he has like no util to stop an aid.
Oh! Oh, well, there's the catch on towards one. Oscar's able to get the kill, swung round, they trusted it. There's at least trades back either side. The spiral has fallen towards their favor, but the man advantage is just further and further in towards the control here of Heretics. FEARX! They are sort of shaking in their namesake right now as Heretics just swung and danced in towards the site itself. Where were they?
Now that is a round where obviously they have seen an opportunity and they have just went for the throat. No doubt about that. That person pushing in for the single reinforcement picks up that kill. You've killed the player in the middle of the bomb site and it's just total panic stations. Total Total panic stations from FEARX, had no idea where Heretics were going from. They thought it was going to be over towards admin. We've seen Flexi get in there earlier. But no, it was the bait. They seen the opportunity, and then they hit them on the other side of the map. They hit themselves in through CEO.
What destroyed that?
It was the player, Flexi, destroyed it. As it was tossed over, it hit the railing.
Ah, okay.
So that's where that came from. But as soon as Oscar was in that position, you could see that everyone jumped on that opportunity. They opportunity spotted, said, look, this area is really weak. If we can slip a guy in, eliminate the meeting player, they'll have our backs turned, and the guys flooding in for yellow will pick up their kills. And that's exactly what happens. And again, I think that comes down to Oscar winning that engagement, winning that kill.
They are
obviously Grubby shot call had to be, because that's like a typical Grubby. Grubby isn't the main IGL. I believe that falls on the side of Skeptic. But I can assure you, whenever it comes to attacking and shot calling mid-round, if he sees something, Grubby is very, very good at that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the way that it sort of was put to us in terms of the document was Skeptic is the acting IGL.
Yeah.
Oscar playing the sort of support role, Upor on the entry role, and then Flex, which is, you know, as wide as a role you can make it. You can have players like Grubby as a Flex, and then you can have players like Sexy Cake as a Flex, whose flexing is very different towards that element. But either way, here's the first track. They're trying to clear the player out of user and admin. They're just getting themselves in and actually trying to get quite aggressive here. They want to take both stories at the same time, and it's Rin that's suffering the track on the first fight of the Deimos, just a hunting step for step.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. The Deimos has been a big talking point, I feel, for Heretics. It's been an operator they've always decided to bring in. Well, the Dokkaebi, another great rover. I mean, you've lost the Dokkaebi, you've lost the Blackbeard, two incredible operators that we're well aware of Emmy, and he just keeps going.
He just keeps going. Good boy. Gets himself Upor. Hasn't left the office. This man is a 9 to 5, and you bet he's clocking in the hours. Finally tries to slip away, but at what great cost? Pretty much the whole team. Grubby finally gets the end of it, but think about the site. Think about what's been got. Rin, lucky to be alive there. And that could have started to tweak things, but a minute 20, right? They've got the chance of getting some hard breach. They've still, I believe, got to put pressure on towards the garage wall. I don't think that's open at this point, so they're just looking for a drop. We do not want to see a repeat here, Demo, of what happened in the 4 versus 2 on Bank, though.
Yeah, that's one thing. We know both teams, they have each, I believe, choked a kind of unlosable round.
Yeah.
Somehow they've made it happen. But, I mean, this is very difficult, though. And the reason why it's difficult is there's still a lot of C4s that you have to try and work your way through. So in terms of getting a plant down, I just don't see that happening. If they are going to win, it's going to be down to just playing kills. But then that would also have to involve FEARX overswinging, which we always give them, you know, professional team with benefit of the doubt. They should know better.
So they have somebody watching just from the bottom of yellow stairs here as well with a shotgun. They could try and isolate this player and get them out, but if they don't know about him and he goes to retake the vertical, oh, I think they know about him. Or they don't know about him! Mephi locked, loaded, and ready to go. Skeptic caught in a corner. They're well aware of the position. Still gets coated. Where's that shotgun? You're waiting for it, but maybe they've just gone to watch the verticality. 20 seconds. And there it is. Woogieman gets the final kill. And FEARX, built on the brilliant work by Good Boy, get the round.
Yeah, just a solo roam. And I think the main issue there from Heretics is they did not trade the kill quick enough.
No.
Yeah. I think that the main kicker was probably that Blackbeard dying. That, again, should not be happening. Blackbeard, we know how good the shields can be. It was actually a case of he killed him because the shield was coming up the stairs. And because, again, elevation is a thing that exists in the world. He can see over the shield under the top of his head and shoot.
I mean, it's... Yeah, it's one of those things where you can sort of spray that gun down. You're in close quarters connection. We knew that there was obviously the swing chance of the player coming through and just finding that moment, that second to score. Yeah, it was a great take. But at this point, 20 seconds, a single door is your point of entry. And you know there's players behind you. What else can you really do? Well, what we can do is keep ourselves rotating around. And
I think I just heard Flexi say, we're peaking 1 by 1.
Yeah, it's true.
So, and that is the case of what happened to that vigil.
I mean, and remember, as I sort of said at the start of that round, the 4 versus 2 that came together on the previous map on Bank, they were so good at isolating those engagements, right? There was the one that was the swing. then there was the cross-cut, then there was the drop-down, and they just made sure that there was always the extra man, as you said, as they said.
It's probably the first time they struggled with roamers. I thought they've dealt with roamers on Clubhouse and Bike pretty well for the majority of this series. And that's the first time that just one roamer has caused them to lose a round. Weird.
Well, we fall into another very quick tech pause. We'll be back, obviously, in the game in just a moment. And it gives both teams a chance to breathe, really, because obviously it's sort of one round apiece. We know how this is shaped together. We know how these teams have sort of hit heads so far. There was one round that was very strongly in the favor off of, as you said, great shot calling, great motion by the attackers, by Heretics. And then on the other side of that round, good boy, they just could not find the coordination to get rid of him. And, you know, with how good they are at that game, but also the operator selections that they love to sort of tend to go with, where you have the Deimos, you have the Dokkaebi, you have so much, you have more than enough.
Yeah, you have, yes, to deal with it, of course.
And he is on soft floor up there as well for most of those positions that he was running around on, and they knew that they had Visa below. They were sort of looking up towards it, and well, it's whatever. It's in the past. It's in the past. Take a breath.
Taking a breath.
Take a breath.
Help me. Look, I think whenever it comes to Consulate, naturally, I think most people would be obliged to say, yeah, defense should kind of run amok here. In the same way we kind of look at Cafe as well. I know, I think there are some, I would call, crazy people who prefer the Consulate attacks over the defense, which you're a lunatic if you believe that. I think it's such a difficult map to attack because the flow of it is always getting into the building is very difficult. And especially whenever we know that a defensive side, like Heretics, when we see them in the defense, they will be so aggressive and they will stop you getting into that building. They will spawn peek, they will swing open doors, swing open windows, just to make your life a misery. And that's why I hate attacking it, because if you come against a team like that, it's horrible.
Now, obviously, in terms of how this progresses for the rest of them, we talk about there's M80 sitting, watching, waiting, not having to play today. Tomorrow, it's Heretics go. Tomorrow is their day off, and they get a chance to sort of take a breath, as we just did between then, after the games today.
Who are they against day 3?
Day 3, they are up against NIP.
Okay.
M80 and WEIBO will be hitting heads at the same time, but on that day, it's FEARX's time to rest. Yeah. FEARX are then the team that follows. So both these two teams will get their gap there.
This is always a good little debate. When would you like to have the off day? You know, that's what some teams like to talk about, isn't it?
I think not the first day. I think a team like M80, fine, because they're M80, right? They're gonna hit this group running.
Yeah.
But other teams get warm-ups. They get that first jitters. For a nervous team, you want to be on the day where everybody's nervous. You don't want to be. You don't want to show up to the party late and be like, "This is my first party. I don't know what to do at a party." I hate it when that happens.
I would be on the side of just give me 4 straight days in a row.
4 straight days in a row.
Either you give me the first day off or the last day. Yeah, as long as I am consistently playing every day, I'm happy.
And then you have 2 days between the stages, I believe. And then there's gaps, there's time. Anyway, we're back in. Thank you for bearing with us. Bear with us. We have now similar sort of things. I said before, this is the game that Heretics could and should be good at. You've got your Deimos, you've got your Dokkaebi, you need to be tracking people down. What else have you got? A Lion now, with recent Lion changes.
Yeah, very, very strong. 3 seconds now that the scan will go off, rather than the 2. And I can assure you that second, it may not feel like a big change.
Yeah.
Playing with it, it is big. Yeah, that 3-second change. Because one, I think muscle memory comes into it. Everyone knows, oh, I know how to wait 2 seconds off muscle memory. Yeah. Just that little bit of extra now puts you in a much more precarious position. It will take a while for players to kind of hop onto it. But still, 3 seconds without moving, it is a lot. Especially whenever you have so many scans.
So, seems like a similar sort of hold before. Boogeyman is hurt, but still standing. They've got themselves the single ball open, and now they're putting pressure on towards Admin on the opposite side. There is the chance that the keeper's building up, but they gave this territory away for free last time, and it allowed Heretics to focus what they wanted.
Yeah, there's one thing about FEARX. They're not playing into the util denial. We're so used to that vending position, stacked with Kibas, ADSs, Wamai Disc, Aruni Gates, the full shebang, but just not interested. I mean, they're playing very loose with their operator selection. A lot of denial, obviously, to stop any single windows coming in, which, yeah, I agree with. I respect it, but just think with the util dump over toward vending, I just think it's so important to control that part of the map. But just giving that up with only just, the one guy with Kivas, it's not enough. At
this point now, the Deimos is underneath, trying to put pressure, and it forces all of the players to maybe the only real bit close to the sites on the sandwich side of where you can stand without the Deimos putting the pressure on from underneath. Instead, pushes them towards Spiral. Mephi still holding on to the vending machine position here as the man that's about to get pinched. How much utility they can throw his way? They have the grenades, they have the util and the wherewithal. They just need to make sure that they can do it together. There's the grenade, there's the motion, there's blinds and survival, but you feel like it's just going to follow in a second. There's actually Flexi getting the first one towards Coated. It's trade back and forth. They're holding on for now. Skeptics moved his way into the site and got knocked off either side, but it's turned into a 2 versus 3. Woogieman holding on towards one side. Good Boys trying to get U4 in the middle of them. It's actually a back and forth and almost does just get the tail end of the player, but 30 seconds. They're calming down, and Oscar is going for the plant. He's in the default position. They can't get their way all the way around to him. Good Boy's actually been able to find a slink and a little bit of a route. Has the fire if he wants. There's the attempt on the plant once again. Bouncing it over the top, but he's got to go for the quick reload. The damage won't be enough. He's going to stick the plant, but he gets caught out. By the end of it, it's a post-plant situation, 2 versus 2. However, this is a very tricky position, and he had to take the fight, but he couldn't quite win it out. Groovy gets one, gets himself further away, and he's going to look for the machine pistol kills. Look how far back.
Yeah, good.
They have pulled. They are not leaving this up towards Chance. Holding on. Groovy's coming up the stairs, and he's getting the last of the round.
Good patience there from Grubby as well. Knows that the guy's going to have to swing. He's going to have to go aggro and get a kill back before he attempts that defuse. So yeah, good positioning. Overall, I think it's what I thought would happen whenever you're playing vending with just a Kiba. The guy got rinsed immediately.
If the Shoemaker launcher was reloaded, wouldn't have been able to get the plant. Maybe.
I still think it's a tricky position. Mostly because Oscar has legs and could simply just walk in and shoot the guy if needed. But Oscar knew he could tank it because he took so long getting that first Molotov in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But we went back and forth in a much more violent round than what we'd sort of had on either of the first two, right? The first round was all Heretics, the second all FEARX, and now, well, it ends up on the side of Heretics, but
he's been very upbeat today, Grubby, do you not think? He has been, every round it's so positive, keep it going, and that's, I think, the kind of player that, obviously for a team, players who've never played at this level, you need that.
Yes. Yeah, of course. You have to be able to try and get your head up, especially when you know you're coming into a Coliseum that you have only failed in, right? And on a big roster, it was for a long time heralded as being the next up-and-coming EML team and the next sort of big thing, and they couldn't quite make it work on international stages. We'd get there and be like, no, they're great, we promise, they're great. And then they fall apart. They made a roster change. We've seen how good Secret has become after the change, obviously, in the year that they've had.
The roster's moves and, the players that they picked up, very clever with the business that they went for.
Yep. But now you get the other side of it. If Groovy doesn't have those pressures on him as a player, he doesn't have...
he can't blame Savage if he loses that. He can't say, Savage, it's his fault.
He cannot. Another tech pause. We have to be back in. But again, it's a much more competitive round from both teams. Both teams were sort of making sure that they could meet their mark. There was good lessons learned, I think it's fair to say, because the stuff that we pointed out about both teams and they pointed out about themselves, things like don't just give them free real estate, try and hold it down. Got a kill from the position, took a lot of utility and time away from them. And then also, don't go for individual fights. Don't go for your 1 versus 1s. Do a 2 versus 1. Build as a team. Use your stuff in your pockets.
Yeah. I think overall, the siege, the structure, especially the quick adaptations where they've kind of hit the bomb site within about, a minute, 30-minute mark.
Yep.
I think Heretics have been great with that. Look, there are still basic issues that we've seen, especially in Clubhouse. Not being able to open up walls, 100%. Not being able to use a Thatcher gadget correctly, throw in a 5v2 that should never be happening. There is still, of course, signs there that shows, yes, they're still inexperienced. But I think overall, we've seen a lot worse from teams. I think that's the best way to put it. It's not a bad showing for their first game. And like we mentioned, if you get one win, that could be enough to get you out of groups. That's so important for this team.
If these two teams, whoever wins this game, if both these teams then go on to lose to every other team, you could still, it could be just decided by this one series. And you don't want to think like that, but you have to think
But it
like
does happen, because you have to be real sometimes.
You have to be real sometimes. And be Oscar, aim for main stage.
Baby, don't forget about that bit.
Baby.
You have to
be
correctly.
Be flexy, be realistic.
Yeah.
And
I love the way as well, if Flexi say, get out of groups, survive the group. Like, he's used specifically survive.
Current objective. Survive. And just a picture.
But I think that from Flexi, it's realistic. You have to remember what they're up against. You think about the experience of some of the teams.
Oh, 100%.
You know, I like that mindset. You do have to be a realist sometimes.
If you're not, then you're living in a fantasy world, and this isn't a fantasy game. This is a tactical, realistic
I like a
game.
fantasy sometimes. I remember I said GT were going to win SI23. I was living in Cuckoo Land.
Yeah.
It worked out for me, so I'm not complaining.
You were correct. Do you think they're going to win this one? Hot take, day one. We smash cut production. We smash cut towards the day of the finals. It's map point, map 5.
We'll see, because the team's hurt me in the past. But things have been good this year, I will say that much. And as long as they keep Little Stomping happy, I think we're in with a shot. Main thing.
We can talk about the photo shoots because we saw them on broadcast. How cool. You didn't do one.
I didn't do one.
You refused to do one.
Would have broke the camera if I did one.
Because so beautiful.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
After they did all the player one, the on-air crew were able to do some as well. And let me tell you, they're great. They're great. They're great photos. I think we should have got all of the crew to do them. I want to see our producers rocking those 70s looks. Is it 70s? Is it Parisian chic? How would you describe the look?
For one more pause. I want to say some things here. Let's go piano safe. Fuck up if they see any chic or not, guys. They don't know how we're gonna play. Because if they want to play Supion, I want to be over the round of Supion, okay? So piano safe. Guys, about the other rounds we lose in CO, if they're playing something split, guys, you guys cannot hold everything, give area, give soda. Play just for CO side. If they want to play, they have a Tachanka. One guy can go wide, it's like to kill the plant, If it's too much split, it's hard to hold everything, right? But we're not gonna play CO right now, so let's go for piano safe. After that, try one garage. But if you need to play more CO in this game, thinking about that, but one more thing. I think in CO, if you go one time, they're not gonna repeat team attack. They're gonna play for yellow side, like a BB and glass, something like that, But now, piano safe. Change operator.
You okay?
Yeah.
safe.
We were straight back into a timeout there. I was taken by surprise. I was talking nonsense about Parisian chic fashion. All right, what's your thoughts? What's your breakdown?
I must say, Dark, I'm loving the timeouts.
Yeah.
Really, really sharp. If you don't know who Dark is, he was, I believe, the assistant coach for FaZe at one point, I think back in his early days. That's where he started off. And then he got a role inside of Korea. And I think he's done wonders with that team. You think the team that he's produced and being able to make, again, this super team that we keep talking about. So yeah, big fan. I think that timeout, very good. Straight away tells them, guys, we're going to play piano. We're going to go safe. Just play basic stuff. We'll be fine. Then obviously he mentioned with the rounds that they lost, CEO, he feels as though his side is trying to control too much of the map. Where whenever Heretics are playing that split Fury, where they're trying to control everything as well, there's just too much pressure that Heretics are kind of having. And whenever they're so kind of split up from one another and they're not really in positions to trade because they're trying to hold so much, that's where they keep getting overlapped. Because they're essentially going into gunfights in a 1v2 because Heretics are always with a buddy. So I like the approach. Play tighter, give space if needed, let them sweat, use the Chanka if needed. Yeah, good timeout overall. See if his team can put that into reality.
So, we'll find out in just a moment as we go back in. I was just having a quick scroll of everything, and technically coming into this, based on the Liquipedia listings of people involved in the teams, there are only 2 teams at Six Invitational that do not have, at least in some way, a Brazilian related to the team, whether a player, a coach, or an analyst. Only 2 teams do not have a Brazilian. Now, I'll give it a second.
I feel as though I could guess, but maybe
let chat guess first. Chat, if you can work it out without looking, which 2 teams do not have a Brazilian? you're looking at my notes.
No, I had an idea of who it would have been.
Okay, that's time passed. If you guessed Daystar and Enterprise, you're correct.
Yep.
That is it. Every single other team. And it just shows how impactful. I just wanted to make a note of that now. It shows how impactful, obviously, the region of Siege there is, that it is in every region of Siege. In some cases, full export rosters, but Dark was, I believe, the first that made the big jump towards APAC and that side of the world as a sort of coach and as a sort of figure. And what a trendsetter, right?
Yeah. He was there to say, guys, it's okay. It's safe here. You can bring the rest of them. And then 2 teams come out of nowhere.
They set him over. Yeah. They welcomed him in. And then
recon mission. How was it?
Oh, honestly,
get the bags packed. We're over here, fellas. We can make a name for ourselves.
To spend some time in Korea, I'd love that. I'm a terrible coach. I'm not Brazilian. I can't fulfill the great work that they've done. But I just want to spend some time out there, you know. See Korea. Anyway, thank you for bearing with us. So we had the timeout in the middle of that. We talked about how good the timeout was. We talked about the mentality. It was very much on a sort of round-to-round basis, but it's hold on towards piano, right? That's the sort of lock-in that we get. And what we also get here from this selection of operators, to mine eyes doth deceive me, verticality. You've got the Solus, you've got the Pulse, you've got an idea of what they want to do there, which is they could either play above, right, and try and keep it locked down and put the pressure on, but if needed, could be mobile up and down.
Yeah, it could be both. I think Solus above, Pulse below.
Yep.
Makes the most logical sense. Solus, I think, is very good on Consulate. Whenever there is a lot of information you can gain just right from the get-go. And whenever we talk about Consulate, and we're kind of used to you take either one side, which is your admin, or over towards yellow. If you can see the drones, you know, people hop on cameras straight away, you'll know what the take is going to go for. And I suppose the same can be said for Pulse. Pulse can sit all the way down inside a server, for example, and he can actually pulse and see players on the windows of admin. So you can call out how many players are on the windows, and then you can also hit them with a C4 from here. So there's a lot of potential.
Boogeyman almost just got a stray bullet from somebody spraying through the doors. But yeah, Pulse and Consular is a story. Even in the original Consular, the sort of original map setup was well known. Yeah,
this was,
it's because you just get a whole side. You get a whole side, you get multiple stories, and you get it.
Then you do the little rotate up at the Visa stairs, and you see 4 of the guys as they're...
It's classic. Yeah, it's beautiful. Anyway, what we have here is a bit of a play, but this is where things might work for Heretics, because we know when they're on their game, they're great at isolating engagements. They forced at least a player out of Visa, suffered from damage either side, though, as Viewpool gets a bit of a scrape from the second story. They think someone might still be in that corner, but he's actually been able to get the rotate.
Are they going to try and walk into sight here and just completely ignore the extension? I mean, look at where Oscar and Grubby's got themselves into. They're right into the heart of the map. They're inside a lounge, and the castle's trying to come around, but he's lost Grubby! Now it's just Oscar in the corner! Oh, he's being attacked!
Flexi, though, in the meantime, he's doing his best to hold on. They have some space. It's still a brawl right in the core of it. Dropping shield, drawing attention, drops with the pistol. Everyone's taking little scraps of damage, but nobody can get the full feast. Slips his way right into Upul's waiting gun, though, and saving Private Oscar. That was a multi-million-dollar piece. Now, a minute 20 on towards the board left. It's a 4 versus 3. They've lost out on Rin. They've lost out on Mephi, and an opportunity to get rid of this Monty. What can they do?
Well, 2 options still. You have the Source above, and you have the Pulse below. So the denial is still there. It's still not out of the woods yet. For Heretics, they've been able to gain control of the mid floor, but that's not the issue. It's top and bottom they need to clear.
So the Monty with the kit has the awareness of that player, and you can see the Pulse underneath, waiting patiently.
They're going to sledge
is going for the position, and there's the plant. Oh, but he can't quite get the angle. He's going to try and loop it round. He's too late. The C4 does connect to at least one. There's Skeptic getting good point back, though. And now they've got to go for this retake. Coated swings his way down the stairs, caught out from the waiting. They're on the window as well. Coated! Okay, doesn't get that one though. More than ready for that fight. The flashes come out. They're just buying time here. And it's the right move because you know he's got to get the player up. And at this point, crawling his way through on towards the barb. 18 seconds. They're going to have to try and get between the pair of them. They've got themselves into an aggressive position. Skeptic has one and Flexi has the other. And I mean, we wanted an intense tight round. And for a long minute. That was just a fight in the middle.
You are playing with fire with what they were doing inside the lounge. I mean, bold move. Not looking to challenge the roamers, not really establish control if you were downstairs or the top floor. They just thought, let's just go straight down the middle and into the mid floor. It was a brawl. They made it work somehow. I mean, Oscar, let's be real. Should be dead. Should be dead.
And even, like, I mean, doing their best, fine. The cover.
The bit that I want to pick up on, which I thought was genius. They know about the pulse. Pulse is obvious, yeah. They know he's there. You know if you're going to be planting in piano, that C4 is an issue. What do? In the middle of the bomb site, they start sledging the pulse to stop him getting into a position to C4. I love it.
Narrow margins maketh a round. Heretics. They now have a 2-round buffer and 3 attacks on towards this side. As I said it multiple times, the defense is where FEARX usually shines brighter. And unfortunately, they're just being a little bit snuffed out right now. They can't quite get themselves into that trade of energy. They've struggled on Consulate before and recently. They're not quite getting themselves the decent momentum, but it's all building up here for Heretics. And we said it after map 1, right? All the players have potential to pop off, but nobody has been able to. This time's good, boy. There's the break going on towards the mirror window. They're going for the trick. The Nitro obviously got shot out, but the Bandit on towards the exothermic. Ooh, how much of this is just going to be juggling? How much has been cost so far? They're not going to keep going. They've still got all 3 exothermics.
Yeah, he still has 1 nade Upor, so still clear away the Bandit charges if they do get placed down again. But I think that's more of a later stage kind of job. However, just the guy on yellow's been able to pick off Grubby. I mean,
just hanging out.
Typically that gets drone, but maybe that's something that they've missed. And
it's also Grubby. He might have just wanted to go for the engagement.
Yeah, that does sound like him.
I'm
not going to defend. Look,
no. He was 7-2 up to that point. It makes sense for the track. And at this point now, they don't have the Dockerby, they don't have those calls, and they don't have their breacher anymore.
Oh,
good night, Skeptic. And now they've just got to try and send it in.
I mean, surely they could have just opened up the breach.
Yeah, like, they could have with more utility.
Because there was nothing really there. They just nade the Bandit and that's it. Like, sure, maybe fearing that the mirror window is going to be popped, but still get that opened up, still get that pop, so at least you still have technically the breach is kind of open. But if that mirror window hasn't been popped, it's still like just fully shut. So not a great position for Heretics to be in.
Good Boy, I think, is still around the top floor as well. Yes, he's just off on one. And he is going to be the backstab potential right now. They know that the players have to try and put their pressure down below. They're running low on time. They're still going for the clear. The Ponzi is just trying to find a fight here. Solo pushing Oscar, sending it. They've recollected the kit outside the far side. Now they've got to try and build themselves up for a take on the back because they're not going for the breach. They can't. So it's down spiral with one, just trying to slink their way past the players on either side. They know fully well where the Monty is. Good Boy, there's the backstab, gets Upor. And now it's just bullying a shield. Does find one, does find Good Boy. And a Glaz alone with 40 seconds. I bet we're going to see Zeds posted by probably Maffy.
Well, I think Flex is going to have a punt.
No, I think he will, but that doesn't change the energy that they've brought towards the game today. It's going to have a close firefight here with Good Boy. He's stepped up on the door. As I said, though, this is the sort of problem, right? Good Boy's having a great game. Or a great map even, but it's been, you know, it wasn't enough last map for just Rin, right?
Yeah. I mean, basic stuff. Feel for Heretics, same way that we've talked about them. Again, breaches. That's happened again. Can't get the breach open successfully.
Yeah.
You know? But, and then losing Grubby again doesn't help. Dokkaebi would have been great there, deal with that roaming presence in towards server. Just that kind of chain reaction, I feel, just kind of caught out Heretics, and I think Grubby, you know, it is unlucky. Yes, those things happen, but still, needs to try and square things up if they want to try and take a positive half out of this attack. Opportunity to go 4-2 on the half would be exceptional.
I mean, with how FEARX have struggled with their attacks today and in general, I think that would be one of the things that would sort of set this game in the rest of the motion. I think there's always the chance that Heretics have already done enough
Yeah, especially because we know on the defense these are going to be running around like vermin.
Oh yeah, they're going to be causing.
Get the pest control in for these.
They're going to be causing problems. And do you know what I think Heretics are going to do? At least a double shield ban. As they're sort of opening maneuver, because they know FEARX.
They'll crutch on that. They'll come back to that at some point.
They will. 100% they will. I said it at the start of the map. It's been sort of proven. There's always the chance that Heretics don't because they think that they can take the fight. They love moving.
It's more the case of, I think, with the way the attackers are, yes, you would love to ban the double shield, but then you leave yourself open to a Grim and a Ying.
You do.
So I think the bans are in a very tricky position. So that's why being good at shields, it then limits other options. Everyone can play Grim and Ying, not everyone can play shields. And if you can, just adds more arrows to your quiver.
Now, talking of a shield with the crutch, Oscar, third round in a row, and
leave him alone. Someone has to do the job. He doesn't like it, but somebody has to.
I mean, we've already complimented him enough and what he's been able to bring to this roster when he joined, right? It was this joined. Oh, they're at SI.
Yeah.
It's been a meteoric run, and you know some of the other names who have had that sort of impact. People like Benjamin Master from Once Upon a Time,
and the change for me, yeah. SI.
So you're looking at always having that potential of a spark lighting the kindling that turns into the fire that lifts a hammer. It happens. That's not how it starts, though. Flexi gets caught out by Rin, out and about, enjoying taking the first kill. And then we don't have the drive of the Monty in towards this core point, where instead are they going to try and focus their attention to the top floor.
Yeah, very loose hold, I feel, for FEARX. I mean, they're just kind of here, there, and everywhere, looking for the roam, a quick jump in, and again, the Monty trying to block off the door.
Oh, what a Pavlova! Oh no, it's all falling apart. Groovy, first gone last time, last one stood, does get good boy, but I think he'll have to be gifted the rest of this round for it to go into his favor. And he isn't. Coated locks it in, as does FEARX for the last 2 rounds there. That felt like a very different FEARX towards the team in the middle. And it also felt like a very different Heretics, too.
Yeah. I mean, all of a sudden, it's like, oh, well, that's actually not bad for FEARX. All of a sudden, it's fair game now. It's 3 rounds apiece. Heretics looked as though they were building really good momentum, and then just those last 2 rounds, just gone with a blink of an eye. I mean, that round, especially, how quick was that round to see that be ended in the way that it did? So, side switch. Who will this favor? That's the question now. Heretics, again, like I mentioned, I think they're going to be pretty aggro. Going to try and get active and put a lot of pain into the backside of FEARX. And look, this is what I mean. You either go for the Ying and you go for the Grim, or you go for the shields.
You was right.
There's the Ying. Should be the Grim.
Technically, there's also a shield, but I just want to be right.
Should be the Grim. So you've got the shields. There you are. That's it.
The limitation of the Warden as well. It sort of heralds a bit of an idea of what they want to do. Warden isn't as impactful as he has been in previous metas, but in the right hands, against especially the right approaches, well, now you're looking at a lot of Glaz, a lot of Sense, a lot of these let's cut covers.
Oh dear, you've made the foolish mistake.
Oh no.
You've mentioned about the Glaz and the Warden. This is the biggest myth, and I'm going to put an end to it now.
Maybe I was just propping you up.
Before.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the myth,
I'm
right?
such a good Kogo.
Okay. Whenever it comes to the discussion of Glaz versus Warden, Glaz wins every time.
Every time?
Every time.
Every time.
Okay? And the reason why, Warden does not get his glasses on as quickly as Glaz's scope comes up.
It's true.
That's the way it works. So whenever people go, if they've got the Glaz, no. Because the Glaz will always see you before you see him. That's the way it works. Unless you are prepped with your glasses on, standing still, already looking at a position, you're not winning
5
that.
seconds remaining.
But I will say Warden would be very good, though, against FEARX, who we know like to bring a lot of flashbangs as their kind of general utility.
They do. They get them sort of out. They get them...
They are.
Locked in. I learned what they call flashbangs in Korean because of content that I can't talk about right now, but it will come up and you'll all hear it. And
okay.
But it was filmed yesterday. It was great. And there was maybe some math that they had to do, which is more fun than it sounds, guys. The content's great.
We've got stellar content. We're going to be teaching you how to
We're learning how to count. Anyway, that's so far beyond the point. The point is here, actually, or is it just above here? The Deimos is going to see if he can try and get some of the verticality, get some of this pressure and force the players out. You can see the first track is on the Tachanka.
Good person to target.
We talked about how this works before. There's...
Got eyes on him.
Oh my. Good boy's in, and he's out straight away. But the plant is a bait. It's a bait to try and get the
under. Yubo can't quite get the position. He finally does. Oh, that was so close. Coated, though, gets the kill. However, Coated gets another. It's a 3 versus 2. Gets the verticality, but this is a very strange place that we're in. The art is on the walls, and it's a 3 versus 2 with almost 2 minutes left.
Okay. Oh dear. I was going to say, now we slow things down, FEARX, and we play a 3v2. However, Oscar has somehow just got a pick of a guy standing immobilized. Oh, the window didn't even move, just stood there.
Well, Oscar might have just been the savior of this round. Gonna see if they can try and make their way past the Denari lasers with a grenade. There's a lot of wanting the fight here from Oscar. And we talked about this position, how impactful it is, but look at the grid setup everywhere.
This is the util that FEARX didn't have.
Yes. With a minute and a 2 versus 2, you can see they're trying to double up, but Skeptic and Oscar, they're keeping themselves active. It's quick to get support to each other. There's a lot of chance at the read and the denial here. Plays themselves on towards the catch, goes for the Deimos break, worried about being peeked from the opposite side. The fire comes through, but as does the Deimos, though, gets hit by a bit of a stun, so they'll know he's been able to obviously cut the divide as well as the read on his ability. They have the crossfight in 40 seconds, looking for either potential and just gets another stun. Coated gets his 3rd for the round. Oscar, as I said, he might have been the one who could save this round, but he could be the only saving grace right now. Pulls himself back. Well played, wants to wait for the plant, the time of the engagement of a 1 versus 1, but crosses the divide and gets the down and gets himself out of there. They don't have the time for the pickup. They swap the angle. He almost gets the follow through on Coated. They pull back 15 seconds. And now it's another 2 versus 1. As Oscar dodged, dived, duck, dipped, and waited for the defuse. He times the run. He finds the pocket of space. He pushes and pushes and pushes and Rin. Gun up, swings a corner, but Oscar, your man, the man who I said joined this roster and changed its fate, proves that those stories can still be written.
Oh, and he doesn't even react. Holy aura from Oscar. Yeah, as nonchalant as you like. Oh my.
Inside he's screaming.
What a 1v2.
Inside it's me screaming and you running around the room.
Oh, because I thought there was a moment where he allowed the revive, and I was like, okay, they know where he is. Surely they just, you know, just pre-fire where he, and somehow he he
played it brilliantly. Because his positioning as well, he put himself in a situation where they had to, if they pushed him, they had to push him at the same angle.
And whenever he got the down, he immediately runs. Don't allow the other player to get that trade. But that was big. And that's how you set the tone now for your half.
Honestly. Oh, and devastated there from the side of Rin, but
that
couldn't have been closer.
It could have went either. That was seesaw, just back and forth, back and forth.
5 seconds to insertion.
Wow.
3 to 4. 3 to 4. This game is still cooking, and Heretics just get their first defense, and the word just does all the lifting there. We get our Echo with the more drones and the further utilization. We've obviously got the chance at UPOR playing a bit of a distance on the Solus. They can keep themselves locked in, and with the Monty and with the utility game back on the other side, they should make pretty quick work of the wall outside. The combination of the Maverick and the Habana, it's not going to be the biggest, most devastating piece that it in some ways was. Obviously, when we saw Heretics approach, they did not get that wall open. The first thing is on towards Secret and the emergency exit. Get that open, get the pressure, and make sure that they can't try and loop their way up. As you can see, Woogie Man, I think he's just going to try and make his way in towards Visa.
Yeah, really good position to send a Monty down is in through the secret tunnel. And Monty, it's kind of the situation where you're always going to be pushing forward. You never have to worry about a flank or anything like that. It's all just going to come from one direction, which is fantastic. I mean, he should see that angle open.
Yeah,
he shouldn't fall. You fell for it. You fell for it.
You fell for my ruse. got caught out. I mean, it's also a great premonition there, obviously, from FEARX. They knew what they wanted to cover, and they know the team that they're up against. And it's what was missing on Bank. We did not have any of that VOD review, and it showed so powerfully against FEARX's usual game. Here, they know what's going. They know
And I think
it.
it's the case. You know you're against Grubby. You know the player that he is, and you just think he'll probably get him. Come on,
Yeah, he'll get him.
Like Grubby straight away. Grubby didn't think, oh, they could be holding an angle from that. He thinks, I can see for that.
Yeah.
That's the way he thinks. It's what can benefit me rather than what benefits the enemy team.
You use the right bait for the right fish, and
There's a lot of bait.
This
to work
could
for
be a
Grubby.
bit of bait. Flexi,
dear.
they might not know. Holding the position, gets one, leaves them on the isolated. The Echo read him like a book, and the book, well, I don't think it's written in Korean. They're trying to get the lock in, but they're not overextending. You can see, look at
Shot
the
the
players
Echo.
on the back. They're trying to get the rotate. Flexi gets on towards one. It's covered and crossed. Woogieman is down. Everybody's massively hurt, but if they can secure Woogieman, that's going to be the lock-in, and he's still got the tight angle. Oscar has the cover on Good Boy. And that leaves Rin alone, trying to do their best. And I mean, beautiful play from the back of the Echo drone. Pre-fires for the engagement, but at this point, Heretics could just leave, and it seems like they are.
Yeah, should be the lockout. I mean, 25 seconds, not a massive amount of time for Rin to play with. The Echo is still there, who was the real savior there just to disrupt that Monty. And he's going to try and work his way through, but yeah, just not going to happen for him. I mean, good patience. I think Heretics and the patience that they've had in a lot of these kind of dying moments, I think it's been great. Nobody's really tried to overextend. And it's rewarded them for round win. But a missed drone.
A missed drone.
And a missed drone shouldn't be happening.
Because it's a Capitao as well.
It's just
Clear that position in an instant.
Guys, especially whenever the Monty's already in. If that player got droned, he's dead. He's trapped. He's not getting out of that position alive. And that's just what they missed, was just a simple drone.
The Echo, though.
The Echo was greatly timed. And did you notice as well, whenever that Echo stun came in, everyone was going for that Monty. They all doubled up. They believed in each other. They had that trust. I mean, this is the kind of siege. You have to make the play makes you.
You've said the phrase! If it's on your bingo, please tick that one off. It has been logged and locked in. 5-3. The round deficit once again finds itself stretched towards 2. And FEARX are on the wrong side of it. Now, they have obviously already used their timeout as well, so they can still only play the game that is ahead of them. At this point, that momentum that Heretics have built up, you sort of said, is 3 rounds enough? It's down to them to prove it, but that round, as you said, the way they impacted as a team, the way they sort of affected the map as a team was so well synergized, and was everything that was talked about in timeouts of yore of, we just need to stop giving them ones. At this point, let's see if they can try and just get another round into their favor, keep themselves off of map and eventual series point. How has he not got that? How has he only done what is like a breath of damage?
If that was me in rank, dead.
I would
disgusting.
Be fuming.
That's what I can't. Just forget that. Just what's the point? There's no point. There's no point. They can't hear me. They can't have a go at him. What's the point?
Anyway, I mean, Skeptic lucky to survive with his life, let's be honest, but also Good Boy unlucky to not get that and then not get the follow through there. Getting some of the work done on the verticality. Flex is obviously sort of sat waiting for an approach here on towards yellow stairs, but they're still getting themselves on the top floor. External entirely and waiting for this, the green light to swing in and not get instantly rebuffed. They know they like to be active. They know they like to put the pressure on, and they know that they could be bloody anywhere. And at this point right now, they're putting themselves a little bit further away. There's that new quick thorn gadget.
Quick, isn't it?
So quick, terrifying. And the position of that play, I mean, if it was slightly further in the corridor, could have been a bit of a different story. Still, dealing with utility. Heavy hurdles here, Demo.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try and challenge the top floor, but this is where Heretics want them. They've put a lot of their util operators upstairs. You think about the smoke. Who's going aggro, but eliminates the player in Spiral. 4v5 that FEARX have to battle from, and don't forget the top floor, it's not the bomb site.
No.
Even if they take above, then they have to start rotating in towards the mid floor. And by that stage, we know Heretics, they'll fall off. They're very good at dropping off from a roam game if they feel that's the right call.
At this point as well, they've pretty much used all of their utility. They've got a smoke, they've got an impact, but they've taken away 2 minutes, and they've taken rid of Deimos. So at the same sort of split, you look at what's in the pockets, 1 frag grenade. That's the drive. We've had a brawl. They've come out slightly worse for wear, but there's been no more of it.
Wow.
Boogeyman makes a friend with a shotgun, but he's just easy pickings whilst in that mine. Now as they're moving their way across, Groovy either side with the shotgun, it's an execution above, but it's still a 2 versus 3 because they couldn't quite get the full lockout here in 30 seconds. There's the drop on towards the Blackbeard. Oscar's out of there. He's not going to try and find out what happens when he meets a Blackbeard toe-to-toe and face-to-face. Instead, he's going to have a look at the piano and see if that's still playing the sweet tune of us on map and series points. The point being now, though, 15 seconds. They've got to try and find their way to filter down. It's going to be another hot hatch drop and seeing if they can find their way across, but they're still toying with them, Demo. They're putting them in towards the smoke and the play against it. 1 on the plant, 1 on the cover of every single possible angle. He secures that kill. This time round, he gets the double, but he gets caught out at the post plant. No, it isn't! Groovy! Once upon a time on a clubhouse, we had a lot of bullets pumped into an already dead body and a bit of an old chat, and this time Groovy gets his revenge. The man who has been to 2 SIs and never won a series is 1 round away from breaking that curse.
Oh, there was a moment where I thought, wow, they bottled that. Where he got the double, I mean, give credit to Good Boy on that.
Oh.
That was a great transition from 1 up the hatch to eliminate the Thorn. But the 3rd member comes in, and I think he just ran out of ammo. He maybe could have, I don't know. But he ran out of ammo, and then just in the nick of time, Grubby was able to get the kill onto the shield before he fully got that shield up. Wow, 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 wow. But overall, the round was really well played by Heretics. A little bit dodgy at the end, but the general gist of holding above, challenge FEARX, use a lot of the util above. You've seen the smoke upstairs, get good value from the toxic grenades, and then swiftly fall back once you have that man advantage. And they've done that, again, really, really well.
Just got
He is that coughing fit, isn't he? Wow, he didn't get checked out. I mean, this was fantastic. Look at this transition, but he just did not know about the other. And then, yeah, like I said, just about gets it before Code got his shield up. Wow.
I'm so good! I'm so good! I'm so good!
Ruby.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
6-3, Heretics. 1 round
10
away. The
seconds to
T2 team that could keep going here. Obviously, this is so far away from the decider of everything, but we've already harped on and highlighted the importance of these 2 teams going against each other, and this potentially being the game that separates a team from stage 1 and stage 2. Remember, gang, only one of these teams will not progress into that 2nd stage before they have a chance of fighting for main stage. So, don't be that team, was the MO. Heretics, I mean, they are so close towards the first step of success. Is that in your book, your self-help book? More of your phrases?
The help is anyone can plant.
Anyone can plant.
That's the book name. And it's true, anyone can plant.
Changing back.
Oh, here we go. Match point. At the moment, the momentum, the morale. Any word starting with M, it's with Heretics. However, the M that's not as Mephi, as he's able to pull off the opening pick. Oscar down, and that's a good operator to pick off very early on. We know that the Kiva barriers, they're regenerative over the course of the round, so Oscar's probably going to miss out, I think, at least 2 Kiva barriers there in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, what you doing? No, Flexi somehow gets coated, gets the Blackbeard, and gets out of there. Tragedy is struck in the office.
I feel as though this series, there's been so many missed opportunities for kills coming back in favor of teams.
It's crazy how often it's happened, but you know what? Flexi has been the man to make it happen twice over the past, 3 rounds when he was playing behind the pillar and caught out the Capitao as well. It just seems continual It's almost this residual ability that he's kept on from the first map where Flexi was the man of the moment for Heretics in their darkest tower. Now he's just even more of a shining light with the rest of the team, lifting him up. And they've lost Blackbeard. We've talked about shields for this team. Have they lost this series based on Flexi getting a sneaky one?
Look at the time. We're below a minute. And really, what have they done? What have the attackers getting control of? What, admin? Is that it? They haven't even pushed in towards vending. They haven't even got themselves set up for a plant yet. I mean, this is going to cut it really, really close. And there's still smokes. There's still a C4 from Grubby as well that can be used.
They're trying to get their way up Spiral. Rin's gone for the hop-in, but they're still holding it aggressively, looking for the fight. Grubby gets one as Rin balances it out, pre-fires, but Heretics aren't giving them any ground, any counter. Grubby takes the next bit of damage, but still, once again, gets away. That's the important part. No C4, one smoked, and one more body down. Woogieman, though, is able to win out the engagement and take a lot of damage. They're not stopping to get Good Boy up currently. They need to do something as a 3 versus 2. There's the pickup, there's the what to the name of for Skeptic! Somehow threads the needle through 7 haystacks and finds the result on the end. 5 seconds ticking with the ominous of we are falling apart. Going for the plant. Good Boy watching on the cover, has the cross, has the angle, doesn't have the kill, but what they do have is a loss. And what Heretics have, what Groovy has, what these players who didn't have hope before have, is a win on the grandest stage of the game they've given us so much to over the years. Heretics win their first series.
Oh, over to you, Mr. Savage. That now puts the pressure on him. Grubby's got his win. Wow, what a performance from Heretics. And the thing is, Grubby, he can say he earned that win because what a stellar map that he's just had. Wow.
I mean, it was so much fight as well, obviously, as we said. You know, it's not over and done. There's still time, there's still games, there's still a lot, and they have a day off tomorrow, and Oscar almost tripped, but we'll cut that out because of how brilliantly he played. FEARX, they've still got games ahead, but for us and for these two teams for today, we're now taking a break before we're back with our desk.
with Oscar from Team Heretics just taking down FEARX. Hell of a matchup, I have to say, especially how things went on map 3. But we have to start at the beginning. Map 1, there were some teething issues for Team Heretics to step into it. What was going on in that matchup, warming up into it?
Yeah, well, obviously, I think we're a tier 2 team, so going straight to SI for some of these players is a great step up, and I think the disconnection was a bit there. We didn't play like scrims, we didn't play like other officials like the LCQ. But on map 2 and 3, we showed ourselves.
What's that kind of difference in warm-up between, hey, I'm playing qualifiers at home online versus I'm here online, I have my teammates, it's a different sort of setup. What do you feel is that big difference for you?
Probably, to be honest, for me, it's like the external noise and stuff like that. It's like at home, there's nothing going on. But here, other teams are shouting, everyone's celebrating. You can fist bump after a round, it's crazy. So it's just different.
A different trash talk also when you're on LAN in that way. It kind of hits in a different way. And take me through map 2, because it looked like, yes, you were devastated. You lost your map pick in the first one, but then going into bank, there was a lot more comfort on your faces.
Yeah, I think the loss and just going outside and talking about it just helped a lot, because we just came back into it talking about the game plan well and did the game plan well. And we had a good half, and then it just rolled over to attacks. So it's good.
And you go into map 3. There was a lot of clutches, though, I have to say. Despite you winning map 3 and the entire series, there's a lot of clutch moments in there. Can you guide me through how some of the comms situations are when you're left in a 2v2, you're waiting for a plan to happen?
I think, like, when you're in an official game, like, when you get in a clutch scenario, it's, like, totally different to when you're actually scrimming. Because when you're in a clutch scenario in the game, like, you want to win so bad that you play better. Right, it's not like practice where you don't really care about winning a 2v2. Like, you just want the initial plan to go well, and But in the game, like, anyone can win a 2v5. Like, they won a 2v5 on the first map, and that was devastating. So.
I remember that 2v5. That one on Church was a hell of a play from Moogie Man and really a misplay in it all, but it doesn't matter. That's in the past, right? 2-1, you collect the 2 points out of this. How do you feel now that your first match is done? Are you ready to just keep on grinding through the rest?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm happy to get one win at LAN. The other LANs haven't been that successful for me. But yeah, I'm excited for the off day tomorrow. Just relax and prepare.
Are there any other teams that you're kind of watching in your group that are like, oh, these ones we have to take down? It's kind of like a personal proof of things.
Well, I lost to the original Beast Coast when they won the major. They knocked us out, so I'll be happy to play them and see what happens.
That'll be a hell of a story if it does end up going your way. Team Heretics, Oscar, thank you very much for joining us. More action coming to you live at the Invitational.
Obviously, a less than ideal start for Team Heretics turns into janitor duty on map 2 and 3. They absolutely mopped the floor with BNK FEARX. We did have so many fears going into this game, especially for the APAC side. I think some of them were realized.
I mean, that's the story we've been painting on the desk is FEARX. Once you are able to understand how they go about their defenses, their attacks, it's very easy to be able to counteract. And that's what we wanted to see out of Heretics going into map 3, is them to be able to adapt in-game. And specifically on Consulate, that's where we saw it all click together. I mean, their attacks, understanding that FEARX are not adapting. They're just playing their strats over and over again. They're not adjusting to help each other where the area is needed. And Heretics took advantage of that. And we talked about it in the interview. When they get a good half start, it transitions into their defenses. And when they have that over-aggressive attacks from all angles, they're stopping FEARX. It's a cakewalk at that point once they get onto defense.
Yeah, absolutely. And specifically in that console that I really want to fixate on is on those defenses. What I really like from Heretics is they played the layering so well. They get aggressive very early. They would expend their utility. They would slow down the likes from FEARX. And then they would just come together and then slowly chip away at FEARX, making them force their own hand, play into those crossfires, and just ultimately making the rest of that series look clean and concise. I think you said it best. It was janitor duty for them once they swap side. And this is what we really want to see from a new team like this. Like I said, setting that goalpost from one game to the next, they have been doing a phenomenal job.
They certainly have, and obviously we had the pleasure of hearing from Oscar right after the game with Milosh. However, we actually welcome Flexi. What a performance that was. A bit of a reverse sweep, but I just want to ask you straight off the bat, how does it feel to win your first game at SI?
I mean, it's definitely a surreal experience. We weren't really expecting to be here. Our goal was actually to make Pro League next stage of Challenger League, but we're happy. It's what we're here for. We knew that it would be a difficult game. Nothing is going to come easy to us, but I think you saw it on the rounds where we played together. We actually can take on anyone, and we see it in scrims. It's just about bringing it into officials.
Yeah, and for a first matchup to go against FEARX, you're able to have some losses early on, but something that we just talked about is being able to understand the opposing team. And from a, so far, rookie team coming to your first event as a team, to be able to adapt in server, is that what you guys felt, that you understood how to beat FEARX after map 1 and implemented it map 2 and map 3?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we always start slow. Always. You can see it on our Tier 2 circuit. You can see it at the Sport Invitational. Unfortunately, in the Tier 2 Grand Finals, we didn't have the opportunity to recover because it was one game and done. But we always start slow, and we always read the opponents. And once we've read an opponent, unless we're playing maybe against the Falcons that has like Shaiko and Solotov and all these guys, we can almost always beat them. We read the opponents, and we make our whole game off of that, and that's our coach, David. And also for this event, we had Magusto, which worked with our Elevate Academy. He also helped us with more of like micro stuff and theory of the game. So we're always ready for it. It takes a bit of time, but we get there.
Well, I want to ask you specifically, just from your own personal experience, you are the least experienced player in terms of T1 level. This is your first Tier 1 experience being at the Invitational. It's such a prestigious event. I kind of want to ask you, how are you able to just kind of control all the emotions in these moments? I mean, even your play, you performed exceptionally well. I just wanted to know, I mean, how are you able to make all of this work?
I mean, obviously, I'm still nervous. There are some rounds where I go.
Look at.
I mean, there are some rounds that I looked at my monitor the wrong way, you know. But you just have to remember that you're not at home. It's not a scrim. Like in the scrim, you can get upset and scream at our IGL because you did something. They can scream at you, but it's an official game. You're at SI. If you can't keep your cool, you don't want it. And I took 2 years off Siege after trying to go full time, and I'm here to win. And if I lose, it's okay. But deep down, that's what I want to do, so just live with it. The stress is going to be there. I just have to do it.
Love it.
It's quite stoic. I love it. Flexi, anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
I'd like to thank all our fans, the Team Heretics, the fan base, obviously the owners that trusted in us for this SI, and hopefully the future. Thank you to everyone from our team's family back home. They support us a lot, every single player. Thanks to PG Onino, because I know he's watching this game and he just screamed his eyes out. You guys don't know him, but he's a funny guy. And yeah, I mean, thanks for the production and everything. It's a real experience. So yeah, that's all.
Well, best of luck in your next match, Flexi, and we look forward to seeing what Team Heretics do. But for us, for now, we're going to go ahead and have a lovely little chat with Ace of Pyrite and Seeds a Tale.
Welcome, Siege fans, to the first episode of the legendary tales of the Six Invitational, the Crown and the King. Every era of Siege gives birth to battles that outgrow the scoreboard. Stories not told in numbers, but in memory. This is one of them. From Europe and MENA, two powers rose above the rest. Two banners destined to cross again and again and again. G2 Esports, world champions already etched into history. Team Falcons, once denied the crown, now reborn. In the first act, the balance was clear. G2, they dictated the rhythm. They moved like a force that knew victory, because they'd already tasted it. Discipline, precision, the calm of those who carry a title and expect another. But legends are not written by comfort. They're written by those who rise from the shadows. Stage 2, Munich, the EML final. Falcons answered, but not with words, with authority. At the heart of this rivalry, a name already whispered in prophecy. Shaiko. Shaiko. A legend forged in raw aim and relentless precision. And across from him, King, not yet crowned. Stomping, supported by role, ruler by presence. This is his first invitational. No past trophies to defend, only a future waiting to be claimed. But wars are not won by fire alone. They're shaped by minds. Like Alamo, a commander who fights on the front line, calling, fragging, winning. Already crowned, already proven. And Leakafak, a strategist, strong, structured, a builder of systems where others shine. G2 Falcons, different philosophies, but the same ambition. Proof that neither stands above the other. Yet. At the Six Invitational, there are no rematches of the past, only chapters waiting to be written. And this year, you don't play to win, you play to make history.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Well, APAC could not stand up to the might of the Tier 2 Europeans. That really pains me to say, but unfortunately, that just is the way the cookie crumbles. But we look forward to a game that potentially might give us a little bit more hope, a little bit more love toward APAC. I think that this one, contextually, NIP, WEIBO, this feels like it's going to have a bit more depth to it.
I mean, you'd like to think so. Both of these teams are in situations where they're trying to make it as far as they've ever been, and they both have a lot to show throughout the year. Two have earned this spot here. We just have to see if they can act on it.
Well, I would love to see both of them act on it because I think there are different storylines for both teams, and I think both equally have a similar storyline if we speak vaguely about it. But NIP, I mean, they went missing on the back of maybe 2022, 2023.
Yeah, they have, and it's good to see this organization finally get the representation that they were early on in the Siege years. And one player I want to focus on quickly is Pino. The last time he was in France, he won the Six Invitational back in 2021. But I want to look at the future, the next generation of players, and that is Fantasy. This has been a player that we've seen very early on. He was a young prodigy, then didn't really find a lot of success. He was the best player on, I'd say, weaker teams, and then immediately coming into this NIP roster, he really showed that he is one of the best players and one of the most lethal players in the scene. I mean, even during Munich, he was the third highest rated player for opening frags. I mean, this kid is doing it all.
Yeah, I mean, he has the same story as the team, too. It's been a little bit of a quiet time up until Munich. 2 years since a major performance, a major showing up until Munich. And Munich was a good run for them every single time that NIP has performed at an event. They get top 8. The way that they play around Fantasy is amazing, but the downfall of it is if they're not there to be able to back up Fantasy, it really looks like two different teams. Fantasy all the way on the front and the rest of the team on the back. And if they can connect the two, NIP looks great.
They do, but another team that looks great at this event, at least leading into it, is WEIBO. The team from APAC that arguably, we've been talking about it for quite a bit, are probably the best representation that we have at this event from our region. They've looked really good in Munich, and I think that that's probably one of the strongest talking points about this roster, remembering this is ex-Bleed, right? So we know what they can do.
They've come a long way. I mean, since the roster of Bleed up until WEIBO, we've continuously seen this team be able to perform and surpass expectations when it comes to the APL region. That being said, for WEIBO specifically, if we're putting this into comparison, they 7-1 NIP in Munich. And since then, yes, they did get eliminated in Munich by G2. It's an unfortunate showing from them. But then they go into APL. They win APL. And they put themselves in a position where they're continuously outreaching everybody else in the APL region. And now they come back to this event in Paris, and it's a situation where as long as they have more repetition, they get to be able to experience these other teams, they have everything they need to be able to reach a main stage, to be able to outperform again the APL region.
I mean, you can just even see in those matches just recently in Munich. I mean, a lot of those games relatively close, maybe outside of the secret, but I mean, they were still going toe-to-toe with a lot of these opponents. And, you know, for an APAC team that we don't put a lot of prayer or hope into too often, I would say this team as a whole, with Meepy being their coach, same with Gohan, I think their diversity in their pool and their style of play is far above than what we've seen from any other APAC team. So I'm really excited to see what they bring here. They're also one of the most exciting teams for me to be able to get behind and watch. And then the player that we even saw on there in that little bit, Reaps, I mean, he is quite the Grim Reaper, to say the least.
I believe both of these teams have reached a pinnacle, a point, a turning point where they could write their own stories and be a team that's consistently making main stage events that we'd like to see. NIP could go past top 8 exclusively. WEIBO could make that main stage event. Both of these teams have what they need to find that success. It's about the consistency at this point.
And that's been a consistency issue that's been talked about time and time again, especially for APAC. It's just like one event they do well, the next event we don't really see from them. And those are the kind of things I think that contextualize why we're always so, I guess, a missed in that region. We're always looking at it like, oh, could they do something? But let's go ahead and look to something a bit more positive than my note. Let's go ahead and have a look at the vetoes, because I am excited for this. I genuinely believe that if WEIBO can have a good start at this event, I think they run deep.
I think they're actually going to have a very good start, starting out on Clubhouse. Again, and, you know, just similar to what we even just saw in the previous match, Clubhouse is a very default map. You don't need to pull out anything too crazy. But again, it's the way that WEIBO plays. They can transition their playstyle at any given moment, regardless of the site, so they can make Clubhouse look vibrant than what it typically is. So I am very excited that they get this map to go through. But then it's that border. That's a big question mark for me, because that's a very, very strong map for the NIP.
Yeah, I mean, NIP picking it makes perfect sense on why they'd want to go to an aggressive map. Clubhouse is a little bit of anybody's game when it comes down to it, but Border is just so aggressive heavy. NIP is the aggressive team, but that's what we're going to see. Can NIP be able to follow up Fantasy? Are we going to see the rest of the team be able to connect behind them? If we don't see it, it's going to look like a wash in NIP's side because that is their game plan, is to be able to be behind that future of the team. And if they're not there, they fall short.
I think right now this is kind of turning out to be a very good game for the first day and will set the tone for both of these teams' campaign, that both of them have a lot riding on SI 2026. But let's welcome in our casters. You know them, you love them. Hello, gents. How are we doing?
Very good, thank you, Manic. How are you today?
Oh, mate, I'm chipper. That's the first time I think anyone's asked me how I'm feeling.
Got to think about the big man sometimes, right, Tim?
Of course you do.
Look after your fellow balls.
I mean, everybody's got to be good. But I'm just like coming in to say something, then and you take a swipe at me. Sorry,
Yeah, it's
ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Two for the price of one with that one. I loved it.
I know.
Hey, I don't think Des could pull off the bald. So I think you look
could.
great, Ace.
Yeah, I reckon he'd end up looking like
My
a
head is far
gremlin.
too big to go bald. I would look like an egg. It would be horrible.
Part of the brand now, to be fair.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, I feel that, mate. I feel that. On that end, I'm going to let you boys take away. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Rob. And the boys, of course, as well. Tim, how are you?
Ah, ça va bien, j'adore Paris.
Every time we come to France, he does this, honestly.
J'ai une question pour toi.
You have a question for me?
Quelle heure est-il?
What time is it? It's time! You knew it had to start out somewhere or another. Indeed, Tim, it's time to get started. And what a game to kick it off with. You've heard the desk pick it up, and now it's our turn. NIP versus WEIBO. A great game to get started, Tim, because there's so much to it story-wise.
There really is, and I think on the face of it, actually, I was expecting maybe more of a one-sided prediction there.
What's going on?
I'm not going to get too carried away, Des. I'm learning slowly. But talking about slowly, there's nothing slow here. We've got WEIBO versus NIP ready to go.
Clubhouse to kick things off, Tim. What a classic map for us to get things underway. One that I was looking at the stats for, and for both teams, they quite like it, though WEIBO do have the stronger record on it over the last 6 months. A 5-2 record to NIP's 3-2, but fair to say, there's a lot of tape, at least historical tape, to go back and look at, because it's been a while since these teams have played.
It is, and I think it's a funny matchup is this one coming in, because it's easy. I think sometimes, you know, you sat at home, you watch and you think, oh, NIP, I know them, I've heard of them, they're from Brazil, they're great. And you think, WEIBO, I've maybe not heard of them so much, they're coming in from APAC, and I think sometimes these like preconceptions of how a match is going to go, but I think this one's really going to shake that up. WEIBO, do not sleep on them. They did great in Munich. They were one map away from qualifying through to knockouts, and that was against G2. They did brilliantly. They've got Mipe, they've got Gohan on the backroom staff. A lot of people, you know, might not realise that, but Gohan, he was a player at SI 2017, 2018, 2019. He's a legend of the game. He's from Brazil, and he's now working with WEIBO, and he's going to be going up against NIP with a game style that he's very familiar with. But I expect them to come in here super prepped and ready. NIP are not going to have an easy day.
I remember seeing the tweet that Gohan was back, and I was like, wow, someone stuck up an old tweet from 7 years ago. Hang on a minute. This is like recent. He's back in the scene. It was great to see. But speaking of players that are in this game in particular, I think there's two names that really jump out. You've heard the desk already speak about Fantasy and his importance to NIP. But my thing is that on the other side, he's got Reaps, Tim. The Reaper himself is in the server. He is terrifying when he's on his day. So sure, we can be excited about Fantasy, but there's a man on the other side who wants to see him completely shut out of this game.
Yeah, you know, when we look at that Fantasy side of things, exactly like they said on the desk, he came in with such sort of flame and fire and ready to go, and then he's had this big lull, and it's kind of like he's back now with NIP. But there's actually a great story about Fantasy from Paris. SI21, he comes over to Europe and starts playing ranked while they're kind of getting ready for the tournament to start, and I remember a lot of the European pros tweeting like, don't play ranked at the minute, Fantasy is just terrorising it. And he came over here and just absolutely dominated. So, you know, that's the form that we're looking for him to return to, and we're going to keep a close eye on him through this game.
All right, well, let's get into how things are shaping up. Fantasy himself is the one rolling around on that Solus. We've seen a lot of her, of course, since the update she had a good while ago now, but teams have definitely put her into their wheelhouse. Wizard taking quite a bit of fire here as well, certainly under threat inside the bar, but will be able to get himself back in towards sight just as the gunshots start coming on through off the back of a Dockerby call. Speakeasy pressuring down main stairs, forcing Fantasy away. Just trying to get rid of this roam, essentially, put NIP back down in the basement and give themselves at least half the round, if not a little bit more to work with. But the pain here, Tim, they've lost the Dokkaebi, probably one of the key operators they so sorely needed when it came round to the execute.
Yeah, and that's great for NIP because a lot of the time they're looking towards Fantasy for those entries. He was plus 12 through stage 2. He was plus 9 in Munich. He's always going to be a big frontline entry player. But if HERETICS is coming in and picking up that entry, if other NIP players are doing that job, just like Fox has said on the desk, it's connecting those two sides of the team. It's giving that support to Fantasy as well. And if they can link those two up, they could be dangerous, not just for WEIBO, but in overall tournament consideration as well.
How on earth Fantasy has dodged around all these verticals as they've opened up? It's been a real siege time moment. He's been dancing back and forth and just narrowly avoided it by a matter of pixels. Almost gets rid of the head, but now that they know where he is, well, things aren't quite so easy for NIP. They have been massaged back into the corner of Church and down towards Blue. Things are looking pretty good for the attackers here, even though they're down a man. NIP just playing it slowly and sensibly. Don't need to go too crazy here on the defense.
He's looking for him through the pots and pans stairs. We've seen this one before, and a little bit more success previously. Reaps manages to pick up Wizard, brings it back to a 4v4. 35 seconds left to go, and WEIBO, they need to start getting a little bit more aggressive now. Take a bit of ground, find a kill. That might just open things up. It's Reaps, second in the round. Fantasy down 3v3 as Pino fights back.
The 2 versus 3, then Reaps has really got to go nuclear here, but Pino's going to shut him out. The old boy stands up big. Com's finding one more. Speakeasy all alone. It's a 1v3 with nowhere near enough time to get this diffuser down while firing the kills required at the same time. Round 1 going to NIP. Well played first round by them. They were moved back early, but got the entry and then thought, cool, 5v4, we'll happily play defense here and not try and go too aggressive.
Yeah, really like that from NIP. Looked really solid on the defense, backing each other up. Like I say, HERETICS coming in with that big opener, setting them up 5v4. It's always going to be difficult if you lose that entry when you're attacking Church and Arsenal, because exactly what NIP did, and this is something, I know that the roster has changed drastically, but it's something that NIP have done for the longest time, and I feel like Pino was always a big part of it, and that was controlling rounds. When Julio was with NIP, I've spoken to him over the years, another one of our sort of huge SI names, Julio, of course. You know, I've spoken to him over the years, and I've asked about this with NIP, and it's always been a focus for the org, for the team, for the roster, to control rounds. And by getting that opening kill, you then saw them drop back to site, play it 5v4, burn the time. And it's something NIP have always done really, really well, on the defense particularly, is control the pace of the round. They've done it well there in round 1. They're going to be looking for a bit more of that now. It's a little bit more difficult when we go up onto the top floor, which we will do here. So it's CCTV cash. There's going to be more opportunities for WEIBO to get themselves into this one.
Yeah, and already you can see how lineups are changing as well, going in towards the Capital, which normally points in towards a garage catwalk take. Of course, you've heard already the casters today speak an awful lot about Capital and just how powerful an operator he is. And on this map, well, it's no surprising at all the Capital is brought along to help out with the siege that goes on inside the garage itself. But on the other side, Tim, they've got a lot of stall here. We've got the Clash, got the Smoke, got the Tuberau coming out. A lot of tools to slow down the other side. This side is one of those, as you can see, you can't slow people down for too long. They only really need 2 compass directions of control. And of course, you can't take the north because Cash Wall to the north, well, it's fully closed off. It's concrete. You can't get through it. But you can get control of Garage. You can get control of the main breach out to the east. You can get inside construction to the west. Once you have a couple of those, you can make a plant happen. So it's not like you need a lot of time here as the attackers. So I'm more looking to see how effectively can they get control of things like Garage, and can they keep all players alive? So far, yes, as they got rid of 1, 2, and 3. They've hit the gas here, Tim. They've gone in hard and fast. Pino at least fighting back, but it's a 3 versus 2. Surely this is WEIBO's to win.
Reaps just got in, got the job done, and almost got back out. Does lose his life on the way out of the window, but as you said, the damage is pretty much done. They've lost the smoke of HERETICS. They've lost Wizard on the Clash. They lose Pino to Speakeasy, and all of a sudden 1v3, and Cons has got a real job to do here. But not only that, there's 1 minute 30 left on the clock. He's fighting the time as well, but he takes the fight to them with a kill on the breach. Surely not, as Hoven manages to pop around the corner and find that last kill. WEIBO managed that round. I spoke about NIP managing the first round. WEIBO managed that round really, really well. When they got themselves into that 3v2 position, there was no rush in them. Minute 30 on the clock. We're going to take our time. We're going to find where we are. We're going to go in and get those kills, and they did so one at a time. Nicely done. Good stuff from WEIBO. 1-1.
I think for both teams across 2 rounds, you've seen really good, disciplined, composed Siege so far, which is wonderful to see. And you might say at the start of that round, they didn't look very composed, Ed. Inside 60 seconds, they had everyone inside a site. They were losing players. They were picking up kills. That didn't look composed. It's like a calculated risk they were taking. Once they got the entry, they knew that gaps were existing and tried to then capitalize on that. I think you'll very happily put yourself down to a 3 versus 2 if you know you can take 3 players off the other side while potentially only losing 2 of your own. So it was good identity spotting from WEIBO to see the gap, jump in there, collapse on a couple of players, and then just play out the rest of the round nice and sensibly. Both teams have done that now across round 1 and round 2, so we've got a flavor. Now what happens to the rest of the half is going to tell an awful lot about which way this game might go. That reminder again that it is WEIBO's map pick. They chose to start on the attacking side here. So, well, chose to start on the attacking side. Ended up on the attacking side because NIP picked the defensive side. But they're looking pretty cozy so far, I'd say. Even after that first round where they lost the Dockerby early on, they were still showing really good pressure inside the first 60 seconds to force the Roamers back. Just unfortunate that Turd lost his life in the process.
Let's move into round 3 then. We've got Speakeasy bringing along the Blackbeard, surely going to be used to just assist that kind of initial push onto the Roamers, clear out anybody underneath, take a little bit of ground, whilst they also work towards that breach up on the top floor, being that they are attacking gym and bedroom. Going to face up to Cons on the Mirror. The Mirror not banned away here. Instead, they've gone for the Kaid and Bandit to try and ensure that they can get those breaches off, which is going to be happening as I speak. And we can see now, it's not the cleanest though, is it, Des?
It's not.
It does the job. It does the job.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it was the start, but there's still more to do. And it's always a risk when you have to then crouch to get inside as well. It just puts you into a very, very uncomfortable spot where you're very, very slow moving. A swing onto you, you're basically guaranteed to be dead at that spot. And you've still got Con sat on the other side looking to challenge the whole time. So at least for now, they can put some focus on this, but don't need to worry about it yet. I'd more rather see them look at where else they're going to attack too, because you can always assume a team is going to attack from Jacuzzi at some point in the round. The real question comes in, do they clear out Cash and CC? Do they go in instead towards Logi? There are other parts of the map that you have to worry about to make and execute work here. And as of yet, WEIBO haven't shown their cards on where they want to attack from.
No, they've spent a lot of time working on that Jacuzzi wall. They have got that job done now. Also interesting to see Ape bringing along that DMR on the Hibana. Obviously a recent change. And
I love it so much.
Phenomenal change. Absolutely love it. She is so self-sufficient now. And I think we're going to see quite a lot of Hibana play because of that. Nitro comes out, not going to do any damage at all. WEIBO keeping themselves safe. But Des, a minute 15. I just don't feel like they've made enough progress. Hoven is still working on the other side of the map to get inside of Cash and CCTV.
And they just burnt so much utility here in terms of frags and flashes and all the rest of it to try and force him away. Have got rid of the mirror window, but now need to clear out the player. In they try and get rid of 2. Make it 3, make it 4 yet again. WEIBO have hit the floor and just gone for this one. Plants going down, Speakeasy. No contest here coming out from Hates and NIP. They take a blink and just go, what just happened, guys? We've been flawless rounded in about 10 seconds flat.
What a collapse from WEIBO there. Absolutely. But I'm saying at the minute 15 mark, I'm a little bit concerned. They haven't made enough progress. Hoven was still outside of the building. 10 seconds later, he's killing them in construction. He's just wandered straight in. They have completely, NIP, taken their eyes off that backside there. I think there's been so much focus around Jacuzzi Breach with good reason. That's the only real noise that WEIBO were making. They've focused up on that side. And it feels like Hoven has just, on his own, beautifully slipped in from that rear side and managed to get himself a kill. And it just opens things up. Reaps, I mean, you picked up on Reaps at the beginning of things, and he's going well.
Lembra daquela parada que a gente conversou? Eles estavam fazendo um full tack, o cara tá fudendo a gente de baixo lá. Beleza, a gente comunicou ali que a gente queria trocar o cara na academia, mas depois a gente parou de trocar. Depois a gente parou, tá ligado? A gente deixou o cara traquear e falar que não tem ninguém na academia, eles conseguirem progredir de boa, tá ligado? Eu não quero isso, mano. Eu não quero isso. Então, mano, ó, vamos fazer a recuada agora e a gente continua peitando. Mano, eu não quero que a gente give as coisas pra eles. Então eles dominando embaixo tá de boa, tá ligado? Que a gente não consegue bater embaixo, lá no Demos, entendeu?
Vamos jogar mais seletivo então, vamos bater neles.
Então, na recuadinha agora a gente joga, mano, fazendo nossos step de boa. Demorou, cuidado com a descida da nova de 12, beleza? Cuidado com essa descida da caveira. Nos bombes de cima, mano, pega um mute, tá ligado? Se Demos não fazer tanta coisa, entendeu? Demorou? E traz mute também, mano, pra gente counterar a Ribana, tá ligado? Eles não estão pegando Maverick.
What did you think, Des?
Well, I know you've been learning French. I can't
You
say I've been
understood my
learning
French
Portuguese
earlier,
at
but
the
you
same
can't
time.
quite understand the Portuguese.
No, but of course, to make it even for all, we have to make sure that's, of course, publicised. If you can, of course, understand Portuguese and you're in the chat,
We've also got the wonderful Maria with us.
We do, and Maria normally does step in for that, but I imagine there are a few too many games going on to expect it to be able to come before us all the time. Either way, I imagine it's a case of trying to get some control back in the game because you're down 2-1. You've lost 2 of the 3 defenses on this map, and NIP historically, we're a fantastic club team. As I said, coming into this one, it's very much a middle of the pack for both teams. You know, both got it as 5th in their preference order. It's slap bang in the middle, both with similar results, 3-2 NIP on it over the last 6 months, WEIBO 5-2, so both like it and will play it.
10 seconds to
It's
go.
just that WEIBO have come in with a little more force here, especially in round 3. I feel round 1 and
5
round 2, we
seconds
got
left.
to see the good parts of both teams, and then in that round just a second ago, well, it was all WEIBO. It was a flawless round, and so NIP, they cannot have a repeat of that first quarter. Otherwise, they're going on to the attack, already down 2-4.
It's not really a place that you want to be. It's not really a place that you want to be, Des. Like I said coming into it, and I said it for good reason, you know, don't write WEIBO off. They did fantastically in Munich, and I don't just mean in terms of results. I know they didn't get through the Swiss stage. It was a close run thing. It was more about their performances. I spoke to Meepy a couple of times. Wizard, just going to open things up with one onto Reaps. That's exactly the oldest angle in the book as well when you're looking up through the hatch there. I think WEIBO need to be careful. Don't want to be giving themselves away too easily. And look who he's got. He's got the Hibana, so that's going to be a big loss in terms of those hatches as well. But yeah, you know, as I was saying, the performances out of WEIBO have shown them that they can perform at this really high level, and NIP are finding that out at present. But I know that NIP have definitely got enough in the tank to get themselves back in. But we have been having this little bit of a fantasy focus. There's 0-3 so far. We need to see him at his best. We need to see him at his most electric, and we're just not getting it out of him at the minute.
First map nerves, he'll wake up, don't worry about that. But I did like how aggressively NIP were trying to defend Kitchen here, knowing that it was a key control point for WEIBO. You know, chucking the Azami up inside the Kitchen itself, having support onto the window from Wizard below, and then also having cons on the Clash out in the corridor to make sure no one could sweep him from the doorway and bring down Hates where there was no one covering him. It was just really, really smart. They had every entry point in towards Kitchen covered off. They have now dropped away, but as you've seen, they've got rid of Reaps. They've wasted a chunk of time as well. Really good defense by NIP so far once again.
Yeah, I expect it down on this basement site. They know exactly how to manage the round. They've gone in, they've got themselves an entry exactly like they did back in round 1. They've fallen back and they're just going to hold their positions, play behind Cons on the Clash. They know that he's a bit of a win factor there. He can really waste that time, burn it down, and make WEIBO feel like they don't have any options. You know, make them think, oh, plan B, plan C, plan D, because this one, they're just going to be eating through them. They've got a minute left to go. They've still, look, there's barbed wire everywhere. There's utility all over the place that they haven't been able to shift, and they're going to have a little bit of a problem. It's going to be going straight in, looking for kills. Ape manages to find Pino. Forbes, absolute beauty! Absolute, forget everything I've said, Des. Forget everything I've said. Forget everything I've said. What are you going to do against a show like that? Unreal, absolutely beautiful stuff from up here there. Drops, gets to one, flips and hits the one above the Kiba barricade. Just wonderful. And this is what I'm saying about this WEIBO side, is they have the ability to find a way to find the kills. Ape, Reaps, they will go in there, get it done. Turd is one of those players as well that can just have these electric moments. And you know, like I say, coming in, anybody can be forgiven for looking and think, oh, NIP, Brazilian, yeah, they should be. No, you know, don't write WEIBO off.
I think the thing is, like, look at this moment here. Like, there's so little to stop them dropping in towards blue, and they simply didn't expect it, I don't think, either. But while we were so focused on the 2 players dropping in towards blue and catching 1 player completely off guard, as well as that wonderful snap from Hoven, absolutely. Elsewhere, there was other plays going on. It was exactly the same as their Cash CC attack last time round, when they just swarmed in towards the site all at once. NIP are overwhelmed. They haven't got all the cover they thought they did have for each other, and you saw the outcome. The key thing for me is WEIBO have won down in the basement. That was the one that they couldn't win back in that first quarter. Now we're going up to Cash and CC, where they looked pretty comfortable last time around. Got themselves to a 3 versus 2 and massaged it over to a win from there. I think you're going to see more of the same, and things might be about to go from bad to worse for NIP.
I think you're right. I think you're right. At this rate, they're going to struggle to get back into it because it's kind of like, it's starting to look like one of those games for NIP. No matter what you try to do, no matter what you achieve, WEIBO just managed to kind of come back and find a way, find an answer. And when you're playing against sides like that, it is super, super difficult. You know, there's nothing that NIP massively did wrong there. They got themselves the opening kill onto the Hibana. They held their ground. They got themselves back to site. They had a minute. They burnt 2 minutes off the clock. And still it wasn't enough. WEIBO were able to just drop the hatch, take the fights, win, and go from there. So right now, you know, what is the answer for NIP? They've got to hold on to Catwalk better than they did last time. They've got to do that. No surprise we've seen a Capito ban. That was the big one last time. Wizard was burnt out, and quite often we see this now. Teams will just move away from a site having lost it, and then we're going to go back you know, to that same place later on after our next ban once we've taken away your win factor. But Reaps manages to pick up Hove. Pick up Pino, Hoven onto hits.
The game's done.
It's
like,
just...
It's 5v3 already. Like, Reaps is absolutely going off. Fantasy still going to struggle, I think, to find a kill here. Should get shot in the back, but no, has managed to pass by his opponent. It's RP on towards the side, and it is a bit of a freebie being picked up there. A couple of shots coming back, but it's already a 1v5, and this is a horrible spot for Wizard. He's so dirty, he's so cooked, might get rid of one, but Turd's there to pick up the next, and once again, WEIBO just completely overwhelmed the Brazilians.
The thing is, I think the end of that round kind of sums up how NIP must feel at the minute. Wizard in that position with just nades, utility, gunshots, everything flying in towards him. Must be how NIP feel, because no matter what they do, they've just got WEIBO absolutely breathing down their necks at the minute. You know, if it's not Hoven, it's Reaps. If it's not Reaps, it's Happy. They just can't stop them. And look, this is a team that smells blood in the water at the minute, is WEIBO. They are just going after it.
It's hard when a team can switch up from being slow to fast. I remember speaking to teams historically, and they're like, oh, you know, we either like playing against fast teams because that's our kind of vibe, or we like playing against slow teams where we can slowly beat them down. WEIBO are showing that they can play both styles, where they can be very, very fast in the early round to get a bit of map control, then they slow things down, they're back on the drones, but at the flick of the dime, they just turn things around and suddenly are hyper-aggressive, like Reaps is exploding forwards, killing a couple of players. Ape's dropped through a hatch and doing exactly the same. And it makes it so hard to set up for when you don't quite know, are they slowly going to chew through us here, or are they about to explode on towards site? You're just constantly on edge and always wondering what's going to come next. And it feels so far like NIP just cannot deal with that pressure. Had a great time down in the basement at the very, very start of the game, but that's the 4th attacking round in a row being won by WEIBO. And going onto this site, Tim, what slowed them down last time? It was the mirror. What was banned away after round 3? It was the mirror.
I think NIP this time are going... I'm not saying they weren't aware of it last time, but I think that WEIBO was so quiet out towards Cash and CCTV side that NIP, you know, probably in many situations quite rightly moved manpower over towards the Jacuzzi side. I think this time they're going to stay much more focused and aware of that other side of the map. We can see they've got Wizard playing inside of Cash there. He is in a critical position. He's got Hertz in construction to back him up, Fantasy at top red stairs. So they've got that full extension over on that side this time. But guess what? That might create a bit of space over by Jacuzzi side. So again, WEIBO could switch this up and play a bit of pressure from the other side. But right now, it looks like they're going to meet the challenge head on, Des.
Yeah, there's 3 players here out towards Cash and CC, and they know they've got to get through Fantasy and Wizard. You know, they've had drones rolling on through. Reaps have seen an awful lot of what's going on. The blessing of having the shield as Speakeasy, of course, is you can take a lot of space very easy and feed information to the rest of your team. So hopefully they're aware there's a player on red. There's, of course, one inside of Cash that they know about. They've got to find a way to get through them. The Yin Candela comes out, a C4 comes up, doesn't quite find his man. They've got rid of one, but now the pressure begins. They've got a second tip. We're about to look for the third, but the composure from Speakeasy has been brilliant. When he saw that he was under threat, immediately redeployed that shield, and it's just set his team up for success with him. 4v2.
Absolutely fantastic Monty play, but here goes Hits. Manages to pick up one, taking Reaps off the window. That could be a really big kill. Turd is actually moving to replace him in that position because it's so key for what WEIBO want to do. But look at the hit points. They're all down. Even Hoven has taken some chip damage. This is possible for Cons and Hits to hold on, but no. Turd retook the window and finds the kills. It's allowed Hoven in as well. Great play again from WEIBO. Absolutely, they're just doing everything right at the minute, Des. Use of utility. Capito onto Catwalk, brilliant. Monty through construction, brilliant. Everything they're doing it well. They lose Reaps on the window, Turd straight away moves across. That's our power position. We need somebody there. Gets a kill 20 seconds later. Brilliant stuff. Really, really impressed. 5-1, and they've earned it.
Again, it's the ability to slow things down after they've gone ludicrously fast to get that explosion of kills at the start. Like, I think we had, whoever it was that was playing on the Ying, remind me real quickly, it was Hoven. He dropped inside Logi, held the angle on main stairs for Cons, and Cons got a bit jittery. He was the one that ran in towards Jim and peeked the window. Turb was just sat there holding it. He was like, I haven't got to do anything here. We'll wait and see what they do first. We've still got 70 seconds of the round to play, like you can see here. Just ready and waiting. They went from being really breakneck speed fast to slowing it right down and seeing what NIP did next, and they just played into the hands of WEIBO, who get that 5-1 attack in half. Now they go on the defense, and NIP have really got to show a little bit of magic here, I think, Tim, because I mean, looking at both teams, they've got about a 10% differential between their attack and defense. Both are better defending teams, but NIP historically have had that reputation for being quite a slow attacking team. They did pick it up a little bit and start to improve, but are they still the finished article yet? I'm not too sure, but we've really got to see something special out of them here. Fantasy especially at 1 and 6. If ever you're going to see someone transform their fortunes inside of a map, Tim, it's at the halfway point. He's got to go big for them.
Yep, real struggle bus time for NIP here. Got to dig deep and get themselves. I think the next 3 rounds. I think they need, a successful attack on each of WEIBO's sites so that they can really kind of send the message that this is going to be their attacking half and that Clubhouse is going to be attacker-sided today. But I'll be honest, not convinced that they're going to get it. We'll kick things off up on the top floor. It's going to be gym and bedroom. Just looking across the lineup, again, a little bit of frustration ops being brought along. We got the Fenrir, we got the Malusi, we got the Aruna, likely for the DMR, but those laser gates, again, just make things a little bit difficult, just slow everything down on the side of NIP. So the big question for me here, NIP on the attack, how do you deal with that utility? How well do you manage that? Do you run out of time? That's going to be the big one.
I do also want to give a nod towards Hoven, by the way, and it's easy to say when he's 8-1, but over the last 3 months or so, he has been the highest rated player for this team. We speak a lot about Reaps, and very fairly so. He's unbelievable. Even with the ridiculous sends that he plays the game with, he absolutely domes people for fun. But Hoven's been the one that's up there. He's got the most multi-kills to the team, the most 1vx clutches, 5 in the last 90 days, which is mad across just 15 maps. Yeah, he really has put on a show, and I think if this is the start of a great tournament-defining performance for him, then it could be quite scary facing off against him for other teams in future rounds.
Just going to hear the Flores taking out some of that utility. Again, good progress from NIP. This is what I said. Let's focus on how they deal with removing that utility and clearing a path for themselves. And so far, they're doing pretty well. They've got Jacuzzi wall open. They've got the bathroom wall open. They've got Flores draining in, but Hoven is going to pick up Wizard. That's the entry. Once again, going to WEIBO. 5 versus 4. Reaps is still in position in cash. They haven't moved him yet. 1:20 left to go. It's not the end of the world just yet. But it is quickly going to become that way because Hoven, he's now the spare man and he's able to just roam around here. Fantasy, he might just get caught out from behind if he's not careful, but no. Hoven has decided to play it smart, get himself back up to catwalk and help to keep Reaps and Turd in position.
They have got to be careful here because with 2 or 3 players looking to push out towards the east side of things, you do leave NIP with a man advantage hitting sites itself. So Ape and Speakeasy have got to go big. Turd can rejoin them here, but it is a 4v3. Fantasy is in. There he goes, his second kill of the game on the board onto Ape. The kill back the other way though. Speakeasy, Fantasy on towards a double. This is what we wanted to see from him, Tim.
Yeah, this is exactly what they need, and maybe he just had to get on to that attack inside. He was looking to put the diffuser down for a second. I think maybe just playing with the audio, trying to just bait them out into a fight.
He's got to do it
all or nothing. 1v2. It's going to lock him out the ace if he does this. Hoven Turd, they just need to play this sensibly though. 20 seconds left. They don't have to engage here. Try and force him into a position where he needs to put the diffuser down. He's playing with the audio at the minute, but they're not biting Des. They're not taking the bait. He knows where one is. He comes around looking for the challenge. Cannot find it. Hoven, he switches to the shotty and finds the kill. Absolutely brilliant stuff again from WEIBO just to manage that situation at the end of the round. They are ticking so many boxes in this game.
It's such a shame as well for Fantasy, who found 3 in the round. Like, that's the kind of performance we wanted to see coming into the half. But Hoven also got a 3K, Tim. His jump out at the start, I was like, what's he doing? He ran towards the breach and went for the man that he knew was out on balcony, but there could have been a second player out there. There very often is. It was a calculated risk that he took, but they removed all pressure on that east side of the map, gave themselves a lot of comfort, and knew that NIP either had to commit the whole team to clearing the east side, or they had to hit site. As soon as they heard any kind of noise out towards the main breach, everyone started rotating back over. So nice try for Fantasy. For Hoven and the final boss that is WEIBO, just a little bit too much for them here so far, Tim. They're up 6-1 and might be about to close out Clubhouse 7-1.
I think part of the problem for NIP here is, you know, the lack of energy in the team as well. Don't get me wrong, you're getting slapped about in the third. You know, I appreciate it's not easy, but they kind of look like they've been knocked out of the tournament already. Like, come on, boys, you got to get back into this one. It's just map 1. You know, get focused, get locked in. Dan has no opportunity to interject as the coach anymore because they've used their tactical timeout. So it's all on the players now, and I feel like they need that leader, they need that player to be saying, come on, let's get back into it. But you look across that lineup at the minute, and there are some sullen faces right now because nothing they try is working.
It's a scary one looking at it. I mean, you look at this group and you would have thought obvious teams to go through would have been MAT, WEIBO, NIP, probably FEARX. But obviously Heretics have come out to a good start and got a win there. You know, FEARX could yet bounce back, and if NIP can't pick up their performances for future games, one series win we often say can be enough in this group. But I have a feeling, Tim, it's not going to come down to one because that will leave it down to round difference. It's going to come down to convincing performances across the air quotes easier games. And without wanting to put either of these two teams down, they're not probably what you consider to be an M80, right? This should be the kind of game that one of them is walking away with cleanly, and right now, it's only WEIBO. Yes, it's only map 1, there's still more to come, but do you start getting that sinking feeling for NIP? Yes, it's only day 1, still more to come, but it's not a convincing performance so far.
You just got to wonder as well how much is, you know, how much impact has the Gohan effect had?
Yeah.
You know, he's in there, he's teaching them how do you play against Brazilian teams. He's going to know, and right now they are certainly shaping up fantastically well. 6-1, can they close this out here and now? They are this time going to be defending Cash and CCTV. Interesting to note as well, they need 1 round. They've still got Church and Arsenal in the bank.
Yeah, well, look where everyone is as well, right? Every player except Speakeasy is off-site right now. Like, there's this massive scrap going on towards the gym and bedroom side. You have Fantasy there for a second looking in towards construction window. Of course, gives you the option to cut off that rotate back towards site for your team, but Hoven will not be stopped. I say that, Tim, he stopped 2 seconds later. 12-2, turn into another. Fantasy's off the board. He was the X factor for them in the previous round, but now they've got 3 versus 4. It's looking rough.
I just wonder about NIP here. They're playing into WEIBO's setup. Now they seem to have recognised that. They've switched and said, hang on a minute, we can just hit site here and they'll have to play back into us. But the question is, have they already lost too many bodies? Has the damage been done? They're dealing with the evil eyes. They're taking them out to give themselves an opportunity to plant, but they need to get a couple of kills beforehand. Ape fights his way back in, reaps onto Wizard. It's done, Des. Forget about it. Ape, he's going to just disable this diffuser, and that is WEIBO 7-1. Rapid fashion, they take map 1.
Cons really had to win that gunfight on towards the side door, but no, missed the first couple of shots, and that let Ape get back out there with the headshot to get the close down. They looked well and truly unbothered in that map, Tim. Very comfortable with the 7-1. Makes you wonder, how does Border go here? Because with how the gunshots have been going, I really fancy WEIBO on that map.
I love what I'm seeing from them. These players have been around International Siege for a little while. They've been very well liked as a team, you know, through Bleed and Team Joel and everything else. To see the improvement that they've come across is just phenomenal.
This is the best of 3. NIP can still fight back. We'll find out if they do it after a short break.
WEIBO are out of the gates, nice and hot, taking a 7-1 win on Clubhouse, and very convincingly so. We've seen APAC teams in the past, kind of get a little bit of momentum, stumble a little bit here and there, but I will say this never seemed in doubt once they got their hands on the wheel.
No, this is what I was anticipating. WEIBO was so decisive in the way they were able to pick apart NIP. They understood it well. NIP is built around fantasy. So if WEIBO approaches it with such aggression, sporadic, being able to take position quickly, if NIP is not backing fantasy, they're also not prepared for all of the other angles that WEIBO are going to be approaching with the Blackbeard, with the Glass, with the Deimos. And it just goes to show that WEIBO, since Munich, have only been getting that much better, ramping up that momentum, because some of the shots that they were hitting too were absolutely disgusting.
I mean, you could see every single one of these players individually was confident in their play, confident to be able to play off one another. And this is what I was talking about. Sure, it is a map like Clubhouse, but the diversity this team has now comparatively to any other APAC team just goes to show. Sometimes they were playing very strategic, very slow in how they were taking control. Then they would see an opening, then they would get explosive. But that wasn't just off one player doing that. That was every player understanding the win condition, what they need to do, how they can get aggressive. And again, it really speaks into the sheer fundamentals that this roster currently has.
Yeah, I think what's really important as well is when you look to the EPS, right? This is just the easiest way to set a standard, a benchmark. That's absolutely outrageous.
I mean, also, when you're looking even at the kills, and sure, you're going to look at Hoven, 12-2. I mean, phenomenal play. Going 8-3. But even Speakeasy going 3-3, 88% cost. It still shows that even if you aren't at the topping the charts here, every single one of these players is putting their first foot forward to be the next player to step up, to be the next player to help their opponent. I mean, they're just doing a good job.
Yeah, and I think when you look on the side retrospectively to NIP, I mean, Fantasy was 0-5 up until the 5th round. So that being said, everybody else on the roster, Cons, the rest of the players on the bottom, still only ended with about 1 or 2 kills. If Fantasy is not getting kills, what are the rest of the players doing? If they're not able to back him up, play off of his trades, then they're also not being able to get their own impact into the server. This is too much built around Fantasy. Then the pressure, if it gets onto him, it causes NIP to crumble.
And that really is the downside, because on one side of defense, you shouldn't have to rely on one player to amplify your sort of aggression, because yes, Fantasy will get aggressive, whether it's on attack or defense, but that shouldn't be solely reliant on your defensive half. You still have 4 other players that can play together. They have to play into your crossfires. So to still be losing that outright definitely doesn't set you up for success. But again, yes, it does really fall heavily on Fantasy being able to amplify the rest of the team. And then looking at Cons, he had a very poor performance. We've seen him throughout the stage. We've highlighted him. There's times where he's really good. There's times where he's really bad. And it's a situation being that IGL, he needs to be the one that is leading by example, regardless if Fantasy is getting those kills. He needs to be able to rally everyone, get them on the same page, understand what's going on, because even in some of those rounds, Fantasy was the last life. That shouldn't be the case.
Now we're moving over to Border, which is notoriously known as probably the most attacking sided map we have in Siege, especially in the competitive pool. With that versatility that we keep talking about, that WEIBO is showing, the changes in paces, what are NIP bringing to this? What can they bring to this to disrupt what we've just seen from WEIBO?
I mean, this is the thing. Border is one of NIP's, if not their best map. And that being said, it's because of their aggression, being able to get Fantasy into these openings, East Stairs, into CC, just being able to get that impact onto this play, onto WEIBO essentially. But from what we just saw on Clubhouse, WEIBO is outmatching, out-aggressing NIP, because they know that if they just go to the direction where Fantasy is or around him, the rest of the team is not going to be able to involve themselves enough.
I think that also speaks to what I was talking about with Gohan now coming in as the coach, having that Brazilian experience, understanding that if you want to play an aggressive game, we can meet you head on with that. But that also really speaks into the temperament on the side of NIP of understanding maybe they need to dial it down a little bit. Maybe they need to wait for an aggressive team to make that mistake, come into their crossfire, play those angles, play those trades. That is the best way to deal with an aggressive team if you can't be able to find your own aggression. Not to say that I don't want NIP to get aggressive, but sometimes you do have to let the other team make the mistake.
We need to see something from NIP that we have never seen before, and that's depth in their play style. Being able to understand, hey, this is the first time in a while we're getting out-aggressed. We need to play it slow, actually have crossfires so that if somebody dies first, if Fantasy's not getting those kills, boom, trades right there. That's something that we have not seen from NIP in the history of their organization being in Siege. We need to see it, push comes to shove, in a moment like this.
Gents, thank you very much for breaking down both Map 1 and what to look forward to for Map 2. However, it is time for Ace and Des to take the wheel.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, here we are for map 2. And as you've heard, the picture being painted by our desk is not a fantastic one, Tim. NIP have really got to shape things up here. And I personally think going into a map like Border, you couldn't really ask for a better map archetype to do it on.
I mean, it's a pretty good picture if you're WEIBO.
Yeah, I guess.
You know, they're flying and look at that. I'm sorry, but the social vote is a fickle thing. It was favouring NIP to begin with. Everybody's on board with WEIBO. Look, this team really doesn't need a lot of invitation to support them.
You know what we do need though, Tim? An invitation to the map. Border's ready. Let's get into it. Gotta say, I do love the visual design
I knew you
for
were
this
going to say
event.
that. It's phenomenal, isn't it?
It's so gorgeous.
The
It really could.
The toile de juillet, the fabric.
Don't start talking French.
No,
again,
it's called that's what it's called. It's called toile de juillet. But yeah, that's like the fabric that you see, and it's something that like the big design houses in France have. So I won't say your big brand names, but like your big sort of classic fashion designers, they all have like their own like in-house toile de juillet, and it's like a real creative thing. I think it's like you say. I think it's absolutely beautiful, and everything that goes along with it is phenomenal. I'm really impressed.
Let's go through some of our bands, shall we? Seeing the Ying taken away. Saw that utilised by, I believe it was Cons a couple of times back on the previous map. So that's been ripped away. The Azami, a similar story. In fact, saw NIP hates in particular playing a lot of that, but it is them banning it away. And I'm not wholly surprised to see the mirror removed here by NIP. You can make this map a little more defendable, make these spots that maybe aren't so defensively strong that little bit stronger and makes them more playable. So just trying to give themselves a bit of a cleaner route through here to be able to get rid of 2 of those architects, to be able to push in more aggressively, because that's what we've got to see for me, Tim. We've got to see aggression, but not just aggression, team-based aggression. It's what gave WEIBO so many rounds back on that previous map. NIP have really got to set the tempo here on the attacking side. That's where they begin. WEIBO on the defense. Let's see how things go here up on this top floor to start things off.
I think the problem that NIP are going to face here is that, I've said it twice already in the last map, and I'm sure I'm probably going to say it again here. I fully expect to say it again here on Border, and that is that WEIBO have had the answers. So NIP, yeah, okay, I think you're right. Let's bring the aggression. Let's increase that. Let's, unleash somebody like Fantasy. They said on the desk there, one of the big problems was that Fantasy was often last alive in a round. It's not what you want. You want him going in there, creating chaos, getting kills. Doesn't matter if he loses his life. That's what the other players are there for, is then to mop up what's left kind of thing. But even if you try that, it's like WEIBO still have the answer to it. So even if they come in and they get Fantasy in the building quickly and he's getting aggressive, you feel like there's a good chance that this WEIBO side are just going to shut him down.
Yeah, that is part of the concern. Obviously, you've got others on the team that we're keeping an eye on as well to see what they can do. It isn't all about Fantasy. He is on this round on that Thatcher with the revised EMP. Saw some interesting interactions in our previous games today, where, for example, if you shoot the inactive Skopos shell, then the Skopos can't then TP away. Now, of course, there is no Skopos here, but I do think it says that we're going to see teams finding some really interesting uses for the new revised Thatcher throughout this tournament. Now they've had a little bit of time to cook with him. A great C4, though, and it's Fantasy who's down but not out.
How do you deal with aggression? You match it with aggression. Fantasy, actually, I don't think he'll know how close he was to dying there. Another Nitro comes out, but look at this. There's just aggression everywhere. Oven trying to get outside of the map to find the finish there. Does get picked up by HERETICS, 4v4, but Fantasy down, he will be collected. 20 HP though. There's a lot of damage been done to this NIP side, and the fight, as we know, on Border is about getting inside of the map. And right now, NIP, they don't have one toe inside of the map. There's absolutely nothing. They're all pushed out towards that east side, just trying to reposition, trying to move around. They're now going to have to burn 20 seconds, getting into a new spot. What's the new plan? It looks like it's going to be a push towards CCTV as Cons is relocating with that shield as well. The Blitz is going to be a big part of where you try to push in. Fantasy and HERETICS are now following over as well. So this is a complete shift from NIP. I like that they're willing to adapt, but WEIBO are ready for this. They've got the clash now facing up. Speakeasy's coming out onto the balcony to bully them.
And they really haven't given themselves a lot of time with which to do it, Tim. We're coming down to the last 60 seconds at this point, and they're only just now looking to try and get inside. Pino, almost being tagged out by 2 separate players, is down to a slither of HP. Up comes Yamara looking to capitalise, but no! Ape's there first, finds his man into a second. Hello! We know that he's there, we know that he's not dead, but he can do nothing about it. Ape is going absolutely nuclear. 3 in the round for himself. Pino left alive with 1 HP to his name. This round has been an absolute car crash for NIP. And WEIBO, well, Ape especially, pop it off.
Just brilliant stuff, just brilliant stuff. NIP, I'm worried on a little bit of a deeper level for NIP because of the kill on the blitz. You know, you weren't happy about it at the time, Des. NIP shouldn't be happy about it. Ape has already killed the Amaru as they come up the hatch. The comms should be there. Ape is on door. Ape is in behind bookshelf. But no, the blitz of Cons just goes running past. Cons, a player that the Des picked up on during that break between maps, saying we need a little bit more. Look, he's running in there as if he doesn't know where Ape is. There should be clear comms there. There should be clear comms coming in from the Amaru of his to say that's exactly where Ape is, and he should be fronting him up with that shield. Big problems for NIP.
The thing is with a lot of these plays in Siege, I say it a lot, is like that looked like a terrible play by NIP, but the idea itself wasn't bad. It was the execution of the idea that was wrong, because Pino being on the break door, for example, does stop support coming in from break side to protect the Aruni inside of office itself. If the Blitz managed to get the turn onto the right player and turn hard left, gone for the Aruni with the cover of Pino behind him, great. It's a great little play they've pulled together. But just small little things go wrong like that, and it makes the whole thing look like an absolute car crash. So I'm not filled with enthusiasm yet for NIP. I think the ideas are okay. The execution is what is lacking, and sadly, it's execution that will get you over the finish line. The only execution taking place right now is WEIBO putting NIP into an early grave by the looks of it. Good start. Let's see if round 2 gives us anything a little bit different. Cons moves over to the Monty.
Another thing that they picked up on the desk, Fox here was saying, you know, they need to be in a position to be finding trades, to be impacting on the deaths of their teammates. And again, it just wasn't something that we saw from NIP there in round 1. So keep an eye on that as we go on. When they lose a player, are they taking one with them or not? They didn't, because Ape killed most of them. And guess what? Didn't get killed before the end of the round. So something that NIP need to swiftly improve upon. But let's focus on the positive as well. WEIBO are just playing phenomenally. We've absolutely waxed lyrical about them in the first map. We will continue to do so in this one because they are really on top of things. That's the trade. That's the game you want to be playing if you're NIP, but it's WEIBO who's able to deliver. Reaps manages to trade out Fantasy.
Tries his very best to go back with the repeat on towards Pino. How on earth he got away in the first place, I don't know. But did manage to escape. NIP are going to collect. One of the first times now in a long time it feels like that they have a man advantage of 4v3 and a lot of time to play with Tim, one of them being a Monty. This is a round you cannot lose.
100% agree. This is, you know, absolutely unforgivable if they lose this from here. I don't think they will, but WEIBO, as I've said, have been brilliant at finding answers and finding ways so far. I'm just watching Speakeasy with that shotgun. I don't know, I've got a feeling. You watch how that one comes about as the round goes on. 1 minute 10 left to go. NIP, I like, they're not rushing here. They're using the time that they've got. You know, it can always be a big friend of yours, can the clock, in Siege if you use it well, and they are doing at the minute. They've got that top floor control. They're starting to look on down the hatch. They're starting to put pressure onto the players inside. They're not getting overly carried away. They're not rushing this. They're not running headlong into a problem.
They aren't. They're getting themselves set up and they're playing slow, like you say, but to get towards this last 45, they've got to have a rock-solid plan, and again, the execution is what matters the most for me. They've got no more frags they can roll down, a couple of smokes to play with, and of course the Monty shield, so they have got utility available, but it just feels like WEIBO tucked in, ready and waiting. Speakeasy out towards waiting room. They've got a good drop in towards backroom available to them. But then what's the response from the other side? Plant now going down.
The problem with where they're tucked in is how does Speakeasy now try to impact on this plant? He can't do because of the cover from the hatch. Ape tried to move through, but again, couldn't do anything because of the cover from the plant. This is really well worked from NIP. Much better and much more of what we need to see from the Brazilian side. Hertz manages to pick up a kill. 30 seconds left to go. They're trying to challenge above here away, but they know that they have to, but there's very little they can do because Wizard is there. He's got the angles covered. They tried from one side, it didn't work. They tried from the other, and neither did that. Really well played on elbow from Wizard. NIP on a whole, just look, honestly, they look like a different team that round. Look like a different team. Just really cohesive, really nice. Got the vertical control, got the space for the plant. Cons didn't rush in with the Monte, just went in when the support was there, when the cover was there, got the plant down. Really, really nice from them. 1-1.
The key thing is, it comes down to what we were speaking about in the pregame. We need to see them play as a team. And I feel that once they've had that initial scrap over clearing out office, that's all they've done for the rest of the round is play as a team. I was a bit nervous here when Reach manages to get across back in towards site. I was like, oh no, what's going on? Not site, sorry. But across in towards Armory, I was a bit like, okay, this doesn't look too good for them. But Pino manages to collect him. Off the back of that, everything for NIP was so focused on the execute itself. They didn't have excess players trying to do crazy lurks throughout the map. Everything was focused on vertical cover and making sure they couldn't get flanked. And other than that, it was all about the plant. Really good, really well composed. We're back where we were though, Tim, at the start of Clubhouse, where it's 1 apiece. Where do we go from here? Is it going to be another straight line win for one of these two teams, or does it stay a little bit closer?
I think we are going to see better from NIP than we did on Clubhouse. I think we are going to see them picking up some more rounds, especially if they can continue playing like that. I want to see very much the same from them this time around. They're attacking onto ventilation, so they need to get that top floor control. Speakeasy's up there on the Warden at the minute. That's kind of a bit of a nod, I think, towards the blitz that they've seen being brought along, but also not wanting the easy option for NIP to use those flashes, smokes, to be able to cause a problem again like they did last time around. But I'd expect them to be going in there, clearing Speakeasy out, clearing Ape out, which has not been the easiest task that they've had so far. Get that top floor control and then start applying that vertical pressure.
What I do like is how we've seen this Brava being brought along quite consistently by NIP, and normally you'd see Hoven playing on the Melusi. In fact, on the defensive side, Melusi has been played 3 times more by him over the last few months than any other operator. It is his go-to bread and butter. And even in this round where he's not on it, it's still being present inside of the team. On a map like this, it's great for that information. The one that you saw outside the door, for example, lets you know when someone's repelled in, and the rounding on that door, it's a bit of information to you rather than strictly trying to impede the other side, but it certainly does help. So I like that NIP have read in towards that. They know that Melusi is going to be on the board, therefore the Brava is always going to be useful in every single round, even if you don't see that Melusi, because you can pretty much guarantee it's going to be there.
4 players from WEIBO are positioned up on this top floor. Fantasy has been sent in ahead of the rest of his team to try and start creating a little bit of space. He has got support from Wizard as well. They've managed to get themselves CCTV, but that is all the ground that they've got covered at the moment. Pressure is mounting towards Armory as well, just using the Shield of Cons to try and bully the couple of players that are in there. But at the minute, Reeks and Speakeasy, they are not for moving, Des.
No, but also keeping an eye on Ape, because he's currently downstairs in the Soldiers, and of course sees when someone gets on drones, for example. And Speakeasy's managed to get rid of Fantasy again. The player that's got the entry for them has now been traded out himself, as he's down but not out, but surely should get finished off into a 3v3. But Ape, he carries on this map, Tim, up to a couple of kills in the round himself, but now it's a 2v2, and you're against the shield. Good luck, my friends.
You've got Ape back downstairs now, working in towards site. Hoven is trying to hold on from Fountain. He's not going to be moved here. He's on the castle, and he's just waiting, but he knows he's going to be challenged by a shield. But does Cons know? If he doesn't know that he's tight around the corner, this could be an opportunity for Hoven to pick up an important kill. He moves around, they've got no idea.
A matter of
He
pixels.
is so unfortunate on the siege time in there. 30 seconds left to go. He takes the choice to drop downstairs. This is an opportunity for NIP.
Tried to get the drop through here as well, smartly using the shield to make sure they can get the drop, but Ape's gone off again into a 3rd in the round, Tim. Finally gets shut down, but there's Hover with the round from behind. Well played by the boys there. The key thing in this round for me, Tim, compared to last time on Bathroom, is they were moving. We didn't see the WEIBO players sitting still. They kept themselves busy, and it kept NIP in a state of confusion.
I think NIP are going to be very sorry that their intel didn't pick up Hoven upstairs in Fountain. They had Cons right there on the Blackbeard. That's the challenge you want. Face to face with the castle, you should win that out almost every time on the shield. He just didn't know that he was around the corner, and that's smart play from Hoven. He stood stock still, because if you move too much, you're going to give a little audio cue that you are present. They're going to hear that little bit of a rustle of cloth around the corner. They're going to move in and take the challenge. It wasn't something that NIP recognised, and they were ultimately punished, Hoven being the one to pick up that final kill. So NIP, I feel like they haven't, you know, sort of lost everything that they gained in round 2. They still look good in parts, but again, WEIBO have adapted. They've adapted and they've answered the questions being asked of them. Fantastic stuff. Honestly, I can't find enough superlatives for this WEIBO side today. I absolutely am loving watching them.
You stole the words out of my mouth, and I kind of said it at the end of the round. You look back at the Bathroom Tellers defense, they were static, they sort of let NIP do what they wanted to. Yeah, NIP were playing PvE for most of it, whereas in that round, they were much more mobile, they were busy, they've adapted. NIP couldn't show any adaptation back on our previous map. Is the same thing going to sting them here? Do we see WEIBO press on in the second quarter and have a great time? That remains to be seen. They've also taken the Monty offline. We've also got the Clash taken away by the other side there, so a like for like. But the Monty has been, at least we saw back in round 2, quite pivotal for NIP. It was the only round in which they saw a win. You might see the Blackbeard, you might still see the Blitz, for example, but it's the one thing that gave them a win, now taken offline. Is that going to hurt NIP? Find out as the rounds move on forward. In this one, there are no shields, so a very different vibe to what we saw in the first 3 rounds. Instead, leaning in towards the Sens, the Nomad, the Lion, and of course, Fantasy being across on that Damus that we've seen him play already quite a bit throughout this series.
Yeah, very execution heavy here is what we're looking at. This is a team, this is a lineup, a composition that is aimed towards getting that diffuser down. So again, it's another reference point, it's another judgment tool for NIP at the end of this round. Did you get the diffuser down? Were you in a position? Did you have the space, the ability to be able to play the objective or not? Because that is what they are shaping up for. We do see the first of those Sense gadgets just sent up outside of the armory door. It's just being set up and you can choose when to kind of pop it into action and not. So they're just getting things ready, or NIP.
They know where a couple of players are as well. There we go. They know both are inside of office, and they're pretty sure there's one inside a break, or at least out towards the corridor looking to give some support. So they should know what's going on here and have a good idea. Now they know the layout of where this WEIBO defense is set up. They've got to move, because information becomes stale quite quickly in Siege. 5-10 seconds later, players can have moved, things can have changed, and sure enough, that's exactly what's happened. Hoven stepped across a little bit. Reeks wasn't quite set on 90 anymore, so things have moved. There's only now one player inside of office itself. But I'm almost worrying here, Tim. They go towards the path of Old Empire, where they then start paralyzing themselves through analysis. They overdrone, they look too many times over and pay the price. But here we are, they're in for 2, they're good for 3, Tim. Reeks getting at least 1 back, but the numbers with NIP, slow it down, pause, back on the drones here. This is all yours for the taking.
Yeah, that's it. You can use the clock now. 1 minute 10 left to go. You've still got all your utility you need. All they've lost is Fantasy along the way. Con steps up, leads from the front, manages to pick up another 4 versus 1. Get in, get that diffuser down now. They're making sure that the space is available, but Pino, he should be getting in there and just putting the case down, force this last player into a position. I think that's exactly what we're going to see. Or are they just hunting down that last player, looking for the kill? I don't know. They're just being cautious. They're just being cautious, but now, there we go. Pino is in. Diffuser's going down. Hoven has to make a move, and they've got it covered. Well played, NIP.
Yeah, really well done here. Again, I wanted to see them slow things down once they had that 4v2, but they managed to get the second, and from there, they push things forward nicely. Hoven will do what he can, but at this point, it's just going to be a little bit of stat padding if he does get any kills off the back of this. NIP are simply not losing this round, which means we're backwards to 2-2, Tim. They're showing a little bit of fight, which is exactly what we wanted to see.
Not only with the plant, but also the final kill. Pino will close out that round. NIP keeping themselves competitive here on board, and not one of their favourite maps. So anything that they can gain, any ground that they can call their own, is going to be a positive for them. And they are currently sat 2-2. And we're going to see the shield ban, I think, take a little bit of effect. We saw the Clash ban coming in against WEIBO. We saw them using it earlier on, in this map, and we saw it to great effect alongside Ape to provide that intel for him. And I feel like they have lost a little bit of something there in that round by not having that Clash. We saw Ape dealt with. We saw the kind of collapse from NIP come in onto those tough positions that they'd struggled to clear previously. So I like to see that as well. Sometimes it can be a little bit frustrating when you see a ban come in from a team against an operator and then they don't really play into it, and you're kind of like, well, why have you banned it? Whereas that, for me, NIP is just showing there that, that they've got a game plan. They've taken away the Clash, we've taken it away because that's going to help us deal with this spot. They've gone in and got the kills and dealt with that spot. So it just lines up much, much better. I like that from them, and maybe a bit more of a resurgence coming from the Brazilian side.
And they've also showed that they can play without the Monty or any shield, in fact, very comfortably. And what I liked about it is it almost forced them to have to play faster. The one thing we didn't see back on Club was that pace, and I was a little bit nervous that in round 2, yes, they got it over the line, but they relied on that Monty to be the sort of tip of the spear while they played super slowly and got through the map and so on and so forth. they're kind of being forced to play the game here a little bit quicker, and at least in that previous round showed they can do so very decisively. A lot of flashes coming in, you had the Sens light walls going down, and that was what let them get the kills that really set that round up to be closed out in their favor. Will the same happen again? Well, it's certainly going to kick off that way. It's Speakeasy already being finished off here. A free first kill being found out by Fantasy. Great start to the round.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. What NIP want to be seeing as well. You know, we've spoken about Fantasy at length, both on the desk and here in the cast, and that's what we want to see from him. Get in there, get aggressive, get that entry, give your team that little bit of extra space. Hoven does manage to pick up hits, level things out, 4 versus 4.
Now he's up on top 4 inside of Armory as well, so I think there was someone trying to sniff it in from the Armory doorway, and that's where he's managed to secure it. Still a lot of players scattered throughout the map is the key thing. Like, look at the WEIBO players at the bottom right corner of your screen. You can see where they are. And Tim had a mouthful of drinks, so could only go, That was far better than you going, The best thing would have been if you'd spat it everywhere, but I'm so glad that you didn't. Otherwise, it would have been a very, very messy place for a while. But this is the problem. You give them a bit too much space. They're not drawing themselves back together is the problem for NIP. They've left themselves somewhat spread apart, and this is where WEIBO will come into their own. If you let them move around the map and be problematic, what are they going to do? Move around the map and be problematic, Tim.
So the big problem that NIP have got here, if we look at the last time they attacked this site, they've got great top floor control. They used that Monty to get in there and do it, and they were able to use the hatch to create the space inside a site. That's not the case now. They've still got Turdenhoven up in office, have WEIBO. So top floor control is fully theirs. NIP with a minute left to go. I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, where are you going to get rid of those players? How are you going to get rid of those players? I spoke about NIP playing into their Clash ban. This feels like WEIBO playing into their Monty ban. You know, they know they're going to have a little bit more freedom on that top floor without that shield facing them down.
This one already scary enough as well, giving Capital DMR certainly a decision. Makes it even more terrifying throughout the game. But at this point, it feels like they're kind of sticking for players, Tim. They don't 100% know where they are. And yet again, Hoven, that's his 3rd kill that is winning in a 1v1, where there is just no team play coming out from NIP to see him hunted down. You saw there, we're going to see the track starting to come out, but eventually cancelled off. He's going to sit there very nice and happy for now. A nade over the top to try and force him out. He hops on over, doesn't quite find his man. There's 2 kills they need. Reaps has got to hold on against both.
What a turnaround, 15 seconds. Hoven was on for the ace for a second there, but no longer. 2v1 Wizard is just looking to see if he can find the last man. It's going to be Pino. Picks him up out of the shell cubicle. That's going to be a round to NIP.
A great save as well, because I really got nervous when I picked up that 3rd kill, Tim. He's just been dancing around the map, and as I said, taking constant 1v1s, winning them out. NIP not able to close down on him, and I thought, surely this sees the whole thing fall apart. But Pino, in the dying moments, finding Reaps is what keeps them going over the line. 3-2 now to NIP. And the first time in the series team that they've been ahead.
Just see.
How many turn into 1v1s is honestly crazy. Unfortunate not to win this one, but it was the fact they got those 2 kills upstairs that set this up for a close.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see now NIP. If you remember in the last map, I said there was a little bit low energy in the team. Kind of, you know, the first I know they were, like, you know, getting absolutely battered on Clubhouse, but it was kind of like they'd already lost. And I'm just seeing that energy, that passion creep back into that team now. And I feel like, you know, these Brazilian teams, they thrive on energy. They thrive on a little bit of chaos. And NIP need to start creating that. 3-2 now they are on the scoreboard. I think, get this, 4-2. That's what we'd expect from your attacking half. Push on from there. See if you can maybe put WEIBO on the back foot. It's looked good for them over the last couple of rounds. Just need a little bit more of that. I'm not going to say they were lucky. They played it well, but it was a 2 versus 3 that they won. So they didn't necessarily have control of the round up to that point. So this is what I'd like to see for NIP's last attack is use that shield again. You brought the Blackbeard instead of the Monty because of the ban. Get cons in there and create that control. Create that map control that you're looking for. That presence. Force WEIBO out of those positions and dominate the round from there.
Also worth giving some some kudos towards Pino as well, who across the 2 maps. It's been really standout performance for both, well, for his team across both of those maps so far. 6-7 on the prior, but then no one did go positive on that map, so you can't really fault him too much. 6-2 so far here, putting up some good numbers alongside Wizard and very much keeping NIP, I wouldn't say in control of the game, Tim, but they are in the lead. Which way this one goes, I don't really know, because again, control often is a big thing that you have to worry about. And when the sides swap, WEIBO could just come out like a freight train and just run over NIP.
Certainly could. We're going to see the first of that utility as we just see a little explosion from beneath as well. I think it was one of the impact nades coming up from Hoven just to try and back up the Blackbeard of Cons, and it was successful for the moment at least. If we have a look across, nobody from NIP inside of the map yet. 1:30 into the round. We always say this of defenders. Defending border, stop attackers getting inside of the map. So WEIBO doing a good job of that for the first half at least.
Taking it nice and slow. Admittedly, WEIBO are a little bit more, I won't say fully condensed in, because you've got Turd inside of Office and you've got the Aruni, of course, playing out towards Office side. So they are looking to control as much as they can, and Wizard to get one reach on the other side, gets one for himself, makes it two, and Ape carries on. There we go, that's the sweep they needed. They were taking none of that nonsense coming in from the other side. Ape yet again gets 3 kills for himself. He is well and truly flying on this map, Tim. That's 10 kills, I believe he's now at.
How do you play against Ape like that? You know, we've said that we'd like to see NIP getting more trades. They were in position to do that. The problem is he just kept killing them. Every time one of them's coming in for a swing, he just flicks across and gets another kill. Ape is just having one of those standout games at the minute that makes him super, super difficult to play against. And NIP finding that out the hard way. So 3-3 at the split. We're going to move into the second half. And you've got to say, on what is normally an attacker-sided map, that is a higher preference for WEIBO, you maybe got to fancy him to take this 2-0.
It's feeling that way, Tim. Yeah, going into the attacking side, I definitely favour them, given how well they were, how good they were at attacking on club. The explosiveness, the aggression, the team play was absolutely phenomenal. And so I'm wondering if NIP got what it takes to hold on a map which really favours attackers with that play style. This is where I feel a little bit nervous for them, but we can't also ignore they've got 3 attacking rounds of their own here. Maybe it's enough to take us through to that third map of Cafe.
In the highlights, it all came within about 6 seconds in that round. You could be forgiven for thinking that they had been pieced across the entire round, but no, it was just one after another when WEIBO decided that enough was enough on that defense. So let's get into round 7. Going to be up on that top floor side. Armory to begin with, 3-3, and WEIBO are on the attack. Just looking across at their attacker lineup. Might change yet, of course. They do have the option.
Tim, you never learn.
I know.
You never learn.
Do it anyway. Speakeasy is going to be bringing the Blackbeard along again. We've seen him using the shields previously on Clubhouse, and it was done to good effect for WEIBO. Any utility they brought, they always seem to get the most out of it. They always seem to do really well with it. Whether it was the Monty, whether it was the Capitao, I commented in Clubhouse on their utility use on the attack, and I'm expecting more of the same here. So what have we got? We've got the Grim, and we've got the Blackbeard in particular. We've also got the Twitch. The Twitch is going to be essential to go in and clear out those Vulcan canisters. We're going to see those drones trying to do that. One taken out there, so that is good from NIP, protecting that just delay utility they've got that Cons will have been positioning around. So, WEIBO, how do you use that utility? Where do you use it? And what benefit does it gain you?
It's one thing worth remarking on, you know, Grim actually is a top operator for both of these teams. Top 2, they absolutely love playing it. We haven't seen NIP play it once throughout this series so far. Whereas WEIBO, 4 times back on Clubhouse, and immediately here on the attacking side of border, it's being brought along. And so I'm curious if NIP are fearing using it here and playing it. Right now you've got to fear Ape, who's up now, I believe, to 19 kills throughout this series. One hell of a show coming out from him. And that's the start that you want. Hates offline, a 5v4, and they've still got a shield on side. Feels painful to be NIP.
I think we're going to see the lack of trades for NIP become a bigger problem now they're on the defensive side. I get a feeling that WEIBO are going to have more opportunity and more ability to isolate these NIP players, or at least that's what they're going to be looking to do. Like that entry kill they got, there was no response to it. So NIP, that's something they need to focus on. Don't allow WEIBO to isolate you. Make sure that you're playing close to your teammates. Make sure that you can impact on each other. Speakeasy manages to pick up one onto Fantasy, while Pino, he takes down Reaps. So we find ourselves now 3 versus 3. Speakeasy still trying to aggress forward with that Blackbeard.
This is what you want, right? The shield to give you the information to tell the rest of the team as to what's going on, while also being a major threat in your own right. But it is this 3v3 we set into. A lot of utility still to work with on the attacking side, but it's more the positional problem they've got. Pino hits another one. It's his second kill of the round, by the way, with the Reaper.
Disgusting.
Who cares about the primary when he can do it all with the secondary?
2 versus 3 now, and NIP looking in a much more comfortable position here. Of course, the site being up on the top floor, it leaves Turd and Speakeasy both outside of the map at the minute. conscious of being challenged as they go in there, but NIP have been able to just drop themselves away. Interestingly, have a look at where Pino's moved to, Des. He's dropped himself away underneath. Now that he's the spare man, he's got down there on the pulse. He has the shotgun. He has a nitro. I don't see any way that WEIBO win this.
Unless getting up on the desk, but if the hatch is open, then it still makes it tough. Like, I don't know. Not a lot of time to work with either. They know where the second one is. They've got the call, they've got the cover. Now he's about to get swung by 2. Surely he should go down, since this now leaves a lot towards Pino. You were in a 3 versus 2, and suddenly we're down to the 1v2. Pino has pushed upstairs at the ready, sees his man, can't quite get him. Takes a couple of shots, they know where he's coming from. Final 5 seconds here. He's got to hold on. Gets rid of 1, on for the 3, but can he find the 4? Yes, he can. Pino saving the round for NIP.
Pino does not make a liar of me, Des. For a second there, I thought WEIBO were going to. I said that there was no way they should win that from there. Pulse underneath, nitro, shotgun, everything he needed. We heard the nitro. It was missed. It didn't find its mark, and for a moment, it looked like WEIBO were going to get total control of that site, but Pino just showing that experience, just showing that calmness under pressure. Said, you know what? No, it didn't work from underneath as a pulse. I'm going to get back up there. I've already had 2 kills on the Reaper. I think I'll get myself another 2. 4K in the round. Brilliant pulse play.
Yeah, the 3K back in round 5 that NIP won. He's just had 4K and a 1v2 here. There's 2 rounds that you can almost solely put on Pino's head. And WEIBO, we've seen some good rounds from Ape, for example. He's definitely dragged through a couple of his own. But who's going to be that hero to save out the really tough ones that they need to get over the line? Right now, NIP are the ones yet again in the lead.
It's a really interesting position there, because you look at it, it's 2v1. You know where the pulse is. And I'm sure a lot of people are going to be saying, Speakeasy, you've got the diffuser. Why haven't you gone for the plant there and allowed to hold the cover and you move across? One reason for that, I think they were wanting to plant near the breach wall, near the main door. The problem was that Pino had already challenged them through the soft wall. They know he's a pulse, they know he's got the shotgun. So they don't want to invite him into small office to challenge through the wall with the shotgun. What I would say, though,
don't forget.
Well, yes, but it had been used. But they may or may not have known that. What I'd be saying is, I think they were in a position to get a plant down, but behind the lockers that are near the half wall. If they cross over there, there's no angle that Pino can get from the door, from the position that he's in to challenge onto that. He has to come and swing around the lockers to be able to do that. Now, there is that nitro argument. They might not have realised.
They didn't know he was upstairs,
They might not. I think they did. He'd taken shots at them, but they might not have realised, or he could have gone back downstairs. So I think that was, you know, all these things are kind of racing through your mind with 5 seconds left to go. It's easy to look at it from this position and say, oh, well, yeah, perfectly, just go and plant on the lockers. But there was a lot of things screaming at them not to, and it was just really well played by Pino. He took full advantage of it.
Look at Ape here as well, and super early and aggressive. Good spot to be in. His last E1D coming out here as well. He's desperately trying to find someone and gets the head of Haste. There's no swing to come back the other way. At least Pre-Fire is anticipating it, as you probably should at this point. But he's in a good spot where he can start putting some pressure down here already inside the site. You're so used to seeing pressure coming upstairs, Tim, that he's in a really dangerous spot right now.
Ape's just having a field day, isn't he? He's 12-5 at the minute. Just phenomenal stuff
20
from
kills
him.
in the series.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable, and just continues to go. Hoven's going to pick up Wizard. NIP just in a little bit of trouble inside of this round, but we have seen them been able to win from these man disadvantage positions. Challenge continues to come in. Really great use of utility. Again, it's something I keep picking up on for WEIBO, but the nade goes in, forces the movement. The kill comes being picked up by Turd. Speakeasy manages to find Fantasy. Cons, he gets a 1v5 down to a 1v4, but this round is pretty much done. It's time to get that diffuser down if you're WEIBO.
Yeah, looking at Hoven here, he's coming around the outside of the map to get himself in through the window by the vending machine and to get that diffuser down. Cons should not be able to get in a spot where he can stop this one. But has started working his way on the upstairs here, anticipating there'll be some vertical cover, which is very, very common for this plant itself. But keeps on giving himself away and reaps. He ain't going to miss the audio cue of that last gunshot. Gets the kill he needs in a very, very dominating round by WEIBO. What I love about it, Tim, was it was all lateral. Didn't really bother with the vertical. Just said, you know what? I'm going to come and punch you in the face right through the front door, and there's very little you can do about it. Great stuff.
I have no idea which way border goes from here, to be honest. It's kind of just, you know, each team roundabout having a great round.
Que os caras no ventilação e no banheiro jogam pra baixo, cara joga pra baixo perdido? Sim. Então eu não quero a gente morrendo pra esse cara. Então sim, acabou. Se a gente fica parado ali, mano, só resistindo às paradas, eles estavam perdidos. Eles começaram a ir no PC, depois o Blackbeard virou leste, tá ligado? Sim, eles estão meio perdidos. Então, mano, vamos continuar, mano. Vamos continuar resistindo nas paradas e dando esse all-in depois, tá ligado? Não vamos cair nesses bait, não vamos morrer pra esses caras comendo embaixo. Esses caras solo, tá ligado? O que eu acho, mano? Acho que a gente pode banir Black Beat, que eles vão se fuder um pouco nessa comida da leste, tá ligado? Acho que eles começam a se perder um pouco nisso. Demorou?
A gente faz a ventilação...
Mano, vamos pra ventilação.
5
em cima? 5 em cima, vamos 5 em cima. Fica mais fácil a gente jogar, tá ligado? Não tem problema, joga de goio.
All right, work to do, no doubt. Of course, we can't understand Portuguese, so not much we can share with you there on what was said. But I imagine there's some holes being identified, some gaps here they can see to exploit WEIBO, and it must really be on this attacking side, let's not forget as well, where they've seen there are weaknesses and holes that they can open up. And to do so after just a couple of rounds in the half, I think says enough. Do not want to see NIP slipping any further back. So the coach steps in for a few words. On we go then, Tim, down to Vents and Workshop for our next round, round 9.
Again, I think NIP need to keep themselves on top of this situation. The last thing that they need is to be facing down match points against them. Because I feel like, again, the energy has been up and down in the team, and once they get to that threshold against themselves, I think they might struggle to fight their way back into it, but we will see how it goes. There is also, of course, the other side of it where you look at WEIBO and think, you know, they are kind of getting better and better on this international stage, but still, when faced with the opportunity to beat a big name like NIP, the nerves will start to kick in just a little bit.
Just a bit, but surely enough to then get it over the line. I think, like, I do favour WEIBO to win this one, again, knowing that it's a map they're very, very comfortable on. They've got a good history on. It's very attacker-leaning and how they've attacked so far throughout this series. I think it'd be hard-pressed to say they can't do it, especially given that NIP's win in round 7 did come down to a big turnaround by Pino. A round that surely should have gone the way of WEIBO, and they could have been long clear at this point at 5-3, but it's just how the game falls sometimes. So there's still work to do. First call, as you saw, coming out from Alrabat, just now coming online for Ape Sare. He's trying to get the down on towards Wizard and have found it. Don't think they'll get a chance to finish it off, mind you, and they must know that a second player is there. There's pings coming on all around, but they won't be able to quite get in here and stop this one. A risk always to try and get the man up, but they'll do what they can.
Fantasy's desperate to try and pick him up, isn't he? You can see it. Keeps having a look and thinking no, because he knows that the challenge is likely to come in the second that he does. So for the time being, Wizard will stay down. But now the plan's going down. Speakeasy, he's managed to find some space inside of a smoke. All that noise around Wizard has done its job. It's created the gap that WEIBO needed, and Speakeasy gets the plant down in a 5v5.
I absolutely love that, Tim. Using a distraction elsewhere to go for the execute. Yes, NIP became aware of it, but they had less players available to defend than they would have liked. In we go, though, trying to get this one down towards the Goyo, but no, Cons has fallen. Can't get the disable. It's a 4 versus 2. Once again, WEIBO have ran through NIP like a freight train, and they're back in the lead once more.
Well, that's what WEIBO have done with their tactical timeout. They've called a play there to come in and make a big impact, and that's exactly the moment that it has given them. Brilliant stuff from WEIBO. Just make a lot of noise over here, while really the problem is downstairs. The call is coming from inside the house. The diffuser is going down, and it was job done, especially when you've got that shield on side as well. You know then, even in a 5v5, it's going to be super difficult to do anything about that activated diffuser. Well played, WEIBO. They've taken themselves another round. It's 5-4.
Yeah, really good stuff from WEIBO, and this is what I said at the start of the round that I was nervous about. We've seen WEIBO already pull this kind of stuff off back on club, and NIP couldn't adapt to deal with it. I'm a bit nervous that we're going to see more of the same. It's just like WEIBO are in third gear and NIP is stuck in second at times. And to be fair, capitalising again on the chaos going on upstairs was absolutely wonderful from WEIBO. 2 more rounds, they take this series 2-0. What were your expectations coming in, actually? I didn't ask you at the very start. Who did you have taking this series? It's so easy now to say WEIBO, given where we are, but did you feel NIP could do it?
I felt like either team could do it. So I'll tell you exactly what I put in my notes about it. And I said that a lot of people will expect an NIP win based on Brazilian team, NIP, big name, everything else, but that it would not be that simple. And that I would expect to see maybe a little bit of an advantage on maps, because WEIBO kind of play everywhere, whereas NIP have got a few favourites and then they've got a losing record on quite a few maps over, if you look since sort of July to today. So yeah, for me, I thought it was going to be a little bit 50-50. I said in the green room before we came out today, I think WEIBO take this. I think that's going to be one of the... I don't think it's a big surprise, but maybe one of the surprises for the day could be WEIBO picking up their first win here.
And 2-0 as well. Don't forget, of course, your record in terms of how fast you finish a series also determines what points you get. A 2-0 gives you 4 points, a 2-1 gives you 3. Losing 2-1 gives you 1 point. If you can win no maps, you get 0 points. And we said how one series can be enough to either make or break your group stage. This could yet prove to be that series, as I alluded to a little bit earlier on. Anyway, Ape's down, the Ying is offline. Good start for NIP, Tim. Enough to hold on, we'll find out, because there's a bit of a util dump coming in from Rich, and they're going in for a plant once again. Very nice and shallow, but they've got to go deep, Tim, because of the smokes, and sure enough, he'll try his best, but Speakeasy cut down. NIP handily dealing with this execute coming out from WEIBO. A 5v1, and it looks like they'll be able to equalize things up to a 5 apiece.
Yeah, brilliant from NIP there, and I love this. So NIP really struggled on Clubhouse, but here we've got a real battle going on. It's toe-to-toe. They are just exchanging haymakers at the minute, and both of them are kind of taking it on the chin, rolling with the punch and coming back with one of their own, and I love to see it. NIP there, what they've done, they've read into that execute perfectly, not just in terms of the plan, but also the timing. As soon as that 3-2-1 hits, it's almost like NIP can hear WEIBO's 3-2-1. It's almost like, right, go, and NIP go, yeah, okay, here come the smokes, here comes all the disruption. Brilliant stuff from the Brazilians.
The key difference, I think, there is where WEIBO have come out on top previously is they've been able to get into a spot where they can bring down 2 or 3 players on that initial burst in towards a site or a part of the map. Here, they were bursting in just to execute. They had no ability to challenge. It's why you had things like smoke grenades coming down from both sides, just to cut each other's line of vision off and trying to see if they can get a plant down without any C4 stopping them, without any smoke stopping them. But the smokes were more than enough. So WEIBO were kind of like rushing in and burning out before they had a chance to find any kills. It was well managed by NIP, which is what I loved about that round. Now, let's see how Bafta and Tellus goes, because we've seen different approaches to this site so far. The top-down classic coming out from NIP. WEIBO just going full horizontal on the first floor and looking to sweep through. And to be fair, doing so quite effectively off the back of Ape's push through on the Lion. Which one are we going to see out of WEIBO here? Because I imagine they've got a few tricks up their sleeve on what they can try and pull off to keep NIP on their toes.
The other big thing for NIP in that previous round was being able to turn around the little bit of momentum WEIBO had been gaining on the entry. WEIBO had 3 entries in a row, 7, 8, 9. Round 10, it's Fantasy who picks it up, and it just gave NIP that front foot and maybe carries them a little bit of momentum into round 11 as well. So keep an eye. The last 3 rounds have been won by the team who picked up the entry. Keep an eye which way that goes, and again, it feeds back into that Fantasy question, doesn't it? 6 and 9 at the minute. He's had a better map on border than he did Clubhouse, but his team really need him now.
Do. Pino. Hoping to get a bit more done. Ape's the one trying to step in. It's Wizard shutting him down, who again has had a great series himself so far. Certainly no complaints there, but that Lion, the X factor in the previous round that really opened up the map for his team, is offline. Ape's certainly not flying on the attacking side the same way that he did back on the defense, Tim.
I feel like WEIBO are just starting to suffer a little bit to the same problem NIP have had, and that is a lack of trades here. NIP are able to find these kills without too much of a response at times, and that's something that WEIBO have certainly done better on earlier in the game than the last few rounds. So just need to make sure that they're keeping it tight, that they're not sort of crumbling under the pressure, and that they don't let NIP start to run rampant.
Tried to move their way through with the Selmas, and it's just not working for them. So the swing comes on through, catches him on the reload. A bit too easy here for NIP, who look far more settled in these last 2 rounds. That's 2 in a row, Tim, in the flawless round. They'll find here, sorry. Second in a row is looking pretty cozy, and now they've got a great chance to send us through to Cafe as that 3rd map.
And it's a big problem because that's, 9 or 10 kills without the trade from WEIBO, and this is what I'm saying. It's an area they need to be looking at quickly. I'd like to see maybe them take their tactical time out. There we go. It's like, you got to do it.
Look, we just need start to 5v5. 5v5. Pay attention to the start. They are picking every round. What we're going to do is very simple, bro. Try to put more blitz. In time we are ready, let's go fast, 3-1. You guys are doing very well on this. The problem is we are kind of lost in losing the first kills, We just need to fix this detail and go in front, okay? We are the best, huh? Come on, guys. Come on. Good advantage, huh?
I think there's another problem
3 rounds, guys. 3 rounds.
You wanna play slow and I can take Monty and go east because they're gonna be fans.
Yeah. Possible.
I think
the thing is,
just go east, guys.
Or we will exec fast, or you play slow and just find the kills.
I think so.
But pay attention on the start, guys.
Yeah. I think we need to get more engaged, maybe, because...
Yeah, they're kind of very short and sweet point there. If it's the early round that we're losing, play more 5v5.
I think the slight concern I'd have coming out of that tactical timeout, it felt like there was maybe a little bit of indecision at the end there. It was kind of like, you know, you had Speakeasy saying, look, we can play slow if we want, we can take the Monty, we can go east, we can just try to push in slowly. And it was kind of like, well, yeah, we can do, or we could play fast and we could do this. And rather than a focused, decisive, this is what we're going to do. Let's see how it plays out. You know, maybe it looks like they are going to be going for that option. Speakeasy going to play on the Monty, try to push in, probably through east and take ground from there. So let's see how that plays out for them. But NIP, I think there's, you know, they've maybe got them on the ropes a little bit. They maybe got them, I won't say rattled, but, you know, WEIBO are certainly thinking that this one isn't going all their way. There's an opportunity for NIP here.
There is. 5 seconds left. And I also wouldn't be super disheartened if you're WEIBO. Like, you've stomped the first map. You're on your second life here. NIP, they have to get this right. They can't afford to be wrong. And so the advantage is massively with you. You've already attacked this site brilliantly. Again, they probably won't pull off exactly the same execute. They'll try something a little bit different here, just to keep NIP guessing. Speakeasy on that Monty could be, once again, quite a decisive factor for them. Turd also jumping over to the IQ to show a bit of respect, I imagine, towards the Echo on the other side.
Pino certainly showing on this second map that Paris is a city that he likes playing in. As we said last time around, Des picked up on it and discussed it. 2021 here in Paris, he won the SI with a very different roster, but he's back. Certainly looking for more with the way that he's playing so far. Keep an eye on him through the round. He's on that pulse again. We saw great play from him last time. He got 4K in the round, able to clutch out a 1v2 as well. This time he's going to be playing up in office, trying to hold on to that top floor. Here comes the push though that WEIBO were talking about. Get Speakeasy in on the Monty and start to try and push forward from there. But Pino's position again, opening up with that shotty, is going to make it difficult to play that east stairs position.
Oh, here we go. The flank from behind as well. Wizard coming in, but Speakeasy's gone. A bit too far forward. Reach to step in and get at least one back. Pressure coming in still from the east stairs side. Turd collects Fantasy, who's also playing that side of the map. It is the war of the east stairs in this round so far, Tim. It's one that WEIBO are winning, but Turd, I swear to God, is getting shot in the back in a second, but no! Misses the chance at a freebie. A little bit of a lick on towards Pino, but that's all he's going to find.
Hits is down as well, so effectively we're now in a 4 versus 2. You've lost a lot of that power. I think he was carrying the shotgun on the mute, so again, real powerful in those CQC positions at top east stairs, those close angles, but not going to be able to get anything done. We're going to see Cons have to drop away here. There's got to be an opportunity to think about getting that diffuser down. It's actually down cold. Reaps and goes and recovers it.
Last time we were here, we had Pino go nuclear, and once again he's down into a 1vx. It's not a 1v2 this time, and they know exactly where he is. Life's going to look a bit scary here. Hoven's there, top of the stairs. Tim, you can say the line.
We're going to overtime, Des. Indeed. We're getting a little bit more on border.
Just that little bit more. 3 rounds to see who takes this map. If WEIBO can get it done and over in 2, or if NIP send us through to that map 3. And as I said earlier, there is a point on the line here. Even if we get to that third map, the loser still walks away with just 1 point. They lose here 0-2 NIP. They walk away with nothing from this matchup. So this is really important. And we've got WEIBO starting on the attacking side of things. You can't really split the two teams because we've had consecutive 3-3 halves. I can't tell you which way this one goes.
No, it literally is anybody's. I think NIP... I think I would give an edge to NIP at the minute. I've liked the way they've looked on their defences, and I think, you know, that they do have more rounds in the tank that they can pull out. But the problem with WEIBO today is, like I said, answers are abundant from them. They always find a way, or seem to. And right now, I have no doubt that they could turn it around. So like you say, it's so difficult to call as this. It is absolutely on a knife edge. I think what either team needs is a bit of a hero moment. We say you can't rely on them, but that's going to be what will swing, or very possibly will swing this matchup, is somebody like Pino, Fantasy, Ape, you know, one of these players that's going big. Reaps, Hoven coming out, getting hold of it, bang, 3K, right, we've won the round, and then they push on from there.
New feed active.
We're still largely leaning into what we've seen already. Speakeasy staying on the shields in the blitz here, a little bit quicker, a bit more pacey. And on the other side, doubling down on the information, got the Valkyrie here joining up with the pulse, but it's Fantasy down early. That can't happen inside 14 seconds into the round, Tim. Ape's got a freebie, and even he's wondering how the hell that's happened.
He's hitting with the question mark, Des. He's just playing into the mind games a little bit as well. Like you say, Fantasy, it's not just about taking that opening death. It's the fact that he was on the smoke. lot of utility. We've seen NIP make fantastic use of that smoke utility earlier on in the game. They're now going to have to live without it. 5 versus 4, and what I like here from WEIBO is straight away, foot off the gas, back onto the intel, back onto playing the round, not getting carried away and kind of sucked into it, which is where I think they've maybe struggled a couple of times. They've got that kill and they've tried to roll with the momentum, and NIP have kind of predicted that and stood up well to it. This time, WEIBO are playing for much more of a control game. They go in, they get one, they get two. Great play from Speakeasy. Cons manages to get happy, but the damage is done.
But can they hold on, Tim? Can they hold on? There's no C4 left. Pino's got the right idea for a 1v1, but the thing is the pressure starts to mount more and more. Cons at least gets one back on towards third. Speakeasy, a 3k in the round on that blitz, and there's just one left, and you saw from that yellow ping, Tim, they know exactly where he is. This one looks pretty cooked.
Slants is going down. Speakeasy's in the position I said at the beginning of the round, Des, that they needed a hero moment from somebody. Speakeasy, he delivered. He stepped up. A nice triple on the blitz, putting the case down as well. Oh, great stuff out of Speakeasy. One of our very experienced players when you look at an SI basis. Unbelievable stuff from him. Rolling back the years, gets it done.
I think so long back now when he was playing on Giants, for example. He was the go-to shield guard. He was an absolute terror. And in that round, he's really quiet. The analyst said this back after map 1, that he'd gone 3-3, but his cost was up there at 88%. It's hard for you to contribute when your team is steamrolling and you're the backline player. The fact that when you need him most, he can turn up like that and get a crucial round over the line is massive for WEIBO. They've now got 2 bites of the cherry to see this one over the line. They go on to the defense. NIP have really got to show us something special in this attacking round.
I think NIP are now backs to the wall, and we're going to see just how much resilience they've got in that side to be able to fight their way back into this one. 7-6, WEIBO on the defense. Like you said, there was no real advantage massively between defense and attack. 3-3 halves in both directions, but WEIBO do have the opportunity up on that top floor. If we look back to their defensive half, they won it twice, they lost it once. So they're at a 66% win rate on this site so far today. The odds at least will favour WEIBO.
Well, this is the time to show what you're made of, boys. Otherwise, this first series of the Six Invitational is not the dream start, the fairy tale, the fantasy that you were hoping for. Speaking of, Fantasy's the one jumping across again onto that DMR Capital. Able to just bring so much to a team here in terms of utility. You heard Emmy speaking about him earlier, but Capital just an insane operator right now, and I imagine we're only going to see him more and more as the tournament goes by.
Ape's the big man here. Ape's the one that they have to clear out. He's back on Aruna, on the DMR, in CCTV. Where have we seen this before? Absolutely decimated him from this position a couple of times. He's 13-8. He's been quiet over the last couple of rounds, but all he needs is one big moment. NIP, if it goes wrong, if they get hit by Ape again, I can't forgive it, Des. I can't forgive it because they know exactly where he's going to be playing and how he's going to be playing it. They have to have an answer to that position.
Can they get the answer though, or do they fall down to him yet again? Because it has proven to be a nightmare time after time after time for the other side. The Melusive off a mention was brought along to help protect that area of the map. In this round, they're not bothering with it, and they've stepped away and gone instead towards third on the Fenrir, and Reach has gone on towards playing the mute instead of picking up the operator that he played a little bit earlier on today. As of yet, WEIBO not moved. We're 75 seconds in. NIP still finding their entry in towards these stairs.
Yeah, WEIBO are doing well here. They're absorbing a lot of pressure and a lot of utility. Is it going to take a big moment from a player like Turd? He's looking at that window. It just makes you wonder if he wants to get out of it. But Ape still hasn't been moved. Hovered is still in elbow, supporting him to stay in that position. NIP, they've kind of thrown the utility. They've kind of used that first gambit, and they haven't really gained too much for it. They've got his stairs, which is a good point to build from.
Oh, Turd has sat on this window so many times throughout this game and not really taken action. Now that he knows he's gone for the swing and he's down to 1 HP, but Hayes has got him first. Unfortunate, almost managed to get his man, but for NIP, this is a good time to beat him. Saying that, look how low the health bars are.
Absolutely looking like it could be a WEIBO round as one drops. Cons is taken out. Speakeasy manages to find hits. There is very little HP left, and surely this is going in only one direction, and that direction is going to be an NIP loss on the first day. But Fantasy starts to fight back. He starts to dream. It's 2 versus versus 3, but they've got about 10 HP between them, Dead.
Oh, it's so hard. Literally a single bullet towards either of them, and they are down and out, and this one should therefore be done. 25 seconds to go. A lot of utility for the Capitao to work with here, Tim. They can at least cut off a couple of angles to make this one stick, but it's not a fully open breach either. They've got to go through the door, which makes this even riskier. Smoke going in deep. Still the 3 players on side. The C4 in the back pocket is Speakeasy. They found 1. They found 2. WEIBO get the 2-0 over NIP.
What a performance from the APAC team, really kicking things off in the way they would have wanted, using that knowledge of Gohan there. He set them up perfectly to play those Brazilian teams, and they have got the job done. Will it be a surprise? I don't know if you could go that far after the performances that they showed us in Munich, but one thing is, they have turned up and shown us there's plenty more where that came from.
Really encouraging to see, really exciting to watch a team like that attack as well. Just brings a lot of excitement, a lot of explosiveness, as we've seen across both of those maps. And off to a real good start here. Again, 4 points going in the back pocket of WEIBO. NIP, they walk away empty-handed. RIP to NIP, and RIP to this cast. Back after a short break.
Window is closing. We only get one shot at this.
everybody. I'm here with Reaps from WEIBO Gaming, and what a match they just had against Ninjas in Pajama. And I'll ask you a few questions because map 1, you looked incredibly dominant, but then once you moved into map 2, things got complicated. Was it more for you, okay, WEIBO, we're not really able to play well on board, or is it more NIP that really stepped up in that?
I think NIP stepped up on the map because map 1, I think they not ready for us, our style. And map 2, they changed their play style. They play more aggressive. And I think when they get 5 punch, we keep doing the solo play, you know. But after they get match point, we said, oh, we can't do this. We need to play together, slow style. And after that, we just never lost a round.
That was the reason why Gohan was calling the timeout, to kind of cool you guys down and be able to control the early game properly?
Yes, that's what Gohan timeout is.
Fair enough. And you're talking about your playstyle. How would you describe your own playstyle as Reaps and as WEIBO?
I think as the whole team style, we just try to find info and then we just strike. We get info, we hit a gap, we just no second think, we just go as a team together. So if the team not ready for us, so it's gonna be tough.
It's a quick and deadly strike in that case. That's the playstyle of WEIBO. Now, next up, you'll be playing FEARX, the team that you're also familiar with in the APAC region. After defeating NIP, do you feel even more confident going into that game tomorrow?
Yes. We already, as the APL region final champion, we are really confident to beat any Asia team. So I don't think it's a challenge.
It's a play style you're used to at this point in APL. And the last one is, look, the people want to know, how do you get the hair done this way? Because this man has been mogging everybody, aura farming here in Paris with the hair, with the new style. What's the deal with it?
I just want to get some nice haircut and win a nice spot at Paris. Yeah.
It kind of fits. You have to play it off. There it is from Reaps, from WEIBO Gaming. More action coming at you live at the Invitation.
I gotta say, as someone who's been doing interviews for a very long time, that is the most I've heard out of Reaps, potentially ever, with all interviews combined. We actually got some good insight there. Ultimately, though, this is one of those matches where we felt so strongly about WEIBO's ability to get this done. However, it wasn't without faults. It wasn't without NIP having a word.
Absolutely. I mean, what we saw from map 1 to map 2 was completely different. And you have to give Pino his flowers there. I mean, it was a big 4K within that round, a huge 2K clutch, to say the least. I mean, we talked about him briefly. Last time he was in Paris, he did win that invitational. It is unfortunate that they do go out here in an 0-2, but fact of the matter is, they still put up a performance and showed great resilience.
Yeah, and I mean, for WEIBO on the other side, I mean, I really think it comes down to what we want to see from WEIBO, essentially just having amazing resilience, showing their capabilities of what they're able to bring. And in my opinion, I know a lot of people are looking at WEIBO to not have many expectations on their shoulders, but I think it's safe to say the best APL team to represent the region is showing up here today at Invite, and hopefully we can see this continue. I mean, in map 2, not only were they losing the opening kills, but able to bring it back kills-wise. Map 1 was a stomp. It really looked flawless from WEIBO's side.
I mean, you already know how I feel about the team and about one individual specifically, Ape. My friend, you walk away with the MVP for this. That's a pretty incredible feat because it's your first ever game at SI.
Yes, it is,
How did it feel?
For me personally, it's really, really fun. I feel happy to be here, so I will just give my best every day.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you guys look dominant map 1. Map 2, it looked like NIP was able to match the aggression a little bit. I mean, there was a big 1v2 that you guys lost to Pino. In a situation like that, especially being your first SI, when you lose a round like that, does that impact motivation, impact your guys inside the server? What do you guys go forward after that point like that?
We'll just say reset. It's round by round. Everything can happen in the game, so we just focus on the next round and just play.
Well, listen, I know we talk round by round, but I want to talk about the one round to kick off border. It came off the backing of your performance. I just kind of want you to run it through. What was the situation going on here?
It's a Sui push. We call it Sui, right, with the shield, and then we just call for like a let's trade the Sui. Let's just play for like the kills and trades, and then that's happened.
Now, when you're in this position, is Speakeasy feeding all of that information to you on that clash for then you to be able to play off of, knowing that you're going to be safe? He's creating chaos with that shield. I mean, it seemed like you played off that very, very well and turned that round into a pretty swift 4K.
It's just lucky.
I think you gotta give a little more respect for yourself. I don't think that was luck. I think that was just great teamwork.
It's luck, bro. It's luck and practice, and a little bit like practice to the post that I played, and that's it.
So it's hard.
It's hard work.
Yeah, you're too humble, Ape.
A little bit of luck. That's all.
We shot way too much content. I already know you're way too humble. Ape, on that note, do you have anything you'd like to say to anyone at home that's watching?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, everyone that been supporting us through WEIBO journey. Thank you very much. We're gonna keep giving you guys a good entertain. So keep watching and supporting us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ape. Best of luck in your game against FEARX tomorrow. But for everyone at home, don't go anywhere. You've got the big boy himself, Ace of Pyrites, who runs you through Siege Tales.
Welcome back, Siege fans, to another episode of the legendary tales of Six Invitational, Bloodlines and Dynasties. Some rivalries are born of competition, others forged in fire. And nowhere does Siege burn hotter than in Brazil. For 2 years, the world has looked south for its champions. FaZe Clan, Furia, 2 banners, 1 region, only 1 throne. And since we're here, let's dive into the legendary match that rewrote history. Six Invitational 2024, a grand final many would call the greatest ever played. For the first time in esports, brothers stood on opposite sides of the stage. Nade and Handy, twins, equals, rivals on one stage, battling like princes for the crown. And from this fire, a dynasty rose, wearing the name W7M. They conquered everything. 2 majors, 1 Six Invitational, a roster built not just to win, but to endure. The name changed, but the power did not. Back at the summit, 5 of the best players in the world remained united, but dynasties do not rule unchallenged. FaZe Clan, the juggernaut, world champions, SAL champions, built on focus, precision and mental strength, with a roster fueled by hunger. Cyber, a veteran, calm where others collapse, unmoved by pressure because he's seen it all. KZ, explosive, fearless, fire given form, a ceiling still rising. FaZe and Furia is about consistency versus momentum. Both lethal, both Brazilian, both world conquerors. But legends are not measured by what you've won. They are defined by what you defend. Because at the Six Invitational, you don't play for today. You play for the mark that you leave on time. You come here to make history.
Welcome back to the Six Invitational 2026. We're about to set you up for the third game of the day. My name is Anne, and I'm joined on the desk by Fresh and Foxy. Fresh, just another S-tier event that is added to you for the list. How are you feeling?
Yeah, so happy to be here, of course, and obviously the games have been going on so far. They've been great to watch so far, and I was excited. I was happy to see EU Tier 2 do so well. Of course, I'm joined by... Wait, you're not Leo?
No, bonjour. I'm kind of like Leo. Désolé, I'm kind of close to Leo, but I'm the American version.
How long was your journey here?
Oh, wait, the Leo version or my version?
No, your version.
My version, 12 hours.
12 hours? I think Leo's journey was significantly longer than that, so we can excuse him for now.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll let him slide.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll get him back on the desk anytime soon here, but we're going to dive into a Group C game, and we'll look at Group C as well to see which teams find themselves in the group, because earlier today, you set this group up to be a very difficult one when we're looking at the teams that are inside this one, because you have your G2, you have your Shopify Rebellion, your FaZe Clan. So in the context of the group and this matchup, when we look at Black Dragons and DPLUS, it's first day, but this matchup might come down to who survives in this group.
I mean, it means everything for DPLUS and Black Dragons, essentially, because going up against each other, you could argue whoever loses today will be the one that's going to find themselves in the hot seat of elimination, unless somebody can get an upset. So if you're either one of these teams, you're going to want to come away with a win just to make things easier going forward.
These are the two underdogs, right? So when they're facing off against each other in match day one, they want to get the win. They want to get on the front foot, because even if all of the other results go as expected, those teams, the team that wins this fixture, will sneak their way through in fourth. So that's what puts the pressure on this game already, because when the groups would have been announced, this would be the one that they were targeting as a must-win.
And I think the reason why this group might be so strong is because 17 out of 25 of the players are from Brazil, and it is a really strong region. It's a very dominant group in that case. We have 10 of them inside of this matchup as well. As some may call it, the Brazil retirement home versus the Brazil up-and-coming prodigies inside of this matchup. When we're looking at Black Dragons, it is quite a Cinderella story for them to qualify to this tournament, especially if you were to look at their performance inside of Stage 2, because they were nowhere to be found. 9th, they had too many support players, was our big talking topic for this team as well, but they made some big changes.
Yeah, we all covered them through the South America League, and you know, and if we look a little bit more holistically, they had quite an exciting Stage 1, just fell short in Stage 1. Stage 2, they're changing out more players, and then it felt like a team full of sport players. In fact, they've ended up changing more players through for the LCQs, and because of that, they were maybe a wild card, maybe a little bit of an underdog coming through in the South America League close qualifiers for the Six Invitational, but they got it done. And they got it done over Loud, they got it done over Liquid, and they looked pretty good throughout that series.
Yeah, they've looked better. It's been a resurgence because, like you just said, we watched Black Dragons throughout the SAL. There was glimpses and hopes of this roster coming in, especially with such veteran leadership. I mean, having players like Ask on the team, being able to lead the roster. It's something that they have the ground fundamentals to be a successful team. They just need to be able to have the new pieces to the puzzle to find success.
Yeah, and those two new pieces, of course, were replacing Makina and were replacing Hornet, the two old players on Black Dragons that I think really were the big linchpins of Stage 2. There was a lot of pressure on those two guys, particularly Makina on the right, who had a very, very positive Stage 1 for Black Dragons. Both of those players fell short on an individual basis. And you know what Siege is like? It's a very cutthroat business. If you're not performing, then you tend to, unfortunately get kicked from your teams. Swagger's come in, Outlaw's come in. Both of these players at this level, quite inexperienced, but throughout the LCQ, I've actually looked really good. And I spoke to a few Brazilians about them. I spoke to Vita King, I spoke to Volps, I spoke to Felipox, and they said, actually, these players, they've got firepower.
I think a big issue with Black Dragons during the SAL Stage 2 was the fact that they had a struggle on the entry. It felt like a team comprised of too many supports, but now to go from essentially one of the last places in Stage 2 to bringing on 2 new rookies and then being able to beat out teams like Liquid, going through the LCQ to earn their spot here, it goes without saying that the choices that they've made in the roster obviously are working.
Yeah, and it's familiar faces for these players, though, because the player you just saw Ask has been playing with players like Livy and Midi all the way back in 2023 and playing against them still today inside of 2026. We're talking about DPLUS, their opponents for today, and they might be some of the villains inside of this APL region, because when we're looking at them, they barely made it into SI, didn't even play the APL finals for it.
Yeah, I think obviously when you ask some people inside of APL, with it being an import roster, some of them might consider the villains, but like you say, they didn't wipe the floor inside of APL. They struggled. They didn't make the finals. I think it was one of the only teams, if not the only team at this event, not to go to their regional finals. In fact, the last time that we saw DPLUS was back at the Munich Major, where they started like a house on fire. They looked really, really good. They beat Furia of all teams, one of the best teams in the world. They come out the blocks game day 1 and beat them on bank. And I loved that for them because it was a great counter strat. Where they then fell short was that actually they struggled with teams that were dynamic. They struggled with teams where they couldn't get them on a predetermined map with a counter strat. And that's the improvement that I'm looking to see from DPLUS, because actually we've not seen them in a few months now. They'll have been going away in the shadows. They'll have been working on their stuff. So I'm hoping they've broadened their map pool, their strat pool, and more importantly, maybe their in-game reading for when the teams are being quite dynamic against them.
I mean, there's so many players on the DPLUS roster that have experience. Team 1, MIBR, players that have a lot of experience to bring to this roster. Something that I don't want to see going forward is the I guess, mentality of players importing to the APL region and having almost an ego of we're better than the region, we're going to be good no matter what. Even though you're going up against a team like Black Dragons that haven't had a great year, they still have a lot to bring. So if you're D+, I just hope the mentality aspect of it is a lot more forward thinking than it is just, well, we're here, we got a spot.
I really like this game because there's still, even though we're at the Six Invitational, there's still question marks that kind of loom over both of these teams. Both of these teams have got a point to prove, and it's a perfect opponent to go against to prove that point.
It might be a positive thing then for D+ that they've had so much time to prepare in the shadows for Black Dragons. I'm going to look at the map feed to us as well to see what they have been cooking up for us in regards to those maps. I'm sad to not see a fortress so far on the first day of a Six Invitational, so maybe inside of this one, but it seems like we're going to Clubhouse first.
Yeah, so we're going to see a Clubhouse pick, and actually maybe this plays into D+'s hands. It's Black Dragons that have picked it, but that's a map that they loved through the SI LCQs. They played it every single time. They played it against Loud, they played it against Liquid, they won it a lot. Why does that fit into D+? Well, they'll have seen it, they'll be able to counter on it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, D+, and then we're going to see Labs and Lair coming out forward. When it comes to Black Dragons, the entry is going to be the most important factor in both of these big maps, and that's something that we've seen been able to be adapted with bringing on Swag and bringing on the new players. But that going said is they don't have information against a team like D+. They don't necessarily know what they're going to be walking into.
Yeah, and then Nighthaven is actually a really interesting pick for me because the reason being is Black Dragons, it used to be their permaban. We've not actually seen them play it. Allowing that through, I think, is a little bit of a surprise. And I think maybe it's a map that has been prepared for this event.
I mean, yeah, exactly. It's a good testing ground. Like you said, it's a perfect match one. Yes, you want to look at it as whoever wins this match is not going to be eliminated. So you want to be able to put all your cards on the table. But taking a team like D+, which there isn't much footage on, it's a good map to go to because there's not really much for Black Dragons as well. It's a good even playing field.
Okay, permabans and all considered, and the fact that this matchup might really weigh so heavy on them so late inside of this tournament when it comes to elimination, who do we think might have the upper hand here?
For me, I'd have to go with Black Dragons. That just being said, I mean, the competition level in the two regions, you're going to get better practice if you're Black Dragons.
Yeah, like I said, there is still, at least in my mind, question marks over both teams, points to prove over both teams. For Black Dragons, it's those new players. Can they hang at an international level? For D+, can they not rest on their laurels? Can they improve themselves from the APAC level into the international level as well as a whole team? I fancy D+ slightly just because of the counter-analysis on the map veto, the fact they do have some of their favorite maps, and to be fair, they are the more experienced team overall.
Well, we're seeing the headsets being put up, players getting into that lock-in position, so it's time that you bring our castles in for this matchup. We're joined by Fluke and Dem, and I'd like to ask you two as well, who do we think might win this matchup?
I mean, it could go either way. We're both jacketed up. We think, you know, it's starting a little bit chilly here in Paris, but I think this game's about a heat-up demo.
I'm generally quite cold.
Okay, you can keep your jacket on.
I'd like to keep mine on.
I don't know, which way do you flick that coin?
I think Black Dragons are a team who, don't forget, over the year, 5th place. So it's kind of the case of they were almost there a lot of the time. And to be fair, we've seen them in the LCQs. They knocked off Liquid to get here, which was obviously the biggest statement that they could have made.
All right, well, the matchup is ready to go, so I hope it delivers the heat that you're looking for. Take it away.
Thank you very much, and yeah, I think it's time. You can take yours off. This is going to be a spicy game because all these players have something to prove. Demo. I'm not going to say they were written out of their region. Throw that off. I didn't knock anything over, I promise. They have been sidelined in what is the best region in the world of Siege, a region that has gone all around the world of Siege. We are looking at players that have lifted the hammer before in some ways. Well, what can they do here on Club?
Well, it's very similar to our first game.
Yeah.
Where we kick off of a Club, and it's kind of like, does this really favor a team?
I mean, Club...
I don't believe that Club favors the team. That's just me, because I feel as though if you can't play club at this stage, what are you doing?
Probably not Siege. If you come to club and you're not clubbing, what's the point? I want to confirm with the audience, Demo has removed his jacket. Sorry.
I just thought I need a bit more mobility.
You need the mobility.
I need a bit more, you know.
You got to be active.
That's it.
It's the, you know, it's the joy of it. Anyway, we get standard. We get standard Siege. We get a double heart breach ban. And we get wall denial and mirror. Hey, look at that. It's Siege. It's Clubhouse, right?
Does leave the shields open, though, which always going to be a bit of an issue in the current meta. Really, any of them. I mean, all four. We've seen use of. We've seen them be utilized to some capacity. But here we are, straight into the basement. I mean, no surprises, really, I think, to kick things off down here. Typically, teams will go for the extension. The fact that I see the castle, straight away, I'm thinking SSG row. You know, the classic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Get yourself up towards the top floor. Play with the space. Make the map big. As you said, the castle is a big sort of indicator of that, but then if you're playing alongside it, you've got the Valkyrie to lead in information. The Kaid is sort of the split on that, though.
I find it interesting that they're going to attempt the SSG-style roam, where you want to control areas such as bar and then also in towards the top floor. But a lot of teams will leave the hatches open to allow defenders to rotate back into sight. As you can see, they have reinforced both the Moto and the kitchen hatch. So the roamer's up there. The only way they can get back to sight, I mean, it's down the staircases, which can be held and cut off quite easily by a lot of the attackers.
So, let's see if a team of once great can go up against up-and-coming greats and if they can hit their heads. As we sort of said before, obviously Black Dragon's getting towards this position. They had to remove some of the greatest players in that route, in that path, and here on the other side of it, DPLUS Kia going into a new region, trying to find success as a sort of export team. It comes with all the questions and the questions of credentials as well that it can do, but again, it's the history of these players and how long they've sort of knocked on the door of the top. They're going to try and knock on the door of Jacuzzi, get themselves in, try and just cut across, right? They're limiting that tall play. They're limiting that expression of it, and with the quick work of Blackbeard as well, making friends with Kiva barricades, but not with the players themselves. They have all just hightailed it back down towards the site, apart from Bullet, who's drifting around in stock.
Yeah, pretty early drop-off. I wouldn't say that there was a massive amount of pressure being applied to those top floor roamers, but maybe they think, you know, we've wasted enough. Let's just go back. We'll fall back onto the fact that we have got the hatches catered. Yeah, we've got Goyos too that we can utilize in the end game. So overall, for DPLUS, it's not a bad idea. So the pressure now shifts over to Black Dragons, where we know they need to get a move on. It's going to be coming down to the clock.
Well, here's the first test of the clock, getting themselves an opening around the hatch itself, and hopefully getting the hatch itself, but it's Bullet. Gets Miracle, as I said, he was the one man who sort of stuck around a little bit longer, and he's been able to net a result from it. There goes the Thatcher, there goes some of the slow on towards the approach itself, and now there goes even more in their pockets. Down to the bottom of main stairs, and they're about to meet a firing line. Several bodies, several angles, and with the openings on the pipe wall as well, well, there's nowhere else you can really go. This all seems pretty set up here for DPLUS Kia to just keep it locked down. They don't need to overextend. They don't need to stretch their legs. They can sit and wait, and there's still work to be done, and yada yada. The C4 ready, lined up, wants to loosen. Instead, just going to turn into a hot drop on towards the hatch itself. Looks at the cross, gets caught by the dirt player. There's the C4 over the top. As I said, it was set up for success, and success is suddenly a double for Swag. 20 seconds. They have a Hibana, they have a Buck, they have 3 flash grenades, they don't have a kit. Do they have a chance?
Oh, there's the peek, but had the flashbang out of his hand, and again, everyone knows what they're watching for, and yeah, Fouls picks up an easy one, and from the hatch, Bullet with another. Nice, easy, simple. Simple more than anything. That's how I describe that round. You start off in the roam, you very quickly come back to sight, and you just play off the util. Another thing to mention as well, we've actually got 2 former teammates up against one another here.
Yeah.
And that is in the form of Miracle up against Fouls.
I mean, it's the...
Do you know what team that was with? This is really testing your knowledge here, isn't it? You should know this.
Okay.
Because you cast at them.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. As in, you cast them in Europe. Oh, that is a... The lights are on, but there's nobody home.
Okay.
Team Secret.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, Team Secret, just again, I just find this fascinating. Team Secret 2022, a team consisting of Savage, Grubby, You, Poor Fouls, and Miracle are all at this event, but on different teams.
Right.
The way the world works.
Okay.
You know, and don't forget that team didn't do too hot in that league either, so...
No.
Yeah,
I mean,
they've all made it here one way or another.
10 seconds left.
Get a reunion for that. That'd be great.
Get them all together.
Team reunion.
And Matt, well, the thing is, this is, we're sort of highlighting at the very start of it, and to be honest, the reason I like the comment about me, lights are on, no one's home, because it's not the first time that's
I use that whenever teams set up a site and they've just left the site open. Just the
blonde moment. Oh, goodbye. The lights were on, somebody was home, but he got shot in the face. Bullet didn't have the same entry success as he did in the previous round, and that is your keeper carrier got super early.
Yeah, not great.
Towards the round, but also the man who made the entry. There's a response, Mr. Outlaw. Anyway, the point I was sort of looking into. Oh! I'm just going to stop talking about my point. My point's gone. Nears, fars, wherever you are in the afterlife. Absolutely bodied off of that swing. Now they can put some quick pressure onto CC. The pace we have got to this point, insane.
Brazil. That's the way I'll describe it. Like, come on, you should be used to this at this stage.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, at the moment, 3v5. Attackers have got all the util in the world to utilize. Again, they're going to try and just work their way through all of the kind of basics. Need to get that main breach open, though. That's probably the next thing they need to look at. So Jacuzzi, a bit of pressure needs to be applied towards that side of the map. But everything else is just gearing up for what you'd expect, being a gym window jump in. There are a couple of traps located on the windows there from the Denari, so that may be something that they have to take note of and clear out. And they do have a couple of nades that they can utilize to do so. And here, actually, one of the traps actually just caught that drone.
That's it. Caught the drone, caught a bit of a slow, and might slow them down a bit. Obviously, as I said, it was quick to get to that position. Great bit of pocket utility removed there. Getting rid of the lasers just on the other side, but the grenade into the depth will get rid of the shield. Make sure nobody can swing on towards the back of it. Turning, peppering, pre-firing, and preoccupied by a bulletproof for a second, but it's not going to slow them down too much. Instead, finally getting themselves thrown in and ready to rock and roll on towards Jim. We can hear a bit of destruction, though.
So it looks like they're not even going to go for Jacuzzi breach. It's just straight in through the window.
Straight in through the window, go for the plant. Ask is putting pressure on the back stairs, drawing all the attention, though. There's at least the drop on towards the planter. Falls, gets Miracle, and now, suddenly, this timer starts to become very ominous. They have themselves still control of Logi. They have a bit of pressure on towards the stairs. Levi swings onto us. There is suddenly all popping up. DPLUS Kia! Turn it on, but... I mean, where did Black Dragons go?
They used all the Habana pellets on the side of the map that they basically cleared out by themselves without needing to use util. They used 18 pellets on the cache breach. Server breach. What? Like, for what reason, I do not know.
Cautela, tá ligado? Tipo, a gente demorou demais a caçar no quarto no último round, e agora 5v3, tá ligado? Tipo, mesmo esquema daquele 4v2 do treino, lembra? Tipo assim, sem objetividade, tá ligado? Tipo assim, não é só quebrar o Denari, entrar e plantar a janela bangando o banheiro e, tipo, cravando o taco. Então por que a gente tá enrolando tanto pra fazer o bagulho mais simples, tá ligado? Tipo assim, que isso, viado? Tipo assim, a gente só literalmente tem que acalmar, acelerar os steps, tá ligado? E não, tipo assim, colocar um peso a mais nas paradas, tá ligado? Por quê? Por que a gente tá com, tipo, esse excesso de cautela? Tipo, primeiro jogo, tranquilo, primeiro mapa da MD3, tá ligado? Nada justifica isso, tá ligado? Quero que vocês acalmem e também prestem atenção no nosso plano, tá ligado? Ressaltando as coisas principais. Que o cara pode lurkear no bombo de baixo pra todo mundo já ficar atento, que a gente ficou 30 segundos sem olhar rotate, a gente pegar o green que eu pedi, a gente não pegou até agora, tá ligado? Então, tipo assim, coloca isso na cabeça.
Beleza. Perfeito. Valeu.
Vou voltar no server aí.
I'll tell you now, okay, Eminem has competition. He spoke, I don't know what he said, but he just regurgitated a strap book.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but you need the ferocity. I said it. We made a bit of it. We took our jackets off. We said it's going to heat up. It's going to heat up, right? You need that tenacity. You need that fire. Because you know that team on the other side is going to have the same thing. They're going to have that pace. They're going to want to apply it. It was super quick for those first 2 kills. But DPLUS Kia want that game as well. And even if they win or lose it, they've still got that backline. They're still in that position of power. And,
10 seconds to
you
go.
know, this is the risk for the second map. That second map is a permaban of Black Dragons that DPLUS Kia have put into. What happens if this falls away and you're on your permaban?
The same thing we said about Heretics earlier on. You know, if you lose the map that you're supposed to be good on because you've picked it, knowing that map number 2 is a map that you are not great at, it's going to cause issues. Obviously, Heretics kind of deproved that theory, debunked it, but still, we can only cast what's in front of us, and at the moment, it is a very slow-started Black Dragons. See if they can pick up the pace as we head into round number 3, and this should be, I love using that word, should be, the easier of the 3 bomb sites to attack.
Should be. But if they're doing it in the same manner, probably not. Ooh, Swag gets one. Tries to lock on towards the second, but he's caught out in the Banshee in tough place to be in. He needed to make a decision to get out of there, but there's 2! Oh, Levi levels it out. And that puts us in a 4 versus 3. Ask has already taken a chunk of damage, trying to get himself into Conwall. And it's just not really what you want to happen after a timeout.
Yeah, now here's the issue. Ask obviously is holding a great angle onto that player as he, you know, would want to try and rotate back to site in through construction. The issue for Ask is, why on earth would he do that? What has pressured him at all to leave that angle? Really, it's came to a halt here for Black Dragons. They need to try and figure out a plan because obviously taking in towards bedroom has not worked. Yeah, those 2 initial roam clear-out fights that happened, gone by the wayside. So those players who were there holding the cutoff and holding the angles to pick up those kills, if they do retreat, that's not going to happen for them. So they really need to try and think outside the box here.
Now, with 1 minute and 10 ticking and with not much utility to make it work, Rare does at least find the first on the swing round. But think about it, as I said, the utility, they could steal a bit and hope that they can get some of the pockets if anything is stealable, but it's 3 flashes. And the breaches that they have outside of what could be pressured by a bit more of that last canister. The mighty have fallen, and Ask suddenly swings that balance back in towards the favor, but I mean, the balance wasn't enough last time round. They've still got Rafters control, and the Kiba's still pretty solid. They're having to shoot their way through, but it's time intensive, it's utility intensive. There's a bulletproof giving the read on this player, creeping their way up the stairs, quick removal. This is a 1 versus 1, but as Falls takes care of Ask, suddenly the 2 versus 2. Big damage done, Falls! Either side, and at this point, he's ducked and hidden under the hop window, but look at the support coming round. The wall is fully locked, he's hucking impacts and hoping. Hits the fire, brilliant play. Slows down the approach, more Banshees. I said they lost an advantage before! Demo, they lose it again!
Oh, another one for Black Dragons that they just can't figure out. Look, for that bomb site, yes, it's supposed to be easy as long as you can do one of 2 things. 1, either take bedroom, or 2, take rafters. They tried to win the round without doing either of that. You know, they went for the bedroom attempt. It got batted back. They've then decided, okay, now we need to try and go rafters. But how on earth are they going to go rafters with no util? I mean, what? There was no pressure at all that really worried the Azami. Just had to sit behind the Kiba barriers and just done so. Just sit in your hands.
Oh, here's the highlight. Ooh, drift on by and knock him out. So here was there was the catch. There was another kill out of that breach just before Falls that got it. And I mean, isolation. Anyway, who's your favorite person from the On Air crew?
Where's this came from?
Correct.
This is
Correct. It's Maria. She has wonderfully translated the timeout for us. Thank you so much, Maria.
Did you type it on time? Because I thought there was a lot.
Sent it. We took too long to chase in the bedroom. Why are we taking so long to do something so simple? We need to calm down, but speed up the steps. Why are we overcautious? It's only the first map of the first game. Nothing justifies that. Thank you so much, Maria. Truly the best of us.
Device primed. Keep an eye on doors.
The thing is, because I assume we're going to get a few of those with how higher Brazilian representation we have at Siege in general, and SI, it's going to end up where I'm like, who's the best member of the team? And you're like, Maria sent us a message.
At least I know that for the queue now, I remember that.
Yeah. 3-0. 3-0, DPLUS have done that 3-site rotation. They've got themselves cool, calm, and collected, and now, can they just try and keep that pressure going? Last time, we had a bit of an extension. They instantly abandoned it. I think they sort of realized we don't need to fight up here.
As my friend would say, time to ring.
Well, I think overall, whenever you look at how DPLUS have kind of maneuvered around the map, it has been very centric around, okay, we're going to hold apart the map and then quickly fall off. They're using the kind of layers that you can build upon if you go for those roam extensions, and every time it's worked for them. It's wasted a lot of util, especially the time. I mean, the Goyo, I think, was the big kicker in a lot of those rounds, and that's why Black Dragons went for that ban.
It locks it out, right? You're thinking about the time delay, as you said. You're thinking about the approaches that they've met, but here it is still sort of being a bit slowed down, getting the castles, getting the cut in the middle of the site. They wanted to stop them being able to rotate their way back in, but it seems like everybody's been able to get themselves back together apart from the straggler, but he was looking for a fight. He could have...
He maybe could have got that kill. I think a bit of a whiff, no?
Yeah, it was a bit of a whiff, but it was, you know, he's being adventurous. He's trying to put the pressure on. Sacrificing a drone, the altar of the hatch. But a lot of time here for them to try and make something happen. Think about what they didn't have last time when they went for this approach, right? They didn't have any pressure on towards dirt. That was free for them to be swung onto. They hadn't really put pressure on towards pipe wall. That was free to just line a C4 up onto. There was still a lot on the board, and the pace has been sharpened from, as we talked about in the timeout.
Well, this is right on par, I think, for the timing-wise. You get the hatches open, you've still got all of the util. I mean, they have so much of it. You've got flashbangs in there, you've got the Grim, you've got the Capitao. Yep. Good luck to whoever has been manned inside a blue to try and hold on to that generator, because you're not doing it.
Do your best, mate.
Yeah. Actually see who it is. I mean, I assume it's
Bullet.
Yeah, it's gonna be somebody expendable. So yeah, the castle will take the role. Yeah.
Yep. And it's Bullet. He, you know, in his sort of game, in his sort of heyday. I think at a previous event, as I quickly just double check my notes before I get too much into the pressure. He was in 2022 one of the highest rated players.
I always remember him playing Sophia. That's the operator that always strikes me with that guy.
I will say though, this year has been the lowest rated on this team, and he's going to try and make up for that. The fight starts to turn into a brawl, but there's two quick kills one way, and there's suddenly two drops the other. You said it was going to be a take on Jen. Oh, it's the rotate round. Oh no, wrong way. Locks it in a 1 versus 1. He has a smoke. He can try and slow his motion down, but they'll call it, they'll move it, they'll read it, they'll go around the other way. Ast, he's going to go in with the skeleton key. Shotgun versus shotgun, and Ast opens the door.
Oh, clever thinking, switching to the shotgun. Fight fire with fire. Whew. But again, pretty close for Black Dragons. How has he been able to wander around the bottom of main stairs?
Because they dropped on towards Moto Hatch. So
I want to see it again, because he came out of nowhere. He came out of the woods. Look, what do you see? Value of the Grim also. What did I say? Well, an operator. Look at this.
Where are you looking? They had no idea. No. Obviously, because he got downed.
Yeah. They needed that.
Oh, yeah. So, a spicy start. Falls as well. This is the weird thing, right? So this DPLUS Kia roster in 2022 would have been maybe the best roster in the world. Or one of the best rosters in the world. You had Falls, who was one of the highest rated players at SI on MIBR. Yeah. You had Bullet, obviously, who was one of the best sort of entry players in the world at that time on that phase roster. Near's obviously sort of lower experience or whatever, but it's sort of looking back towards the history, and Maddie and Levy have played together since like 2019 on like old Red Devils rosters and sort of built. I just think that there's such a ferocity that's...
I think there's experience on both sides, and there's also some new players on both sides. Like you look at the Black Dragons team, you know, you've got players like Ask. We've seen how long he stayed at Liquid. Miracle has been about the block. Rare also, think of the Furia team.
Yep.
To be fair, a lot of them kind of coming from the Furia side of well, the old one, not the big boys.
Not
the Twister Fury is probably the best way to put it.
Not the first team you think of when we say
no.
In polite way of putting it.
Unless you're Ollie.
Unless you're
Ollie thinks that way.
Yeah. One of the interesting sort of things about this game coming together as well, as we sort of get an eye on a Blackbeard that's ready and waiting for a chance to smash through the jacuzzi wall. There it is. Steps him in and takes a lot of damage. They sort of expected it, but he lives. Not sure if that was sort of from the cover there of the Capitao threading that needle, but they get the job done. However, you now look at the side of that C4, you look at some of the damage that could come from one of those lasers, and Blackbeard is suddenly in a bit of a tricky spot in terms of hopping in on those windows especially. They've got themselves the watch on the angle, the swing, they're covering it down and doing some clarity work on the other side, but Red is still in control of the defenders. DPLUS has it. Needs Ask to maybe try and make a friend over there.
Well, I'm happy that they've went and opened up the main breach this time. That was obviously a crucial thing that they missed out on.
Yep.
It allowed that free rotation from the player in towards bathroom, could rotate towards flag, cover a whole lot of different angles and just maneuver. So I think having that breach open will give them a lot better of a chance in a hole. They have some form of drone.
Yeah, they had a cross. They had 2 people watching that. But
Bullet swung con window, oh dear.
Okay, well, there goes Bullet, and now they have that man advantage that they desperately wanted. I was going to talk about how they didn't get it, and it's just wasting time, and then Bullet swung on and didn't waste any more time. Middy's still on the other side, though. He can cause some damage underneath, but Niers just knocks down Rare, held the slightly off-piste angle. It's able to lock it out. In the meantime, there's a rotate coming up main stairs. Everyone is compartmentalizing.
They can't get Niers out of this corner, though. They have no nades, so they're going to have to try and smoke him, but he could just pre-fire if he hears the audio cue.
That's it. Well, there's the smoke. They're going to send the Blackbeard in. There's the pre-fire, but it doesn't connect. Drifts on by, but look at the help. The Grim locked out. They're going to go for the plant anyway. Coverage round on Jacuzzi. Comes off the plant. There's the watch on the window. A massive kill to pull apart. A team kill! Oh, no! Drops his teammate. The man with the kit and the planter. Oh, it's a 1 versus 2. But you couldn't write a more Shakespearean tragedy. He'd done the hard work.
Oh.
And then killed his teammate planting.
There's a bit of irony in this. The only way that they were able to get through that window was using the smoke grenade, which is probably what's got him killed by his own teammate, because his teammate couldn't see what he was shooting at because everything was smoked. And again, this comes back to they had nothing to clear a player in that corner. Just missing a few simple steps for Black Dragons. You know, using the smoke covers that off. Yeah, great. Pre-firing. Because he hears Niers. He hears the footsteps. So he pre-fires. But obviously the smoke is there. The smoke gives Niers that confidence to make that play. To then make the accident. He's forced the mistake.
It's rough. But it's little moments, right? That's the game. That's the game of...
Just that smoke feels like, you know the meme where it's like the guy just sticks a stick in his bike? He's done it himself. Self-inflicted trolling.
Did what needed to be done. There was a point coming into this game and looking at the prep around it is, as we sort of highlighted, it's a lot of players that aren't the top dogs in Brazil, right? Whether it's a team that has left the region entirely or in some creative team elsewhere.
There's 2 of them.
Yeah. Or it's Black Dragons who... LCQ. Struggle to sort of make them out. They're one of the only teams at this event, in fact, maybe the only team that could have earned SI points this year and didn't get them.
Well, we had a great discussion on them during the LCQs. They were always so close to making it into some form of position, and they just missed out on it a lot of the time. And then, you know, I kind of look at a team like Black Dragon.
Bullet's having a really rough day.
I was going to say, you know, you look at a team like Black Dragons, where yes, they were, you know, really close to making it into whatever it was, but they still knocked off Liquid, which I think you have to give them respect for that.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think that's one of the sort of elements of the team as well is, you know, any team that makes it through the LCQs will have to always beat top teams, or like, especially in a region as competitive as we know Brazil and Latin America and South America is. Here is Black Dragons, but the point I was going to raise before is there is almost this question of what's stronger, a team that is the best in a different region, that is a sort of expatriate team, or a team that's fit in the home region. Well, they're inside the site and going for the plant, so we might be able to get a quick answer on this round. They're holding it off. Swag's able to find falls as well. It's back and forth. They have it locked down for the retake. The C4 does get the kill. Too little, too late. And that was a very sort of bold position to be lying and waiting. They're in the same place. I mean, it's just a little bit of a slow war, but surely this one goes into Black Dragon's favor. There it is.
Really nice attack from Black Dragons. They've used the Ying to bait towards construction, which then pulls the player away from catch because he's worried, oh, I have to help my teammate because there's a Ying on the single construction wall. And then the guy just jumps in through the site window, and he's in. They double reinforced Rafters, so a Rafters player ain't going to do anything. Great opportunity spot and a great misdirection.
4-2. 4-2, and it could have been a lot worse. You know, you think about, obviously, how the rounds have sort of played out, and there was that one that was a 1 versus 1. That could have been 4 in a row, which would have changed the mentality going forward. It didn't. It goes into Black Dragon's favor. And then there's the round that was the team kill. If you look at just the last 3 rounds of that, you would think the first 3 were an entirely different game. And that was a very good timeout, I think it's fair to call it then, because they weren't anywhere close, really. At the beginning, they found aggression, they found confidence, and they found themselves 2 rounds. But now, let's see if they can double down, because as I said, there's still that big old question mark over map 2. This should be the one where, I mean, you know, are they hoping to do it in 3? We'll find out. You and I cast the game that went 3 maps earlier today, and as you said, similar idea. It's just...
Hackers are activating the...
Poor Bullet. He's had a sort of rough year of it. As I said, he's the sort of lowest rated on the roster. Mm-hmm. Whereas once upon a time, I mean...
Still got a major, though.
Still does.
Can't take that away from him.
If it's on the Liquipedia,
it's there for life.
It's like a tattoo.
Oh, right. Side switch. Into the basement. No surprise. You look at the lineup. Yeah, Castle, Scopos. Gonna have a roam. Rely on the Goyo in the late stages. Pretty simple stuff on Club. I wonder if they're going to open up the hatches inside a bar and kitchen.
10 seconds remaining.
Which they have. So, yeah, a little bit different. Obviously,
5 seconds left
with DPLUS Kia, they played into utilizing the Cade.
Yep.
It's been banned, though, so it wasn't even an option for them. So, yeah, you may as well open up the hatches, make it a lot easier for those roamers. We'll see how much value they'll get from the Scopos. You would assume it's going to be in somewhere in towards the top floor. Strip Club, of course, was another thing we seen earlier, but I think with that certain play, whenever you're already castling off areas like pool table, you may as well put it upstairs.
Let's see if the pace of DPLUS Kia can be one that sets Black Dragons a little bit a step behind. You've got everything you can. We've talked a lot about in our earlier game, the Dokkaebi, the Deimos, the combination of using it to try and close down on those loose players, and when you've got the play space to be played with, and how in some ways quickly they left it on their defense. Let's see if Rare decides to try and hold them a bit more hostage on the top floor. He has chances, he has roots, and he has a bit of a support structure from Swag on the main stairs, but eventually the push is going to turn to a shove, and that is happening now. Some damage taken on towards the split. Falls finds Rare, and they net their kill on towards the top floor. Already, I would say, in some ways, more of a success than Black Dragons were ever really able to do on their attacks here, Demo.
Yeah, good start. Really good start. Taking out the Izami. Great operator to knock off. You're going to lose about 2 keeper barriers based on the timing that Rare was taken out. And now you just go through your motions again. Ooh, roamers having to fall off. This is the advantage of having those hatches open, and he's even going to try and play the long reverse angle. Also, keep in mind, the Scopos has actually maneuvered into strip clubs. Not only did he start off inside, Jimmy's actually been able to maneuver all the way, and now he's just another pressure that I think if you're DPLUS, you have a choice, because look at the time. You either go for him now, or you let him sit, and you best hope that you've got good flank protection.
That's it.
I think you've committed now. You have to just leave.
Oh, entirely. And it's almost the element of the operators that they have. I don't know if they know that he's been able to get into this position. There's the castle, so they've got the track down below. It gives them a little bit of protection, the fact that there is still a castle on the billiards double as well, which means that they can't quite get caught out when they go for that sort of swing, the potential bite of a Scopos who has now been droned. Now they know, all right, 50 seconds. He's actually coming towards you. This is working in your favor. He could have sat there a bit longer. He knows that they're either going to chase, they're either going to close down. He can wait 10 seconds, 20 seconds, but they're going for the close down. There's the swing on towards the main stairs. Looks for the fight itself. They're still not really paying any attention. It's, I mean, covered and supported. The bulletproof, great positioning on that utility that they missed on the clear through. Maybe they just wanted it with the Dockerby cameras that they have hacked. There's another call. There's the noise of the scope boss, but Demo. I'm looking at 20 seconds to drop on the hatch. There's at least one more body. Mr. Outlaw, time to earn your name. Bullet has gone down in that engagement inside Blue and Jen. It's a 4 versus 1. It is only the scope boss left, and this could be the biggest stab there ever is. The plant is being confirmed. There's somebody holding on to dirt. Piece by piece, step by step. DPLUS gear.
Yeah. So obviously I think they had an idea that he was over there, because did you notice that nobody really stayed in towards that bar, that bar drop? So they were just so focused on kitchen and dirt. That was the main pressure point. I mean, a little bit of main stairs too that he maybe could have went for. Yep. I think there is an option there where Mr. Outlaw needs to go and make something happen.
He has to find an engagement.
I think he was very, very passive.
He was.
And don't forget, it was a 4v5. They were down a man. He needed to go find a kill somewhere and make that play, because he's leaving 3 players on site to deal with all that util.
It was this sort of split of it as well, because I think that's the spread. They'd got the opening kill. It was the 5 versus 4 on the close down, and then they know that somebody's off site, and you're like, okay, well, we know he has to cross by main stairs to get anywhere. They left a single player, as you said, and that should have been the engagement he went for, because you expect that, and you need to make something happen, because otherwise, yeah, you can be a bit cautious about it. They still know it's a 5 versus 3 on the site. They're still happy with the numbers game.
Yeah, they'll trade.
You have to get involved. And, well, this is the result if you don't. Either way, site keeps rotating around, and DPLUS Kia extend that advantage. Any goodwill Black Dragons thought they might have earned towards the end of the first half evaporated there. But I think, as I sort of put it, it was very well formulated. They didn't have a lot of time left at the end, fine, but it didn't feel stressed. Everything felt like it was within the same tempo, the same measure, as they kept on walking on.
Interesting to see that Black Dragons immediately going for the change-up. That's another thing, not wanting to go back downstairs. And this is, I think it's more of a mentality thing where teams, no matter what, they'll always keep the rotation. They'll always keep the cycle, win, lose, or draw. Even if you can't draw, sometimes you can maybe draw.
You used to be able to.
Used to be able to
Fresh.
draw. Yeah.
Fresh. Fresh. Fresh if you're in the green room. Fresh.
That's a great reference. That's brilliant. That's very good. Like that one. But yeah, they're just gonna stick with the rotation that they've set up. And yeah, go in the gym and bedroom now. And the main thing for DPLUS, again, is get those breaches open. If you can do that in Clubhouse, I cannot exaggerate how easy it makes your life to play this map.
Yeah.
Get the walls open. That is always step number 1.
Well, the Clash is making friends outside of a Maverick hole. They're just going to try and slow things down. But otherwise, you know, again, it's the process, right? And they're sort of revealing the positions of everyone. As soon as anyone gets close, pulls the pin on the grenade and pushes them further away. They can't quite do in the full read. Nas just moves back in. He is a brilliant known shield player, right? He has often got himself onto the Clash roles, even on previous rosters, and you know, he'll just be a problem. And he's not afraid to be a confident problem.
See how much value the Flores can get. Try and create an opening, I would assume. Maybe in towards bathroom, or simply just try and clear away bits of utility, especially the Izami currently inside a gym, making a bit of a mess. Blocking off the windows and such, and yeah, just gonna clear it all away. Minute left. I wonder how many Goyos that they still have to go up against. That's obviously another danger thing with this kind of lineup that they have. In goes a big old util dump. Does anyone want to play off this?
Well, they're trying to force the player on the back, but Swag's able to get the opener. They're playing behind the Clash shield from the main stairs itself. They have themselves stacked up in a bit of a firing range here, and as soon as they reveal themselves either side, well, they know they're going to get swung and pre-fired on it, and there it is. As I said, very confident shield player, sets up his home and says, this is where I live now. Everybody else is dead. 2 flashes, 2 smokes, and 2 players to try and make something happen against what is still a full stack. Right, they don't really have any control on this side of the map. As you can see, they're still trying to face check their way in towards Cash, and now that is all that they have. They were very direct, and unfortunately, the end of that sentence is to a fault.
Is he going to get an exit, perhaps? Anyone want to give him a kill? Anyone?
Somewhere Mephi is typing zzz in the chat.
Not even in his game, and he's still
not even in his game. I love it when the roof is disappeared. Sorry, I realized actually that wasn't on the stream.
Yeah.
I got my monitors confused for a second there. Sorry, gang. I saw something
You're leaking.
none of you saw.
Yeah. That Clash. And the Clash has been a tricky operator, I think, for the past few months. Of course, with the change that happened to her, where the shield can be placed and you can run with the shield.
Yep.
Just gives her a lot more, I think, just quality of life. You know, you can actually now be a bit of an issue. You know, back in the day, Clash, you said, oh, so I'll just leave her there.
Yeah.
She can't really do anything to me unless she 180s me, which I'm not letting that happen.
No.
Now, put the shield down, just juggle pick like a mirror window. It's very tricky, and we've seen that happen. Ask just sat on the main breach. Nobody really throwing any util towards him. Just juggle piece gets his kill.
Fun little secondary, fun little bit of action. It's great. And tough up. It's also one of those sort of splits, as I said, of if you know you're against a team that can be a bit slow, you can change the problem. And that is the biggest thing that you can try and implement as a defender in a lot of different ways, is you give someone a problem and then you change the problem. You change the solutions they have to bring together, whether that is flanking and finding a new position as a Scopos, whether that is bringing a clash and turning a breached wall into a closed wall. Those are the elements that they're trying to play with, and it worked that time around.
Well, this is the beauty of Siege. If you don't have an operator that counters another operator, all of a sudden you are in for a world of hurt.
Oh,
That's the way it works. You need to have counters upon counters for everything.
2-round buffer isn't impossible, isn't a million miles away, and, well, might be something that gets cemented here. What are these? Oh, they're trying to disguise, maybe, and hope that they can drop on the hatch and get them around the back. There's a bit of motion that comes through. Swagger's being caught out. There is the reveal. Swagger's going to see if they can try and get out of there. They're inside the bathroom and swapping on towards the other shell. That was a mayday comm, and they've been able to actually get their way out. That's why they were sneaking the Monty across the top. But Rare, round on the back, is going for the backstab. Currently just holding a little bit close, not too far away, about to meet a Monty and then going to move on elsewhere. And, well, actually puts the shotgun hole around the back and slips their way, gone. It's just, again, slowing them down, introducing new problems and trying to not be a solution as well.
Yeah. Back on site, everyone is. And again, just going to use now the util that they have. They have the Goyo there. I think both teams have played a very similar club, haven't they? There's not really been a massive difference. I suppose maybe this Monty coming in, just going to give them, I think, a little bit more stability whenever it comes to finding out information, and especially whenever we talk about the, the basement of Clubhouse. If you can call, oh, there's a guy box free, there's a guy on half wall, all that information is crucial whenever you're going in for the execute.
So, couldn't get rid of the scope or shell in the bathroom. They're just going to have to hope it doesn't get transported to. But if you keep them active, well, you can keep them fighting. And that's the sort of risk. And Swagger's probably not going to swap to it unless they really get it's all clear comm, because the flank didn't really work out last time. Here's the pressure, with the opening kill obviously coming in towards their favor, trying to put the pressure on towards Gen, but they've got bodies stacked up above at least 2 of the other hatches. And down the main stairs itself, on towards the close swing, baits the Goyo, 20 seconds of burn time, and then the execute itself. There's Skopos on the close swing angle, doesn't quite get caught from the expected fight, keeps peppering bullets though. 30 seconds now, where will they drop?
Are they not going to try and open up triple wall? I mean, you've got the Habana pellets, 16 of them. Get that triple wall open, put these players inside a church under a bit of pressure, and this is where the Monty comes in. Look at the information he's been able to gain.
There is the Skopos getting one on the drop. Miracle gets one of his own as well. They're having to just send it, but they're not even really aware of where to. That's at least a couple back, but I mean, they got up to the wall and then went, oh, I can't climb this wall. You're shaking your head.
I'm scratching as well. Why would you not go for the church take? I think that was there in abundance. You're able to burn the Goyo pretty early on, so it still leaves you, enough time to get yourself in. And triple wall, I just thought was there for the taking. Did they need to try and force that kitchen? In my opinion, probably not.
But they tried to force everything.
Yeah, and
they had somebody pushing on towards blue. They had somebody obviously pushing on towards the hatch itself, and they had someone bottom main, and they had someone on moto. They were like spoiled for choice.
And here's the thing, you can make the argument, oh, you don't want to open up triple wall, because then they could use that as a rotate against you. The wall was already opened. There was already a way that the defenders could move into short if they wanted to. So you may as well open up that left side to give yourself another angle and put those players under pressure. The worst thing is, a Monty is at your door, calling out exactly where you are, and then your wall starts getting opened up behind you. You just know you're in for it. Where else can you go? Yeah, just... Don't know.
Maybe a thing of too many cooks. Everybody's thought this was the right way through, and things got messy. But as you said with the Monty, it's clarity of information. Oh, we're not in the comms.
Ruining my broth.
Ruining your broth. We've ordered this broth
10 seconds
40 minutes ago, or however long this game has been going on. 4 to 5, though. From where we were to where we are now, that sort of big divide has slipped away bit by bit, round by round, and Black Dragons could get themselves tied up.
Well, this is the biggest round, because it's either we do get tied up 5-5, or DPLUS go match point.
You have such a way with words.
Thank you.
Well, let's.
I have trained for this.
And it starts in a strip club. Slipping their way on past to try and, I guess, just get themselves a bit of a backstab. It's still a slow and steady clear on towards at least the intel on the top. Ask is going to maybe send this Echo drone up through the hatch. They got 3 now. Why not be a little bit fun with them? See what's there.
Nice.
Well, there's the Ying. There's nobody else, but the Ying didn't quite get the drone itself, and now they're sort of well aware of the pressure that might be about to befall them from falls from that hatch.
A rare action to be bandit tricking the bathroom walls, so it's going to cause a little bit of an issue here for DPLUS. Don't have anything to remove the bandit charges. Just going to have to try and just forfeit that and try and push in for either flag or in towards Jim, but I think Rare's pretty safe for the meantime. Here comes the flag play I talked about.
Well, the grenade bounces back, not nicely, but there's at least 2 quick kills that come out into their favor. Rare did get 1 before being dropped, but now a 4 versus 3. They've only lost their extension players, though. Miracle and Rare are gone. So is a minute 30, and now so is pressure on towards the site itself, and well, they're actually being forced out of here and resetting up a defense. As I said, change the problem. Change what's being put in front of you. Maybe they wanted to reinforce that connector wall, but didn't get the opportunity. That could have been the pressure from the con window. At this point, they've at least got back and top red.
Ideally, I think somebody needs to maybe try and switch positions with Ask, because if he wants to get value out of the Echo, he can't really be the front man in behind the bomb chassis. So this may be a bit of an issue for them.
Well, they've got themselves really propped up aggressively here, hoping onto the door they can be a bit
Triple
surprised.
swing.
I mean, yeah. But also, this was maybe the other problem that we saw. We've seen very isolated pushes and... Oh, just turn the corner, why don't you? There's that shotgun, locks in, doesn't even need the blinds, but they'll start to roll. The Candela was tried to be attempted there for a second, and there's just Levi picking it up. On the swing, there's the last for Midi. And you said it, big round. That's that map point round. They are 1 away from getting off to the perfect start.
DPLUS, really good siege today. Honestly, really impressed because they're keeping it simple.
Yep.
They're doing the basics really well. They're getting the breaches open, even though they didn't even actually use the main breach. So they didn't need to.
Didn't need it.
They were able to fight their way in through bedroom. I think they're reading the situations very well. Players are winning their ones to open up that space. Oh, we didn't see that.
Ski shooting.
Reloading!
And yeah, just picking them off on one by one. And, you know, the early game work put Black Dragons in a position where they need to go out of the way to find a pick.
Yeah.
And that's going to force mistakes. You know, a triple swing, that can go either great or just horrendously bad. And it went the latter. It went bad. So, yeah, DPLUS. Great siege today. Let's see if they can close it out.
6-4, and we get ourselves back towards Jim, back towards the split of everything, and back towards a clash in the pockets. The Monty has been removed. Was a bit of a problematic pick at points. They utilized it, I'm not going to say massively well,
5 seconds
but also it was clean. It wasn't a hindrance to them. It was giving them a bit of pace, slow them down, take it out of their game. In the meantime, the Kiba's gone.
Yeah, well, I think just in general, Azami's just great in clubhouse. You know, is valuable everywhere. You think about the AK position downstairs in the basement. Obviously, Raptor speaks for itself and how strong she is. They're really the only operator who we kind of know of who can play that position. Unless Doc is, you know, a bit crazy up there, but Doc got changed recently.
I mean, who knows? At this point, everybody's being bloody buffed, aren't they? I'm waiting for you to have a political comment on that.
No, I'm not saying anything.
6-4. As I've already said, but it's not about to start changing. They're looking for that first engagement. They're looking to try and just shake the tree and see who falls out of it. As the breach is partially opened, so angsty for the fight, and Bullet
out with the old, in with the new.
is out with the old and in with the new.
You never really hear those.
No, that was
kind of catchphrases. Are the catchphrases? I don't know.
It depends how often he says it, I suppose. But I like him saying that when he reloads his gun. Anyway, they've got themselves ready for the swing round. The utilization, obviously, and to be fair, I didn't really talk about it.
You going?
What a great counter towards Clash, obviously.
Yeah.
That gun is, that operator is, and that's the utilization. It's forced to Clash with this position that she played so well before. She's either deploying her shield and getting it destroyed, or she's trying to toe-to-toe and just getting destroyed. She needs support structure. You said it before. You pick what can counter the picks, and this could be that one that pulls things back together. Underneath, there is somebody waiting on the hatch. Rare is ready to try and get them if they go for the hop in itself. They've found a little bit of an impasse here. They can't quite get a route through, and wants to thread the needle on anyone that slips their way up, but nobody has taken the bait of the fight so far, and we finally have the swap of the balance. Hopped in, looks for an engagement, looks for any trouble anywhere, and missed them for a second, almost picked it back up, but dropped and swapped round instead. Doesn't see it. So many close moments, but that's not close, Demo. That is a clubhouse covered in DPLUS Kia's flags.
Oh, a good win. Good strong win, 7-4. Go in there, break your opponent, essentially. You know, I think the momentum's with them now. Yeah, great stuff from DPLUS.
As well, obviously, we talked about the sort of map selection, the operator, the way everything's were coming together, and how it was unknown factors and known factors, and this was that known one. And now, once again, you and I will be plunging off in towards the unknown, seeing what else is out there on a map that was a permaban after a quick break.
Available now.
And that is another good start for DPLUS to the tournament. They won the first match in Munich. They win the first map here, looking good. And I think the big difference in this matchup that we're seeing on the side of DPLUS is how they have this experience on their roster. When it comes to these end-of-round moments that we're seeing on map 1, they know how to control the chaos.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it comes down to the experience difference. I mean, they have 2 major winners on the team, players that have been on the main stage before, and I think that's exactly what we saw, because despite them losing opening kills, they understood if we play it slow, we play it into our possession in the later half of these rounds, Black Dragons is just going to get a little too overzealous. They're going to make mistakes. They're going to overextend. And that's where DPLUS Kia is able to execute on it and get those rounds.
Yeah, there was 2 factors for me. And when you kind of said, who do we think at the start of this fixture? I said, well, one, you know, DPLUS, they have overall the experience. Like you said, they've got major winners. They've got guys that have gone deep at 6 Invitationals, you know, got top 3, top 4 at 6 Invitational. And they also had the map that, yeah, sure, it was Black Dragon's map pick, but they'd relied on that map through the LCQs. And what was the one good thing that we identified from DPLUS in Munich was their counter analysis, their counter prep. Map 1, they were always going to come out strong on whatever that map was of this event. So I'm not necessarily surprised to see them win and play to those win conditions, and they executed that perfectly.
And one thing they might have not been prepared for is one player on the side of Black Dragons. In their first international tournament, Swag is actually showing off.
Yeah, I mean, despite Black Dragons losing, you have to commend Swag for his ability to find those opening kills consistently, be the spearhead for Black Dragons to maybe have some opportunity to win rounds back. And it's great to see such a rookie, a young player, come in and be the leading factor, the leading voice for Black Dragons. So despite that loss, still, we have to give commendation for how well he played, and hopefully the confidence of seeing that he can keep up at a main stage tournament, he's able to use that going into map 2.
And that's what you want to look for, right? You know, when you as a player, Fox, for example, even when you've had a defeat, when a map's not gone well, you want to look for a positive. The one positive is Swag, the guy that you see on the screen. The fact that he's come in, and let's just remind you, he's not played inside of SAL. This is a big step up from the level that he usually plays at. And he's come in and he's had such a confident performance. 3-0 on the entry. For, you know, Black Dragons, who we said 5 months ago was a team full of support players. They've got a natural entry here that's really, really confident, and they need to kind of harvest the team around that.
But now here's the biggest issue is, yes, you have Swag getting those kills, but the main core issues for Black Dragons, where the rest of the team is, how they're impacting off of those opening kills, that's the biggest issue. I mean, you have a player like Ass that's going to be leading the team. He needs to make sure that he's tightening up and understanding in those later half of the rounds. They're not letting that advantage slip away, always making sure what the next step is.
And then just a reminder, obviously, the context of this group as well. There are some juggernauts to come in this group for these 2 teams after they've got through this fixture. Now, it's not even just the result, but every map counts at the 6 Invitational. So Black Dragons, they're up against it, but they can still get it done. They can still at least salvage some points from this.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes you could excuse yourself for having a slower start in the tournament, maybe for having less experience, but in this group, that might really cost you with the teams that you still have left to play against. We sketched it as this match you might have to win, and you call yourself safe inside of that group, and so far DPLUS doing a really good job at it. But what I'm seeing, again, we're seeing the entries go in favor of Black Dragons, like you mentioned, but the rounds are just not following up after.
I mean, I think that's the picture that we want to paint, right? Is Black Dragons have fixed that issue of needing an entry, getting rid of some support players. They're getting the opening kill. They're doing the hard part first. They're getting a job done efficiently. But now when it comes to the later half of the rounds, the experience is carrying DPLUS to win those rounds back. When you go into map 2 on a map like Labs, that's not where you want to find yourself, is getting that first pick, because not only do you have the first pick and the advantage, but you have the time also on your back. That's going to add a lot of pressure. And with the IGLing of Black Dragons right now, it does not look like that pressure is going to make things any easier.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Now, and it seems like to add another thing to that for Black Dragons at the moment, we're going to their perma-ban, because the next map will be Nighthaven Labs. And we talk about it being a perma-ban. They haven't played it as an organization since, what, 2024 was it?
2024, yeah. Yes. I think it was the Montreal Major in 2024 as the last time as an organization that they've played this map inside of Tier 1 Siege at least. In fact, there was nobody on that roster but Ask, and I'm fairly sure he's had a stint at Liquid between the last 2 times. So, you know, it is very much a perma-ban. Their backs are very much up against the wall. But what I will say is you don't come to the 6 Invitational in a game like this that is a must-win game and leave it open unless you've got a plan to play it. So I would expect something from them.
That's true. Maybe with the new players as well being that addition, it might help them with this matchup though. Can the Black Dragons bounce back? The map is ready, so send it back to our casters.
Thank you very much, and we are hurtling in towards the unknown. As I said before, it's put there pretty brilliantly though. Surely they've got a game demo?
Well, they better, because they're up against the wall.
Well, if they don't have a game, they've lost the series.
1-0 down, going to the perma-ban. Oh boy.
Oh boy. But I mean, it's also the element as well. It's still pretty narrow down the line there of who thinks it's going to go which way and what. I love this violin. I feel like I'm... Anyway, well, let's not waste any more time. Let's get Labsy. What experiments have they been cooking up here in the labs demo? What do you think?
I mean, the issue with Black Dragons, it's not like their only map that they don't play.
Yeah.
You know, Fortress is obviously going to be a thing. You know, that they put more time into learning the new map to bring to SI compared to, you know, going to a map which, again, they haven't played in a very long time, as the desk alluded to. So, yeah, a lot of pressure on them. I mean, DPLUS right now, just with the Siege that they're playing, the basics, a lot of what they did in Clubhouse is very easily kind of transitioned over to Labs. You know, it's the same thing. It's about getting the walls open, making sure that you can breach effectively, and then set up your crossfires, util dump, bang, you win.
It sounds so simple. What do you think?
It is.
Just win. Why don't we just kill the other guy?
Look, it's my book. Anyone can plant. Come on, anyone can do this.
Now available in some good bookstores. Not all. Okay, I love Labs for a lot of the elements that you just said. I think when Nighthaven Labs came into the rotation of maps, it brought elements of Club that I enjoyed without having to watch another million tubs. We've already watched Clubs today. Happy for it to take a little bit of a break. But you're entirely right. Getting open the walls, getting open the pressure onto the external, making sure that you have control of those games is things that DPLUS Kia were generally a bit ahead of the curve on, and they're going to see if they can try and keep that going. And, oh, what's that? The Grim Band, yep, makes sense, the Monty as well, but then double electrics. Limitations on those walls, and an external hatch reinforcement. Wow, you don't always see that for this site, but I guess it does at least slow them dropping in on towards the connector, on towards kitchen.
Yeah, it's a bit of an old one. It was done very early on, whenever the map was first released, but then I think everyone kind of caught on to it and think, what's the point? It's going to get, you know, it's opened up anyway, so yeah, just going to take a bit of time. But you can see straight away the shields are in, clearing the building as quickly as they can. Standard top-down clear. You would expect that based on the operator selection. You've got the double soft destruction. You have your ram and your buck. Just in the off chance that you maybe lose one, you've still got the backup if needed. So ram gonna open up above storage before they really get into it. Again, the shield just working its way through. Nice pace at the moment in offense.
Yeah, great.
Just slow and steady. Isn't that what the tortoise said?
Yeah, and historically I think they won, but I don't think they were hit by a smoke canister. And Ask was hit by a handful of the hare's bullets. They're going to be able to get the pickup because they can't keep the pressure on the grenade. No! Oh, will it get both? Just the one! Oh, had to leave him, pushed this man down the stairs and said, don't let them get both of us.
He can't say he didn't revive him because he did. He died after he revived him. That's all on him.
He did his part. He's like, where's he gone? Oh, caught the flank player as well. And now they have just capitalized on the space, but
he needs 2 kills in this position.
Yeah,
Mr. Outlaw.
And he needs to activate. We've had the moment before where they've been the man deficit. He's been in a
too passive
position, and he's too passive. Have to send it in, have to cause a problem. Yeah, it's great if you get one and you're not sort of known about it, but that moment, he's so deep behind enemy lines here.
He needs to make a play. Just sitting in the corner, nobody's coming near him. He might be able to get the freebie. He looks away. No, doesn't even get the kill.
They're planting down underneath the site. They've got themselves in and amongst it. And, you know, you wonder where the rest of it was. But at this point, he hasn't really had any of that. Woo! There's suddenly a 3 versus 3, though. Swag's able to find one in the meantime. It's a fight inside the site. And Nias is doing his best, but he's caught from that verticality. And, oh, suddenly, it's just Bullet left alive. He's gone his way around above. He's stuck inside. He's looking for the drop. He can't quite make it in time. They're pre-firing. Where are you going? Oh, no!
Oh, so it's begun.
So it has begun. You wanted him to do something.
He did. I mean, he took his time.
He took his time.
He took his time to get there.
His time was taken.
But
however,
yeah.
I mean, getting this kill, getting this bit of pressure, as we said, great pace, getting the kit down as well in this sort of situation, and still a 5 versus 3 going away from them. It just.
Almost a little bit of hesitation there. Yeah. The Dokkaebi. You know, thought, oh, I'm not just going to swing the hatch, I'm going to go around the box. But even just that 0.5 seconds made all the difference. The way he kind of maneuvered as well upstairs, it didn't even look as though he was aware of where they planted. Because he was almost running towards the vertical angles before he realized, oh, it's actually planted for the hatch. Which was a little bit weird.
Well, unfortunately, you and I, back in attack. And we get a moment. All the heat that was built up there will slightly dissipate, or it'll just bubble. Bring things to a nice boil. It's always that sort of moment, right? Would you rather be the team that just won or just lost before one of these? You can't talk to your coach. You can't talk to your people behind the lines. You can't talk strategy or anything.
I think it's different if we're already for a good chunk off the map. It just begun.
Yeah.
It's 1 round, you know? So, it's too bad. It's different if it was 7-7. Tech pause, oh dear. That really does take the sting out of it, but it shouldn't take us too long. We've had a few tech issues today, but I think we've recovered from them very quickly. Good recovery time.
Yeah.
Saying this as though like the lobby's been injured and he comes himself back in 6 weeks from a broken leg.
Put him on rest.
Let's see how the tech pause handles a double leg break. Let's see if he gets up after that. I.e. somebody's kicked the PC.
It wouldn't be the first time. I think that, I can't remember if it was in our game or in a different game, a player celebrated and accidentally kicked and turned off their PC.
It's not our game.
No.
Must be somebody else.
Holding his shoulder there, just.
It's one thing if you want to be a coach, everyone. This is advice that I had received.
Is it in the book? Is it in the book?
Well, no. This is. I'll plug another person. This is Kangaroo Kenny's book.
Okay, Kangaroo Kenny's
And if you want to be a coach, what you need to learn is how to give a good back massage. Just let everyone know. That's what he says.
Yeah. I mean, sure. He had good success as a coach. I'm not going to question it. I've never done any coach role. I sort of just talk.
We're aware. Don't worry. We're well aware of what your skills are.
Okay, this is. Did you ever get your like school reports when you were a kid?
Sadly.
Well, this is the similar thing. Is I recently, in a very British sentence, cleared out my loft not too long ago. Found my old school reports, and all of them were like, just talks all the time. They need to focus more. Well, look at me now, teachers. My job is talking all the time.
Mine was so much potential, but sadly very lazy.
Yeah.
So.
And look at it now, teachers. Sort of the same.
They said video games would get you nowhere.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
True. Video games and talking. Anyway, as you can see from the players, the excitement, we are hurtling our way back in. First round ticked off, and it's a Black Dragons round. I was kind of worried, obviously, if that one had played out the full way, that DPLUS Kia, off the bounce, off the rip, getting themselves that one round up, could have been sort of hurtling towards a bit of a 2-0. Just energetically, you lose the first round, you win the first round, especially on your defense on here, it can bring a big cost. But now we go up towards the top floor demo.
Yeah, I think this map, pretty 50-50 for the most part. I don't think it favors any one side. I think defense can have great toys to play with if operators like, your Mira, your Clash, for example, who can be pretty troublesome to deal with if you don't have the correct attackers to go up against them. I mean, we've certainly seen that today in terms of Clash and just how tricky that operator has been. I mean, even in our last map, they had to bring in the Kali as a specific counter for the Clash.
I mean, it forces a pick as well, and The thing about the Kali on club, I think you would definitely get more usage. It's always site dependent.
Well, Kali's great because it can help with obviously the clash.
Yeah.
It can help with electrifications if there are any.
If there are any.
And also, I mean, Azami's always a big thing, so
yep,
picks off quite a bit of util.
I think that's the thing. I think on this site, if you're into it, you're less perturbed than if you have to bring Kali on, you know, say a mid take and wherever. But anyway, beside the point, they're going to see if they can try and get the wall open a little bit late for whatever Mirror was attempting there. But the fact that Mirror window is there anyway still makes the breach a little bit funky.
Yeah. Again, doing the basics right, get the breaches open. They've done so over towards IT. They've also opened in towards connector. And this is the advantage of having two hard breachers in this map, that you just can open everything, even if there are little kind of mini games where you have to play dodge the mirror, dodge the C4, for example. So they're in, set up. Now the next stage is either you try and go rafters, which is going to be pretty tricky because you've got not only the Azami there, but also the clash. But then you will also argue, but they have a Capitao. Surely they can make something happen there from rafters.
Still trying to get their way through the utility on towards rafters, as he said, and the focus from underneath the garage, but forcing the player out the Capitao bolts. It's Swag playing on those keeper barricades in a 1-versus-1 swing game. Oh no, wait, it's not, because Clash is there as well. So instead, Nears playing a sneaky game, is being watched by the closed door. It can't quite win it out. 2 kills drifted away, including the aforementioned fight inside and down to the rafters. There is now a 5-versus-2, and this round be wrapped up with a nice little bow on it sooner rather than later. About a minute. 2 players with a lot to try and do and prove in this time, and they've not really pushed any of the Black Dragons players out of position. Apart from the one they've just killed.
Got the one exit. Needs to try and find a lot more than that, but really don't have a lot to play off. One and final look we call it goes in, but just a quick jump and he's absolutely shredded by that Azami. Levy. C4. Don't know who that's for. Casper? Maybe.
Got him.
Oh, he's got the ghost.
He's now a double ghost.
There we go.
They just got to stick away him.
So, the thing that I see is, you know, they're dumping the util. They've used the Capitao in towards rafters, but they're not following up on that util being used. You know, whenever you think about clearing out rafters, that 3-2-1, it's typically 3-2-1, in goes the flames, somebody pushes in towards exit door, somebody in towards breach, somebody in towards a single window, and you just collapse, because that Azami's gonna have to move.
I think it's one of the things, they put a lot of faith in this, right? Obviously, the first engagement goes away. They were hoping maybe the bullet engagement could have lasted a little bit longer to give that IT player a little bit more to hope for. When they lost that first engagement, that player inside IT has a choice. Do I back out here and we pull away from the plan, or do I just send it?
Yeah.
Sent it, lost the engagement there because they weren't quite ready, because they had to look at too many different angles. The round played the way it did. 2 rounds now for Black Dragons, and, well, we find ourselves hurtling to the middle, because where else can you go unless you really want to go kitchen?
No.
Okay.
No. Don't even think about it. Not here, not today,
5 seconds left.
not ever.
Okay. Oh, I thought
Bad
about
bomb
it.
site, bad bomb site.
Attackers objective
Really?
to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Bomb site that has a window. Well, to be fair, this also has a window directly into the bomb site.
Yeah,
so
but you got to do a lot more work.
Yeah, you have to take a lot and stuff. Whereas kitchen, you just jump in. You know, that's it.
Yours now. Have this window.
Oh, well. Again, I would assume it's going to be an upstairs clear, open up IT, get the Rams in, yada, yada, yada. We've seen all this before. I think the kind of thing that you have to be careful of is, of course, the downstairs hole that can come in. And we see that plenty of times where defenders, they realize that there is a lot of verticality in this bomb site, not just from above, but also from below. So you try and utilize that. You play players downstairs. You look for C4 options if you can. However, the player who's actually downstairs is a Castle, and I don't think Castle got a C4 in the latest update.
No, no. And, well, we'll see if they can try and make some work with the Oomp as they spray and pepper their way up through, just checking that nothing is on the other side of that, which, you know, they've already removed the Goyo, got rid of some of that long burn. And, oh no, there's a second Goyo. Thank you, wonderful observer, for revealing.
Reloading!
Just quickly, Twitch F2. When was the last time we seen one of them?
Well, not for much longer, it seems like. Dropped out. Mr. Outlaw was able to find At least the first, and they lose their ram. They lose that verticality. They lose that ability to just get through IT, which hasn't been done. Mr. Outlaw's still playing inside there and trying to find a fight outside, but he can tuck back if he wants to. He's still very much happy to engage, and here Black Dragons might be on the precipice of setting themselves up for sort of doing what was done to them 3 rounds in a row, swing their way outside of windows still. They're so happy to find these fights, Demo.
Almost. A bit of delayed reaction there, but still able to get the kill onto the catwalk player. But the ram gone. How they get into this bomb site now, that is the tricky question.
Well, that's entirely it, right? They're still fighting for the crown above. Nears gets rid of Mr. Outlaw. There's a quick thorn charge. Does some damage towards the player, but not enough to kill it. Nears! 2 for 2. Who else is lining up? Now it's a 3 against 2, and they've suddenly taken this round, picked it up, flipped it round, and said, right, this feels much nicer. But they still don't have that verticality. They've still got a C4 to try and fight against. They're having to use exothermics to get their angles. 2 smoke bolts is probably the play on towards the plant itself. Tuck yourself in, but against that bulletproof, what can happen?
Yeah, just keep an eye on Bullet. He is the player with the diffuser. It's up to him to make a move and decide where he wants to go for the plant.
Well, his only real choice here is tucked in close, and his Ray gets one. He times that! Oh, as unluckily as it can go, and now, once again, it's been picked back up, flipped back round, right way up. This is a 2 versus 1 with no time. That is a Black Dragons round, and that is a 3-site sweep.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, really, it just comes down to losing that ram. I mean, it's so important to keep that operator alive on labs. You know, this is an operator that we've seen banned on this map because she's that good. She gets value out of 2 out of the 3 bomb sites. So very, very important to try and keep alive. And sadly, they could not do that. So yeah, clean sweep. 3-0 is how we sit. Now, the ban phase. Yeah, I was going to mention, do we see the clash be banned? It was only brought the 1 time out of the 3 rounds, but I dare say with how bad the clash was as an issue, I respect it. That 1 round, I mean, it started them.
Oh, it's the power of Ask, it's the power of the clash, it's the power of being able to just deliver time and time again, and I mean, that's just rotten time.
Because again, he can do that because there's no verts. Yeah. It all comes back to that first kill and how important that is.
Another technical pause. We find ourselves waiting. We can actually take a moment here, and you're looking in towards the camera. The photographer has shown up. This is why there's a technical pause. It's for us. Stream, you'll have to bear with us. Maybe that'll get posted later.
Maybe.
This is what
depends how much money you're willing to offer up to the media team.
But we now have a 3-site rotation. We have Black Dragons happy in their element. They've been able to pull it off. Yeah. It was exactly the same with DPLUS gear last time.
So weird. The perma-ban, by the way, 3-0 up. What is it today with teams and the maps that we've seen them ban every single time in every other match, yet they bring the SI, and all of a sudden you think, why are you banning that?
Yeah. It's maybe an answer of homework.
It's a weird
Maybe it's a sort of element of preparation, right? It's the idea of...
But to learn a map in the short turnaround, because obviously we've seen it with Heretics, and we've seen it with Black... I mean, Black Dragons were really late. They were the last qualified team, weren't they? I believe. I mean, we covered this. It was like 2 weeks ago, was it not?
Sorry, I just found out what the tech pause is about.
Would you like to share with the class?
No, it's just a little problem with the keyboard. I believe swapping a keyboard out. But the way Easy, Stefan, our observer, or our in-game director, sorry, delivers these messages to me.
Yeah. In the deadpan kind
in
of
the
Dutch.
deadpan Dutch way. Yeah. And it makes me smile.
Oh. But I mean, 2 weeks to prep your labs and turn it around, considering that Fortress is also something that a lot of teams are looking at.
Yeah.
It's a lot, and if they've done that, credit to them.
Well, we'll wait and hopefully be back in soon. Currently, obviously, at this pace, at this rate, in this Paris, we might be setting ourselves closer and closer towards another map 3.
Which means points will be split.
You can see them trying to work out the problem with the keyboard.
Can I have a look? I own a keyboard. I think I'm
You
qualified.
have a keyboard? I don't.
Oh.
I only use trackpads for my keyboard and
Do you use like the built-in keyboard system on the PC where you then you have to click in the keyboard?
Yeah. No, I voice activate. W, Shift W.
Oh dear.
Left click. That should be... Is that something we can set up on a keyboard for content? Anyway.
Does it work?
Guess we'll find out.
This is tense. Will the keyboard activate?
This is tense. It's the music.
If not, what happens? Does he have to get a replica keyboard? Could it be any keyboard?
I don't know the rules.
Ooh. This is uncharted territory. Is it in the rulebook? Have they determined the keyboard rules?
I can't read. If you're unaware of how things have gone so far on this map, it's 3-0. DPLUS Kia, unfortunately, unable to get themselves on the board. Their closest was that first round, right? A post-plant, they had a 2-man advantage. And they couldn't quite get things otherwise put together. So at this point, they're probably looking at this as, I'm not going to say a reset in some ways, getting your head back together.
Just slows down the process.
I feel like asking you like $1 million euro question.
All right, go on then. What's it going to be?
Demo. I need to know, what was Jesse J. Chick's previous caster name?
Oh.
I'll give you 4 options. Was it Cool Boy Jesse? Was it B, Pengu? Was it C, Easy Stefan? Or was it D, Corn Pop?
I think I'd like to use one of my lifelines.
Okay, which one?
I'd like to use Ask the Chat.
Ask the chat. Chat? We actually can't read chat. Okay, they've typed.
Yeah, maybe someone from production if they are.
You guessed B, Pengu, you are wrong.
Well, I was also going to use phone a friend, and I would have phoned.
You would have phoned Jesse.
Yeah,
Imagine if we did a call-in.
Bomb located by attackers.
The call-in was... We're back in the game. We don't have to do any more €1 million questions. A call-in to get an answer to something like that. And we don't tell the talent, the caster, the analyst.
But what Jess would do is he'd stitch me up and tell me the wrong answer.
Yeah, he would. Anyway, we're back in. Thank you for staying with us. Everything is fixed. And Black Dragons, happy to go back to the start. And where did it start? Down in the basement. And what did we base it on? A Blackbeard getting a plant and then things just kind of falling apart. Hey, remember, at the start of this, there was a moment where we said, Mr. Outlaw, you gotta do something. 6-1. He has been doing things. He's been really in his element this map.
We'll also note with the lineup from DPLUS, not a lot of options whenever it comes to hard breaching. They've only got 2 tin openers, so I would naturally assume that they're going to try and stay away from the main breach. They're just going to try and go for the hatches and use the verticality. They have the ramp. Well, hopefully they can keep the ramp alive this time, and it won't cause any issues for them. Also brought in, I think, maybe worrying more about the roamers again. You've got, of course, the Dogui, which they had the last time, but then also Bullet on the Nomad, just to try and keep them at bay if they can. I mean, they're going to have to fight roamers. I mean, this is pretty common knowledge at this stage, the way Black Dragons have been operating on labs here today.
Well, the Ram gets some work done and unfortunately meets an end with a Goyo. As that burns, it'll just sort of sit, wait, and try and get some of the more pressure else on. In fact, it wasn't a Goyo, it was a pipe, sorry. An destructible ingredient. They're going to keep their rammer rolling, get themselves locked in again above. They're doing bit by bit, but it's actually Nears that wants to be the first port of call. And with players still on the top floor looking for their own engagement, he's cut himself down. On towards the fight elsewhere, and he's looking for this, but this might alert those roaming players to start trying to piece their way back in. Will they get caught out? It's Mr. Outlaw and I think Miracle off on a bit of an adventure elsewhere.
I'm actually surprised. Falzage used one of the tin openers to get himself in towards Animus. So they are just going directly horizontal. They're not really worried about the traditional vertical take. But the long angles, there's the TCSG, able to pick up the first kill.
I mean, you've still got this happening on the top floor as well, right? The Dockerby's trying to hunt down somebody who's otherwise not really been pushed out of position, but they're alone. Instead, it's more fighting here at Animus. The kid is isolated. They're just kind of looking at applying several different approaches, and neither is really working. There goes your Ram. They're just going on a bit of a retake here because why not? We've not really been forced out of position. Let's take more. Midi takes chunks of damage, has a Gumine in foot. There's the cut across, and yeah, it was almost like throwing plans and approaches at a wall and hoping one would stick. Unfortunately, everything has just sort of slipped away.
Yeah, just... I think they were really hoping that they would pick up just a quick couple of cheap kills where they just walk down and find somebody just looking into the air. You just... It hasn't worked out for them. They've obviously took that gamble where they thought they could just walk into the bomb site. Once that didn't work and everyone kind of caught on to the idea, angles were being held, they thought, okay, now I have to go back upstairs, but that's then where the roamers who are still upstairs are going to come in to bite you, and that's exactly what's happened. Yeah, just a bit of a disaster round overall from DPLUS. I mean, it's been a disaster map.
So remaining sites gonna be second floor and the control, right? So we ban Clash. We can play the Blackbeard split on the top floor. They have nothing, right? Only for the mirror. So we might have the G2 split on the second floor. And control, they got play the 3 guys on the top floor, 2 guys on the bomb site. But there's no anti-denial plan. So maybe we can try to jump in the bomb site. Yep.
Então, ó, basicamente é o seguinte, guys, vamos de cima, como eu falei, mano, vamos jogar splitando. Joga você lá pelo verde agora, tá, o Gal?
Beleza.
Daí
o Gal ou eu?
O Gal não, o
né?
Elite. Você, Levi, joga de blitz, tá? Fica na água, fica escondido na água pra gente, vai dar bom.
Beleza.
Vambora.
Bora lá. Bora.
We got... I understood half of it.
Oh yeah, what was the bit you got?
Well, obviously what the coach said. That was in English, and then it transitioned. Yeah, look, obviously that's him noting what the splits are. You know, and you can see that it's the heavy roam game that Black Dragons are going for. And whenever I say heavy, it's a 3-2 split.
Yep.
You know, they're playing, debalanced in the actual bomb site, and they're really going for that roam game, and that is what is slowing down the approach here from DPLUS. And it just feels as though DPLUS a little bit too timid for my liking. They don't look as though they're up for the fight compared to what it was in Clubhouse, which is just, it's completely different vibe. And it's strange. You know, after the way they played at Clubhouse, why would they be scared to go and challenge roamers?
10 seconds remaining.
It's... Again, I don't want to be like, this is probably it, because it was what we sort of talked about in the first best of 3, but the knowledge of what is going on with your opponent seems to be a problem. The same way for the preparation, right? They couldn't prepare for this map because the data is so old. And they go in instead of this expectation of what the game is, and the game isn't that. And it becomes this pooled gambit, this pooled bait of, to be fair, these players will know how each other likes to play because of the history.
Yeah, they all know each other. They've all played in the 10 mans together.
Now, let's see where the fight starts here on towards IT. They're just going to watch and wait and hope that they can get somebody from this mirror window, but nobody is trying to get the peek out yet. Instead, get the breach done elsewhere. Quick work, quick focus, and quick attention towards walls, which, to be fair, without any of the electrics, hard to sort of slow down.
Yeah. And don't forget, there's no clash this time.
No.
And this was the whole reason why they went for that ban. It is for this specific site. So in theory, you would hope taking rafters should be a lot easier this time.
Yep.
And I also like the fact that they brought in the addition of Levy on the Blitz. Blitz is great at just jumping in through the garage window and clearing out rafters too. So they have a lot of options. If they want to go the rafters alternative, they can do so. You've got the operators there to do it.
Now, hoping that they can get a fight here on towards the electrical cupboard, and oh, lucky to not get caught out, but they still double down. Mr. Outlaw, huge amount of damage there, but, well, we didn't see the tail end of that fight, but it's not one that either actually died in. Instead, it's still pressure here across IT, across the top. They're rolling out those drones, seeing what utility they can steal, but unfortunately the only thing they stealed was being shot. The swing up, and that's the second player. Now on just tiny little bit of health. It will take a breeze to knock either of them away, but as the bolts start to pop out, they can use this. Get themselves pushed up, get themselves close, and get themselves ready to swing on towards our position.
Oh, a Levy backstab in through Fish. He is going to be supported, I believe, by Mitty, so he's going to just try and power his way through, but 2 kills have come in and nowhere.
No.
And that goes the Blitz fully blinded.
And there's a flank on the flank.
Oh,
Swag
dear.
coming up behind him. He's about to swing on. There it is. And it's a 2 versus 1. They've somehow been able to pull this back into control. Swag gets one more.
Somebody crack a joke? That's quite the laugh. Oh, you just think, okay, finally, DPLUS. Looking a lot better. And then, nope, it's gone.
5 in a row. 5 in a row here. And I don't think we've had a 7-0 yet on the day.
This day 1, I hope not.
Well, you never know.
This could be the first.
International scene. But it is that bit of a worry. I mean, it was great there from Mitty to be able to swing to 2 targets, connect. It almost brought hope back. But then there was Swag.
That was quite the laugh.
Having a great time. Had a great flank. Swam up Fish. 5.
Love the way I feel as though you missed an opportunity there. Whenever you said, oh, there's a flank on the fish, and you love that one, the flank on the flank.
Yeah.
You could have said there's always a bigger fish.
I did miss it.
That would have been a good one.
I missed it.
It's okay, you'll get the next one.
Attackers must locate.
There's plenty more fish in the sea.
No, you lost it. No, you lost it. No. Stay down.
She's back. Fresh laugh.
He laughs at anything.
That's true.
It's not a reliable source. Look, he's laughing right now. See, I just said that.
Yeah, that's true.
They called him Mr. Chuckles back in school days.
You were there? Did you read his school report?
No, he went to school in like the 1800s, Jack? Yeah.
You went to
1800s.
clown school. Mr. Chuckles was actually the bachelorette degree. DPLUS Kia. You said it before, that was the closest round they've been. They had great pockets of control. They could not cement the 2 kills that they were so close to. That was a big bit of a problem there. If they had been able to get either one of those, suddenly they have
fine margins. Fine margins the way that they're playing.
And both of them were a breath, a glimpse from being caught out. And they worried about probably an air jab.
Yep.
Just so they can keep the rotate round. They use the impact. Great position. Swag is, a bit lucky to survive there. I mean, he quickly peeked it, but that's what Bullet was waiting for and didn't have the right bullet for it. Another air jab, another bit of the positional control, but at this point, you know, pulled out, got himself free of that position. And it's just sort of later utility. And again, it's the idea of cementing the kills. Mr. Outlaw steps his way in, hits the Goyo. They can pull back and think about, obviously, where the site is, the control they want. They want IT! And he just goes and retakes it. Almost catches the ram as well. He's double dipping, but this awful close. Levy takes a lot of damage securing that kill, but Mr. Outlaw just swinging IT demo, almost got 2.
Oh, big play. And a C4 now, just to scratch and it'll take down Levy. So yeah, that extra bit of damage onto the ram is very important. Oh, great shot though. Ask takes a back seat now, and they're ready to go for the plant. Look at Fowls outside the window. Should just be a 3-2-1 collapse.
You can see they're trying to reposition, and Swag's trying to retake as well. Get the keepers in, get the wall up, and get themselves dropped from the top rope. There's the trade out. He gets the second Swag! Where's it with some swagger? There's Miracle on the retake, and again, we see a collapse here of DPLUS Kia inside the final 40 seconds. I mean, I'm pulling the same expressions. Swag, what a round.
DPLUS, I feel, are just setting up well, and then the mid-round happens, and it's like Cinderella. Clock strikes midnight, and it's gone. Honestly, I'm really confused, because again, I think their setup looks really good. This time, they had IT open, they had the vertical there, but then, as the player jumps in through storage to start looking for a plant, he dies to somebody underneath the vert that they made because no one's on the vert. They're doing things and they're not using the things that they've done. It is confusing. Just a map to forget. I think they know it's going next. I think they know at this stage.
I mean, it's, you know, you can't entirely pin things on one thing or another. Again, we're not in their comms, we don't really know. But you look at the expressions, and it's sort of just, yeah, it's done. It's 6-0. They have to be flawless. It's happened many, many times in this game, in this stage, in SI, in probably in the last time we were in Paris as well. Here, look, gets one, almost gets the ram as well. But you're looking at the other player who can swing from that position. They're making sure they don't double swing.
Yeah, they obviously, we've seen the impact used on the air jab, but he didn't replace the air jab that time, and he took advantage of it. He swung out of IT because there wasn't an air jab. It wasn't down quick enough.
That was criminal. Nah, got the last. I mean, great positional. Sorry, as you say, great pause.
Yep.
Great pause. I forgot you're in a rush.
I love that my lingo's starting to...
I always forget you're in a rush.
Ready, set.
Great pause. Next word.
Just the way it is. Great pause. Great ang. Stangle.
Great ang.
You know.
You cut 2 letters of that one. Position is at least a 3-syllable word.
Let's
You're getting it down to 1
everyone.
syllable.
Is there anything wrong with great pause and great ang? I don't think so.
I think when you say great ang, I think of the Avatar. So
of course.
That's a great ang. Mastered all 4 elements.
Airbending master by the time he was 12.
Ugh. I was going to say something else there and talk about the show, and I would have spoiled anything, but if you've not watched it, go watch it. Anyway, 6-0. The things you talk about. We have a double hard breach ban. We have 1 Electrics, 1 Mirror. She's great at, obviously, extension. We know that. But also, we've already seen how she's used to make walls awkward.
Yeah, awkward, yeah.
And when you're having hard breach removed, it's just nicer to not have to deal with that. You'd rather not deal with that more than you would not deal with the Kaid or the Bandit or fight whichever one you ban first.
Yeah. Especially whenever they're confident that the Maverick can do the job for them. Just completely skip over any electrifications. Obviously, then, I would say the downside is you then kind of have to do the Maverick dance, where you have to be careful of a C4.
Yep.
That could just land at your feet. But he doesn't have to do any of that, as there's no C4s at all on the side of DPLUS.
No, instead, they've obviously got themselves some structure. They got themselves the chance to swing on and what they can rebuild. Bullet on the clash. But otherwise, let's see what can be removed here. It's been a long time since Black Dragons have been putting pressure on the attack. It's been a long half, but it's been a flawless one. They just have to get one over the line. And as that slips away, Arstars take a little bit of damage, but again, it's probably more frustrating for DPLUS Kia. They took a risk and it didn't pay off. And they've had a lot of moments like that where they've taken for a fight and it doesn't pay off. They almost get that one and it doesn't pay off, but they do finally get security on the end of one of their gun engagements, and it's Ask. Capitao off the board. Rare is hoping this player drifts on by, but with the man advantage, well, there's nothing that's going to force them apart from you.
Well, Miracle able to get that kill back. Minute left. Smokes already being used. I mean, in terms of time management, perfect. They've already, a minute left and smokes are coming out. Yeah, the attackers are thinking, wow, we've got so much room to breathe. And there's the last one, just under the minute mark. In goes the bees as well. But that clash, that has to come back to that operator. How is that going to impact the round?
Swag wants to make his way up towards Fish and see if he can go for a bit of a backstab, but it's going to be slightly noisy. So get this open quite quickly and then put the pressure on. 30 seconds, and now they'll know that there's this position. Almost gets that engagement. They've also gone round towards the top of the Fish door itself. They've not quite been knocked out, but there's at least the first engagement. Rare is found. A 4 versus 3 as Miracle finds one. There's almost the tag on the next. Everybody is getting a little bites of each other, but it's suddenly all popped up for DPLUS Kia. We haven't had a 7-0 yet, and we still won't.
Well, they stopped that from happening. I don't know how the castle's alive and all that. He was getting shot by everyone. And he just stayed prone, just stayed on his belly. I mentioned as well about the clash. The position of the clash was very weird compared to how we've seen her be played today. Just sat at the back of sight behind the shield.
Yeah.
Not getting active, not looking to assist. Just, I'm playing for myself. I don't care if you guys die.
They're not going to get this bit of ground, let me tell you.
They're not walking in that IT today.
Hey, man, they're in rafters. They've taken... Nope.
No, I'm not.
I don't care.
I'm not leaving.
I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. They're going to have to get a wrecking ball to get me out of this reinforced wall. 6-1, and they'll have to make the perfect rotation. This is the problem, though. Let's be honest, 7-0 is nice, fine. Moving on to the next map's nice, is fine. It's not about that site. It's not about this site. It's about the site after this one. That's the sticky one.
Camera feed up and running.
I mean, still, basement. We've seen the diffuser go down already this map, so there is still possibilities for the attackers to win this.
A pause.
I do feel as though in terms of this map, this is the bomb site that I feel you have so many different options in terms of attacks. You know, and we've seen them. You think about traditional upstairs using the vert, dropping down, going for the plant. We've seen standard open up the double breach and try and walk in and plant under the cover of util and smokes. We've seen the quick rushes where teams have opened up the double, smoked out with glass, a blitz goes in, plants on his back.
Yep.
So many different options that you can really go with to get creative. So I think this is the bomb site where the attackers just have so much free range to really go down any avenue.
Got themselves the Blackbeard leading in on the side of a Deimos that, again, Mr. Outlaw has been craving engagements. Oh, and he's using his friend's drones there to just get a bit of a read through. And yeah, if you've got an entry and you want to prop him up, it's a great way. Give yourself the information so he knows how to act. And oh, again, these near misses are just never ending. I mean, puts the pressure on. Nia's ending almost happened as well. The follow through. The castle takes a lot of damage. There's a popping pipe and some more and more forcing back down, but they're just seeing if they can get a single player out of this. Nobody. It's Midi, though. That's loose.
Oh, do they know? I don't think it. They've tracked the Valkyrie instead. So he can possibly go unchecked here. Does have an impact, could make an impact hole in the vert if he wanted to, if he gets the call that they're now upstairs inside of storage, but I think he wants the player who entered in through connector, but just going to bide his time, sees there's a bit of vert, maybe. Yeah, I think he might just linger for the vert here.
Yeah, I do. I mean, you'll get the audio, you'll get the message that they're rotating, not entirely sure what else they have utility-wise, but you know it's a great crossing, you know it's a lead through on towards, obviously, that back take, that whole bit of control here, and yeah, Mr. Outlaw's on this, but
I have no idea he's up there.
No, the ram rolls on. Swag was close to being caught, I think, for a second, but instead, there's the vertical, there's the opening, and there's... Oh, no! Swag, and there's just a kill to show you how this map has gone. 5 versus 4, 50 seconds. And the first smoke canister pops as well. They're going to waste some time, but Miracle gets Levy.
Yeah, just take your time. I mean, they're pumping up the smokes like there's no tomorrow. I mean, fouls, nobody's really pushing that. You've just wasted a smoke for no real reason. They're still trying to get set up and seeing if they can go for this plant diffuser being rotated now towards the main breach.
Rare has gone down. That is your Blackbeard caught out elsewhere. They should be able to get the player up, but 20 seconds and they need to go for the execute there. Trying to bait a C4. That's what that first smoke canister is. There's the cover of the next. They're just going to swing around, get the second, and locked in, and pre-fired and found his way through, but it's Nears, gets 2, locks him in. There's the cross, the divide, the plant position, but he's able to at least get 1 before he heads down and hopes for the best. There's 2 more quick kills, falls, all down to him for the hope of the map in this round itself, but no! That is a return to form and a fourth, not a 7-0, but not much better. We are off to a map 3 demo.
Yeah, the man count, I think, came in big as they're going in for the plant. They know they have enough cover, there's enough men there to make sure that plant goes down. And yeah, just Black Dragons. Great performance from them. DPLUS, a map to forget.
Swag as well, 11-3.
He had the turn and burn in that last round as well.
Oh, unbelievable end. And it was only really in that last sort of 4 rounds, where he got most of that work done. And if he's found his form and he's going to bring it in, I guess that's something we'll have to wait and see until after this quick break.
Black Dragons not just looking great outside of the game, but also in the game with a 7-1. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jack, was this DPLUS's #1 preference map?
It was.
And was this Black Dragons permaban for the last year and a half?
It also was.
So what the hell happened?
I don't know. I would like to say I do know. Of course, you know, we saw what happened out on the server, and I think realistically, I think DPLUS just got their game plan wrong. You know, it's hard to attack onto Nighthaven Labs. It's also harder when you continue committing mistakes consistently. We saw them on their operator bans. They banned away the Bandit, the Kaid, and the Clash. So what does that tell me when that's going to happen? It means you're going to be able to breach walls for free. Reminder, Mute doesn't affect Ace anymore, so your wall breaching is for free. So you just need to work the walls systematically and then create pressure. What were Black Dragons doing? They were trying to be cheesy. They were trying to be mischievous. They were what were DPLUS doing? They were trying to be cheesy, mischievous. And when that happens, you're just going to get hosed down. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's also not really going to work because you're banning those operators. What are the defenders going to play? Trap operators, info operators, Azami, Goyo. So, and you're not bringing the utility to deal with that either. So it really looked like DPLUS didn't really have a good understanding of what they wanted to go forward with. That being said, too, this being the permaban for Black Dragons put DPLUS in a position where they can't use that experience to be able to take advantage of the other team. They didn't know what they were going to be walking into, and it didn't look like they really adapted in time. And it's a shame because that was the reason why they won Map 1 was the experience.
Yeah, I feel like I'm seeing kind of history repeat itself, right? Because this was the same things that were leveled at them in Munich. They were really good when they were able to counter-strat and get on a map that they knew what their opponent was going to do and beat them on it. As soon as they had to think on their feet a little bit, it went wrong. And that's exactly what happened inside of this map as well.
Yeah, we're seeing that here. We're seeing of one player in particular as well. The Falls Off on the side of DPLUS. Falls having an amazing performance on map 1, but going rather quiet on the second map.
Yeah, I mean, it's so to happen, especially when you are just having a very rough go of it when it comes down to how you want to be able to attack, especially if you're going to be on more supportive roles, be in a position where you're going to be trying to find opening up those walls and droning for your teammates. If your entries aren't able to get kills or nothing's able to come from it, it really puts you in a position as a support where you're not going to do much. If you're put in a bad start from the beginning, it just didn't look like he really had an opportunity to do anything because everything for DPLUS Kia was not working out.
It gets very exaggerated on those roles, doesn't it? You know, if your teammates aren't doing a lot around you, you end up just finding yourself in tricky spots and you just get levered. That's what happens, and I think we saw that in his stats there.
Yeah, when we're looking at the stats in general, the scoreboard of this game, it was just a clear statement, I believe, on the side of Black Dragons to bounce back in a map like this where we talked about elimination so early on in the tournament. But now again, looking at these entries, it seems again Black Dragons are getting them, but this time they're also pulling up the routes.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't believe, I want to set the stakes here. I don't think Black Dragons necessarily won that game as decisively as it looked. It's Labs' defense. Black Dragons had no footage to give DPLUS Kia. Everything was put in their favor from the beginning. Yeah. That's a situation where if you get the first pick on a map like Labs, there's no room for error. There's no reason for you to lose, especially when everything was in your favor. So for me, I really don't feel like Black Dragons was tested enough, in my opinion, and it doesn't make me feel too confident, even though it was a 7-1, that map 3 will be just as easy.
I was on rookie watch during that game because I wanted to see if Swag continued through his good form. He did, but really, Outlaw had a really bad first game, but coming into the second map, he actually went positive, had a good performance in that second map as well. So I think now we saw their timeout. Maria translated it for us. It was about nerves. It was about feeling. It's just the first game of 4. That's what their coach was telling them. And I think they've settled into it and then showed us the true Black Dragons.
Yeah, it seemed like some of the older players are getting a bit tired here with some yawns, left, right, center we're seeing. But it comes down to a final map. Lair, as I heard, a mid-preference for both these teams, but essentially back down to a 1v1 to determine our winner. But the map is ready, so we'll send it to our casters.
Thank you very much, and well, you are going to open us up with a fun fact demo.
Was I?
Yeah, about the map.
Yeah, typically whenever we kind of see, I'm actually doing their job. This is the analyst job.
Oh, okay, then hopefully they're listening.
This typically the third map that we see in the series, it's open for both teams. This is massively a favorite of DPLUS. Since this team moved themselves over into APAC, they've not lost this map.
Well, let's go for a quick look at the where and the why. It's time for the how. We'll see how the series comes together in its final map. Can't go anywhere else from here.
Did you mention the who? Did you leave that bit out?
I was desperately trying to think of a Who song to sing as a response, but I couldn't in time. Anyway.
Yeah, Lair, I mean...
You were saying?
Yeah, it's great map for DPLUS.
Yeah.
Typically a map that teams, started banning against them because they realized, hold on, they're actually pretty good at this. We shouldn't take them there. Whereas for Black Dragons, last time they played Lair was in the match to qualify for this event against Liquid, and they lost it. Actually came from one map behind to beat Liquid too. So, yeah, I think overall, in terms of this map, I'm leaning towards DPLUS, but momentum is one hell of a thing.
Oh, it's such an important thing.
And at the moment, Black Dragons, who can pull them down?
Well, we unfortunately are starting with a little bit more tension music. I saw
Not
Jet.
another question.
You and I. No, I was.
I'm not ready for this.
I was really tempted to do a question, but I will instead tell the story that we bumped into Jesse, interrupted his dinner.
Yes, we didn't really bump into him. We just went and said, "You're not eating anybody. Listen to us."
Listen to this story.
Put your knife and fork down. Put the food down. Get that bread roll out your mouth.
He guessed it right, surprisingly.
Yeah.
They're playing rock, paper, scissors. Who is us playing against? Oh, Miracle.
Miracle.
They just do rock, paper.
The thing is, we don't know who's winning, right? Here we go. They're doing it again? No. Oh.
That was what we were waiting for, by the way.
No.
That's what the tech pause was for. They had to settle that. Thank you, production, for being so welcoming.
I'll have to get the VAR on that.
Do you do rock, paper, scissors, or do you do rock, paper, scissors, shoot?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Culturally, like Twitch chat and chats and YouTube chat, do you do rock, paper, scissors, as they were doing, or do you do rock, paper, scissors, shoot? That's just a fun little thing for you to think about as we get into the third map.
Why doesn't everyone play it in the chat? Let's play it in chat.
Okay.
Okay, chat. Me versus you guys.
All right.
You ready?
I will tell you what demo throws.
Okay. Here we go.
Live.
Here we go.
Attackers have discovered
Rock,
the location
paper,
of a bomb.
scissors.
10 seconds to go.
Demo played paper.
5 seconds.
There you go.
Played scissors. You won. Congratulations. Yep. Anyway, who wins? Not smoke. This is probably the first smoke ban I think we've had today.
But I like it because it's this map, and this top floor is pretty tricky to kind of break through. We've looked at top floor layer before. We've kind of seen that this is the new meta that has appeared, where teams will set up that kind of first layer defense in towards operations room. You will then fall back, and you will play very heavy into the denial phase. You're going to be looking at your smoke and your Chanka because they can get some cracking lineups into the blind spot plant position. So, yeah, no surprise to see that operator being banned out here, but you still have to deal with the Chanka. You're getting no way around that unless you went for the double down, which I don't think was going to happen.
Well, that is their first port of call, as you said. They're going to see if they can get themselves into ops and then operate their way across that walkway onto Mez. Force the players further and further back and just try and potentially even shove your way up where the Deimos is going up the stairs. But he is going to maybe make a friend down on that side. Instead, actually, no. Swag is going to come and support over here. They're going to leave the bottom of the stairs. In fact, no. I'm going to just stop talking because never let them know your next move. That's the movement of Blackbeard. An easy one to predict as he pushes his way up towards gets deep all the way to the mirror window and just smashes it. This pressure is quite nice. They can still swing over the top, maybe even try and use that Tachanka to just hit the Shumika launchers on towards the opposite end. It's not the best way because you can always get swung on. It's a door. You're getting yourself into a tricky position. But it is a thing you can do.
Yeah, this is where Tachanka is great because either which way you go, if you're going to go default, go in through ops and try and make a play through the main breach, or if you try and go in the other side and try and push in from green, either which way, it's going to be a bottleneck. And that is where Tachanka excels. He's going to be able to slow you down and stop you. It's not an open space where you're not going to get the value. You will be bunched up and you will start to get burned out. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Rare gives away an absolute freebie. Nears just walks round the corner and catches the BB as he's unshielded.
They're trying to get themselves swung around either side. They're looking for the pressure itself. And, oh, it's actually dropped on the other end of it. There's one more that falls into the favor of Bullet. A 5 versus 3 situation, and now they're looking for the smoke.
See if the Glaz can get a bit of value here. No smokes left, though. He's going to see if he can just pick up kills, but Swag, as Jack mentioned, on the desk, the rookie watch. First big tournament for him, and sees another as they swing over towards Art, and also the long rotate comes in from Miracle. Gonna just straight away jump in through the window. Nade misses, but that's enough to force them into Swag now into a 2v3. Make that 2v2 as there was a down. Fouls, they know he's there, they see him go for the revive, he's gonna try and play for the kill. Miracle picks up one, 3 seconds to find the Tachanka. Can he do it? No! He's gonna be out of time. Tachanka, light footwork to stay out of that one.
I mean, as close as you like, right? You couldn't have gotten yourself into more of a sort of sticky situation. You had to throw, and it's the, I guess we've talked about the sort of narrow margins, but Black Dragons are knocking on the door. They're desperately looking for just any kind of opportunity there to push that one a little step over. Compare that to the first map. Compare that to where we were and where we were able to sort of get to. That is the energy from the second map. That is what they had built up in Nighthaven Labs, in that sort of position. And I mean, as close as it could possibly be, Demo.
Yeah, it just comes down to what, maybe if he had an extra 2 seconds, he possibly could have chased down the Tachanka, but time was not with him. See that, just good little footwork there from Levy. Oh, actually, you know, he rotates in front of the rotate as he's came around the corner. Just brilliant time, and it's like, you know, it's like an old black and white film where they're kind of going through the doors and they've just missed each other.
2 ships
10 seconds
passing in the night.
It's like the doors in Scooby-Doo, that's another one. That's a classic.
We're making so many Ghost references today.
It's not even Halloween.
That's at least 2 months away.
Well, I think Ghosts, I think they live all year round. I don't think they're specific for one.
Ghosts are not just for Halloween, gang. Ghosts are for all year. Listen, I'm dressed very goth today, to be fair. I tried to match the design of the set for the first day. I think I've done well. You wore black because you like to?
I just wear the clothes, you know me.
Very stylish, no? Yeah, well, you wear the clothes, don't let the clothes wear you.
I just wanted to check, by the way, I never mentioned about the Ghost. It is Friday the 13th this month, by the way.
Oh my gosh.
Just to let you know.
I don't...
Spooky.
I don't know if I can survive. Rare almost caught out. We're still in this world of DPLUS key and near misses, right? We're still in this element where they just cannot get the cement onto these engagements, and now Nias is gone. Black Dragons have that opening.
Ask, able to pick up a kill. Would be nice though if they could keep this ledge alive, because that is really their only form of soft destruction. And don't forget what bomb site we're on. It is going to be that basement, so having just a little bit of soft destruction open an angle here or there would be pretty handy. But still, Roamer's upstairs inside of Medicals where Bullet's going to try and cement himself. His teammate Malusi will be tracked. Is anyone going to maybe try and help Bullet, or is he just there to play his life? That's the question.
Ooh, put round to the bottom of green, just forcing the position there and getting them rid, but still with this time ticking, it just worries you more than anything, right? It's, if you're looking at these positions, how much they're trying to waste. Bullet, again, on this deep sort of position, holding and hoping. The thing is, Black Dragons, they've kept themselves super close together. I mean, 3, 2, 1...
Bomb located by attackers.
Come on, surely you hear him sledging beside you. Come on.
He hears him, but look at, he's waiting for Levy. Waiting for Levy, waiting for the support to come through and playing his trade game, because he doesn't just want to get instantly caught out with the position that they have. Levy couldn't get anything either. In fact, there's only 2 players on the site, and you're sort of going, okay, the same questions that you and I asked about Black Dragons, have you got to operate? You've got to operate here. You're in the medical room. Do something. There's the do something, and there's the, oh no, he did something. Ask. Right position, right place, right response. And I mean, just got a bit unlucky how far away the player had gone. And 30 seconds though, Demo. How will this one come together? Well, they know where he is. They're just going to tuck the plant. There is at least a drive through, and 3 versus 2 versus 2 versus... Oh! Down to the narrow margin. Suddenly, everything exploded. Midi almost gets caught out. They're putting the pressure on. They're just going to go for the cover in the plant itself. It's a 2 versus 1. You have a Blackbeard. You don't have to put this down. To the prone. He prone peaked.
Oh. Slivers his way through.
Is it, you know, certain character from a stealth video game series that we might have seen on the Rainbow Six socials not too long ago. Sneaking around like a bit of a ground lizard with no legs. This, I mean, you're taking a risk when you do that move, regardless of how close they are. We, as the audience, see how close that is.
This was a round where a lot of things could have happened, a lot of different multiverses there.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of if buts and maybes, but sadly, I don't do absolute, so.
You don't do absolute?
No.
Okay. One apiece.
So, you look at that round, you think, okay, basement, again, could have went a little bit better, maybe if the roamers kind of roamed a bit more rather than sitting in the corners with an impact grade in their hand for the majority of the round.
Yep.
So they're going to go for the repeat. You know, and again, we mentioned this before. Is the mentality team's going to be where you just keep changing the bomb site? I also think in the grand scheme of things, whenever you look at the third option bomb sites, you may as well just play the basement again, because the third bomb site choice is also pretty difficult. We've seen that before plenty of times whenever we. Well, I hope we will see it at some point, and we'll touch on it when we get to it.
Curious which way this entry kill is going to go, and more importantly, how late it's going to go, whichever way it goes, because that was obviously a big problem in the first round. You can see Black Dragons are being so aggressive with their pace. They realized the problems that they had on club, and they're making sure that they keep, as I said before, the lessons learned in the middle. Here, with a lot of the hard breach in towards the pressure, getting one of their opening 2, great. If they get themselves 3 of the total 6, they're probably going to be very comfortable going onto their defense with how we saw them operate, with this sort of quick player moments. Here, Rare on the Blackbeard, waiting for the chance at the fight on the swing at the bottom of green. They have a bit of the cross-section, but it's Nia's caught out by Ars. Quick reaction, and the Vigil gone.
Yeah, here comes the shield. This is going to be the main issue for these roamers. It's bearing down any of the 4. They're all very difficult. You have to play very different against every single one of them. Rare is in, and actually exposing himself to the corridor and exposing himself to the man that he was hunting for originally. Rare just can't get it right at the moment.
Levy's gone down. They don't really know that, but Mr. Outlaw's just killed everybody else, so just bullet left now. Let's see if he can get anything as a sort of consolation prize for a round that we're probably just as likely to see the word flawless on the middle of our screen. There it is.
Put that crystal ball away.
All right. I'm running away with the rest of the mess I've made.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell everyone.
I'm going to tell everybody.
If you want to, by all means.
I'm happy to tell everybody. I opened a drink at the start of this map. Stay hydrated. We talk a lot. And apparently the drink had been fizzed up a little bit, and I had to use my arm to stop it spinning over the table.
That's just everyone. I'm casting. I'm tuned in. I'm locked in.
Yeah.
Watching the cast. I do my little part because again, there's 2 of us, so we can't have.
2 of us. It's
we do parts. and I've passed over Emmy, and I've looked over. And there's just, I don't know, a dam has been fortified. And that's actually the rushing streams of a liquid.
I protected the table. Also, shout out to production. They were very quick to come and
We've actually had mid-cast, somebody has cleaned the table in front of us. Like, the cleaning crew has been in.
Listen.
It's all happened in the space of 2 rounds.
We have an area that we grab drinks on near where we cast, and somebody has played a cruel prank.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all fine now. Everything's fine.
You're banned from any liquids in this that you are banned.
Yeah, I've taken everything off the table now. I have put it to the side of the table. Anyway.
10 seconds to
Black Dragons. Full focus now. Black Dragons get themselves again 1 step in the lead. And as I said, if they're able to piece together 3 attack rounds here, I mean, that'll be very happy for them for the half. They'll be probably pretty locked in, especially with how the last map went as well, with how DPLUS Kia sort of struggled getting the connection in, getting themselves locked off. I mean, there's always the chance that as soon as we hit that 3rd round, whether it's now, whether it's in 2 rounds' time, DPLUS Kia might call themselves a timeout. Probably not at the half itself. If it's 3 apiece. Gotta give credit here towards Ask, to be fair, as that super experienced player from this roster, recent sort of, you know, player on the biggest stages, setting himself in. He needs to be a talisman player. They talked about it on the desk. Yeah, they're on rookie watch. Great. And it's great. You see, that sounded a bit more sarcastic. It is great. You want to see how these players operate. Mr. Outlaw, you want to see how Swag does. But you also need to see how people like Ask do. You need to see the game that they can put forward in 6-1. Currently, that's a pretty decent game. He's delivering. Ask, and you shall receive.
Seems to be a much more traditional take compared to the last time we were up here on the attack. They tried to kind of force their way in through green, but now this seems to be pretty traditional in through ops, up into take Mez. So this is where the Tachanka is going to be the problem. This is where you'd expect to see the Shimika launcher get a lot of value here for the defense. And it is just down to Black Dragon to see how quickly they can burn through all that util and try and go for that plan as best as they can. Wall will be opened up, plenty of EMPs being tossed to counter any electrifications that the Cade could have placed down.
He tried it.
Yeah. Bull also, I believe he was behind the desk at one point, but then has decided, yeah, I kind of need to fall back from this position. We don't have the Izami.
Shoemaker in this position, though. I mean, who else could you really want? Gets the self in, gets the bounce, is well practiced and well lined up. They can try and use the Capital bolts to cover, but they don't have the breach open. They're going from the single angle, and at what point you sort of go, okay, this is the smart move, because you can put the shield on your back and try and get the plant on the top, but at this point, look, you're just cooked, right? There's the breach, there's the opener on the opposite end. They give themselves a second angle. Oh, this we have seen before. Crawled into position, had it re-ripped. They don't know about it. Ready to loose it at a moment's notice. Super dangerous place. Trusts the cover of his team. And that's the important thing. In fact, maybe doesn't. The first does get caught out. There's the follow through, the response. There's a shotgun locking it down on the back. And that approach, not quite sharp enough.
Yeah, and this is why the Tachanka becomes a problem. You can understand why they also banned the smoke, because imagine dealing with both of that. But Tachanka just so strong for that bomb site. You know, really, really is. He's safely being able to ricochet it off. He's not going to be in a position where, as he has the launcher in his hand, he's going to get swung. He is right at the back of sight. No danger at all. And yeah, it's just so easy for them just to kill that round. But Black Dragons, I mean, whenever you're under that pressure and you realize, okay, we're against the Tachanka, we're not going to get into a position where we can plant through the breach. That's where you start rotating, hitting the art side. You start hitting another part of the map that the Tachanka's not going to get the same value out of.
And, as you sort of put it right there, I think they did try and get onto art towards the end. We could see a couple of deaths in the corridor.
But it should be the Blackbeard leading that charge. You have to place the right operators in the right position.
I think there was also, for what we saw in terms of pressure, there wasn't really anything on Skybridge. There wasn't really anything on the breach until late. And, top green was left alone. But also, they tried to solve the problem very directly. It didn't work, and it's traded rounds still. 2 apiece, but here, now we go on to what could be sort of most teams tertiary, obviously.
This is the fun one.
This is where the fun begins. You got a sense, you kind of get an idea on what this approach is going to be, but the first thing is always getting that external wall popped open.
Yeah, and again, the way this bomb site will be played, very rarely you would see players inside the bomb site. At max, it's one person. Mostly because it's a very claustrophobic site. It's not massively big. It has that exterior breach, which also just limits one bomb site immediately. And the way that teams will go about defending this is they'll hold upstairs, as there is a shed ton of verticality. Every single angle can be covered from above, and that's the way defenders want to play that. So, therefore, the attackers have to go above. They have to challenge these roamers. Unless there's a couple of techs, right, that we've seen before.
Oh, yeah.
One of them can be use Capital bolts to smoke out the head holes, or the vert holes, or do the exact same thing also with the sense, which is the more common one of the two that we see.
I mean, I think it's always the thing of I like seeing teams put the pressure above. I think when people just try and get green and
more impressive, it's like you've earned that.
It doesn't really work, but this might not work either. Nomad, gone. Levy gets that opening kill, and well, now they'll have to try and operate with a little bit less control of the space. Oh no, that should have been theirs, but unfortunately, it even takes Swag out of the equation.
What is it with this game and players getting away with absolute madness?
He's done it again! How? He's done it again!
This... all you can do is laugh, but in the inside I'm thinking, bleach my eyes, how am I watching this?
I think, I made a joke about it before, or a comment, less a joke, about talking about being on rookie watch. You kind of hope fresh and...
What was that? Wasn't even an attack. Come, no, replay. No, that's not real. That show us the real round. That can't be the attack. No.
You hope.
Bring the TV crew out. Am I getting punked? That's not the attack. That can't be. Can't be the attack.
You hope Rookie Watch was looking away. Rough round. Rough round there to be landed, but hey, that's 2 flawlesses in a row, and I didn't spoil the surprise with my magical ball this time.
Did I win the rock, paper, scissors, by the way?
I'm sure you beat some people.
What was the majority? What was the split?
I mean... This, but then just...
He just thinks, oh, well, I may as well chance it. And that's like, you think, oh, there's a car coming. Oh, should I go?
Just go.
I've won.
Just go. And then got a kill on the site as well. I mean, you couldn't be like a more like, oops moment. The butterfly effect.
What a mess.
Anyway, 3-2. And that is the tertiary site. Now we're back down to the basement. This one was... I mean, it could have gone into the favor of DPLUS gear. Obviously, Bullet was in that position where if that had struck and hit gold, baby, you are rich in those hills. But unfortunately, it didn't. And then it just turned into what was actually a really scrappy end, ending in a 2 versus 1. It came down to trade game. It came down to the importance of that man advantage. And that was one that Black Dragons could sort of posture through to the end. Different approach this time. Get themselves in towards the warehouse side, have a look across towards lockers, and try and force this man out of his position.
Yeah, I still think they'll go upstairs, though, because why else would you bring the ram? You know, if you want to go horizontal, which is a viable strategy. We've seen that work plenty of times. You would take in, I would say, more shield-oriented play, because getting through into barrels and, you know, those positions in towards, you know, medical side, it's difficult. So... yeah, I think you're still going to try and go above if you can, but still going to try and take some portion of the map, mostly stemming from that garage, because it's pretty easy to get yourselves into. It's different if Loy was in that position, then you have to be careful and watch yourself.
Yeah.
The reason why he's the demon.
Yeah.
But, yeah, just, I mean, pretty standard stuff here. Looks to be a full turtle.
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Didn't work last time, did it? Yeah. Oh, they really want the fight, but Ask takes their head off of Bullet. There's Balls getting caught out. And now they have this control of the warehouse, but can they try and push across? As I said, it seemed like the first port of call, but with the turtle, they've still got to try and step up on towards this position. Lockers get themselves a little bit of that extra width. The ram is going to make things a bit more testy from above, but they're free to sort of get all the work done. They've done the work they needed to do. Up to this point, as a bit of a silence falls over the air right now, as you can see that there's a bit of worry from DPLUS here. Where do we build this sort of structure? Where do we get ourselves ready for the first engagement? If they can pull one of these approaches out, maybe they can pull this together, but it's tricky.
Yeah, it looks as though every attacking round that Black Dragons have won so far is going to be in the basement, you know, which is bit of a worry for DPLUS if they're really struggling with, you know, such an integral bomb site of this map, but still, you never know. 3v5. Levy maybe could get them back on track if he gets this shotgun kill onto the sledge, but Miracle just going to wait until his team's ready.
I mean, this is the best thing to do, right? The problem is he's sort of aiming high. He's expecting to be swung from that. Nask finds Mitty, and that's going to make things even worse. Here's the drive. They have Arswods in the verticality. They have a shotgun that does get the end of Miracle. Takes the position over, but at this point, they know exactly where he is. They're going to go for the plant from the Locker's entrance. The C4 is ripped over the top and doesn't quite net anything. They pulled away. They get the cross, and they get themselves that even 3 apiece half.
Yeah, just basement is the jackpot.
Lock it in.
3 rounds off 1 bomb site. But yeah, side switch, even. I mean, again, I think it's what we expected. It is a high preference for both teams. They'll happily play it any day of the week. But this is where the side switches. And everything that kind of Black Dragons struggled against. You think about the Chanka on towards that top floor.
Mm-hmm.
How they can pull out the same tricks if they want to.
Yeah, that's that sort of worry that hangs over the room. Right now, you're looking at the idea of the problems that we've seen both of these teams have throughout this series, the slower paces from Black Dragons in the opening map, they fixed massively in map 2, have brought it into map 3. DPLUS Kia, in the first map, they were pretty solid. In the second map, obviously, they couldn't...
Off the rails, yeah.
Off the rails. They couldn't quite operate as a team. They kept on missing out on engagements as well, those must-kill moments. We've seen copies and versions of that at points. Now we have to see if it's been something that's still going to plague them, because the sort of moments that you look back to, think about the first round of the last map where they got the plant and just couldn't win the engagements following through. If they cannot get that locked in.
So we're not seeing the Tachanka being locked in, so a little bit different than compared to what DPLUS went for, but there is an operator that was banned by DPLUS, and it was for good reason. Or sorry, the Black Dragons banned for good reason, and that is the Clash. It was not allowed to be played on the defense for DPLUS. That's why then they went for the kind of Tachanka plays. We see the Clash. Now, this operator has been a hot topic today already for me, I feel, with the amount of value that we have seen this operator get. And whenever you talk about top mez, this is the place to be. A one-way corridor that you could just sit there, look at people, and we know how high traffic of an area this position is.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you're always going to have an attacker come this way and deal with the Clash, and it's the same thing that we've harped on about all day. If you do not have a specific counter for this operator, it is an immovable object.
Oh, yeah.
You're not getting past that.
We've obviously got the Scenarii, the laser tripwires, to see if they can try and trip anyone up on the approach. Where you would sort of place them? Well, it's not on the stairs. We see the main stairs get popped open by a Flores. All the barbs gone, and that will be that. And they even sent the follow through to get rid of the fire extinguisher too. There will be some attention paid on towards opposites. The question that I did raise before about this top floor and Black Dragons' approach, they were quite single-minded, single-focused, a bit late on towards the rotate. Here, we're getting some of the openings done on the stairs, we're getting some of the openings done on ops, we're getting some of the pressure on towards Art Window, we're getting a buck underneath as well that's about to start digging. They're keeping their options open, Demo.
Yeah. Yeah, adaptation. Key thing that we look for in teams, and it is something that Black Dragons missed out on whenever they were attacking. Now this is something we didn't see. Utilizing the verticality from below.
Yep.
Using the buck. Be a great way of clearing out positions, such as where smoke is inside of storage. See the Blackbeard looking to get himself into said storage, but actually the buck's going to be challenged onto from his own vert angles, I believe. I mean, there's a lot happening, but there isn't a lot happening, if that makes sense what I'm trying to say. There's a lot of util being dumped, but not a lot of feet moving and taking these positions.
At this point as well, the Clash is going outside. There's the roll of the Candelas. They're trying to get themselves covered, maybe go for the hop in on towards Art Window, but as Nears gets onto Mr. Outlaw, there's that first bit of pressure. There's the second, and DPLUS Kia drive themselves into the building, body after body. And position after position. That was the Blackbeard on the far side. They've got Skybridge, they've got one more. There's not another Flawless. But we're probably not a million miles away from the end of the round. Force him out, chase him off, and leave a player with a C4 just ripping and hoping. Rare. Now as a long rotate, they're just going to secure the plant and watch the stairs because, well, they have every right to. There is 4 rounds now, and we might be back towards traded. We'll have to tell you in about, I don't know, 4 minutes.
Well, that's tidy round. Very nice. From DPLUS, using the Ying. Again, an operator that we usually see be banned a lot of the time. You can see the power of that operator. Just jumps in for the Art Window, can't challenge onto it. I wonder now that you've kind of shown your hand and you've seen that they're bringing in operators like the Ying, like the Blackbeard. Do you then just start going hard onto the counters? You know, do you look at things like a Runegates, for example?
I mean, a Runegates would have been very good there if you think about how spread out. This is the thing that you mentioned where you say, they're just spending utility, but not a lot has happened, right? Yeah, and then when they went to spend the second bit of utility, they moved on it brilliantly. Maybe the first was a bit of a test. Imagine if you had a laser gate to take out just one of the things in the Candela pockets there. Then maybe the Ying isn't so confident to cover both angles. Then all of it was operating really, really well there from DPLUS Kia. They approached at the same time. They made their execute happen at the same time. It felt real 3-2-1 siege.
I just wonder what we have to do to get Wama and Jaeger some love. Because, like, where have those two guys been in this event? So I don't think I've seen a single one. Maybe the odd Jaeger, but other than that, I mean...
Jaeger...
The anti-util met just isn't here, and it's so... I think it's crazy, considering the operators that are on display here already.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Yings, your Grims, think of the util dump from the smoke as well. I mean... Oh...
There's always the element where, in some ways, it's quite easy to burn utility. These are teams not scared of using a Flores to clear utility if they need to. They could jump it through and run it through the other side.
Maybe with Thatcher as well being pretty prominent.
In a really good position.
Pretty good. Yeah, there's a lot, isn't there?
So I think they're just sort of hoping that they can withstand and control the space. But instead, well, we're off to the races. Up the back of the stairs. Is anybody there? No, but Ars does find Nears in the meantime, and suddenly Falls is alone and two of his friends are dead. Well, this hasn't quite worked out, has it? I think he's saying to himself, but he might be able to at least get one on the back of it. Swings round, and Goyo escapes the corner, and there's at least Rare caught out, though.
Popping smoke grenade. What have I said about the blitz? If you get flashed, just try and run away.
Run.
It always seems to work. Don't try and fight the guy. If you're flashed, just run the other direction and hope that it works.
Choose a fight, choose one, and choose the right one there. Swag swings onto the corner, gets his second for the round. It's kind of hoping and waiting for the third, and now the third is all that is left. It's Deimos. Knows the expectation, knows the engagement. Can't quite get it locked in, but he's not moving. He's not running away. He's got a friend that's coming for support. Please don't feed him one body at a time. Swag's actually just going to replace the position.
Now.
That's
hold
two.
On. Why have we done?
Slow down, slow down.
Why we gave him one
Hold on.
Deimos?
Hold on.
Okay.
Well, he knows one person is there, and he's going to hope that that track makes him run down the stairs. But he's actually playing this quite clever here. He waited for a bit, let the timer tick away a bit more. He knows he's being tracked, but he knows he was in a safe position. You can hear the reinforcements being done, and just not able to catch the player. There's the kit being well revealed, and now what can this Deimos do? Gets the breach, gets himself an angle he can use. 40 seconds, loads of time, and a smoke canister will pop off. There's still one more in pocket. He's going to see if he can maybe try and get some damage done vertically. It's the smart move with 40 seconds. You know the power of your operator, and there's the last smoke thrown out, and it's on the door of the default plant. Look at the positions they have taken. Ask is watching from one side on towards the breach, and then Miracle has the back line. They know he doesn't really have an option of approach. He's probably going to take his hard breach, and that's already being shot at. Threaded the needle and put that round to bed.
Yeah, they got there in the end. Just took a bit of time.
It was a bit of a worry. There was a moment.
Of course there was. You don't give him the 1v4 into the 1v2.
On the same door.
I've seen it all too often. And it just ruins the night, really. See stuff like that. It does. Oh, back and forth. 4-4. Honestly, this is... It's their for either team. It's up in the air. Really don't know how to call this. We go back upstairs, actually, which... I mean, I find... Is this the play? After the last time you kind of got... you kind of got clean, didn't you, last time you were up here?
Yep.
Maybe not want to try and opt for the third bomb site choice. I mean, this is the kind of same trap that DPLUS fell into, where they thought, okay, we're going to go back to this bomb site rather than the third, and he lost that again. So, similarities. Just making the comparisons.
No, you're just putting it out there.
Put it out there.
You're just putting it out there. That's for them to sort of disprove you. You're not saying it's going to happen. You've written it down. I can see your writing. You've written this is going to happen, but they can't see that. Oh no, I told them. I told the audience.
Should I start doing that? Should I start doing my predictions, give it to someone?
Yeah,
and,
I think so.
You know, predict the scores.
That'd be a really impressive talent.
That's what the magicians do, isn't it? That's a form of trickery. I then have to try and go and like manipulate how the games are going to go by some form of hypnosis.
I like the idea that you a magician...
Go into the team rooms and just MIB, the Men in Black, just flash the players and say, you're going to do this score today.
Now, as you said, get ourselves back here towards the top floor, and the execute was really well pieced together here. And what would you change? Hey, what was that you asked for? Something to eat utility. Hey, what do we have? Rare in that pocket, in that position. Now, they're going to see if they can make their way forward. They forced the Blackbeard into a slightly uncomfortable position, but with the destruction that's going on, the player's still able to get away. Smart move, and a big cost on the utility.
Yeah, it just seems to be straight upstate, doesn't it? And they're moving very quickly across it. No Tachanka. So in terms of going for the plant, it is more doable when compared to the amount of utility. You know, the 20 canisters that you get. It's a big difference compared to just free smokes. So, yeah, I think the Ops could be on for it. It'll be interesting to see if they've placed any Goyos to also deny the default plant, because that could be where they're kind of backed up, not bringing the Tachanka. And I believe there probably should be one. I don't know if the Observer could maybe check to see if we've got a Goyo canister on the main breach for Ops. Just where the Izami is. Maybe, I don't know. Good. They have got the coverage, which is great to see.
One of our observers, I don't actually know who's observing for us. We have Red Light, we have Nova, we have Sky, and we have Medics.
1 of 4, whoever it is.
Easy on in-game director. It's Red Light! Woo, woo, woo. Thank you very much. Now, here is a bit more of a pressure on the utility. We also have one other thing, in that you said Ying was a big problem and these flashbangs are. Warden could be that solution. Shotgun locked in, ready and waiting for the approach on our window. Here's the blinds, and Miracle's actually going to try and just poke his head out and go for the engagement against Levy. In fact, pulls back, the pressure is on the site. Fools wants to hop in and go for the plant, and there's actually Rare winning the first fight out, and that's the kick cold on the breach itself. In the meantime, the blinds are still on. The pressure of Miracle and Levy in a ring around the Rosies as Bullet goes down. 5 versus 3. What a great response this has been from the side of Black Dragons. Now, it's time to have the response to the response, the rebuttal of a sword fight that just keeps stabbing at each other. Pressure on, and a player hopped up in a slightly off the piece place. Somehow it's a 1 versus 2, and it's back and forth, but with 10 seconds and a kick cold in the middle of the room, there's the isolation. He's waiting. Niers knows he needs the engagement. He's trying to hunt for it. Ask is well aware of this as well. Pulls himself further back and gets himself locked in. 14 to 4.
Oh, a big 1v2. Able to isolate 2 engagements. I mean, the Ace was unaware. I mean, Ace was just a Satan duck. And yeah, just slowly backed his way up towards our 6 room, peels away, and then wins that 1v1 because he knows the attacker's going to be panicking, looking for that kill. Black Dragon successful on the attempt upstairs again. Wow.
So, now with this, the last set of bans that we will have flowed on through for this series, for this showdown. And it's kind of ones that were guessable. The Clash, again.
Yeah.
Yet again removed, and the Ying for how it was played, how it was operated, and it also builds into obviously the 2 bans that we've already had. The Grim, the Glaz, get rid of the Ying as well. You're limiting that playstyle, you're limiting that drive. And as close as that got, to be fair, you know, it was still great responses. It was still good utility changes. It was good adaptation. But here, on towards this site, well, we've only really seen it once, and I don't think you ever wanted to see it again like that.
Please no. Well, you look at the lineup straight away. Also, that is what's drawn my attention right from the get-go. I mean, whenever I think about that, it's are they just going to try and set up the shield on the site door and attempt to plant? Is that going to be the idea and use that as their coverage? Maybe. But it's getting into that position, which is the tricky thing. Never mind. As always, I start speaking about something, and it's well, you know what? I'm gonna mess with them. I'm just gonna pick something else, which is probably better operator if you're gonna try and do that.
It is. You look at the sort of lineup that they got here. They're gonna try and roll the sense in. But last time, you know, we sort of saw the site. We talked about getting the verticality. As I said, this wall is always the first port of call.
Yeah, I think obviously we've mentioned that you can skip going above. You don't have to challenge the roamers if you are bringing the sense. But one thing that you need to have, which Black Dragons definitely didn't, was control of green stairs.
Yes.
That was the important area that they did not have.
They tried to get it, and they didn't. So at this point, Black Dragons will do their best to lock it in on defense. Mr. Outlaw is actually playing the operator that probably cursed the name of, as they just swung their way back twice and survived either time. Midi watching from deep, hoping somebody gets the same sort of cross and there's not the instant reveal of pressure. But currently, well, there isn't any pressure. There's nothing that's forcing them into a position. They do still have a reinforcement in back pockets. They could try and lock up and re-lock up one of the sides that leads in towards green itself. And you can see that the drone pressure is coming through. There's Nears making the first bit of motion as they lock out the control above. There's the breach on towards the wall itself. The exothermic will pop its way. They have the window, they have the cross. And now they have this pressure on towards that side player. But they don't have top green outside of the gridlock track stingers.
I think that's okay, though. I think as long as you stop them utilizing green stairs, you can still use the sensors. This is the one guy, the only guy on site. It's going to be Ask, and he gets it down.
He downs him, but obviously no real way to know that other than, well, expectation and a bit of mental maths. But they can get the player up, the smoke canister. Maybe they're trying to get the kill this way. They're putting the flashes down to buy some time and just make sure he doesn't get caught out, because if you lose the sense, well, what do you really have outside of, well, nothing. Capital bolts have already been used. It's a flash. That could have been the kill that confirmed and secured the round. Instead, they have a second life. They've got to make something of it. There's a bit more fire damage, a little bit more of a close position, but Ask, he's still standing. Oh, no, he's not. Caught off by Nears from the open breach, and that's what makes that position so dangerous. But the roll of the gadgetry, the wall can go up 30 seconds. They've just got to time this with the push and the pressure on towards the vertical players above. Here comes the trade of hands. It's on the hands of somebody with not a lot of health, though.
This comes down to the Solus now. How well can Rare use that gadget?
They're in, going for the plant. There's the reveal. There's the catch. There's the player.
Oh,
the support is perfect. Swings its way round. 4 versus 2. Post plant doesn't get the fleeing player. And Black Dragon so close. But to be fair, DPLUS Kia here, what they have done to claw this round back into their favor is massive.
Yeah, that's supposed to be done, isn't it? Everything works perfect. They use the sense, they put the pressure on the players in the verts. You know that the Solus is going to be tunnel visioned using the gadget. You hit that backstab, and that's all she wrote.
From this point onwards, obviously, we once again just keep trading rounds. And this, the third series, the third map of the third series.
Cracking map.
I mean,
hey!
Hey! Hey! Us saying that is summoned Fresh into the room now. Fresh, you have in-ears. Do you hear what we were referencing?
There's a third headset there if you want.
Okay.
Come say hello.
No, if we get Fresh, which we probably will for a triclass at some point,
he'll work his way. He seems to find a way.
We'll have him for a full map.
He's like Jurassic Park. Life finds a way.
Hey! This is gonna turn into a new little vocal thing. Hey!
Like that.
I hope production's doing it as well. 5 apiece. That impact. Almost getting the end of that player. If that had happened,
you lose
round,
the sense. Yeah, it's cool.
You lose the sense. Yeah. That's the round, and that's the.
Because then you have to force a fight.
Oh yeah, you have no other option.
Yeah, you don't know where it's going to go from there.
And you know, we look at the fact that Solus almost caught it out. We knew what the plan was, and you know, pulled it apart. There is a web that has been weaved across the bunk.
Sometimes I love, you know, whenever we call, oh, we're going to have the souls above. Yeah. If we know it, surely the players. If our 2 brain cells can figure this out.
This is art. Not on the map. It's art in.
I'd take a picture of that and get that down just down the road.
If I saw my teammate doing that, and I would be like, "What are you doing?" and they're like, "Shh, I'm having fun."
Do you think if you went to the Louvre with just a paint, what would they say?
They'd probably be like, "You can't come in.
You're banned for life. How dare you?"
But at the Musée d'Orsay, maybe. At this point, this first engagement might be something that really drives home. And to be fair, I've talked about Ask having a great game. Levy on the other side of it as well. Now on this Rara roll has also been sort of matching that meter, matching the step and putting the pressure on. This door was the site of much pain. Not this time.
I really like the addition here of the Monty. I think now whenever you're getting into the nitty-gritty 5-5, you want to try and control the game as best you can.
Yes.
And that's what the Monty's going to bring you. It's going to bring you that stability. Great pick. I mean, obviously didn't know, but there's no C4s. There's nothing that's going to upset him from below, because there's always that risk. If you're playing the shield and you're hunting roamers, what happens if information gets fed and there's a pre-play C4? That's always a worry that you have, but he doesn't have to worry about that whatsoever. And Impact, what's that going to do? What, 5 HP?
Ow. Okay, I continue. They're going to try and get the buck shotgun here, close on the fight on the left, but do they know about that other swing round? There's a player around the back, they don't! Well, he makes art in one room and he paints a bloody picture in a corridor. And he's looking to see if he can try and set fire to the rocket as two players are still drifting around aimlessly in space, but he doesn't need the support right now. They've got the Monty a little bit cornered, a little bit slowed, Demo.
Yeah, and I like this from Swag. They know that they have to come to him, and he's going to take the opportunity to just go back to the bomb site. The Deimos not in a position to stop that rotation. I mean, the Monty, yes, is still up, but you need to get guns moving now. You need to start getting kills. The Monty isn't going to do it by himself.
I guess it's always the thing where you can't expect where he's going to go. He might just sit there and waste time, but you can't assume he's not going to go for the rotate. You can't be in a position to not capitalize on something that the trade game, hey, that's that big T at the end of cost. It's just as important as the I said you've had a good game. Add to that a lucky one as well. Pulls themselves away. Now you can see it's fervently being watched from the opposite swing. The verticality means nothing to this man. Gets himself round. Everybody's in pain. But I think most of it is for our third flawless of this map.
Woo! Keep going. Do another one.
I'm not gonna try and work out the rest of it, but it is fun to just go woo.
Yeah. So, obviously a flawless. I mean, I think that all stems from that first little mess up.
So, Thermite and all the shields are open. Maybe we can play the Jit. We can open the mask and then we can play the Jit. Because there's no electricity and there's no mirror, even the clash. So, yeah, just think about the Goyo. Okay. Don't try to plan, just try to kill them, try to eliminate. Ok. Ah, galera, se liga. Mano, realmente, o que ele tá falando faz sentido. Eu acho que se a gente faz o G2zinho ali, vai dar bom. Mas, mano, vamos fazer o seguinte, vamos tentar explotar essa mira. Se a gente não vê mira, a gente faz G2, tá? Senão eu posso tacar. Basicamente isso. Esses caras estão jogando bem pra trás, eles estão, tipo, bem com medo de jogar a partida. Então, tipo, vamos jogar um pouco mais acelerado, tá ligado? Pegar um pouquinho mais pra cima. A gente tá preocupado os caras dando costa na gente, os caras estão só ganhando tempo. Bora, falso. Bora, guys.
So I'm guessing you understood half of that again.
Again?
Oh, wow. It's weird how that keeps happening.
This was the bit. How has that been allowed? You know, is it a case of a misdrone, which again, should not be happening. You know, the information should be there. Especially when it's not a surprise that Black Dragons were going to roam. No, I love. If I was on the other side and I'm hearing the enemy,
I'm fighting Ric Flair.
Yeah. Not great.
10 seconds to go.
The thing is, obviously, they, you know, if you're unaware of how it works, you've got your in-ears for the game, and then you've got white noise outside. You'll probably hear little.
You will hear
little thing.
And especially with some certain individuals.
Very loud.
One of M in particular, straight away, SSG boy, Mr. Ashen.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Tim Ace of Pyrite.
I mean, we've actually had noise complaints to the people across the road because the Tim was in here earlier.
Yeah. There's people in Paris that are like,
people on the 12th floor been saying, can he keep it down? 12th floor, Tim.
Yeah.
Come on.
Now, one of the calls was get a shield in. Don't focus on the plant. Focus on the kills. Focus on trying to meet them at their metal, and this is the place they're going to go for it. Instead of this site where we've talked about the sense and the importance, they're going to just try and kill them instead. Fair enough, it might work. They're expecting probably another sense play, and instead you can try and build behind what is this, a quick approach. The fight on the bottom of Rocket Stairs doesn't happen. Instead, elsewhere via the armory towards where the previous bit of pain happened. And there is somebody waiting. Ask, I believe that was trying to just get that first cut.
Yeah, well, it doesn't look as though it's going to be the same attack. I think it's going to be more of a fight for upstairs, isn't it? The way that they're gearing up, you know, with the shield in the position. Yeah, they have to be going upstairs. I mean, realistically, though, whenever you think about that fight that happens, you need to be approaching it from more than just one direction. You need to be hitting these players upstairs from everywhere.
Yep. Now, they've got themselves in on towards green stairs, and you talked about it before. If you're going to go for the take where you just cover the verticalities and go for the plant, well, you need full green. They have the first bit of that. Oh, they also have Mr. Outlaw. Goodbye, knocked out. There's the second. And, well, just kill 'em might be the MO of this round that pulls them back together. 5 versus 3 with a minute. They have at least a Blackbeard with some sensitive control, but they're the one with the kit. They don't really want to get themselves caught out. Still applying the pressure because, well, we know they're not going for the game. There's one more. Rare is caught out. They have a back to the push. This should just be an easy close down.
Yeah, just get the kills. Backstab comes in as well from the Dokkaebi. Goes the wrong way, though. Went over towards Alphys instead, but don't really think it makes a difference. Miracle now exposed themselves. There's no way out of this position. Gonna be holding the door. No opportunity to stop this defuse going down. The red pink, sure, it's there, but never really gonna help it. And here we go.
Here we go, overtime. Don't know if it's the first overtime of the day or the tournament. It's not.
No, sorry.
Not. There was one. Oh, of course there was one in Desert Aces game. Sorry, I forgot. Anyway, we find ourselves there after what has been a long series. It's not quite over, not quite yet. 6 apiece here, and I mean, with how even this game has been, with how the traded games have come together and these traded rounds especially, set sort of at the halfway mark, I wanted to see growth from both these teams. Definitely have. And regardless of who sort of wins this one or loses this one, you really feel like they'll get their teeth into the progression of this group.
Yeah. Overall, it's been a great series. I think great things for both teams to take away from.
Yep.
Obviously, there's stuff that you want to forget, especially if you DPLUS and you look at that lads, especially. I mean, that needs to be sorted. But in terms of Lair, I mean, we said both teams will play this. Both teams, they like this map.
They love it.
So at the moment, it's going the way that we kind of expected it that it would. So here we go. Into the basement. Black Dragons on the defense. DPLUS over on the attack. A full operator change.
Full lineup. Full lineup
change.
swap. What did they expect, and what else do they get from their expectations here? I guess it's going to be the drive. Doubling down on the stuff. They want to make sure the verticality is something they have full control on, because we've seen it slip away from them time and time again. More and more people are showing up in this casting room, but actually Milosh has delivered us delicious French treats. So, thank you, Milosh. We also have Foxe in the corner here, but he's too cool for school. Damn him. Anyway, back to what I was talking about. Doubling down on the verticality. They're getting themselves, we've seen it, as I said, a bit of a cost for some of these approaches before. People will get caught out, people will get apart, and the first bit is a pressure of a shield that wants to swing around and not get caught out. Monty, I'm not going to say it's been a dependent, as I have before for some other teams, but it's something that they need to try and keep some friends nearby.
Reloaded.
No panic Monty's here. That's what we don't want to see. Yeah. Look, at the moment, it's slow and steady off an approach. Now actually going to be looking to open up in towards Garage, so they will also be forcing in the horizontal take in towards barrels, but I mean, pretty heavily defended. 2 defenders are down here, make that just the 1 now, as Swag has been picked off, and was he really under any pressure there? I mean, just to give himself up?
The first body gone with the Monty rolling in and another smoke canister burning.
Free, no way.
Sidestepping his way in, but he somehow gets him asked for all the compliment is paid. Unfortunately, there always has to be somewhere for that uprise to go, and so no. DPLUS Kia, they have just pushed and brutalized their way across this basement. Looking for the soul miracle, but a miracle is both all they have and what they need desperately here. Black Dragons hoping to keep themselves one step ahead. The Deimos is the track, they know where one is. They're just feeding the information. A premonition comes true. But unfortunately, so does reality.
Oh, Ask, I really... I'll have to ask him.
You'll have to
What was he doing? And the thing is, Ask has had a stellar game.
Oh yeah,
15 and 7 is where he lands. But if they lose this, that's the only moment we'll remember. And that is the harsh reality of it. That is just life in a nutshell.
It's one of those sort of moments there where took a risk, threw all the smoke, knew he had to win the fight, and what he had was unfortunately
A gente virar pra defesa, a gente vai fazer a do CEO lá com o cara com 3 trap e o Harry correndo embaixo. Só que agora o negócio é o seguinte, foca na minha voz. Bomb CEO. O que eu quero? Eu quero bloco o comando. Só que, mano, eu quero que a gente abra a máscara e depois disso, quando a gente tiver naquele step que a gente fez ali, comando, escada, e estiver pronto pra clicar ou pra splitar, eu não quero que a gente split banheiro. Eu quero que a gente split o Tilau jogando pra virar o L e um cara jogando exit, tá ligado? Esse cara pode ser inclusive você, tá, Miro? E deixa o corredor pro swag que ele vai subir a escada principal. Pegou visão? Se for bomb de baixo, eu quero que a gente prevê semi-garagem, um pouco mais lento, tá ligado? Pra ver, porque, tipo assim, a gente tem muito mais moldagens confortáveis nesse ataque do que no outro. Então, tipo, pra nós vai ser melhor, saca? E no bomb do Beliche, mano, só quero que a gente faça direto o bomb o mais lento possível, tá ligado? Mate o cara da bomb e clique. Perfeito?
Tá bom. Beleza.
Show. Perfeito. Só respirar, guys.
Show. Bora aí. Bora aí, Tilau. Bora.
Okay, did you understand half of that?
I promise you, Eminem is getting worried. Honestly, he just... Oh, fast talkers, eh?
I mean, as fast as you like. Okay.
Makes you look like a rookie.
I know, I need to... Do you know who always looks chillin'? Apart from Fox, eh? Levy. He's just so calm.
And he's 16 and 7 as well.
16 and 7, and every time it cuts to him, it looks like he's thinking about
bomb located by attackers. 10 seconds.
So nonchalant.
Currently, he's been having black dragons. I wonder if he was nonchalant in his photos.
Would dragon? I don't think that's. Would that be a nice thing to eat?
I've never eaten dragon.
No,
so
nor
you.
have I.
Probably a coarse meat.
A bit spicy? No.
Ooh. Yeah. Do they ever cover that and how to train?
A bit of heartburn.
Another mag.
Another mag. It's a necessary thing to know. Thank you.
Right. Where are we? Top floor. I mean, this is now where we went all the way back. DPLUS on the defense, and take your mind back very long time ago than whenever we seen this top floor last be played by DPLUS, and it was the Tachanka play. That's what worked out really well for them. It's going for that time denial. So it's all about pace here, I feel, for Black Dragons. It's how quickly they can set themselves up, ready for an execute, where the Tachanka will not become a factor. But we need to see a better adaptation game from them. You know, if they do hit a roadblock, we need to see them maneuver around it.
Pressure on towards Ops. And Ask, the man who's done so much on this third map, just needs to do a little bit more. And the fact that he is, what, the only one positive, Rare isn't a million miles away, but it's the divide that becomes massive on the other side of it. Levy's gone huge, but Niers is up there, Falls is up there. When D+ Kia is one, they've done it as a full team, and all they have to do is try and shut down at this point at Capitao. Off on towards his job on the far side. Fully locked in. The Kaid will make sure that that wall can at least be contested a bit longer, play against the time, and play against the Tachanka, who can try and set all the floor ablaze. There's still second guesses on the control they have. You can see Swag started up towards Mez and then suddenly went, oh, well, maybe someone's putting behind. Maybe I need to go do this buck. Maybe there's a flank coming through, and it's an unfortunate time to lose that pace, that sharpness. I complimented them on about how they'd learn and rebuild. Now, unfortunately, they're trying to have to rebuild. Where is it? Thank you. Says towards his teammate. Oh, no, he does, and there he does. Still.
I mean, 50 seconds. We were only opening up the breach. We haven't even got the other breach opened yet. If you cannot jump in through this. This is a death trap because you're going to get slaughtered by anyone. He'll just be sat holding an angle, mostly coming in from the display room. That's where you're going to get absolutely melted from. So that's going to be a no-go. I am struggling to see where this plant's going to come from.
Well, in 30 seconds, it's got to come from somewhere, and that's all that they can try and hope. The roll of the gadgetry, a C4 ripped and ready to go as everything starts to be on fire, and now it's up for us to go towards the races. The Capitao tries to force out and fire with fire. Sometimes it will work, I guess, is the MO, but nobody's moved into the site apart from Rare. He makes his mad dash across, and he's going to go for the plant itself on the default position, hoping they force the Chang grab. There's the C4 miss, but there's the player caught and pushed out by the fire. No, you're out of time. They're going to try and go for one more. The kit is down. The players follow suit. DPLUS Kia are the ones that are able to take this showdown. Old rivals in some ways, old teammates in another. But what you can say is that old adage, Brazil is pretty bloody good at Siege.
Oh, they are. And that was a really good map. I mean, that is a top layer as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, just they couldn't adapt. Same thing that they struggled with.
Both teams performed brilliantly, but as you said, that last little bit, DPLUS Kia are the flower that blooms beautifully. And they will take that victory in that 3-map series. Everything was needed, though, and also lessons to be learned, too. But with all that said and done, you know, it's always still locked in, right? Only one team will get eliminated from this stage 1. Only one team will get itself further. And they have themselves good. But we are also good as we go towards a quick break.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left.
what a rough start for DPLUS in the Six Invitational. You started really dominant and then was shut down at the second map, now in overtime. What was the plan to play against Black Dragons?
Yeah, basically we prepared a lot from this game. We had a lot of maps to study because of the LC kill. So we actually, all our plans, at least on Clubhouse and Lair, worked pretty good. In the end of the match, on Lair especially, I think the international experience counted a little bit more because we were playing a lot on time, depending on time, playing defense, just slowing them down and fall back to the sites and let them lose their rounds by their own. So I think this is something that really don't happen against better teams, all due respect to Black Dragons. But yeah, pretty happy, important points now, and a good start on Invitational.
You also just answered what I was going to ask you, that it's about you taking advantage of their mistakes. It was that part of a plan, or it just happened and you saw a chance, opportunity to take an advantage?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is something that you can really count it, because it might not happen inside the game, but I think we were a little expecting this, but we just follow our plan. This is something that we cannot count on, and so yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you so much, and great game.
Val's giving us a lot of information there on how they managed to secure that first victory here at the Six Invitational. A lot of things were being echoed on what we said earlier before this game started, like how DPLUS take this very first game when it comes to the match prep.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I had two big questions coming into this game. One, will the Black Dragons youngsters, the new players coming into this, will they step up? Yes, they did. But two, can DPLUS convert their counter-analysis into map wins? But more importantly, when the going gets a little bit tough inside of the games, will they be able to think on their feet? Will they be able to adapt to win out the game? And I think we can emphatically say yes with how that lair ended.
Well, I wouldn't say I wouldn't ride it home too confidently on DPLUS being able to adjust in the server.
They were looking down and out on Lair, and they got it done.
What about Labs?
Yeah, but Labs they can't counter. They didn't know what Black Dragons were going to do.
But that's what I'm saying, and in push comes to shove,
yeah, no,
great
I've
teams.
myself. He's got
exactly. If great teams, when they come down to it, if they don't have anything in the arsenal to be able to counter strat, to be able to play off of a strategy, they fell flat. That was a prime example. I mean, a 7-1. That was pretty bad. That being said,
you've just undone me at my own argument.
My bad. I was like, wait, you're saying the argument, but then saying that DPLUS wrote it home.
No, but Lair was good. That's what I liked.
Lair was great.
I liked that Lair didn't look too hot, and then in the end, they found a different way to play. They found a few attack rounds of strung them together at the end, where they had to do something just a little bit different.
Yes, that is true. And at the end of the day, nothing feels better as an analyst than when we say things on the desk and they're exactly right, which was something that we were talking about, the experience from DPLUS and the way that they were counter-stratting and VOD reviewing. So exactly why they would lose Labs comes down to that experience on why they didn't have the footage to go over. So it was nice to see Falls highlight that in the interview. And for me personally, I really think this game did come down to experience. I mean, when we look at the major winners, the players that have been making it to main stage events, making it to the top tier level from the side of DPLUS, obviously you're gonna see, Levy, Falls, and Bullet specifically. They are running the charts when it comes to the kill department. So not only are they bringing that experience, bringing the adaptation, but the individual statistics too on the team is something that you can always count on.
Yeah, it is. We're showing that in these players. So, of course, it being the first SI for Midi and Nears, showing that experience in the other players, and Falls was echoing that in the interview as well, right? This might not happen against a team that has more experience than Black Dragons when it comes to the international stage, but we can let them make their mistakes in this game.
Yeah, I think it's good that he's acknowledged that they've got room to grow as a team and as performances, and it's worth noting that we see this very, very often at Six Invitationals. Every single event that we do, it's not about how you start the tournament, it's about how you finish the tournament. So you're allowed to start the tournament with a few mistakes, with a few shakes, as long as you learn from them, as long as you grow from them. And I think he recognized that actually, if we were up against a G2 or a Shopify or FaZe, who are their next three opponents, that they're going to have to be better. And I think that's really, really good signs coming out from him in that interview.
Yeah, it's an important position if you're DPLUS kid to be able to acknowledge that fact that there's going to still be improvement, especially in the position that they're in. But on the side of Black Dragons and D for DPLUS, you got to be happy either way. It really was both of their opportunities to show what they were bringing to the table when it comes to SI. So obviously, I wouldn't be too upset. It is a shame that one of these two teams is going to probably be in a situation where they're going to have to go home. But at the end of the day, it does give us a lot of tangibility going up against the top teams. Maybe they could upset.
And at least it's a point for Black Dragons as well, right? That one point they got for the one map might really help them in the end here. But to celebrate this being the 10th edition of the Six Invitational, we sat down with some of the biggest rivalries inside of the history of Rainbow Six Siege. And you'll see the series all throughout the tournament, but we're starting it off with two very familiar faces in the scene, Canadian and Fabian.
Hello. What's up?
Ban faced this match. I knew we had won the game already at that moment.
Map 1, SI 2018.
Honestly, I don't remember the first two maps at all.
I remember them because we won them.
That's why I remember the last three maps. Yeah, I mean, I thought that at this time, I think we were the most advanced when it came to like analytics. We had like a really in-depth system on it, and we also had like I would say like the grandfather of the statistical documents that people run these days. We had that, and I don't think anyone else did at this time in history. So for us, like when we looked at stuff, we looked at numbers more so than anything else.
Yeah, we definitely didn't have that.
We just had the game plans, like we knew, okay, we can give them one of the first maps, and if we take the first two maps, they can have the third, that will be fine. And then we go 0-2, and we go to that map that we just never played.
Yep.
But that's sometimes how it is.
Inching up so close. One goes down. Pengu doesn't look, sees the mute. Necrox and Canadian, it's 5-2 for EG. And Necrox still uncontested. EG, one map away from the championship.
Here, we were pretty sure we were done though. I thought we had lost the game here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Cafe, one time, practice in 6 months coming up.
We never took it properly from West Main or Control Kitchen or anything else. But whatever, map's over. Now we're on Cafe. We've got 3 minutes. Let's calm down.
So much fucking pressure is on them right now. They are the biggest favorites, and they are down 0-2.
I thought the pressure was on you.
You got to give the speech.
Yeah.
I mean, pressure was on us to close it, but.
Just relax, okay? Play together.
And I can't be happy and I can't be glad and not shout at you if we don't do our basic shit.
They are shitting their fucking pants right now.
Boys, this is it. There's no excuses now. Yeah. They have everything to lose now. We have 0-2. This is our next map.
It's actually great. We're both having the opposite conversation.
Yeah.
They're shitting their pants. No, they're shitting their pants.
Well, they're about to shit their pants.
His way, very difficult. With only one, be able to eliminate Amante, but Penta takes their first map. We're gonna go.
I'm gonna tell you something crazy. I saw you on a drone. I said to Jonas.
No, I think I remember you saying that.
I said to Jonas, he's spawn peeking hookah window. Do not die to him. He's spawn peeking hookah window. Do not die. This round, I'm actually proud of myself for whilst Pengu has the clutch. The comms that we have on this round, I basically micromanaged everyone, which is way more to modern day Siege.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, the biggest difference now is that people don't follow the paper as blindly as we used to do back then. But I also think that was probably one of the perks that both our teams had, that we had people able to call off the plan that many teams didn't.
Or rather, the Hibana just waiting. They'll look to push together. The diffuser in a position where they'll have to see when the Hibana goes through. One will cover the doorway as they start to defuse. Pengu goes for one on the Young. Can he go the second? They're often known as the best team in the world, never having that distinction until today. Penta are your world champions. The second Invitational.
Brings small tears to my eyes every time. Yeah, but I know you have those moments too.
Oh yeah. I think I'm definitely a believer that like going through this and losing like this, like the wins I've had, it makes it sweeter.
I can imagine.
Yeah, so a huge thing for me, SI 2020, was I won it off a comeback.
Yeah.
And like not only this loss, but like the loss of Milan as well, like that made the win a lot sweeter.
It's a completely different turnaround on it.
Yeah.
They need to find one person. That's it. He'll head in towards Archives and get caught. The hammer heads into orbit, but it's home once again is North America. Space Station Gaming are your world champions.
Like this is definitely like my proudest like win and like accomplishment in Siege.
I can imagine.
But I also say that it's not necessarily just because I won SI. It's like kind of what it symbolized for me was like, yeah, like I had been given shit of like, oh, like I'm gonna keep choking finals, I'm gonna keep losing finals, oh, I'm gonna get second. And it was like kind of being able to shut people up and like, yeah, like a comeback and standing in my own right.
Yeah.
Because I think something a lot of people don't realize in general is like, I mean, that's part of competition. Only one team's gonna win.
Yeah.
Will go the way of our European squad of G2 Esports. Devastating here for Evil Geniuses.
6-2, like, you should have been way fucking closer there, guys. There's a disconnect, right? Just think about it. Everyone chill out. We got this, right? It's one match, the best of 5.
I don't know if you know this, Troy.
What's up?
Ban faced this match. I knew we had won the game already at that moment. You were shaking.
Shaking?
This is the one time where I felt like it didn't matter how we went into the game, we would have won. Because I remember in the ban phase, we came away from it. And your handshake always used to be like really proper.
Mm-hmm.
And like, because you know, as leaders, with both of us, like body language is massive. I thought that we had won the game before the ban phase was over.
Damn. I remember Nick saying something, I think it was like, yeah, like I seem different or something.
You seem different.
Something along those lines, which, to be honest, this was like probably like one of the worst series I've ever played. So,
yeah.
like,
so it's like, I can't say that they were better at anything. We won everything. When you keep winning, it's hard to look at, okay, what would I like to take from them? Because I already have everything I need to build the right team. It's just, I guess, different region. I wish I had more English-speaking teams in my region, so I could have played longer. I guess that's it. Because if this old guy can still hang, I probably should.
I'm still here.
Yeah. I'm just happy we've been able to last for so long. Like,
yeah.
That 2 old dudes for 10 years have been able to compete, which is insane.
Welcome back for the final game on the A stream. If you're just joining us, you missed a beautiful content piece of the Eternal Rivals series, which will be posted on YouTube. So make sure to go check that out later. Some beautiful stories with our rivalries inside of a Siege. But we have our final game of the day. I'm still Anne. We're still joined by Jack, but we have Demo as well. And Demo, you get to talk about your favorite team in the world and Shopify.
That's the only reason why I said I'd do this. I said G2. Do you want to do a G2 game?
Demo, do you want to do a G2? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Not even a second thought about it. Yeah. Look. Happy to come in here. Hope Leo gets better, because look, you need him, buddy.
I know, I need him back. He carries me so hard.
But G2, I'm on that straight away. No problem.
Yeah, we're happy to have you here, and it's a special game for G2 as well, because when we look at this game in general, it's the youngest player at the tournament going up against the oldest player in the tournament. We'll take a trip down memory road to see what these two gentlemen were doing in 2017 when Canadian was lifting his first hammer. Somebody was taking a cute photo with a dog. That's a bit of a difference in age that we're looking at here.
Yeah, very much. Like you say, oldest versus youngest. One's lifting a hammer back in 2017, and one is probably doesn't even know what the game is at that point, to be fair. And that is, of course, the superstar that is Stompin sitting on the side of G2.
Yeah, look, a lot of people talk about Stompin as he is the guy. He is the NA, the best player that they have. I've been around a long time. Back in 2017, Canadian was that guy. He was Mr. NA, and I'll be honest with you, he still is.
Yeah. Ooh.
Mr. NA might be replaced anytime soon. If we're looking at Stompin, though, on the side of a G2, and they have some serious pressure on their shoulders. And I feel like their region, plus themselves, are creating that pressure on themselves, especially when we talk about how Munich went for G2.
Yeah, I think so. I think the last game in Group C, we talked about how it was big for the two opponents against each other. This game inside of Group C, yes, G2 Shopify, well, you're expecting both of them to make it out of groups, but it's massive for both of them because of how Munich went. If you look at the expectations for these two teams, both of these two teams are expected to go deep into the events. They're expected to win the events. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see back when they were Sonics, they won the NAL finals. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see Alamau and Doki there, winning the Six Invitational. What actually happened when they were in Munich? Well, you can see on your screen there, Shopify eliminated, NIP grouped. G2 went up on the main stage, eliminated to wildcard in one of the upsets of all time. Now, for both of these two rosters, what that does is it creates an insane amount of pressure on them.
Yeah.
Because they've got imports, they've got superstars, they've got some of the best players on Earth. Now, all will be forgiven if this tournament goes well. But if there's a tournament that doesn't go well for either of these teams, questions will start being asked. And what that does in terms of this fixture is it creates a lot of pressure going up against each other right out of the game.
And even think about the organizations. I mean, they're massive as well, just playing for those badges.
Yeah.
It's not going to help with the pressure either. And look, from G2's perspective, I really thought this year, 2025, they're back. You know, they've got back on track. You think about that stage one, the players that they picked up, exceptional. You know, and into stage two, also really, really good. And you think, okay, this is it. They can really push on. And I suppose Wildcard wasn't out there because they did really well. Don't sit there and try and discredit Wildcard because I thought they had a really good event for what it was as the kind of rookie team coming into it. But for G2, it's a heavy setback. But that's because the expectations of this team is incredibly high.
Enormous, yeah.
And I feel like we saw a glimmer of hope, though, during the EML finals. That is even to keep in mind that two of the players on the side of G2 were incredibly ill when they played at the EML finals.
Yeah, I think so. I think, obviously, we know about G2. We know about the quality of their roster. These stats are from the Munich Major. And, you know, Doki, Stompin particularly, that power duo inside of that event. But we've seen Loira have incredible games, incredible tournaments. Demo, I know you love him.
He's the guy for me, yeah.
Inside of EML, Blaz was spectacular, and Carl Alamo there underpins it all as the IGL. When G2 are on song, they are genuinely unstoppable as one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, it's a case where you think about the 5 players, you think about all the roles, and we've seen every single one of them have a complete pinnacle on that role where they've done everything correct. It's just a case of getting all 5 of them to do that at the same time, and then they win everything. It's that simple.
We've brought the G2 fanboy on, and he loves them, doesn't he, Demo?
I love that you get to talk about your favorite team, but yes, it is true. There's so much star potential on this roster when we think of these names, but similarly, we could say about their opponents for today. I mean, you look at the side of Shopify Rebellion, and the players on that roster, you'd imagine multiple hammers, multiple major winners on that side as well. It kind of goes the same for that team.
It's crazy that we've got to this point in the pregame and we've not mentioned Spoit, who was a superstar player. I appreciate that its Munich Major stats are not particularly good on this screen, but he was a superstar signing for this roster. You know, they've got incredible players. Rexon is a player that is full of talent. Ambi is a really, really promising player on this roster. Canadian's won majors, he's won 6 Invitationals as well, and Seth again ties it all together. This is another superstar roster from North America.
Yeah, and obviously for Spoit, look, he was incredible whenever he first came onto the scene. I remember he almost had a hype before he even joined our league. We were like, he's coming in, we have to wait. Because we knew how good the guy was. And the package you get with him, you know, he's just incredible whenever it comes to mechanically, you know, being gifted this game. There's no one out there who's probably better. And, you know, you got Canadian. And just the pedigree, the experience. The only person I think could rival him for experience is Fabian.
Yeah.
That is it. There's nobody else in the game more experienced.
I think it's very fair to say that one of the criticisms that can get leveled against any team that has Canadian on it is that Canadian isn't necessarily going to put up the numbers. When you've got players around Canadian, you need to be able to have players that can drop double kills to make up for that. Every single player on this Shopify roster can do that and more. That's how talented every single one of them is.
I just feel like it's untapped potential for this roster when I think of them and what I see their results are or have been from this recent history. But you mentioned Spoit, for example, a player who's made a name for himself before he even entered the same. On the other side, you have Stoppin, who did the same before he even got to join the scene as a fresh 18-year-old. So there's a lot of similarities between these two teams, and I wonder if we're going to see similarities in their map vetoes or their map picks as well. But we're going to look at this best of 3 map veto, and the first pick for this series being made by Shopify Rebellion. It seems like we're going to a Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of a surprise just straight out the bat. Now, in terms of Shopify, they absolutely love the map. We've seen them play it a lot. They've beaten a lot of good teams in North America. They will face pretty much anybody on it. However, G2, they've played it a lot. They've actually won, I think it's 7 out of 10 the last time they played it. They only tend to lose it against Falcons. What's crazy to me, actually, Demo, is G2 picking into Clubhouse, which historically has been their permaban.
I actually spoke to Doki beforehand. He seemed pretty upbeat that they got the club through.
I mean, I checked with G2. I said, is this correct? And they said,
that,
no, we're the club gods. We're the club gods. So I don't know what's going on.
Half of the team is delusional.
Yeah, that's true.
Please remember this.
I will say, but historically, Clubhouse has been their permaban for the longest time for G2. I'm talking years. They've played it a couple of times here and there. And then it did come off the screen, but if we get there, we're going to have a decider of Fortress as well.
Finally!
Which, if that happens, will be the first time that it's ever played inside a competitive siege at a tier 1 S tier level inside of an event.
Yeah, I've seen it a few times at LCQs. I had the privilege of having a cast on Fortress. I love the map. I will say similarities of Oregon, which you can look at that wherever way you want to.
I agree with that a lot,
but there's still so much potential. We know that.
But like, it makes it such a scary thing as well, right? For your first game, and given how competitive this group can be with the 3 big titans inside of it, picking out Fortress as a decider, bringing it down to a best of 1, unknown territory.
I think so, but what I will say, I think for both of these teams, is I think both of these teams have an expectation, irrespective of the result of this game, that they will get through this group. So what better time for G2 to bring out a map in Clubhouse, to show strength on it so that it advantages them in the veto going forward? What better time to play Fortress? You get an official practice on it, and then if it goes badly, you can fix it up from there.
Yeah, and if it goes well, nobody else is going to want to play you on Fortress.
It's all about showing strength.
That's it, yeah.
I feel like that might be the same for Oxygen, for example, who's playing on the B stream right now. I mean, they played a lot of Fortress as well during the LCQ. We're unbeaten on it, going up against Secret right now in the final game of the day over on the B stream. So make sure to check that out on your secondary screen, secondary device, as this game is going on. But hey, Group C, I mean, we're looking at it. We just saw the game between DPLUS and Black Dragons. Black Dragons stealing a point could be very big inside this group, but still, there is so much to play for.
Yeah, of course, there's so much to play for, but like you say, as at right now, we're kind of expecting G2, Shopify, FaZe to be the front runners in that group. Certainly with what we've just seen from Black Dragons and DPLUS, they've got things to work on, and I think, you know, DPLUS getting that victory will help them significantly. But of course, we're at the Six Invitational. It's not just about getting the victories. If you get a map, you still get some kind of reward for that. So the fact that that was a 2-1 for Black Dragons is, sorry, for DPLUS, but the fact that Black Dragons got a map could be big.
Yeah, and don't forget, FaZe tomorrow. We still have to wait and see how the World Champions
We've only got the
do.
World Champs to come,
Yeah, it's crazy matches definitely still to come inside of Group C. But honestly, with this one as well, I mean, Shopify Rebellion, G2, we talked about it in many ways, right? 2 big content creators going up against each other as well. I mean, the chat will sure be loving this.
Here's a good one. Jinxie, who you backing?
Ooh.
Surely it's got to be something.
Has to be. That's his boy.
Yeah, that's his boy.
You know, and Spoit's are in too many 1v1s, I think, for Jinxie to back him.
I just hope that whatever happens in this game, obviously, you know, me and you, Demo, we think very similarly about Rainbow Six, and I would say we're a lover of pure siege. We like to see executes. We like to see the bomb go down. But I want to see, in a way, this be a frag fest because there's just so much raw talent on both of these teams that I want to see the clips, I want to see the highlights happening.
Yeah, it's a case for build momentum because we know players, right, on both the teams. If Loira gets going, if Stompin gets going, you know, they could be, we're talking records here in terms of breaking kills. We've seen it before with G2. Think about what Benja did way back in SI23 with the same team. If you just hit that run of form, this is it. And the same goes. You've got Ambi over there. You've got Spoit ready to explode. Hey, it's up there for both of them.
Question marks again. I mean, we're looking at the players as they're getting ready for this game. If you were in Jinx's shoes, I guess, who would you back up for this matchup?
Oh, that's a really, it's a really tough one. I think Shopify.
Using your brain or your heart. That's the question.
I'm going a little bit brain. I think Shopify. I think maybe, like G2 for me, they're a team that can be inconsistent. They can be wildly up, they can be wildly down. I think Shopify's range is a little bit, you know, shallower than that and a bit more consistent than that. And I think on their day, Shopify can match anybody.
Is this so Demo gets his G2?
Probably.
Yeah, I think that's where we're going. I mean, you make a great point. I think obviously G2, I've seen the highest of highs. I've witnessed the lowest of lows.
You felt that pain.
And I know what the team's like. Do I trust them? No. I'll never trust them after what they've done over the past few years. I never will. And I think a lot of G2 fans are probably in the same boat. Until they lift another trophy, we're not convinced yet.
Yeah, but you were the only one to back them in 2023 when they won the side, right?
I'll be honest.
Yeah?
It was a lucky guess. I'm not going to lie to you.
Was you a stopped
I done it on your stream, I think, whenever you were streaming in the room. I just came on and said, who do you think? I said, I'll just go G2.
It's got to be, yeah.
So,
yeah.
Did you pick them again for this?
No.
No.
Who would you pick? Sorry, I'm turning host here.
Yeah.
Who would you pick, Demo?
What, to win the whole thing?
Yeah.
Back Falcons.
Falcons?
Even if it's just after they won, like getting beaten by Furia?
Has to be. Surely it has to be now for Falcons. It's got to be. But don't forget, the Furia, look, they'll get them again. They will. They'll get them again. There'll be a rematch.
They will.
I promise you
Falcons
now,
always lose the
there
first
will be a
game as
rematch.
well.
Yeah.
What would you say?
Ooh, to win the event?
Yeah.
I don't know. Can I just leave it as I don't know?
No. I'm on a team.
Ooh. It would be hard to back against M80 the way they played in Munich, I'll be honest. Or Falcons. I would, for the storyline, I would love to see this redemption arc of Falcons failing for however many finals in a row.
Backing it, to be
and
honest.
then getting themselves to their home country and then winning it in front of their friends and family in Paris. Like, that's beautiful. I hope it would be Falcons.
Rudy's on interviews where he says we don't want to think about this being our home country because
they
feel
will
like
be thinking about
it.
You can't not think.
Why don't you play it safe? Heretics.
True.
Safe.
True.
That's the
You'd be a genius if they win, though.
Big performance. Do you know what I'd also love to see? One of the two teams that don't have a Brazilian on the roster make it deep at this event. Those two teams being, who was it, Enterprise and Daystar.
Yeah.
Every other roster has a Brazilian in either the playing or the coaching stuff.
Daystar's making a great start to it. Enterprise, maybe not so much, but hey, if you're thinking, why are these two people still talking about all these teams that are participating in the tournament? We got a quick headset swap going on currently over on the side of Shopify Rebellion, as you can see, but that means we got to talk to our cast because as there is star potential inside of our matchup, it feels only right that we have star potential for our casters as well. We're joined by Ace, and that's for this final game on the Ace stream. And guys, you landed a really good game to close it out.
Yeah, absolutely. When I saw this was the last game on the A stream, and I was just like, oh, Ace are dead in that slot. That's amazing.
If you're going to take the late shift, you've got to have someone to stay up for, right? And this has got to be the one of the day.
Hell yeah, I'm really excited for it. Like, you guys have already spoken about the veto, but the fact you get to see G2 on club, the fact that we might get Fortress if we get to map 3, it's worth staying up for.
Definitely.
Since we're still on the topic of the headset swap, I'm going to ask you guys the same question that we had here as well. I want to know first, who do we think has the upper hand in this matchup?
I'm going to say G2. I'll go in on it.
That's why I like him. This is why I like him.
My problem with Shopify Rebellion is I've been excited about them coming into so many tournaments, and then they kind of just don't quite deliver what, you hope for, what they've shown they can. And so I'm just being a little bit cautious with them this time. I think they can do really well, but I'm easing off for now.
I'd summarize it as like great team on paper, not always great in practice, right? But you could arguably say the same about G2, right?
Yeah, 100%.
It's that constant up and down between the two that makes it so hard to call, especially having not seen them play for a while. Who'd you go for again?
G2.
I'll go Shopify then, why not?
That's why I didn't. That's why I know I didn't like him.
No. You've got me and Des agreeing. What's going on?
Oh, no.
I'm going to spew now.
Can I just sit on the fence and say neither, Anne? Is that okay?
No, because I told Jack he couldn't do it, so you can't do that either.
Wait, Jack, who did you pick to win the whole thing?
What, the event?
Yeah.
M80.
Who did I go for?
That's okay.
I did say M80.
That's okay. So I ain't saying that. That's fine. I ain't saying that, so that's fine.
Who would you pick then instead of M80?
FaZe.
I think they're going to back-to-back it, yeah. Trust me, they'll come out of the woodwork and they will come out swinging. You watch.
Okay. Who would you say, Ace?
My heart's going to say Falcons because I want to see it.
But you know, it ain't
Falcons winning it here in Paris feels like it would be the Liquid win that never happened. It feels like it'd be that, you know, that moment you've been waiting for.
It's never going to happen.
I know, but it just feels like it'd be that moment that everybody's been waiting
what
for.
What have you done?
Oh, you've just mentioned Falcons in the same bracket as Liquid. Tim actually, Ace once actually did a really emotional speech to me in Paris about how DPLUS Kia, down one Kia at the time, were going to win a major.
Right, wasn't I?
They were definitely very close.
Far off.
Yeah, I suppose this was after the semi-final, I think, Tim, though.
Nah,
and then they fell off.
Did they not get grouped the immediate next event or something like that? Yeah.
Nah, I hyped them up before all that. I was early on that train.
There's a serious chance of making it through in this one here. Our headset swap is still going on, so we get to chat a little bit more. I'm glad that we're seeing multiple winners being mentioned as a potential victor of this whole tournament, even if we're like in the middle of our first day. Some matches still going on, as we said on this stream. Still Oxygen versus Secret in the middle of their game. That's the last game on that stream. And here as well, I mean, we're talking about a potential of G2 just to put up early storylines. It's someone's birthday on the grand final. Do you know whose birthday it is on the grand final? Someone's turning 19. I'll give you a very clear hint there.
Stompin's birthday in the grand final?
Is it Canadian?
Yes,
maybe 10
the youngest player in the tournament.
He's the rookie of the year.
Do you know what? I'm glad that we get to stop talking about this game. We get to actually watch it because the game is ready, so you two can take it away.
Thank you very much, and indeed, what a game to take away as well, Tim. We've already heard all the hype from the desk about this one. Could you ask for a better way than to close out day one?
Well, it's absolutely mouth-watering. I think no matter when this game was played, this was the matchup you were looking for on the schedule for this group. This is, you know, these are the two teams you want to see go against each other.
Absolutely. It's what we throw down. You've already heard all the hype for it, but enough yapping, more fragging. Let's get into the game. It's G2 against Shopify. So, knowing that we have Doki in the lobby, Tim, does suggest to me that we're going to see a lot of yapping in the all chat throughout this game. I've been told many a time that opponents against Doki like to just go straight into their settings and mute every player on the opponent's side when they're against G2.
Well, you've got Doki in the chat, you've got Alamau shouting, you've got Canadian who's not known for being quiet. I think there could be a little bit of back and forth between these two, it's fair to say. Mind games may play a part of it. Also playing a part of it will be our bans. We've got a Thermite and Monty ban coming out from G2, and Kaid and Mira ban coming out from Shopify. No, like, huge surprises there for Night Even Labs. I mean, I look at the Thermite ban and totally get it, especially with those 3 exothermics now as well. You know, you're looking towards your top floor, you're looking towards that RT wall, connector wall, down in the basement, you're looking at your double wall, you're looking, you know, all sorts of places that Thermite can be used. And the Monty, you know, powerful as ever. By banning the Monty, G2 are allowing quite a lot of alternative hard breach options. So the Thermite is kind of maybe less of an issue for Shopify Rebellion.
I think you just kind of struggle to take them all off the board, right?
You do now, you do.
And here, yeah, Monty is G2's most banned operator on this map. You know, conversely on the other side, the Kaid and the Mira being taken away. They are 2 of the most banned operators for Shopify. So it's relatively standard in terms of bans. Like, no doubt there's been a bit of thinking there about what the other side might do. It's why you've got the Thermite in there for G2. But otherwise, I think, honestly, Labs is going to shape up to be the most reasonable of our 3 maps. Fortress again being the brand new map, Club being a map we just don't really get to see G2 play, and no one expected they'd pick it in their very first series. It's certainly a statement of intent, and I think this one might be the more stable map where Shopify are probably thinking we need that 1-0 start here because God knows what comes over those next 2 maps.
Stompin and Doki are 2 that we've seen recently forming a bit of a dynamic duo. The real resurgence for Doki in the second half of the year, particularly. We saw him putting up some serious numbers across there and really kind of finding that old form and doing the things that we know he can do. He's going to be off on, he was on the top floor. He's moved down to that first floor now, but he's playing alongside Stomp, and they're kind of working together there on the Vigil and the Fenrir, just in support of each other, within a room or so of each other. They've got that rotation in between, and they can look to maybe play off each other's contacts a little bit.
Yeah, to start things off, as you might expect, it's going to be focused on IT with the round gadgets coming on through to start a march on through there, and then Rex is stepping his way through in towards Catwalk. So, a good chunk of this top floor now in the control of Shopify. I've got to worry now about starting to look on towards the downstairs, and sure enough, Spoit getting a little challenge coming in from Doki, who doesn't want to back away from this one too soon. Happy to take out a drone or 2 and then slip himself back, and As you might well see, pretty much every drone has been chewed through, almost on the side of Shopify, losing nearly every single one.
Canadian's going to be pushing down Aqua Stairs to try and challenge Doki pretty soon. Doki's dropped a little bit deeper back. How about this, though? Ambi walks in and gets a double. Stompin is there with the Boss G to get the trade. Doki picks up the blitz. That is a big kill for G2. If G2 can kind of fall back to site in an organised way now, take the 3v3, a minute 20 left on the clock, they are sitting pretty for this round.
Yeah, big recovery effort, given it looked like it was going from bad to worse. Stompin stepping up to shut down Ambi. Of course, the other very young player in this game, it's worth referencing. First came on the scene, everyone was incredibly excited about what he can do, and fair to say, he has continued to deliver. It's more about seeing this team getting themselves on the upper set. Very, very good on paper, just not always quite there in practice.
I like this call from Stompin. He's playing in and around lobby stairs. He's got the other two, Doki and Blaz, are in a position to get back to site quickly should they need to. So G2 kind of playing this like half aggression, really. Doki does pick up Surf. Stompin just a little bit over aggressive, maybe a little bit too early. Still 45 seconds left on the clock, and having that vigil out on the roam would have been like playing with a wasp in the room for Shopify Rebellion. So they've managed to take that away, but Rexon is low health. 2v2, Doki and Blaz playing around those vending stairs. EXO just looking for their opportunities. This T1 Blaz taken down though, and it's Doki versus Spite.
This is ridiculous. This game has been, this round even has been so back and forth between both teams, and now it comes down to a 1v1. We spoke about Spite being that 1v1 king historically, but now he's got to find Doki, who's tucked away, hidden in, may even have bulletproofs, giving him a little bit of information here. All he's got to do is just play this game of waiting, and Spite will try and get the diffuser down, but I think we all know exactly which way this one is going. Going to try and get the diffuser down, but Doki can step himself out here. Should have enough time to get rid of Spite, and sure enough does just that. Round one going to G2.
Yeah, well played from Doki there. Just kept his cool. 15 seconds left to go. Knew that he could play the clock. Not much else that Spite could do. Interestingly, we talk about 1v1 there. It's worth mentioning Stompin actually beat Doki in one of the 1v1 tournaments a good while ago. And I think he was playing on controller at the time.
It probably was,
I don't want to guarantee that because I don't know whether he'd switched to PC at that point or not.
Your knowledge of lore doesn't run that deep, and neither does mine.
No, but I do know that he beat him in the 1v1 tournament.
Yeah, Ambi starting that out with that 2K was absolutely insane. Only for the two to come back the other way so quickly for G2. I was like, man, the 5v3 being spun the way that it had is bad enough, but it coming down to a 1v1. I really hope that sets the pace for how this series plays out, because that was one hell of an entertaining round to get things moving. We're now going to find ourselves going up to the top floor. So things should be a little more settled here, more focused around the execute, I'd say, rather than the constant scrapping around the map.
I think G2 have caught Shopify Rebellion with a little bit of surprise there as well, because if you recall back to the beginning of the first round, the entire lineup changed pretty much for Shopify Rebellion, because I think they were planning on going to the top floor. They thought that they would be attacking top floor, and then they saw, oh, it's down in basement, so kind of everything had to switch. That's not a problem for teams at this level, but it just, you know, you kind of, even just that little 5%, you know, that you get, it's these marginal gains. If in their mind, right, this is what we're doing, this is what we're doing. Oh, no, right, we're actually, you know, on plan C, we're actually on plan for down in basement. It just maybe switches things up a little bit. So let's see how Shopify Rebellion do, where, you know, they will have been dead set, guaranteed that they were coming up to top floor this time.
So starting things off here, on towards the main breach in towards IT. Always the go-to starting point to get things opened up. Of course, not forgetting, Tim, that we had a slew of changes come through mid-month for a bunch of operators, one of them being Maverick, who now only has the 2 canisters, but they last a hell of a lot longer. Still the same amount of gas, it just means you aren't standing there constantly pumping the reload on it to make sure you can get a wall opened up.
Just holding the long angle here, Doki aggressive as ever. Gets himself a 3K. If you remember at the beginning of that round, I said we've seen Doki putting up some phenomenal numbers in the back end of the year, and he continues here today. I believe he's... last time he went up against Spite, I think he put 25 in the game across 3 maps. So, you know, maybe he'll be looking to put up some big numbers again against Spite.
Well, these two teams haven't actually played since like Montreal 24, I think, as well. And back then, it was 2-0 to Shopify. G2 won a grand total of 2 rounds in that entire series. It was brutal. But that was old G2. Same for Shopify, the different members back then as well. So there have been some changes to both rosters since then. So I don't expect we're going to see quite the same outcome. Doki, a massive 2K, looking for a third, but just not quite finding his man. A little bit of pressure from all directions. He makes it a third, spins and looks for the 4th, but can't quite find it. But Tim, the damage has been done, it feels. It's a 4v2 for G2.
Yeah, Doki's looking for more. Might just find it. No, just hits that door frame to the side of Rexon. Keeps him alive and allows him to pick up the kill, but as you say, it looks like the damage is still likely done. A minute left to go. Rex and half health. Surf trying to work his way in, but they are against a full health Blaz. Alamau stomping. Alamau with the shotgun. The Warden, they can do very little to disrupt him. Very little utility left for them as well. None at all, in fact.
And against
And Dorky's in the chat, of course. But yeah, 3 versus 2. I think G2 probably closed this out.
Like I said, chat is most definitely muted for everyone on the side of Shopify. They are not dealing with that today. Now, at least scaring themselves together is one way to play about it, looking for a trade potentially here, but G2 are more than happy to take a trade. You'll lose one and game on the other side to make it a 2 versus 1 and close the round out that way, so someone has got to go big. C4 comes out, shot out there on the cover from Surf. To get down to the last 20, they've got to go now, Tim, but it is not looking good.
No, they've just got a little bit stuck trying to get on into sight there. Blaz picks up the first, and Alamau the second with that shotgun. As I said, coming in, Dorky continuing with this great performance. 6 kills now inside of 2 rounds. Hands himself 6-1 and really giving G2 some momentum. They spoke on the desk, of course, about this weight of expectation for these 2 teams coming on in here. And certainly G2 at the minute are the ones that are dealing best with that pressure.
I'd argue it's more specifically Doki. That's his second 3K in a row. He went out the 1v1 in the prior round as well. It is the Doki show to kick things off. Shopify, I don't think they've had bad ideas yet. I come back to the time I've seen these guys before and cast them a number of times. I've often said they actually look really good in the strategical side of the game. Like, their setup is great. They've got all the right ideas, as many top teams do. It just sometimes comes down to the actual execution itself. So that is where things need to change. You can't let Doki keep walking away with these multi-kills, or it's just going to keep on biting you and you'll keep on seeing the same outcome.
Round 3, and Shopify Rebellion desperately need to get themselves around here. I think, I won't go as far as to use the word catastrophic, but I think we're heading
strong.
Yeah, I think we're heading in that direction if G2 get a complete defensive rotation here on that Avon Labs. Because then we are definitely looking towards a 5-1 half, maybe a 6-0 half. And for me, that kind of, you kiss goodbye to the map at that point if you Shopify Rebellion. So they need a round, and they need it at least within, I would say, round 3 or 4 as an absolute minimum. You know, the sooner the better. Get yourself back on level terms. At the minute, Shopify Rebellion, you're looking at it kind of hoping that maybe it's just one of those slow starts that we see teams have. Look, we know that they've got absolute quality. A player with the experience of Canadian, the only player who's played at every Six Invitational, he's not going to be rattled by a couple of rounds. You know, he's going to be saying, look, guys, just keep it cool. We play our game plan. They've got exactly the right leader in place to play and win from behind.
Shock horror, Shopify Rebellion getting themselves started on the upstairs here. Once again, Surf getting into IT. We're also, of course, going to see those RAM gadgets from Ambi running across that top floor, opening up everything that's going on below. And I'd imagine that's mainly going to be focused around storage. It's where you just saw Stomping not too long ago on the Warden, sat in there holding on the window in case there is a spam of smokes and flash grenades coming in. He, at the very least, will be able to stay in that room and contest. But has to be so careful of the vertical angles that are being opened up above his head and may be forced at some point to back away and out of this room.
Doki again just playing on those warehouse rafters, preventing anybody from coming in and getting themselves established. Just gets himself, he's kind of just teasing himself out onto catwalk and back, wasting time. 1:30 gone off the clock. Just having a look across the bottom of your screen on the Shopify Rebellion side. Not one of them inside the map yet. There's halfway through the round. This is not ideal.
Taking it nice and slow because they know that once they've got the control, they can afford to get a plant going down in the window. For now, it's getting Troll, at least trying to get some semblance of control, but it has been ripped away from them. Rex and Ambi both upstairs, now taken away. G2 retain control of the vertical, and this is not good because without that vertical control, you can't get a plant down inside of storage. Canadian now rounding his way up to try and be a replacement. Don't forget, he's the one who's got the diffuser in back pockets here. This really shows that Shopify are hitting panic stations right now. They need to get kills up here, but G2 are giving them nothing. Canadian on his backside, it is looking ugly.
Stomping and Dorky, you know, low health, that's about the best that Shopify Rebellion can say at the minute. They've at least done a little bit of chip damage, might give them an easy fight or two, but the problem is G2 can just play them as extra bodies, extra men, just leave them out in their positions. We can see the pings coming out, the yellow pings from Shopify Rebellion. You can ping them all day long. That's not going to move them off the catwalk. There comes a point where they need to walk in, take these fights and win these fights. Dorky, he just dips away and he's going to keep doing that.
Nice.
Maybe he's not. He's going to peek and give you an opportunity. Probably didn't need to.
That's
3 versus 3, a huge double from Surf. We've seen some great Great performances from him across the last year or so, and he continues on here, getting his team back into it, but 10 seconds there.
Laura's got impacts available too, and they've got smokes coming out. Alamau still with one more in back pocket. Plan is going down. No way do they get away with this, Tim. They've turned it on its head! That is phenomenal play from Shopify. Losing 2 players early on, it all looked lost, but they have recovered so well there. Just when it looked a bit of a moment of panic, they managed to get rid of Stompin, and he was the key man inside the storage itself and managed to make a beautiful play work out. Well played by the North Americans.
Absolute daylight robbery. That's the only way of putting it. It was brilliant stuff from them. They deserve the round. G2, they're going to be kicking themselves. They're going to be asking questions because they should be 3-0. And that's the reality. And it's, if you remember, coming in and I said, our Shopify Rebellion just having one of those slow starts that we see from teams where they wake up around 3 or 4 and start really getting into it.
All right, listen, for basement, just make sure we're counting it down and we're all going together, okay? They're doing the extended again. We can keep looking at poking site. If we can pull them off, I think we have a gap to just walk in double there because they left storage to try to help kitchen. On command, remember, we can ace open. As long as we still have the ace, we can ace open the command wall. We can go to fish. If you notice, Almau was not playing smoke. It's Warden, so it should be even harder for him to take that, right? The Ying's probably playing there. The Ying's not as strong for that, but I think we can rotate to fish. Just make sure we have the IT, the command wall, and then pinching fish. Okay, for that storage round right there, we had everything we need. We overextended. Make sure we're 3-2-1ing, nomad that off, and just go stomping. That guy's hiding inside. He's scared to fucking death. Okay, let's go. Come on.
Through that, dude. Let's go. 3v5 and we still won it. So make sure we're just taking our time.
I'm sure at the closing comment at the end there, to be fair. 3v5 and we still won it. It shows that any round is winnable when it looks like all could be lost. And again, I'll really give it down to these 3 boys here, Spoit, Canadian and Surf. They played this out spectacularly well. Surf being the main man for me, gets that first kill upstairs, immediately in because they know where Stompin is and secures the second. And that's enough for Canadian to start getting the plan down, trust his team to see things over the line. Spoit 2 kills in the close. Very, very wonderful stuff. Now, let's see if they can adapt across these next 3 rounds and keep this going because it is only 1 round out of the 3, Tim. They've got to get a couple more here if they want to have a good second half.
Really, really impressed with Surf in that round. Keep an eye on him for the remainder of this. I'm sure there's going to be more big contributions coming from his direction. Yeah, absolutely great stuff. Just seeing that opportunity, and sometimes that's what this game is all about. Opportunity spotting and having the nerve to see it through, to go get that space opened up for your team. So G2, I think, you know, despite having lost the 3v5, I think they will still be happy with how the match has started. I think they've been very dominant still over those first couple of rounds. They've got themselves the 2-1. They can continue that through, take the advantage on the defense. However, we've now got that additional ban has come in. Azami is gone. Shopify Rebellion have had their tack timeout. This could be a real changing of the winds.
Well, we'll see. Let's get into it then. Second quarter is underway. Nice and quick on this top floor to try and push in. Stomping the one, stepping out, hoping to find someone with the Bosch, but getting absolutely nothing. He's got damage down. Rex and his low HP from it, but these days, that Bosch at range ain't quite the demon it once was. It has to be a headshot, or the enemy player does walk away still on their feet.
Canadian's taken quite a bit of damage along the way. He needs to be careful on the blitz because they're going to be using him for this roam clear to gain space, but he does have diffuser in hand as well, so much so that he has just backed off a little bit there. His Canadian doesn't want to be giving his life away on the blitz, but the good thing that Shopify Rebellion have done is they've managed to get that top floor clear. So that's step 1 tick. You can now start moving through. You can deploy the boogie drone. You can start putting that pressure. Doki taken out by Spoit. 5 versus 4. Good entry for the North Americans.
Of course, keep the eye on the fact we've got a Pulse and a Valkyrie on side for G2. That does mean there is a lot of information to play behind here. And for Shopify Rebellion to get that starting point onto Doki, wonderful stuff. But there's still going to be 2 or 3 other players you've got to chase through the map. Only 1 player on G2 is downstairs, but Ambi snaps onto Alamau's noggin, takes him offline, traded out by Loira. Can G2 even us up at 3 apiece?
Loira knows that there's one on the window, needs to be careful. Strafing across. Wrexham manages to find Stomp, and Loira does pick up his man though, taking Spike down, and just like the rest of this game, it bounces back and forth, and a team seems like they're going to get themselves into an advantageous position, but then the other fights back. G2 keep it locked down to 2 versus 3. Rex and Canadian both low health, no utility in the hands of Blaz and Loira, but there could still be those Vulcan canisters available. However, it's Surf, it's that man again. He steps in and takes the fight, hits Loira on the swing, brings it to a 3v1. It's all up to Blaz, but He's been one of the most clutch players for G2 over the last 6 months, Des. If anyone can do it, surely it's him.
But you've got a blitz to contend with. You've still got utility raining on through. This is looking really ugly here. This time, full white flash and Surf is in there for the close. If they can win a 3v5, Tim, there's no reason they should be losing a 3v2. Good stuff by Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, exactly. They've really woken up. As I said, round 3, round 4 has been theirs. We find ourselves now 2-2, and this match just became anybody's for the first 2 rounds. If you'd have just stopped the game right there, you'd have said G2 were just absolutely running away with it. But Shopify Rebellion have said, no, it's our time to join the party. And they've got themselves involved. So G2, they're going to move on now. Round 5, back up to the top floor.
All right, well, this is where things start to get interesting because G2 were the ones that have thought, I mean, as we saw, they came out swinging. It was Doki for those first 2 rounds, back-to-back 3Ks, a 1v1 being won out in the first. I kind of held off saying it at the time, but it's always been my longest standing criticism of G2 is they rely on these big hero moments from individuals. And it's great that you've got that in your locker, but when a player can't step up and get a 3K and win the round for your team, do you have really solid strategical fundamentals that you can fall back on? At least here, it feels like Shopify are absolutely the team that are commanding things. When they have a bit of room on attack and they're not being disrupted by Doki, they look really hard to stop. And I do worry for G2 that if we carry on with how things have gone these last 2 rounds, you're looking at a 4-2 attacking half for Shopify, and that is the stuff of dreams.
I love the Denari setup that we were just seeing there from the top down. It just takes 3 of those trip connectors, and you've effectively got, thank you very much, you've got a real nice sort of block in place for electrical window, for the push into connector. You've got a Banshee also in play there as well, so that screams G2 are expecting a lot of pressure coming from that connector side. They would be right, because Canadian has already started opening up that wall. Yes, that can be dealt with a nade or similar, but Shopify Rebellion, they're going to have to take the time to recognize it and to get in there and deal with it.
Yeah, they're going to have to commit something to it because there are no nades on side. There's nothing really that can get rid of it at range for them. Unless, of course, Ambi gets in and hacks out the one, it will disable both then, that are in a good spot. So lots of potential still to just choose with that nice and easy. It's more of a minor blip for them than it is a round-ending disaster, so they won't worry about it all that much. And same as you've seen across the last couple of rounds, I expect him, they aren't going to find themselves inside the building for a good 90 seconds or so. Lots of droning, lots of softening up of the site to do first. Then they can start thinking about what an execute looks like.
Yeah, Ambi has moved over to that connector side now, but the problem that he might encounter is that Stompen's just playing in and around, and as I say that, he does dip away, so there could be an opportunity now to be moving in and getting a little bit of pressure active inside of connector. But as you said, quite rightly, 1 minute and 30 into the round, we still haven't seen any progress into the interior of the map from Shopify Rebellion. They've done this once or twice before, and they've been successful still. They've got their job done. Are they able to do it here in round 5?
Maxim playing this spot pretty much throughout the entirety of this half, by the way. It's always been his main focus, is get in, get some nomad airdrops down inside a catwalk, stop players retaking that ground from them, and then press on from there. Hasn't lost his life a lot of the time when trying to do so. Yes, he's only 3-3, but has been consistently getting in there and getting that utility down for his team to give them this kind of control now where Swoit can step up and start getting his hard breach charge down. That puts pressure inside his sight, and he gets the kill onto Doki to start it off. Brilliant start.
They've kind of just foregone the connector angle now. It's all coming from the Aqua side, from that warehouse catwalk. That is where the pressure. Surf has moved into IT as well. They've got Canadian on a backstab with the Ying. He needs to make his move soon. 35 seconds left. Loira picks up Spoit. That puts Diffuser down on the ground. 4 versus 4, but it feels like G2 are real backs to the wall trying to hold on here, and we've still got Canadian on the Ying to make the move. Is he going to be the difference maker? Yes, he is. Goes in and gets the kill onto Blaz. Rexton, Ambi, one apiece. 19 seconds left to go, and it's all up to Alamau. 1v4. He can do nothing. Shopify Rebellion, 3 rounds in a row.
And again, strategically, they look absolutely fantastic. Even down to Ambi swing at the bottom of Fish, it was time with Canadian stepping in at the top of Fish and getting the first kill. G2 just, again, overwhelmed there, not quite sure what was going on, and Shopify have knocked them for 6. That's 3 rounds in a row, like you say, Tim. Rebellion may well be the uprising here. G2 It's not going to be pretty if they get on the attack and have a 4-round deficit to claw back.
A lot of what we see there as well, taken from what we heard Super saying in that attack timeout. You know, think about the pinch from Fish. Get into IT, take that control. Alamo's on the ward and he'll struggle to hold that back because he doesn't have the smoke. You know, many of those things just showing how the interior workings of those teams go and how the coaches can really impact the play during those tactical timeouts. So 3-2, we find ourselves now. Shopify Rebellion, they've found the answers. G2 are just being found a little bit lacking over those last few rounds. They're going to try. They need to get this, I think. I think a 3-3 is now the minimum. To say they start at 2-0, to go down 4-2 and have Shopify Rebellion move on to the defense. I used the word catastrophic earlier and said we were nearly getting there. Shopify Rebellion have turned that right around, and I'm going to have to throw it towards G2 at this point.
On controller storage, we're going to step into. Last time around, it was the opening 2 kills for G2. They started out strong in the round, only for the Rebellion to come crushing down on them with that beautiful 3-man play coming up from Spoik, Canadian, and Surf. Loira being sent pretty low here as well, was trying his luck on trying to get a kill onto 1 or 2 players, but does not walk away with it. Instead leaves with a few scars to show off where he's been for the starting parts of these rounds. But I don't blame him, because I think for G2 they do need to disrupt Shopify Rebellion early. It's one thing I've always said about these very strategy-heavy teams that are all about team-focused executes. You've got to trip them up early. You can't let them have all 5 players ready to go in and execute, because they're probably going to bowl you over. And Team Falcons are a team that I think of when I say that. Unless you stop them early, which is very, very hard to do, it's why they've been in so many grand finals over the last 12 months. It's just not an easy task. So I'm feeling for G2. You're trying to make something happen. You're struggling to. The Shopify Rebellion are just growing in confidence as the game wears on.
Dorkit and Blaz still up on this top floor at the minute and just looking to hold on. Twitch drone has been raining through. We've seen a lot of work being done by Canadian on the Twitch. He's really feeding intel into his team, clearing a utility, getting some real value out of these drones. Just sees the Valkyrie on the cams as well. So Lyra needs to be aware, needs to be cautious. It's quite deep inside of the site, so shouldn't be a huge issue.
Shouldn't. But again, it's just how the time wears down, and the more ground that Shopify Rebellion take control of, the riskier it starts looking. They've got this IT floor opened up now. They've got the vertical down. Now, Stompin isn't playing in the same spot that he was before. If you remember, he was tucked right into the corner of storage with a direct line towards the window. He was there to stop any dumps of utility coming in. But now the verticals have been gained early, and Shopify Rebellion have a player that can sit and play in this spot. In Ambi, he can't afford to stay inside the site, so that ward and gadget is almost taken offline for a while here, and that opens up Canadian to step right inside. Plant is going on down. G2 have got to stop him though, Tim.
There's nothing that they can do about it, realistically. Nitro goes out, it's not going to catch its target, and now as G2 try to make moves, it's too late. Surf manages to pick up Alamo. Blaz does find one for himself, but it was the very low health Rexton, and with only about 23 seconds left to close out these final kills they need and get onto the diffuser, it's not looking likely. We see one go down in either direction. Dorky keeps tickling that diffuser, but I don't think he's going to get the space that he needs. 2 versus 3, and Canadian just holding this, but they're going to go for the long arm. Dorky might be able to hold on to this. You gotta move, Troy! You gotta move!
Oh, when he moves and gets his man into a 1 versus 2 for a second with just a few left, but the time is gone, Tim. They haven't got the time to stop it. Troy's done what he needed to, even gets himself an exit frag. What a half that has been for Shopify Rebellion.
Well, I'm going to say I would love to see, I can't wait to see, because I'm sure we will, how long was left on that timer for Dorky, because that was close run with Canadian going in through that window. I wasn't sure he was going to make it in time. He judged it well in that he didn't try to get the angle. He just threw himself in through the window and shot left. It was like he knew that he didn't have a choice. He knew that time was tight. So in he goes, and I'll deal with the rest later. And it's good judgment. It shows the experience of the man. The fact that he's already looking at that clock. It doesn't matter if I go in here and I'm the last person and I die, because they can't do anything about it so long as I stop him being on that diffuser. So really well judged from Canadian, albeit very, very close.
One of those now. I'll see the replay in a second, I'm sure, as we get down towards it to see exactly how that concluded. Either way, it looked pretty messy. Look at that. That is actually ludicrous.
I don't know.
That's actually ludicrous.
We're talking points of a second.
You can't even see the bar anymore.
That's
wow.
Points of a second. Yes, wow. but I also think Canadian got a little bit of luck on his side there as well.
Well, he was being pre-fired as well. Like, he didn't really have a chance to get towards that window without taking some damage, but somehow, like Neo from the Matrix steps through all the bullets and manages to get inside and stop Doki. Wonderful stuff, and you may even ask for G2, where was the player covering the window itself? I imagine trying to rotate round to it as quickly as he could. Just not much more to be said than that, I'm afraid. Still now a 2-round deficit. The G2 need to claw back, so we've got to see their attack start out strong. Shopify Rebellion probably feeling very comfortable with themselves right now.
Yeah, I would imagine so. 4-2 after going 2-0 down, but the manner of the 2-0 as well. G2 were just so confidently in control to begin with. Shopify Rebellion have just dug deep and really thrown themselves back into this. Really, really impressive stuff from the North American side. And, you know, I spoke when we were chatting to the analysts beforehand, and I said Shopify Rebellion are one of these teams that always promise so much on the way into tournaments. They look at the roster and you think, yeah, this is a roster that can win stuff. And that performance over the last 4 rounds, though, I'm not putting them down as winning the whole thing because of that, but it's that sort of resilience and that sort of ability and how organised they've been, how well they've worked together as a team. You know, the quiet performance of Surf finds himself 7 and 3. That's not ideal. You know, and then you've got G2, you know, nading themselves.
Okay.
Some serious drywall.
It's a minor step back. A minor step back. You can't be serious! I get it like happening once in a round, but twice?
I feel like even Canadians are kind of almost like IGL him. He's like, guys, what are we doing? Come on.
So, Tim, they had to have a real good start to the second half if they wanted to be able to recover it, I said. I mean, they've done really well on the entertainment factor, I'll give them that, but it's certainly not going to win you any rounds, I'm afraid, boys. Blast and Stomping could do the very best, but you are against 5. One of them being a clash, another being a smoke. Still lots to keep you at bay, I'm afraid. So it's going to be 5-2 Shopify Rebellion. G2 just making things a little bit harder for themselves, I'm afraid.
2v5. Who's to say that they don't win it? I mean, I will. They're up against the clash as well. Certainly not going to be ideal. Just holding them at bay for the time being. They do manage to get that connector wall open, so can put a little bit of direct pressure onto site, I guess. See, you know, what they can get from the angles there with Sin Stomp and certainly achieve wilder things through stage 1 and 2. But it's really going to take something special here. Rotates himself round to have a look through IT. Blaz will continue pushing from connector. 45 seconds left to go at this point. I think they're just hoping that somebody from Shopify Rebellion maybe just, you know, gives them a little bit of a freebie, gives them something to work on. But I can tell you now, hands are off keyboards and they are just sitting waiting.
Pretty chilling at this point, Tim. Pretty chilling. 30 seconds to play out. Stomping on his belly like a snake, hoping to catch someone. Does indeed get rid of Rexton, but there is a response from the other side. It's a poor 1v4 for Blaz here. Traumatized, or at least being terrored by Canadian on the clash. One more up nice and close. Ready with the shotgun, but it's all too easy for Surf, who gets his own shotgun kill. And what was a bit of a gift of a round, surely is secured by Shopify Rebellion. Now a 3-round gap over G2.
I mean, you know, we've done a lot of talking about Stomping as a young player, new to SI. Surf is only at his 2nd SI here, and he's having a phenomenal start to it. Really, really impressive so far. Quietly going about his business.
Now, but like,
8 and 3.
That's finished now, okay? Like every time, I even say, you just a point, But now it's just not a point, okay, guys? They already have 5, and then like let's keep that thing that you have in mind. Like they already have the 5. Let's go for the coming back here. So like let's be very proactive. Like how are we gonna do things? Like now the probably go basement. Let's home clear. If they go storage, say who gonna shoot the C4 for Blaz, okay? Like if there's C4, Lora could also go below. Like remember our fundamentals. Why we spoke about everything, okay, guys? Let's put our shit together and let's be proactive and let's play together to shit. Like put our momentum down. Like play fast, like our DNA. Okay, like let's try the plays now, okay?
Let's go, guys.
Let's go. Confidence, guys. Confidence. Let's
fucking go, guys.
We are better than them. Let's go.
Yeah. That don't keep let me hanging.
I've missed the Romario timeouts because it makes me think that someone's coming from a job with how fast he can talk. We have to be fast sometimes, but he is up there, that is for sure. What the boys have always said, you know, actually, no, we really respect what he says during those timeouts, and it's always useful. So who are we to judge? Maybe just this.
The pain of watching that, you can see that I think Alamar is trying to get up onto the roof, but I think unintentionally does the sprint across to the other, you know, where you can sprint like wall to wall. So he does the sprint across to the other wall instead of heading onto the roof. And you can see the minute where he knows I'm not getting onto the roof.
Just resigns himself.
And it's like, this is done.
Okay, we've got the silly out of our veins in the first round of G2's attack. Hopefully the second one looks a little bit better. Now things shape up from here is going to be an attack onto that first floor. It looks like control and storage. Now, we saw two very different rounds back in the first half, Shopify Rebellion, and I think showing that they had the capability in both to deal with it. Admittedly, one was pretty damn close. It came down to a matter of milliseconds at the end of the day. The prior one, they had to recover back and win a 3 versus 5. We'll see how G2 fare on doing the same, but you can expect to see some top floor control coming out, given Blaz has got to run towards that ram. Loira on the Capitao is most certainly one to keep an eye on.
Just the ping coming out here. I'm not too sure what the concern is immediately. There's no denial available for the side. They just want Stomping to open up that Mav line underneath. Just make sure that there's, you know, nothing going to prevent anything going on there, but there's no denial available on the side of Shopify Rebellion, so not much that they could have done. IT wall is open. Little messy. It's going to take a few extra pellets. They can.
I think they got away with one.
I think they'll still have a walkable breach in there, but it means that all of the pellets are gone as well.
It's a lot to commit, but if that's the only real use case you've got, then fair enough. If that's the only wall they feel they need to open, it requires both hard breaches to do it. More power to you. Having the frags and Stompin's back pocket, of course, Maverick now also having those available, I think is quite a big gain at the same time too. Definitely gives you a bit of a free spot that you can play around with more in terms of your lineups when you have the Maverick on side, which means they feel pretty comfortable in what they've got. Doki taking up that Wrexham position. Worth stressing, Doki hasn't found a kill outside of those first 2 rounds, by the way. Team is on a bit of a drought here. 6 rounds, no kills. Not been good.
That's it. He started out with some serious momentum. Alamo is whoever that's going to pick up that entry onto Wrexham. That's the Legion gone, so some goo mines will go with him as well. Bit of a loss for Shopify Rebellion. We can just hear the Nomad of Doki being deployed with those air jabs just to prevent any work being done on the flank by Shopify Rebellion, as G2 are very much getting aggressive towards site here. They've got exactly what they need in terms of map control and can start to really pressure the North Americans.
Right idea, just a few pixels off, unfortunately, for Alamo. If he held this a little bit longer, he might be able to get away with it too, but no. Player's going to step away here and not be too much of a risk anymore. You know, G2 have got this man advantage. They've got all this utility to play behind still, Tim. Really got no excuse to not find something here, but Stompin is inhaling that smoke for fun. Down to about 25 HP. He is the one with the diffuser. Got to be careful of this. Loira holding on towards the spot, sees his man, steps across now in towards site itself as Alamau secures his second in the round. Surely this is G2's round for the winning.
Yeah, you would have thought so now. However, we've thought that previously. Ambi manages to pick up Loira. Doki with his first since those first 2 rounds. Takes down Canadian. But Shopify Rebellion continue to fight back on the defense. 2 versus 2. The Surf manages to hit Doki. How many important kills is Surf going to come up with? Stompin manages to take him down, but 4 seconds they could maybe play. Beautiful. Put the diffuser. Blaz manages to put it down and get the kill onto Ambi. That's going to be a round for G2.
And would have had the, even if he managed to get the kill on towards site, there still would have been the vertical to contend with then as well. So good stuff by G2. Much better, much more composed. Definitely not blowing up teammates for half of the round. And keep themselves in the game. This is a very crucial round, though, going into it round 9. Me and Tim speak about this a lot. It's 5-3 right now to Shopify Rebellion. They win this next round. They've got a 3-round gap, and they're at map point. You may as well call it done and dusted right there. If G2 win it, we're back within 1 round of striking distance, and both teams are then not quite at match point, but are close enough that you can see either side getting there first. So, let's see how G2 face off on the attack onto the basement site.
Yeah, I think a real critical round coming up. You look at the fact that Shopify Rebellion are able to go down to that basement side. I think it really plays in their favour. It gives them a real opportunity here to get this one kind of, not over the line, but at least guarantee themselves overtime, guarantee themselves that couple of opportunities to get it closed out and done inside of regulation, which, given how the first couple of rounds went, would be a fantastic result for Shopify Rebellion. As I said, players like Canadian on there, so much experience. Anybody can turn around a deficit. If anybody can just wipe away a couple of rounds and think, you know what, no big deal. It is a team like this, and they are showing serious resilience. 5-3 is it now. Looking to close this one out.
Ambi jumping on to the Solus. Was very useful for seeing a lot of what's going on throughout the entire map. Shopify Rebellion, a team that have enjoyed using Pulse quite a bit historically. But in this round, Canadian, he's jumping over onto playing the Clash, as you sort of remarked on, is to slow things down, to be a frustration point for G2, who, if they haven't got the utility to chew through it, they will find themselves paying the price. So keep an eye on Ambi, as suggests early in the round, for running around, taking down those drones, maybe being a little bit of a nuisance out on the roam with players like Spoit, who are up on the top floor right now. They certainly don't want to give it all over to G2 for free, but do G2 want to go direct towards site here? At least in terms of movement, they've got some players gathered around. Loki maybe looking at an Exo push through. So things are being lined up for a bit of a clear, but it's certainly not a full top floor clear down, Tim.
No, I wouldn't expect so. We're going to take out the barricade and the barbed wire at the same time, and then they can continue on moving through. Ooh. Look at this, just having a little wander through sight here. Blaz has got himself right in there. They've no idea, Des. They've absolutely not a clue. Surf is there for the trade, putting himself up to 10-4 as he continues to fight hard for his team. More importantly, they've dropped the case inside a sight. Blaz going so far behind enemy lines with that in his hands. Big, big risk from G2.
That was definitely a guys. I'm in the middle of sight. That is a fresh comm, 100%. Very precarious spot when the rest of the team simply weren't ready to help him out at that time. They were still getting themselves inside the building to begin with. But if he managed to get away with the kill onto Clash and get a second, we could be having a very different conversation right now. Phone call coming out from the Dockerby of Loira. That's the last one available to them. Still 75 seconds yet to play with, but they've kind of got to work upwards here, which is what makes this awkward. Go and deal with those Romans that haven't been cleared off the top floor just yet. A flash coming out, and sure enough, there's a goo mine in his foot, so we can't chase at the same time. That's unfortunate. Rexton falls down, and G2 now with site control are going for the plant, but stop from above, Tim. This is the problem with these verticals.
And look at Ambi's movement. You can see he's just ready for any fight that comes his way. He knows that there's one up there with him. Just manages to find that plant again. Not going to be anything he can do about it this time, though. Loira is there on the cover. Plant successful. G2, they've woken up again, Des. They've won themselves a couple of rounds as Doki takes down Spoit. They get themselves back within one. Game on!
And 2 rounds on the bounce. It's worth stressing after losing 5 in a row to Shopify Rebellion. Could be having a different conversation about round 7 if it hadn't gone the way that it had, Tim. Yeah, certainly a chaotic start to the half, but now they're back in striking distance. It's 5-4 to Shopify Rebellion. And as I said, that last round was a crucial one for me in terms of how things stack up, because now you can definitely see a world where G2 win this next one, then it's anyone's guess who can close it out. And probably, more likely than not, we find ourselves going to overtime. Yeah, I'll say the word, Tim. Drop it in there nice and early.
Certainly looks like it's heading that way. Shopify Rebellion, you know, we've spoken about the experience on that side. Of course, we've spoken about players like Stompin on the side of G2, but let's not forget, you know, you've got players like Doki, 5 previous, this is his 5th SI, 4 previous. You've got Alamau on number 6. You know, they know what it's all about. Plenty of majors and everything under their belts as well, so just as much as Shopify Rebellion are capable of knuckling down and finding a comeback, as to our G2, and they have done exactly that. 4-5 now on the scoreboard. They seem to have had a little bit of a reset, and will continue fighting for this one. It's going to be top floor.
Yeah, one of the more direct-to-sight ones out of the bunch as well. You're not playing this kind of chasing shadows on the roam clear throughout the entire game, or as G2 very riskily did in the previous round, kind of ignored the top floor, had to then fight back up later on while the plant was going down to stop verticals being held. Certainly made for entertaining viewing, but wasn't quite so standard, whereas this site, as a remark back in the first half, it is pretty direct towards site. Now, as we've remarked quite a lot, Shopify Rebellion have been fantastic when it comes around to the strategical side of around the attack. They look very, very coordinated. G2 really unable to put up a fight. We're now sort of seeing the spin on that, where G2 are more just kind of catching Shopify Rebellion with surprising, and I wouldn't quite go far as saying like crazy attacks, because they're nothing too insane, but it's certainly not the kind of bread and butter standard that Shopify Rebellion are expecting in the game. So G2 are keeping them on their toes here, and it really is a case of how quickly can they adapt to what they see going on when they realize what it is G2 are trying to pull off.
Straight away, we have connector wall getting opened inside of 30 seconds. Good immediate aggression and progress from G2. Love to see that. The minute have Rexton kind of holding that position from behind the mirror window. That's something that they'll need to deal with. They've got the mirror window open inside of IT as well. That's now going to be extended with a few of those ex-Kairos pellets just to prevent an opportunity, or provide an opportunity rather, for G2 to do a bit of work. Again, so what are we doing? Messy breaching going on here. We see the ex-Kairos pellets. I don't even know what shape that is, Des.
I do. Can't remark on it either, Tim. But at least now the wall has been opened up and they can get their way through. Okay, very good. It's open, Tim. We're all good. It's all good.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. We're going to find out when someone tries to walk through it in a minute, I guess. Yeah.
What a mess, but they've still got Canadian to deal with on the Clash. He's going to be the focal point for me through the remainder of this round. Halfway through, not taking any damage yet. One of the fire arrows used from stomping on the Capitao, so they have to have a plan. They've got to understand how as a team they are going to deal with that shield. How are they going to create the opportunity there? There is one air jab remaining. There's no air jabs remaining, so that's not going to be an option to deal with the Clash now. Canadian keeping himself in the core of sight. I like how he's playing this. Nice and cautious because he knows it's going to be a serious sticking point for G2.
Well, this is where you'd hope something like the Capitao Fire or maybe a nade can be rolled in towards his feet and give him a little bit of support. Or, dare I say, for the most part, you can't, like, ignore him, like, you know that he's in the room, but he's not all that threatening as long as that shield is up in front of his face. It's the info it gives to the rest of his team that you have to worry about more than anything else. And this is where G2, if they can get a couple of kills at the very early start of things and get those entries on side, then you can start to ignore the Clash a little bit.
Ooh. They were just looking around that corner, but not quite far enough, or maybe avoided damage, who knows. Toxic Babe will go out and just back him up a little bit. Wrexham finds Doki. That's a big problem here. Like I said, Canadian still not dealt with. Wrexham with the second onto Blaz for the round. Air jab 3. I'm not sure exactly how that's worked out, but Alamai manages to pick up a double off the back. 15 seconds left to go, 2v2.
Absolute madness, and we'll talk about it afterwards because, yeah, final 10 seconds. G2 need to explode forwards here. Still one trap left in back pocket. Of course, won't have time to use it. Loira gets one. They've got to get rid of Rexton. Loira hits the headshot just in the nick of time, and G2 get it over the line. But to come back to that craziness on Catwalk, we had the Clash just dancing around, not really pressing out onto Catwalk. A player vaults in. What gets me is Wrexham puts an air jab on that rotate every single time they attack this site. A player has vaulted out, triggered it off, knocked down Troy in the Clash, knocked down the player vaulting out, and G2 have got 2 kills off the back of it. Absolute calamity.
Well, 3 rounds in a row for G2 then. They managed to get... One way or another, they get themselves 3 successive attacks. And close exactly. Let's not.
Yeah, jab, go. Look, both of them down.
Yeah,
and
both
Alabama's
down
like, thank you very much.
Okay. You know, a great finish from Loira there. Let's not overlook, you know, that brilliant play from the Demos. Gets the one. It's this one, though. Look how much time is left when this final kill comes in. Just under 5 seconds. Phenomenal stuff from him on the Demos to get in there and get the job done for his team. We're moving on to Kitchen. This is a big gamble for Shopify Rebellion.
By hook or by crook, G2 have got themselves to a spot where it's 5 apiece. And I bet in a way, Super kind of wishes that timeout was still available to his team. Because my God, do they need one right now. It is not looking pretty for them. As you say, trying a different site off towards Kitchen we go. Definitely the least played site on this map overall. But maybe thinking, well, if the standard sites ain't working, Tim, we'll try something a little bit different.
Straight away with that Blackbeard. Yeah, exactly that. The Blackbeard is going to be used by Stompin, I think, to just go in and try and take a little bit of space. Looks like he's going to be heading into storage.
All right.
And we're going to have the top floor. They're going to want to get control of that, no doubt. And they've got Blaz on the ram, so they can get that verticality from above. But always an important position is this one that we're looking at. On the Kitchen window, we've got a player inside of Kitchen. And just going to be trying to hold on to that area for Shopify Rebellion. It's very difficult to move players from there, so there's no verticals down onto that spot. They need to be able to do something about it. Blaz with a great start taking down Spite.
Make it look a bit too easy there. More Alamar applying the pressure on the Blitz to ensure he could be finished off. Yeah, you can still waste a lot of time, but the thing is, Tim, they've got full top floor control here. Inside about 60 seconds, G2 have moved incredibly quickly. They know what's going on. They know how to force these players back, and they've done just that. And as they showed in the previous round, there are ways and means of dealing with this clash, even if it is ignoring it as you get towards the back end of the round.
Going to have the clash of Canadian just holding up proceedings once again. Great team play there with Ambi managing to find the kill off the back of Canadian's intel, off that information, and you can see it's backing Loira up as well because he knows he can't challenge too deep onto this clash because as soon as he does, he'll get swung. Blaz manages to pick up Surf. Now finding us 4 versus 3. G2, they can still get this done. 1:05 left on the clock.
It's more Rexon inside of sight that's going to be a bother, and I think Ambi, who's kind of been backing up Canadian, who's lurking around lobby, of course, on that clash, being a little bit of a headache. They can remove one of the two, then it feels like this suddenly gets a hell of a lot easier, and it's why I was saying with the clash, yes, it's annoying, but you haven't got to be super threatened by it. It's more the players around the clash that are more of the issue. So you remove the majority of them, there's not all that much they can do to support the clash, and I like this. A back push approach coming in from Stomping now means that Ambi probably isn't quite so secure.
No, absolutely not. He needs to go in there and get the kill realistically, or force him into a position where he just cannot really influence the play. Alamai manages to take down Rexon, but it is Ambi who holds on for now. But he's got that shield bearing down on him. He gets forced away, as I suggested he might. 20 seconds left to go. G2 needs to think about how they're going to get this diffuser down. Ambi is doing a phenomenal job here of holding on the stairs, but it is too little as Alamai manages to find the kill. 4 rounds in a row for G2. They've woken up in a big way, fought themselves back onto match point.
An almost baited Canadian there. Had him step in towards Freezer to give some support in towards Ambi. There was a second G2 player off towards the west that was then challenging Ambi directly, and at the same time, Blaz coming into Kitchen was immediately onto Canadian. He can't point his shields both ways at the same time, and sure enough, he goes down as a result. G2 with a real good showing there of how you deal with what can be a very, very frustrating operator. It requires a lot of teamwork. They're at 6 and 5 now, Tim, and Shopify Rebellion. They're going to be kicking themselves because they were up 5 and 2 not all that long ago. You heard the death saying, G2 are a bit of an up and down team, Tim, but it turns out in the second half, the only thing they are is most certainly up.
Both teams have been a bit up and down, but within the one map. It's, you know, as we said, kind of what we expect from them over a tournament, over a season, over the entire year, but to see it right in action, round to round, is fair something. G2 then 6-5 now over Shopify Rebellion and attacking onto the top floor. Last time around, Shopify Rebellion actually looked pretty good up on this top floor until that moment where they kind of threw themselves out, offered up a double kill to Alamau and lost the round on the back of it. If they can, you know, just avoid that this time around. They haven't brought the clash this time, they brought the Tubarao instead. So let's see what the plan is to hold G2 at bay.
Not stepping into air jabs is definitely a good start.
Number one. That's got to be step one.
And I can't imagine without the clash on side they'll be so bold as to do that. Instead going for a real slow down comp here, trying to grind G2 to a stop with the Tubarao, the Smokes, the Fenrir, the Ella. Everything is just about turtling down and making this top floor a fortress. So really, again, challenge now comes on to G2. What are you going to do? How are you going to overcome this setup? But it would be just a classic showdown between these two for it to go 6-6 and demand overtime.
Much better breach this time, I will say. Much neater. We're going to see it just extended a little bit there as well. Ready to go. IT opened up. Don't know if we're going to have any further X-Kairos pellets put on there, but it gives at least as much access as is needed for G2. We've spoke throughout, as they did on the desk, about this weight of expectation for both of these two teams, and it's G2 at the minute who seem to have been able to shake it off the most and come in here and get the rounds that they need. But will they get the one and only that they need, which is here in round 12 to avoid that overtime? Shopify Rebellion, it's not their map pick, of course, so they'll be more than happy if they can stretch this one into overtime and keep fighting.
I can burn Spoit out here to play it right, but a C4 up and over. Ambi gets rid of Doki too. That's the air jabs down. Tim, it's the Nomad offline. Certainly zero complaints about that. It's a good start for Shopify Rebellion. Still 4 more players to find.
Absolutely, it just gives them, you know, a real position here. It gives them that spare player that they can maybe throw out for a flank, that they can maybe get that bit of extra aggression with. You know, Rexon's looking for a little bit of a challenge onto Lyra at Aqua, for example. He can maybe just give that a little bit more than he might now that they've got that extra player, but they're going to want to maintain that advantage for now. Smoke canister goes out and just prevents that push. Alamo is joining forces. Stompen is in control of Warehouse Catwalk. 50 seconds left to go. G2 have the positions, but they don't have the manpower advantage.
Don't just yet. Really going to have to pull something special off if they want to get this one done. Otherwise, we are indeed overtime abound. Spoit going low. Canadian taking off, but a couple of kills make it 3. Rain on through for Shopify Rebellion. That's the stuff that you want, Tim. Just at the very death, they managed to find around Alamau. I'm pretty sure not going to be able to do it against 4, Tim. Not inside 30 seconds. This can only go one way.
Yeah, I would have thought so. They know exactly where he's pushing from. Doesn't have time to rotate. Is going to spot one out with the Grim Bees, but Rexon knows better than to peek that. Doesn't need to at all, so he's just going to hold himself back The Fenrir's doing their job as well. The FNAT's just holding him back. And it's just going to be one little peek around at the end. It's Surf who takes it, finds his man, and we're going to overtime, Des.
Indeed, we are, Tim. Just how far does this run, though? Do we seal 15, or do we get it done in 2? It has been an attack-leaning map, 4-2 for both teams so far. G2 remain on the attack here in round 13, which means they get 2 goes at the attack. Shopify Rebellion will only get the 1, and we maintain the same bans that we have seen throughout the game so far. It looks like Shopify Rebellion are going to take us up to that top floor. And why wouldn't they, Tim? They've just won there. Why not do it again?
Exactly that, you know. Just keep that momentum. You can just kind of look for more of the same. They won it very convincingly as well. So they look to continue their effort to take G2's map away from them and to get the win here on Evan Labs. Now, interestingly, I mentioned the clash last time around, if you remember. Canadian had brought the Tubarão along. This time they're going to switch back to the clash again. I don't know. Maybe they feel like they can get more value out of the shield than they did out of the Zoto canisters. It did a job for them. It stopped them getting Deimos tracked, for example. It's one of the interactions you've got to remember. The Tubarão canister will keep you safe from that. But Shopify Rebellion, they're the ones who come into overtime with the momentum, having won the last round.
Does make me a little nervous that G2 have seen this setup before, though. Like, these are the exact same 5 operators that we've had. And of course, you can change small things inside the round itself. What are you pointing at, Tim?
Loira on the book. That's going to be the big change here. Get Loira in underneath. Get him shooting out the floor from under the feet of the clash. Deal with the clash.
How about to drop away from the Deimos, I guess, in this case? Please stop talking. That was a long voice line. Honestly, not heard it go on that long before. I haven't heard that. Taking our jobs, Tim.
Doki then going to be immediately getting the drone on inside. Like I said, a big part of this round is going to be about getting Loira established underneath. There is, however, Surf just playing, I was going to say, he's kind of around the stairs. He's in position at the bottom of Aqua Stairs to kind of make a play if they need to onto that underneath, but I don't think there's really enough of a presence down there from Shopify Rebellion to prevent Loira getting in and doing the work that he wants with the skeleton key of the book, which, as I say, should be taking away those power positions, those positions of safety for the shield. It should be going in there, taking out server floor, for example, so Canadian can't play inside of there, taking out a bit of connector floor, taking out the floor inside of and around RT door so that Canadian cannot use those areas.
Desperate to try and move this player and hopefully collect a kill at the same time, just not quite being gifted it there. Ambi getting away from danger, back to the safe arms of his team. They're not going to fall, but as you say, that pressure's now going to start building from below. And I was looking at the Twitch drones, for example. You might look at that and think, well, that's their main answer to the mirror, and it certainly helps. But I think more you're looking towards the buck here. A lot can be done by Loira to open up that from below and shoot out the mirrors from down there. Alamau, the first to fall on the grim there. This ain't the stuff of dreams so far, Tim, as Rexton gets another. Really going for it, but not finding anything. Stomping, finding one back, a trade the other way. It's not looking good for G2.
Surf does ultimately pick up that kill onto Loira as well, so there'll be no more vertical work, and the book just hasn't really paid off. He got in, he was established, he was able to do his work and open up the floor, but they got nothing for it. They weren't able to force the Rebellion into those difficult positions. They weren't able to find the kills from underneath. Shopify just danced around the danger and have managed to create more of their own in reverse. 4 versus 1 now, stomping with case in hand on the Twitch, being watched all the time by the ever-present Canadian on the clash. And it is looking like it is going to be around to Shopify Rebellion. He manages to pick up 1. It would have to be an ace to clutch this out.
Nah, they don't let this happen, Tim. Not at this level do you let this kind of play come off. In which case, you probably look towards that next round. I think a KG2 will take a site they're confident they can win. Where my eyes turn to is going to be round 15 in that case. Shopify Rebellion can't step back to this site. They have to go elsewhere, and it's been a little shaky elsewhere with the number of surprises that G2 have thrown at them, so we'll see what happens when we get there. Spoit finally with the closeout. It is Shopify Rebellion up to map point, not match point. There is, of course, still 2 more potential maps to play, but it's certainly a good spot for the North Americans to be in, Tim. 2 rounds on the bounce.
Well, you've got to ask questions for G2 as well, because, of course, moving into the next map, it is Shopify Rebellion's pick, and it's Clubhouse. And that's a permaban of G2. G2 very rarely play Clubhouse, if ever. And so you just wonder, it's got through the ban. They haven't banned it themselves, so it's the age-old question, isn't it? Have G2 done some work on Clubhouse? Are they ready to go there? Or have they overplayed their hand?
find out. This is the problem, I think, when your strat book starts to run a little bit light and when the other side have just got questions that you haven't got answers to. It's when teams like G2 can start to fall apart, I think. You know, they've looked, as I said, very creative through the half. You compare the two. I think Shopify Rebellion look like the very kind of regal, well-dressed, planned out sort of go on this one. And then in steps their brother, G2, who are this little wild child, who've got some crazy ideas that seem to upset the status quo for a while. The Shopify Rebellion, it feels, are starting to get a grip back on this one and have G2 in a bit of a chokehold. So, let's see how things go here in round 14. It is Shopify Rebellion on the attack, as we've already said. We're in overtime, so the team swap sides here, and they will swap again after this round. So I do think G2 can get this done. It's round 15 that I'm a little bit nervous of for both sides.
Rex and Ambi and Surf feel like the real difference at the minute. You know, what a front line they are acting as. You've got 12, 12, and 13 kills across them, so that gives us 37 kills between the three of them. Great play on behalf of Shopify Rebellion, doing exactly what they need. 7-6 now, and an opportunity to close this out, and I'm sure that Shopify Rebellion will carry a lot of confidence forward if they're able to get this done here and now, but it's going to take a successful top floor attack in order to do it. If we have a look at how that has gone previously, it was 50-50. They attacked onto this site twice, lost one, won one, so it is the toss of a coin.
Really is. I've got to say, they do a much cleaner job of getting IT wall opened up, Tim. Yeah, G2 have enjoyed making what some might describe as art on that wall. Whereas Shopify Rebellion, the sort of no nonsense, get it opened up, let's get ourselves moving on forward, and have done so with various operators throughout the game. But here taking G2's tack and making use of the Hibana to step their way on forward. Rexen this time not on the Nomad, as you can see, is instead over on the Ace with those Salmas. They're not going to have any air jabs down, which might give G2 a little bit more freedom to move around. However, do G2 know there isn't a Nomad on the other side? That'll be their big question.
Uh-oh, it's that man again. Surf picks up 2, finds himself 15 and 8. Spot onto Blaz with a trade after he takes down Canadian 4 versus 2. Stomp and Doki, you feel like the hopes of this entire match might rest in their hands. Looking ahead towards Clubhouse, it is going to be difficult for G2. They really need something out of Nighthaven, you feel, unless they've got some serious game plan heading into that second map. But it's not looking likely at the minute that they're going to be able to turn this one over.
Well, again, just look at how composed Shopify Rebellion are being here. Like, cool, we've got a 4v2. Stop. On the drone, figure out the game plan from here, because there is no reason they should be losing a 4v2 like this. Spoit finds one. Rexen gets the close from the spot that he's been in all game long. Shopify Rebellion, after a pretty scary second half, they turn it back around, 3 rounds on the bounce, and take their map pick.
Again, it's just that experience coming to the fore, showing itself in the ability to lose a bunch of rounds and then dig deep and find the ones you need. A great finish from Shopify Rebellion, winning G2's map choice of Nighthaven Labs, and it just puts them in pole position in this matchup. Super impressed with both teams, to be fair, at many occasions. I think that was much more about teams winning rounds than it was about them losing them. Both teams have gone in there and had fantastic passages of play, but we got to look at Surf at the minute. What a map from him, 15 kills.
Well, that was the easy map to look at. The next two are going to be sheer chaos, so don't go anywhere. Back after a short break.
Some real class being shown by Shopify Rebellion as they take that first map here. It isn't even their map pick either. We have to talk about a round-defying or a game-defying moment, I guess, when we talk back about round 6, where Canadian got a massive clutch, which eventually helped them to push this game into overtime.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it was 2-3 at that moment in time. It looked like Doki was going to pull off the long arm, and Canadian got that job done just at the end. And I think it's first to me to address this, because I said right at the start, is like when you've got these teams with Canadian, you never expected him to be the one that puts up the numbers. In the end, I did think he did only go, what was it, 3-8, 3-9, something like that. But that kill there won his team the round. It ended up going to overtime. In effect, that kill there, you could argue, actually won his team the map. And it was a massive kill in the moment to make the play to kill the guy that was long arming it.
Yeah, whenever we're dealing with two world-class teams, it will come down to the fine margins, you know, and him reading that situation. I mean, Troy came past us and he kind of seen a preview of the clip we were going to play, and he's like, how is he sitting long arming that? How's that possible? He wasn't happy.
No, he definitely wasn't. I mean, it was a great moment, and we talk about Canadian often, and players in NA even mention him as the GOAT when it comes to IGLing. You called him the man of NA as well. He's showing it once again. One thing you did say about G2 as well is that you love talking about them, but you also can't trust them.
Hate watching this team. I do. Yeah, but you know the round. Everyone knows the round.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about it.
I want to see it again, though.
Get it up. Put us out of the misery.
Yeah.
What was this round?
Yeah.
What would G2 doing? I mean, I don't know. You always rely on G2 for a content round. G2 likes to play explosive. I'm going to try and say how G2 were planning this. Lover's trying to run in after the door gets blown up. Nades himself. You see it. LOL's coming out in chat. And then it looks like Carl's tried to rappel up, and in the end has rappelled onto the breach.
Just absolute cinema of this happening like right after.
And by the way, this was the round right after Canadians made that play. Like, there's a world where G2, in theory, are actually much, much closer, and in the end,
they're the only team who can do this. I always think as well, this isn't the first time they've done stuff like that. Remember the nade clip on Bank?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
It's always that. Why always them?
I don't know. I mean, they laugh at themselves, but yeah.
Team kills well. I love that. That's very clever. I like it. Well, yeah, I mean, we look at this. There's some, I guess, disappointment on the side of G2, but on the side of Shopify Rebellion, player we haven't even mentioned, going 15-8.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't really come up when we were talking about them in the pregame and saying about how they've got these star players, you know, they brought Spoit over, etc. But Surf going 15-8, and I think for me, he's one of the best players in the world, in my mind, at being in those cut-off positions, in terms of allowing the front line players on his team to create the space, and then he's there cutting the players off when the defenders are trying to get away. He's there picking up those kills, and he is so exceptionally good at it. Obviously went 15-8 inside of that game, but if you look at so many of the kills that he will have got, nobody's shooting back because he's in the right position and his teammates are applying the pressure, and he's just picking up freebie after freebie after freebie.
And a lot of the kills, he's outside, just on the breach, like standard stuff. And G2 are falling into that, which doesn't surprise me. G2, I think, came out the storm fighting. They wanted to try and just play kills and kills, and then they caught onto it.
Yeah, well, of course, now G2's map pick will be, G2's permaban, as we were talking about it, will
but it
be
is their map pick.
Yes, okay, but it is their map pick. So there's a lot of question marks around that. I think the big one is, can they show that this is something that they've learned a lot on to keep themselves in the matchup here and get these first points at the Six Invitational? The map is ready, though, so we'll send you back to our casters.
Thank you very much, and indeed, Clubhouse is our next map ready to go. And as you've heard the desk speak about, Tim, it is G2's permaban, so this was a bit of a surprise seeing it in the map veto.
So much that I thought it was the other way around. I thought Shopify Rebellion had chosen Clubhouse, but no.
We were all sat there saying,
I was like, huh?
Is this entered right?
Exactly.
The teams are reversed. And then we look back at the bands and we were like, oh, well, it has to be right. Yeah, wow.
Look, here we are. We're going to go for it, and they're ready to go right now. There's G2, Shopify Rebellion, map 2.
All right, here we go. Let's see if G2 can fight their way back in and take us, Tim, to Fortress. I'd love to see that as our closing map of the day. I think everyone's quite excited to see how top teams are going to fare off on it. But for now, Clubhouse stands between G2 and a chance for us all to see that. Shopify Rebellion, they take this map, they take the 2-0, they get 4 points. G2, they walk away empty-handed. So let's see what G2 have been cooking these last few months while this has been sat as their perma-ban. I was looking at the numbers, actually, and over the last year, G2 have banned this map away 44 times. It's been banned away against them twice. It's been picked against them, so only in best of threes twice. They've won one, which was a very narrow win over Gen G, and frankly got battered in their loss. So there isn't a whole lot to go on here unless you're looking back a good 6 months or so to see what they were playing then, and the game has changed a lot since then.
It's just fair to say, I think that, you know, G2 have taken a gamble with this one. They're certainly, you know, rolling the dice, and they will see how they come out. They're obviously placing a lot of confidence in that work they've done, in that preparation they've done to have themselves ready to be competitive on Clubhouse. It is one of those maps, we say it all the time and time again. If you're going to win tournaments, if you're going to win championships, you need to have a Clubhouse in the locker, because at some point you are likely to be going there. Even if it's you can avoid it all the way up to that best of 5 stretch, generally speaking, you're still going to end up there at some point. So G2, let's see what you got.
Bands worth touching on real quick, especially from the Shopify Rebellion side. You're seeing Mirror and his army bans all day, every day, but on the other side, it's a double hard breach ban. Now, I would expect to see that on a map like Labs or maybe on Bank, and obviously 2 very, very specific hard breaches on Bank. But here you've got the Thermite and the Ace being taken away. Would expect that we'll see a third one come through, probably the Habana, I'd say, when we get to the end of round 3, leaving just the Maverick on side, plus, of course, those hard breach gadgets. But it will somewhat constrict the lineups that G2 can bring along to attacks. When you've got to open up a couple of walls, you have to make sure you've got them, and that may well mean that one of their go-to operators is offline. But look at this tip, they're going in fast, and they've completely just deleted Rexon. Spoit's gone too. What is this? Are we watching WEIBO all over again?
It would appear that G2 have been doing some work on Clubhouse stairs. They were ready to roll. Straight in, got themselves a big double. Dorky does get taken down, so Shopify Rebellion managed to slow things down a little bit. Canadian picks up Lawyer on his way back to site, and Shopify Rebellion, one way or another, have actually found themselves in not too bad a position.
A 3-3. I actually say probably favours G2 here as well, because there are now a couple of key spots downstairs that you won't see out to see Shopify Rebellion covering, and G2 will very happily stat towards one side of the map, knowing they still had 2 minutes and 15 seconds left when it came out to this 3v3. They've got all the time in the world, and with this have also arguably bypassed this heavy roam setup coming out of Shopify Rebellion that was using the castle, that was having players upstairs on that top floor. It's really good stuff. So, lots of time to play with. We get a little bit of a mini skirmish, a brawl going on though for this 3v3.
As my friend would say, time to make a new door.
Alamo just looking down through that hatch, looking if he can apply any pressure through Morto. Needs to take out the Scorpos second shell so that Ambi isn't going to be teleporting up to strip and causing any problems for them on the flank. That is going to now leave Shopify Rebellion locked in, as you say, all 3 of them down in sight. The big thing G2 have got going for them here is time, because they got in and got those kills so quickly. They've now got 1:15 left on the clock. They don't need to rush anything. They can take their time. They can drone as they are. They can build a plan. They can wait for Shopify Rebellion to give them an opportunity as Ambi strays across that rotation hole there. Nearly loses his life.
A couple of Goyo canisters being popped there at the same time too. Still G2 softening up the site. Drones running on through, as you've seen, to help them try and catch out 1 or 2 players. But with Ambi escaping, they've got a nice little triangle going on here, Shopify Rebellion, where they should be able to hold off. And G2 are coming in from all sides. We've got Moto, Mainstairs and Blue. Here they go, Tim.
Canadian nearly gets found out there as they come around the corner, but what a play! What a play from Canadian! An important double. He was just moving in behind the bar. Blaz gets caught half a second late, so he can't find the shots. Canadian hits bottom main stairs, then turns around and finds the man chasing him in behind the bar. Brilliant stuff from Shopify Rebellion, and to say the way that that round started, that they were able to kind of put their foot against the wall and kick back against G2, really, really impressive stuff, and it makes me worried, as I know that G2 have picked this map, I know that they've got a plan, I know they've done the work, but Shopify Rebellion still come out with that first defensive round, and G2 have got work to do.
What I will say is that is one of our most defender-sided sites in the whole game, and the fact that it came down to a 3v3 with a good idea from G2, just a little bit lacking on the execution, I wouldn't get too stressed about it. What I do want to see is how the first 3 rounds go, because now we've played the downstairs, we're going up towards gym and bedroom, then I imagine across the cache and CC. How these next 2 rounds go will be very, very telling. If G2 only walk away with the 1, then I'm afraid to say it feels like the game plan of doing all this hard work to get Clubhouse to a good standard is going to be for absolutely nothing. Because if you're walking away with just 2 attacks on a map that you have kept behind closed doors, you've prepped and stratted and now choose to bring it out on the first day of SI, and you fall flat on the attack, I can't say your defense is going to be that much better because both teams have been really good at attacking in this series. We saw it back on Labs. Their defenses generally have left a little bit to be desired, I'd say.
Stomping very, very cautious about any early aggression that might come out of Shopify Rebellion from those upstairs windows. Doesn't want to be giving anything away. It's exactly what we would expect at this level. Doesn't mean to say that we always get it. G2 with Doki trying to work in through Garage. Does have the Soulless of Ambi ahead of him. Manages to see his heals. Manages to hit his heals. Does a little bit of chip damage. But Ambi does remain alive to fight another day.
That's the second round now where he's been in a quite a precarious spot and has had a couple of guns starting to close in on him. It was inside of Church last time around on the Scott Boss. I was like, what's the name again? On the Scott Boss here, of course, it's running around on the Soulless. But in both cases, he managed to evade and keep himself alive, and that is pretty key for his team to not go down a player in these all-man even advantage situations.
Alamo just moves his way across, takes a little pot shot through the soft wall. Nothing to be found as Cash Wall is opened up as well. And that is going to leave them now in a position of having to drop back here, Shopify Rebellion.
And this is okay, because they can play behind Canadian on this clash. We saw it an awful lot back on Labs, and almost saying we don't want to risk losing a couple of players here, because like I said, the clash itself isn't the main threat. It's the players that are playing with the clash that you have to worry about. He feeds information, he slows you down, you make noise when you're being zapped, your guns tossed everywhere while you're being electrocuted by God knows how many volts. It then becomes a little bit of a free kill for a teammate to step in and force out a 1 versus 1. So that's what they've got to be mindful of, is keeping these players alive along with Canadian, because that's when they can come out on top. So yes, there are 70 seconds left. G2 have got control of, at least on towards construction. They haven't got Jacuzzi opened up though, Tim, and this is where I start to worry for them.
Surf manages to find that opener, and again, Surf has been doing so well so far. Loira manages to pick up Spike from beneath with that Deimos. That gets G2 back into the round. Nade is going to drop down, not be successful in its location. Manages to find another man, but can't find the shots from underneath. 45 seconds left to go. G2 haven't dealt with that clash yet.
It's also Ambi that I'm a little bit concerned about at this point. He at least can watch on towards Jim. Surf carries on his reign of terror throughout the series, though. Gets rid of Loira downstairs. The vertical pressure has been removed. They've got 2 players now. 1 player on windows, even Blaz inside the side, but the clash is bearing down on him, feeds the info to Rexton. Doki not going to be able to recover this one, I'm afraid, Tim. And like I said, this is where I start to get a little bit nervous now as we step through these next couple of sites. Now just down to the 1 site. G2 could find themselves down 3-0, and that sets up for a very, very torrid second quarter.
Yeah, it does. I think the one thing that G2 have got to be looking towards at the minute, you know, when we look at map preference and when we look at map stats, Shopify Rebellion, Clubhouse isn't a big map for them either. More importantly is their attack win rate. Obviously, they're on the defense at the minute. They've got a 51.7% defensive win rate in the last, you know, recent past on Clubhouse. Attack win rate down at 31%, which means Shopify Rebellion need to be getting at least 4 rounds here. They are on course for it, but it's kind of par for the course at the minute. This is what they need as a minimum to be able to get through to overtime, really, with those attacking stats.
Yes, like I said earlier on as well, like I think both teams are better attacking than they are defending overall. I know the stats don't point to it. From what we saw back on Labs, that's absolutely the case. So I'm a little bit nervous about the second half if G2 find themselves losing here. Expect attack timeout, expect some kind of change coming into the second quarter. But it comes back to also what I spoke about on that first map. The first 2 rounds, Doki, 2 3Ks back-to-back, winning out a 1v1. Wonderful. What happens when there isn't a player on G2 going nuclear in a round? Because I've always felt that has been a big part of their primary game plan, is letting the star quality shine on through. When those stars are suppressed, what happens? Seeing it play out in this series already.
Initiate jammer.
Shopify Rebellion then with the same start here as G2 had back on Night Haven Labs, starting with a 2-0. And it's the question being now whether G2 can fight their way back in the same way that Shopify Rebellion were able to. Clash is this time being brought by Surf, and he's going to be playing out in the garage, so there's got to be a plan to get rid of him. There is no Capitao on side for G2, so they're going to have to play something else to clear out that garage catwalk.
For now, Shokoro getting themselves focused on towards getting the main breach opened up. Oh, look at this, though. 2 players coming towards garage door here. One of them being Surf running around on the clash, trying to cause a little bit of threat. You have got Doki who's dancing on this door himself, though, on the Blackbeard, making sure they can't get too cheeky. But for a second, I was like, hang on, are they really trying to go for this? And I think very quickly chased off by Doki in the right way.
Just going to be holding that angle. They know exactly where he is. They've got him pinged out up on the catwalk, but I doubt there's any way he's going to be showing his head to anybody up there.
Nope.
Rexon's just going to be keeping himself down below the parapet now, given that he's low health. He does have support from Ambi beneath, though. That's going to be the important one. I'm not sure how aware of that G2 are. This movement now should force Ambi back a little bit deeper, maybe towards Lounge.
Just got to make him move the tiniest bit. We've got nades, of course, in Doki's back pocket, but he needs to be in the right spot. Similar story, though, for Loira and Blaz, who can get underneath him, assuming, of course, we can deal with the ADSs and the magnets and Surf. Manages to get rid of one. He's having an unbelievable game. And once again, Tim, 4-0 here across these first 3 rounds.
Yeah, great stuff from him and exactly what his team needs. Out goes the air jab. It's going to do the job as Rexon gets picked up by Doki before it is required. So that leaves us now 4 versus 4. 1:15 left on the clock. G2 can start the movement up Garage Catwalk, but I think they are just still a little bit concerned about Ambi's location and where he's gone. They must know that he's gone down into the basement now, but how do they deal with that problem? That's going to be the big question for G2 to solve.
Just try and massage him in a way and keep him away from you enough through the air jabs, through drones, for example. They've got tools with which to do that. Though it doesn't necessarily mean it's easy that he can't find a way through in the end. There is always a way through. So hitting the site might not be the end of the world here, Tim. That's what they're going to try and go for. One top red, you got the clash up nice and close as well. Of course, got Doki in close proximity at the same time. So really we've seen the two forces just smash together here inside of sight. Is it safe to plant? Not quite yet, because there's a C4 waiting with Canadian.
Stomping is going to go for... Oh, he looks to just back out of it, but will be taken down by Spoit. 3 versus 3 as Doki grabs the diffuser and goes to put it down. They are aware the plant's going down because of Canadian's position. He manages to find the kill onto Alamai, but can do nothing about the plant, which is secure. Doki manages to pick up the kill onto Serve. 2 versus 2. Now it is up to Canadian and Spoit.
Doki going for a bit of exploring here, just making himself into a bit of an odd spot. Rather than jumping back onto Catwalk, wants to go aggressive, stop the rotate, but they've pre-fired onto him, Tim. Beautiful stuff, and have found at least one. They know where the next is too. They've got pings onto him, Tim. This is so hard to fight, though. They've got to be absolutely perfect with this Maverick height. Canadian has got the cross, and he's also found the man, Spoit. A 3K in the round, and Tim, RG2 in free fall. It's starting to look that way.
Unreal play from Spoit there. Knew that the challenge was not on the door. He knew that the challenge was too difficult because he would have to play through that narrow Mav hole. Instead, he swings all the way out wide and takes the fight at a favourable angle for himself and wins it. G2, they've got to be asking themselves big questions here. I'm surprised we're not seeing a tactical timeout.
MVP of the round, bulletproof camera. The standard one that you always see inside the site, got the yellow ping down to the player outside.
Look,
it let them know that we've seen him step across.
We are
timeout.
Having a lot of problems with the clash. If they like it's taking a business like with the clash. Remember, like, don't need to panic. I just need to avoid like how's the clash is. Like maybe like we have them choose Zopical. Maybe you can do the dirty execute and play only for blue.
If they're playing clash, I can't, bro. They are
but that's what I'm saying. Like you need to see like where is the clash is playing. Okay, so like if you're playing shields, like and if the clash is not playing dirt, like you have the cross, like not hit the dirt, and then like if they have alright like inside dirt, like you have the cross like a kitchen, and then like we like play for the shields for church. Okay, see if you can play the shields. If you can't, you can't. Like just like and for the jeans, see also if you can do the direct. Okay, so like we like have more time to avoid the execute. Okay,
yeah,
let's go, guys.
Okay, go.
So the bold call coming in not to ban the clash. We've seen it across both maps have varying amounts of impact. I think it's pretty fair to say, Tim, but clearly they are starting to get frustrated by it here. They feel that they can play through it by running more shields. Time will remain on that side, we'll see.
This was the one. Absolutely brilliant.
They knew he was there because of the camera that saw him go through.
When I see kills like that, I just think, like you say, they're using the intel so well. They're just getting such a sense for everything that's going on. I think this is going to be really difficult for G2 to fight their way back in. If Shopify Rebellion are at the point of hitting shots like that, I don't know
what I love is Rexon jumped in all chat afterwards and was like, screw you, I know who you scrimmed to get that strap from. And this is obviously one thing worth mentioning is, of course, you know, no one's seen G2 play it in officials, but teams would have scrimmed G2 on this map as well. This is the thing, right, that I've had this idea, and teams are always playing each other, especially coming to international events like this. They'll be scrimming across groups and all sorts. And clearly Shopify have scrimmed the same opponent, seen them use that strat and gone, oh, I've seen someone use that one before. So there's a little bit of learning there to maybe to be had on where they get these things from. Spoit being sat down by Alamal for sure, who's running around on the Ying. Hell of a kill to get with the pistol. And it is going to be the Tuber out offline, so not going to be able to trick and slow things down as much as they would like. But still going to be a little bit of impediment to deal with things like the Kaid being on side. It's why we've now got the Thatcher coming along from Loira.
Yeah, Alamau leading from the front there. It's exactly the start that G2 needed inside of this round to make sure that they were getting themselves on that front foot. They're 3-0 down. They need rounds. Simple as that. I think they need at least 2 attacks. I think if it goes 5-1, Shopify Rebellion, it gives them that opportunity to overcome that 30% attacker win rate, because then 30% is enough. You're going to pick up the 2 rounds that you need. So I think definitely for G2, the fight back needs to start now, and they want to be getting at least 2, if not all 3 of the following rounds.
Enemy devices are dark.
Taking out the default cam there, at least for a moment. That's one he was looking for. Of course, you get to see these dots that indicate now in the Thatcher overlay what gadgets are in range that you would disable. Had the 2 earlier, went down to 1 in the spot that he moved to. And it is unfortunately only the default cam, which I don't think is going to do too much for them just yet.
Loading new mag!
Stompton just going to open up that kitchen door from Freezer. Look to move on in there and start doing a little bit of that vertical work maybe. It does have the destruction of the pistol, but needs to be cautious, of course. Reload. We've still got a Nitro downstairs in the hands of Canadian. Given any opportunity to deploy it and find a kill, you know that he certainly will do. 5 versus 4 still for G2. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. They need to start getting some work done on these hatchers. You can see them just spraying through there. Canadian looks for the Nitro throw. Does an awful lot of damage to Loira, who, fortunately for him, was up on the countertop and at least in some moderate level of safety.
Yeah, enough to keep him alive, otherwise he was toast 100%, and that would have been a way for Shopify Rebellion to even things back to 4 apiece. Laura's still charging around, yet to really see the gadget be put to the most effective use case they were looking for. I'd imagine disabling away one of those electro claws is going to be it, but they've dealt with that. It is offline and now managed to get kitchen hatch opened up.
Loira's going to head down to the bottom of main stairs. With how little health he had to move sharply then, and did so. Even one breath, I think, of that Toxic Babe canister would have taken him down. Doki manages to pick up the second onto Rexton, and a third. So manages to find the trade, but it looks like this one is going to G2, and indeed it will, as the final kills come in. That is their first round on the board, and honestly, it could not have been better timed for G2 to stop the rot.
It's about time they got themselves something going, wasn't it? Because it was going to go from bad to worse if they'd lost the 4th in the row off the back of attack timeout. Shopify Rebellion, now we get to go through those secondary 2 sites. Now, I mentioned that downstairs was one of our most defender-sided sites in the game. But they've lost that. I thought we might see them repeat that site, but no, they're sticking to the rotation. Gym bedroom in round 5, and you can only then imagine that means cash CC in round 6, unless they decide, you know what, basement does sound better. Let's get back down there again. This will be the big challenge too. The Clash is available in this round. It's of course being picked up. Canadian making use of it. You heard during the attack time from Alia, they feel they've got an answer to it, Tim, and it's not shields by the looks of it. They're changing away from those.
Okay, round 5, gym and bedroom. Shopify Rebellion still going to look to extend that lead. I think, again, this is an important round for them. They don't. If G2 get the second round here, it's 2 rounds in a row, and it's kind of the minimum that G2 need. They kind of hit their threshold then. Shopify Rebellion will be looking and thinking, we need at least 4. So what it does is it leads you into round 6. If you Shopify Rebellion and you lose this round, thinking that then that becomes the must-win round. If you've already got it locked down now, round 6 is your bonus round. It's your opportunity to get yourself a little bit of breathing space. So a big round for these 2 to fight over.
Absolutely. And go to the tertiary site like I mentioned, or repeat in the primary and see what happens. But now I imagine we'll see a different tap, because they left Jacuzzi Wall completely closed up last time around. The fact they've got Alamal, the Thatcher says to me they want to see it opened up this time around. They've relied very heavily on the windows to help them out, and losing Blast. Not a great start for them. A lot of gadgetry offline, as you can see at the top left corner of your screen, losing both hard breach charges and those micro EMPs. That's going to sting, because now all they can rely on is Doki to get walls opened up.
Surf is going to slow that process down as well, applying the Zoto canister to the wall. He's still playing on that elbow corner, so he's going to continue to do it as we see. More X-Karos pellets will be frozen out. It's not the end of the world for G2. They do have time at the minute. There's still 2 minutes left on the clock. They can have the utility from the Thatcher to keep taking out the Electroclaw, but this is all burning time, and helping Shopify Rebellion.
It is, but that's the last Soto that can come out now, so we should be able to crack on and get this wall opened up. Sure enough, all those X-Kairos light up on that wall. The breach will be opened. One for them to step through and one to give them a nice challenge in towards that long corridor itself. Now that's a bit unfortunate, losing out your drone as the Flores explodes on the wall in front of them. But they can start their march through the east side of the map here. They've got full control of it, G2. Once again, Shopify just pulling back and looking to play in behind the clash and use Canadian as that primary info spotter for them to help secure some free kills.
Ambi's going to be in a really important position. He's the one playing inside of construction, looking to prevent Stomp and being able to push forward and take any ground in there. Right now, Shopify Rebellion, there's not much they can do. They just kind of sat on their heels waiting for G2 to make the move. It's Loira who is on main stairs, ready to make that push forward, but they are at man disadvantage. Don't forget, 4 versus 5. They really cannot lose this first fight when the time comes.
Well, this is the thing here. He needs to be patient and wait for his team to be in position. You've still got Stomping working his way through. Doki's rotating over towards Logi. They need pressure inside of there before he can start his march on forward. And now that he's there, he can make his move. Has a track going down on towards Spoit. Walks on forward and gets rid of Ambi. Kaid offline, 4v4.
Loira with a big double. Those were the kills that they needed. Alamau finds one. It's 3 versus 1 and unlikely that Spoit can fight his way out. Does manage to find one, but with 20 seconds left to survive, Doki finds the kill. And that is going to be G2 taking themselves another round. That, I think, is a big round for G2 because, like I say, it now returns the pressure, puts it back onto Shopify Rebellion. They are the ones that need to get this round, to get that minimum that they were looking for. Otherwise, they go into their attacking half looking to have to do better than they would normally, statistically speaking, on the attack.
Doki's latest comment in the old chat: you're literally blessed that Clash exists, Troy. Said Croy with a slight typo, but as we've seen, they're making good use of the Clash to try and keep G2 at bay. This time around, a little bit too much going on from the G2 side, kind of overran them. Shopify Rebellion left kind of scrounging for a recovery there. They aren't going to go to cash DC, Tim. We are going to repeat the primary site downstairs. If they lose this round, you could not have looked at 2 different quarters in terms of how the game has played out, because after those first 3, it looked to me like Shopify Rebellion could really push on and have a rock-solid first half overall. Now, it's looking like there might be a 3-3, and I think G2 will love this if they can get their 3rd attack on the board.
Absolutely, it's a huge turnaround for G2 if they're able to do that, given that the start that they were facing last day, it's much like the reversal of what we saw on Nighthaven Labs, where G2 came out super strong, but then were reeled back in by Shopify Rebellion. So 3-2 on the scoreboard at the minute. Shopify Rebellion, final defense now. They're going to be taking us down to the basement. If we look how that's gone, it's been 50-50. They've won 1 and lost 1. Ambi, though, picks up an opener onto Doki. However, Loira in quickly again. We saw this from G2 in the first round, just getting on in, taking that grounding bar and making life difficult for Shopify Rebellion.
Breaching charges up.
A good start, but still is 4 versus 4 they're in. All things being equal, I spoke last time around about how I probably favoured G2 in the 3v3 here. In a 4v4, there's enough covering that you can do as the defenders, so I wouldn't feel too nervous as the Rebellion coming in here. The floor being opened up right above the head of Surf, who takes a bit of a lick and finally gets down and finished off by Stomping. Hanging around a bit too long out towards that Arsenal side, pays the price, and this is where they can hit go. But Ambi stops them yet again, the 2nd time in this round. We're back where we were before, Tim. It's a 3v3 on the downstairs site again.
Yeah, exactly like before, pretty much in terms of time as well. We've got 2 minutes left on the clock, so G2 with plenty of time to be able to work. I think they are aware of the player inside of stock at the minute, though. It's going to be Spoit. He's not going to win the fight as Stompin pre-fires him around the corner, just showing his ability. Been a little bit quiet overall today, but you just know that he's got those big moments in the locker, ready to go. Blazamao might pick up one apiece, and G2, they undo a lot of the damage that was done early on Clubhouse.
They look seriously cooked after 3 rounds, Tim, but have managed to pull it back to 3 apiece. Did not expect that. Now they go on the defensive side. Again, I'll come back to what I said at map start. I feel like on Labs we saw really good attacking performances from both teams. The defense is where things lacked a little bit. It was kind of dependent on what the attackers did and how well they were playing in the round that saw it over the line. I thought Shopify Rebellion were a lot more stable on their attacks of Labs, and I don't think Clubhouse is going to be all that different. So G2 need to find ways to trip them up in the early rounds.
Yeah, I think you know, after those first 3 rounds, you look at it and you've got to give the advantage to Shopify Rebellion. But like I said, and that's why I called that stat out, 30% attacking win rate leaves Shopify Rebellion seriously on the back foot now. We need to see something from them that they are not usually able to deliver. But saying that, we don't really know how good G2 are on the defense. You know, they could be terrible. They could be amazing. We'll find out over the next 6 rounds, of course. Seen the highlights from that first half. There's been a couple of players, you know, in the server that have been able to put up some decent numbers. I think Loira's certainly had some big moments. Doki as well. Surf, some key moments. You know, and Ambi definitely getting involved as well. This one is in the balance at the minute and absolutely anybody's.
It is. So let's get into it then, shall we? Bans are done. Site is locked in. It will shock you all that we are starting downstairs inside of Church and Arsenal. And nothing too crazy coming out from either side. You've seen the bans coming in as the Kite and the Mirror, for example. And for the side of G2, it looks to be that we've got the Mozzie coming along. We've got the Vigil out there on their own. But I think before that, Tim, unfortunately, we've got a little bit of a rehost to go through. So we'll hang on for a few minutes and then jump straight back in.
First one that we've had today.
It is, yeah, it is. It is.
For day one, that's pretty good going.
Because day one is normally when things go wrong. That's the time when things are a bit crazy. You find the odd bits of hardware, they're a bit off. There's a few like teething problems sometimes for teams, but we've done well today, actually.
We have, I think.
Very well.
Yeah, so that we've got to this point. We're in the match 4 of our day here on A-Stream. I think the other stream will very possibly finish.
It was long. It's
long done, is it? Yeah.
It's long done, yeah. It was a quick end over there. I believe they finished like basically as we were starting the first map.
Oh, right, okay.
Which tells you the whole story. Yeah.
I think it does.
It's pretty quick.
I think we've had some fantastic results as well today. Obviously, you know, I'm sure that the desk will do a rundown once we're finished here with this game. But I think what I like about it, there's been a few teams that we kind of expected to do well that have come out and impressed, and you think, okay, they're looking good. And then there's been a few teams that have maybe we've had those couple of upsets where you're looking, you know, we've got teams like Heretics who we didn't really know what to expect from, and they've come out with a win. You know, WEIBO, I thought they might get the win against NIP, but I think it might have surprised a few people along the way as well. So, you know, some of the groups maybe not looking exactly as people might have expected coming at the end, you know, coming out at the end of the day.
And not forgetting, of course, we've got 2 heavyweights that play tomorrow, and MAT, FaZe start jumping into the action. It's going to be really interesting because as we've got groups of 5, it's 4 groups of 5 teams. One team, unfortunately, is the odd one out and doesn't get to play on day one. They just get to sit and watch the action unfold to them and then jump in tomorrow like, right, we're really here to mess things up for a few people now and see how things build out. But it does also mean that one team has the day off on our final day of groups and kind of has to sit and watch as fate is out of their hands. They have no control anymore. They're just kind of left to see what happens with other teams to determine where they land, because finishing position in groups does matter. Only one team does get sent home, and that is the team that finishes in 5th place. They're done, they're eliminated, they're gone. 4th place, they go into the lower bracket immediately. 2nd and 3rd place go into round 1 of the upper bracket, and the top team in each group, well, they go straight to round 2 of the upper bracket. So they're very, very close already to tasting victory at SI. Just have to get a few more over the line. But what makes me a bit nervous about that, Tim, is once you're in that upper bracket and you get to have a good rest for a good 3, 4, 5 days, you're quite cold at that point, whereas the others that have had to battle their way through the lower bracket or have had more games to play, they're a little bit warmer. And we've seen at so many tournaments, teams drop maps because they're a little bit cold and have to warm into things. That one map can be what sends you home.
It certainly can. We've seen huge differences made by, as you say, just one map. I think in terms of the play here, though, and this one map that we are playing, we are just about ready to get back in, but we will make sure everything is good to go before we send you on over, as we always do. So we're not kind of going in and out and having to stop again. We'll just make sure everything is right. But we will be, when we get back into it, moving into the second half of things. If you just happen to be joining us at this very specific time, we've had the first half of map 2. Shopify Rebellion did win the first map of Nighthaven Labs, which was their choice. And then we're playing here on Clubhouse, which is G2's choice. And we are moving into round 7. It's 3-3. It is even Stevens at the minute. But you feel, given Shopify Rebellion's history and their attacking win rate here on Clubhouse, you've got to give a slight advantage to G2 here on this bit now.
I'm only trying to will an advantage to them because I really want us to go to that 3rd map.
You just want to see Fortress.
I really want to see Fortress. I love it when a new map comes into the pool because, of course, teams have been workshopping it, and it's kind of this race to the summit. It's the first team trying to establish themselves as, right, you have to ban Fortress against us because we're amazing at it. And then other teams are looking at that thinking, well, we've seen what you've done on day 1. We've got all these things we can counter prep against it. So now we're going to play you there, and it adds so much excitement to a tournament. So I love that it's brand new for SI. When the stakes are the highest, what a great time to introduce a new map. So I really do hope we get that third map.
Are we going to have a little match for the aggression that we saw out of G2 at the start of round 1?
No.
No, well,
that's not Shopify Rebellion.
That's just prep. That's fine. You never know. You never know. When they go down and they get excitable about a soft wall like that, it could be followed up. I don't know. We've got Canadian heading straight down there on the Blackbeard. Going to be supported by Spoit as well, I think. I mean, they've made enough noise now. They've made enough noise. I think G2
They've made it known they're coming in.
G2 should know that they're on the way down Dirt Tunnel.
I think it's not a terrible idea as well, because look how many players at G2 are off-site. There's only one player actually down in the basement. Everyone else is off there being a little bit busy right now, keeping themselves on first floor or up on the second, hoping to catch off onto a player of Shopify Rebellion, just lurking around upstairs too long, but they are giving them absolutely nothing. They're focused inside of Dirt. They've got the focus out towards storage. They're trying to go direct towards site base. They don't want to contest an awful lot. There's a nice run out there coming out from Stompin, who, as the vigil going down, is not the end of the world, but look at who he gets. It's the Dockerbee and it's Surf all in one.
Yeah, that's a tough loss there for Shopify Rebellion. Losing that ability to be able to make that universal phone call could hurt them later in the round. G2 have now got Doki back to site, but has traded out with Alamau, who's gone up to Kitchen. So Alamau playing a little bit aggressively there. Canadian managing to move forward, do some damage to Blaz and force him out of Dirt Tunnel. So Shopify Rebellion now in a position that they can take over that ground and start working forward.
That track not going to be all that much use, I'm afraid, to Ambi. It's a play on the other side of the downstairs here, but it's the two that are sat on this doorway. One going down as Spoit hits his second in the round. Pressure starting to mount for Shopify Rebellion as we get to that last 60. This 4v3 is looking pretty good for them. Only one more nade in back pocket to toss in, but I don't think they need it, Tim. Just go for the fun, go for the gunfights at this point. Even Canadian can try and get a plant down if he wants, but it's G2 that are scrambling. Alamau all alone against 4. C4 not going to find his man, and he's against the shield. This round's only going one way.
Yeah, exactly that. Canadian is going to put the diffuser down as well, if he has time, which he doesn't. Ambi manages to pick up the final kill onto Alamau. I like that from Shopify Rebellion. Spoit and Canadian working really well inside of Dirt Tunnel. There was nothing that G2 could do to hold them back, and then you saw that moment from Canadian. As soon as the kill comes in, he knows the space is there and he aggresses forward, working together brilliantly as a team. Exactly what Shopify Rebellion need. Managing to get themselves round 7. Every attack they get, as I say, when we look at that 30% attacker win rate, every one they get is a huge boost for them.
It is, and I think you've really seen the difference in playstyles once again. Erupted that last round, like G2, very explosive, very volatile back in the first half. Shopify Rebellion, very composed, because when you look at what they actually had control of, it was so narrow. You know, blue, they were pushing in from, and dirt. That was really all they concerned themselves with all round, and in most cases you say, wow, so G2 have got the entire map to play with? Yes, and they were doing just that, but Shopify Rebellion thought, well, we don't need to control a lot here to make our plan work, and then executed it beautifully, ended with nearly every single player on their team still standing, which goes to show there isn't only one approach to Siege that is right, but nothing else. Actually, the more slow and calculated approach to Shopify Rebellion is proving itself to be the better, given how this series is going.
Okay then, gym and bedroom will be the next location for G2, choosing to continue their rotation despite still having the best defensive rated site in the game available. They're going to move along. They'll look to go back there once they've had another banning opportunity, maybe take away the Blackbeard. Who knows? We will see. They've already got rid of the Monty, so it wouldn't surprise me too much to see that when round 4 comes around, but we'll have to wait until we get there.
You missed.
Exactly that. Surf will continue his work with the blowtorch, but Spoit straight up to that top floor to support as well, so he's not going to be taking too much of a challenge from inside of CCTV.
DMR and Hibana is just so gross, man. Which is a shame, because I love the Type 89 as well, but you just can't not have a DMR. It's had so much to a lineup. And Capital one as well, very much back in that age, and Fabric at the same time. That age where DMRs are everything, it feels, for a team.
Nitro out and in hand, just with the threat of possibly putting it over the top. As they try to push on in here. Shopify Rebellion not been able to take too much ground yet. Oira does kind of keep threatening that C4, but hasn't really felt that the time was right. Hasn't felt that they've moved on in. Will send it. It's a bad throw. He's going to hit the ceiling. It'll get taken out. Canadian continues to send utility in.
Stomping on the Clash here at top of red. Frag coming up through, gets his free BM. Does he live? Oh, the side to side for Canadian. Old beats new, and that can be enough. Still a lot of damage taken though by Spoit and Canadian in the process here. G2 definitely the healthier side. And let's not forget, Tim, this ain't even the site. This is just the extension. Canadian into another as Loira steps into his crosshair. 4 versus 3 for the North Americans.
Canadian and Spoit both super low health though. That is not going to help them as this one continues. And we've got Blaz just waiting at bottom of red stairs. The question is, are Shopify Rebellion aware of that? Or is he going to play spoiler when he manages to creep his way back up there? 45 seconds left to go. I think they might be aware because we've seen the push kind of slow down from them a little bit at the minute. They're taking the time to draw on Canadian, just wanting to build a picture before he makes a decision. But here comes Blaz. Are they aware? This could be an absolute free bit. Spoit taken down by Alamo. Canadian, I think he knows that he's there. He comes around the corner but doesn't want to take the fight because he's on such low health. Surf manages to get it done. 2 versus 2.
Well, this is the problem, right? In the little bit of chaos that's ensued there, that can be enough. Yes, G2 have lost players and it's into a 2v2, but there's only 15 seconds left. And when a team is forced to go because of the clock, no mistakes are forgiven anymore. G2 can just afford to sit and wait for them to come pushing in. There's fire burning out, Tim. I don't think they've got time here. G2 might hold on through the clock.
Yeah, I think they probably will do. 2 versus 1 as Doki manages to take down Canadian. Alamo doesn't need the clock, manages to find the final kill into Logi, and that is going to be round 4 G2. So that's 1 in either direction. Shopify Rebellion 1 on the attack, G2 1 on the defense. We found ourselves at 4-4, and this one continues to rumble on.
If you ever want evidence of why teams play extended holds, this round is an absolutely perfect example of it. Because I think what G2 have done is the sort of thing I was calling for back in on the previous map is if you can disrupt Shopify Rebellion early, you play this very calculated, composed style of Siege where they rely on players being in certain places at certain times, using certain bits of utility. If you can trip them up and remove a player or two before they get to that point, it's a good way to unsettle them. And that extended hold did just that. They left them with not enough time, nowhere enough players or utility to actually hit the site with itself. Really well played by G2. Now we go down to the basement. Shopify Rebellion probably going to mix up their game plan, Tim. I do not expect that we're going to see another blue and dirt hit because G2 will have seen it and know they're probably going to rotate out and do something else.
Yeah, I would have thought so. I would have thought so. They will mix it up, and we can see very different lineup being brought here. No shield this time being brought along for them to play behind. Oh, no, they will do, actually. They're going to switch it out. Canadian does go for the Blackbeard again, but as you say, I just can't see it being that same push looking to move down the tunnel. So keep an eye on Canadian and see just exactly where he moves in from. This time he's going to start over at the garage side. Maybe have a little look down oil pit and down the tunnel there, or maybe they're going to use it for a top floor clearance.
Yeah, very possibly. I mean, Doki was saying in all chat, again, of course, he's got something to say. He's like, oh, gun's too much for you, Troy. I don't think it was. He got 2 kills at the start of the previous round. They just couldn't convert as a team off the back of it. So, stick him on a shield or not, he'll still be able to find his way through. Positive in the game as well at 6 and 4. The whole team really pulling their weight here and making themselves heard. You might try and say the same about the side of G2. Alamo especially up to 8 and 4. Good to see him putting numbers on the board because he didn't have a great time back on Labs.
No, he didn't. Alamo is just going to... He's seen him holding that position a couple of times inside a kitchen, just looking to play off the corridor door there. He's going to keep a barricade it closed as well, but they don't necessarily need to give away their position here. They will actually take it down. I was going to say there is a bit of an angle underneath it. Maybe they could have used it instead. Right now, they know that they've got Alamo trapped inside a kitchen, but not much that they can do with that.
He's happy to just hold on there. I mean, we saw it in our series earlier on today when we had WEIBO versus NIP on this very map. A player inside a kitchen, they had the clash out in the corridor, and then a player downstairs in sight through an open hatch, contesting onto the window, and it made it a nightmare. But Alamo's gone for a jump out here, but Loira's there just a little bit too quick. The two of them coming together to ensure that Spoit gets thrown down, and now they can afford to lose a player if they really want to, because that's a great start, getting rid of those Selmas.
Just going to take the drop back to site as well, playing with the hatch open, of course.
If he'd hit that, I would have cried.
No, they've done a little bit of the attacking work for Shopify Rebellion, but it is, again, a measured play, knowing that they could hold on for a couple of minutes there and waste a lot of time in doing so. But I still don't think that Shopify Rebellion are in a terrible position here. They're 4 versus 5. They've got a minute left on the clock, which is plenty of time to attack this site. The problem, the big problem facing them is that all 5 of G2 are now back in sight and are dug in. They can just play to hold on.
All right, let's keep a close eye on Ambi, I guess. one of the key players of the round with those Candelas in back pocket. Crucial bits of utility to help you get map control in absence of a player. And Canadian, just letting Doki remind himself that those full chat comments don't necessarily hold true. Shuts down Doki at 4 versus 4. And surely G2 don't start giving this one away to him. We've got 30 seconds left. That's nowhere near enough time for Rebellion to pull out a well-calculated execute here. And this is why G2 are now sniffing around the backside, but they've given away 2 kills, Tim. Now it's man advantage to Shopify Rebellion.
15 seconds left to go. They're going to have to take the drop and take the gunfights. We can see Canadian doing exactly that. G2 might just give this one away. Nade goes in, forces the player away from Dirt. Blaz is taken down. Canadians on a tear this round. 3 kills, and he's sticking the diffuser down. Alamo, he's moving to do something, but can do nothing. Ambi has the answer. Shopify Rebellion, they take another attack. They are already on course to beat that historic attacking win rate that they have. They are looking to get G2 beat into.
G2 really giving that one up there. Like, I get what the game plan is. Disrupt the execute before it can happen. You know, down Troy, for example, take a shield offline, and you haven't really got any worries come the execute. But they were just throwing bodies at that one a bit too hard. And once Shopify Rebellion said, okay, go, they just completely overran G2 again. So it does look from our perspective, and of course from you as the viewers.
Listen, guys, I call timeout. I just want to take us a second to reset. We've stalled out a lot in the past 2 rounds. We need better prep information, so we're calling the right takes. Right there was a complete shit show. Great job recovering that. I think we should be running Nomad every single round. They're spamming the clash. Remember, on the gym over, we can do that clash under and block them from rotating back. Be ready for the power. I also think we should be using that ace to put soft pressure on the gym side so you can open up hot tub, because I think that was one of the reasons they were running at us. We didn't have the opposite pressure. Okay? You don't have to stay over there, but I think opening the wall. On this garage, I like they haven't seen the glass from us at all. They won't expect it. We haven't ran cheese on them really. So I think we do the glass cap Nomad. And guys, take our time, set this shit up. Remember, don't talk over each other. We're doing great. Come on.
Yeah. Heard that since they did ban the maps though, so if they do cash for that, we're gonna have to just take Raptor first and then reset.
You know what I really respect there from Super is that he stepped in at a time that his team has won 2 rounds back-to-back, that they've started to recover, and they have just had a great recovery in that round. But still knows, as good as we're doing, as much as we're getting rounds over the line, it's not what we want to see. There's more we can do here. And as we remarked on, G2 are loving trying to pull off these flank plays that look bad in the moment, but you can see what they're doing. If they get away with a couple of kills there and stop the execute from Shopify Rebellion, suddenly they look like geniuses. They're overrunning them, overwhelming the North Americans, and it looks good. So the Nomad call is great, and in case you haven't heard it before, he also said be careful of the power call. Power is what teams will often say to say, go, right, everyone go aggressive, show power essentially, right? And that's what G2 have been doing, is going aggressive, powering onto Shopify Rebellion. They just need to try and find a bit of composure around that, and they feel that maybe the Nomad and the glass attack they were speaking about could be the way through.
10 seconds remaining.
Adding some protection from grenades.
I'm a little bit concerned for G2 because this is a new map to them to be playing it. We said they banned it out 44 times themselves. It's not usual for them to play here. So yes, they're going to have defenses set, but do they have enough options for a glass being thrown at them? What if this happens? What if that happens? You know, they're going to have their setup, but what about when something doesn't fit that? We're gonna find out right now. How reactionary can they be on the defense? How well can they adapt? Because this may well be not something that they're prepared for.
As you heard Super say, let's bring out the cheese, that nice brand of Stilton they've got packing. Well, that's what the glass looks like for them in this round, along with, of course, Canadian on the Capital helps them get through Catwalk, but it's the smokes that I've got my eyes on. They've got a lot of them across the team, 6 in total, if you include the ones that are in Canadian's gun. So if they can exploit into a good spot here, this could get particularly explosive. There's no Warden on the other side. There are a couple of C4s, so they can do something. But they can keep it nice and simple if so desired. Just a reminder, of course, it is the cash CC site, and that's why the glass makes sense here.
Okay, drones will continue on through the map, which is playing directly into what Super said during that timeout. Let's do the prep work, let's get the intel, let's make sure that we're aware of what we're facing, and let's get ourselves set up for those pushes, for those executes. Exactly what Shopify Rebellion are doing, but it is not going to pay off for them this time. Doki manages to pick up Canadian straight into the chat as well, continuing those mind games, but how about that? They might not have been ready for the glass, but they've just found out that he's there. Spoit takes down Doki. 4 versus 4, and Shopify Rebellion, 1:30 left on the clock, still doable.
The only worry here is that 2 of their hard breach gadgets were in Canadian's back pocket, and they're not going to have a chance to use them. You've seen that we've got the Bandit inside the site, keeping those walls electrified for now. Rex can help with that, but they need to look at Surf here and say, well, you're the only one that can get this wall opened up for us. Without that, one, you can't really have Glaz sat where he is now, so they need to try and get him to open the main breach and then rotate over to enable the Glaz to be able to play inside a catwalk. There's a lot to do here is my main worry with such little utility.
Spike gets backed off quite a lot there, and the Tubarau's doing great work. It's essential that they keep Spike backed up here and don't let him get close to that window, because if he does, he's just going to take out the Zoto canisters, and it's going to make it very difficult. He thinks about using that last smoke that he's got. He wants to be able to challenge onto this window, but even a blind fire through it could do the job. So right now, Shopify Rebellion, they're caught in limbo, Des. They're just having to sit and wait. They've got no option here, Spike. They've just, you know, they understand that they're going to have to just give it the time, and he is now repositioned, ready to work from that breach.
Well, Candela's to go in deep. Both of the breaches are still like bolt holes over at crouch height, but this could be enough. They're going to overload as C4 comes over. In he steps, but gets shot on the cross. Alamau finding one, stomping another. Surf might have got Lyra in all the chaos, but this is a bit too risky. Rexon is in. It's all in the hands of Spoit. He's got to stop the cross. Rexon comes up and gets one, but now it is all down to Spoit. They of course see him, and that's the problem with these bulletproofs, Tim. They go ignored for so long, and there it has punished them.
There's a lot of utility to be dealt with by the Thatcher there, and as you say, quite rightly, that was the problem. The bulletproof was not prioritised, and it fed a lot of intel in at the end there, so they could make that challenge onto Spoit. You really do need an extra player in that situation. You need one in Garage to be able to hold down towards red stairs, and then you have the one on breach holding towards that CCTV door into cash. That is how you create the safe space there. Without the player on Garage catwalk, on that Garage window to be able to hold down towards red, it gave the G2 the possibility. You can see Alamau comes around, swings onto Spoit. That's exactly what they needed. With the player on window, with that third man available, you win that round. And Shopify Rebellion, they just lost too much too soon.
It's a bit of a kicker as well, because Rexon came off to try and win out that 2 versus 1 with Spoit, which they could then maybe have won the round, but I don't know if he just didn't realise, but there was no time left. He couldn't afford to come off the diffuser. And ultimately, that's what cost him the round. It wasn't even the closing kill that saw it over the line. 5 apiece, though, Tim. We're surely not having some crazy length series, are we? I mean, we've only seen 1 round missed so far back on map 1. This one looks like it's going towards OT. 3 maps of OT? Why not?
Why not?
Watch Fortress be a 7-0 and I'll have a meltdown. I'll be like, come on, guys. Save the best till last and then speedrun it. What was going on?
Well, we've got to get there yet, Des. G2 have got to hold on here and get themselves to that point. 5-5 on the scoreboard. We move into round 11. G2 going to be holding gym and bedroom. If we look at what has gone before, they have held on to this one the one time
very
they have tried it.
And very comfortably, because they wasted so much time, if you remember, on the extended hold. Going to be not so easy to have the extended hold now that Doki's gone down early. Sure enough, it's just Lyra that's out here at this point. No Clash on side to look to lock things down out there as we had before when Stomping was playing on it. And I do think you're going to see Shopify Rebellion at least with a better chance of an execute in this round rather than running out of time, as they were even just starting to sniff around construction.
Knowing that he needs to be careful heading up those stairs, Spike will cover himself and make sure he's not giving anything away. Lyra does get aggressive though onto that window and manages to find one onto Spike. And that is going to leave us now 4 versus 4, and G2 really making a move there. It felt like they needed something. They were a man down. They were looking to keep playing this extended hold, and Lyra is doing exactly that single-handedly. Zoto canister in the wall, keeping Spike from catwalk, and it has left Shopify Rebellion on the bit of the back foot here.
Well, both now opened up, and Lyra was immediately there like, I'll take a look out here. What's going on? What's going on? And sure enough, there is a player out there. Stomping, getting Canadian. Wonderful shot. And that suddenly starts to make things look pretty damn good for G2, because again, out on the extended hold, before we're even starting to talk or look at the sights in, 2 players on Shopify Rebellion are gone.
Gonna send in the Candela, but you just feel it's a little bit too late at this point. 3 versus 4. Lyra has dipped his way back away from red stairs and back into cash. He's gone even further into construction, so there's nothing really to be gained too much from that Candela. It gives at least Shopify Rebellion the knowledge that they can go in there safely, but they were able to anyway.
They've got 3 C4s, they've got 2 smokes in Alamau's back pocket, they've kept all the utility and full on back, saying we've got a man advantage here, we can just sit and play behind util every day of the week. They've only got 30 seconds to work with, Tim. They've still got to pop out the pipe that's on the construction door, that's now been taken out. this is looking very reminiscent of last time. Yes, they've got a little bit further forward, but they're still going to find themselves in the same troubles, I'm afraid.
Laz is just looking for the peek around the corner and decides a little bit better of it. Stomper manages to take the swing onto Surf though, and this really sets G2 up now. That's 1 kill done. Make it 2. Hang on a minute. Shopify Rebellion fighting their way back in. Ambi looking to go to the plant. Rexton sprays down Alamo. Leaves us now in a 2v1. Do they stick the plant? Yes, they do. Stomper fighting back. We know that he's got it in the locker. He takes a lot of damage. He's cut down by Ambi, and somehow, Shopify Rebellion snatch around from the jaws of defeat and put themselves onto match point.
Rexton and Ambi, massive play coming out from the boys there in what looked like a very lost situation. We remarked on the C4s, the 2 smokes in back pocket with 30 seconds on the clock. That one looked like it was lost. Everything had to be perfect, and perfect it was. 6-5 to the North Americans. One more round it, and they 2-0 G2 on day 1 of the Six Invitational.
Loira had a real game, a real round at the beginning of that as well. It's, you know, a difficult pill for G2 to swallow, I think, at the end there. 2 versus 4. And it's one of those rounds where you look and you say, if this goes south for G2 and Shopify Rebellion do take all those points away from them, it's rounds like that that you got to look back at and say, we were 4v2. We should have been winning that. And the answer is, they should have been.
It's the same as back on Labs. They were up 5v3 in one of those rounds and managed to see that one lost. It's happened a couple of times throughout the series. It's not good. But again, this just points back to that composure that we've seen from Shopify Rebellion throughout this series, and I'll sing it to the death. They are playing really, really good, structured, composed Siege. Composed, definitely the key word I think to put in there, because again, the coordination has been so on point. When they've been disrupted sometimes or slowed down in the early round, yes, they've struggled. But I like what I've seen from them so far, and it's definitely worth saying, like, as an organization, Shopify Rebellion, there's been a lot of, you know, success hoped for them with the kind of players they've got on this team, like Import, of course, and Spoy, Ambi, the absolute North American gunner coming out. We've got some really good talent on this team. Surf, who's having a great day as well, is looking good, and one of the best IGLs arguably in the world right now. Just always fail, like I say, to really bring into practice what's on paper, where they could be one of our best teams in the world. Hopefully this is a good start that gets them rolling through the tournament.
Okay. Alamo did place his second shell down in strip. Pretty much exactly where it should be expected, really. So I would have thought that Shopify Rebellion, as soon as they realise that there's a Scopos on the board, if they do, they would expect to find that second shell out there. So I'd be a little bit disappointed in the North American side if they get caught out by it. We've seen sometimes for Scopos to be able to play that teleportation and get onto the flank, it's a little bit of high fantasy sometimes. It's a great ability, but it doesn't often work that way. More commonly, the better, sort of more successful use is to be out on the roam and use it to quickly kind of blink back to site, but it is not always the case. And G2 might just be rolling the dice on getting away with that big play.
I mean, Alamar's the kind of guy that will try and pull it off, there's no doubt about that. Rexton the first to fall, Doki still being that thorn in their side early in the round. We've seen it quite a few times down throughout this map. Likes being aggressive onto them, because it's the same thing I've called for as well, is you have to disrupt composed teams by getting up in their face early in the round. He's done that, and it's the Nomad offline. Good operator to get rid of, because let's not forget, Tim, Super during his tack timeout was saying the Nomad will help us control them out on the roam when they're trying to get on the backstab to us. With that not available, this could hurt.
Yep, Canadian takes down Doki 4 versus 4. See that first call ringing out from the Dokubi. Just giving that little bit of intel. They need to be careful. Pushing through bar. Alamo gets away with one there. Loira does take down Spoit, but Alamo's life, despite avoiding that grenade, is not much longer.
2v2.
Surf picks up Stompin. 2v2 with Canadian down.
They've got a track and they should be able to recover Canadian, but it's about getting into the right spot. Oh, almost a freebie for Surf, but no! Just about misses it out. Loira in a dangerous spot here, chooses to stick. Blaz finishing off Canadian, so now it's most definitely going to be a 2v2 to close out. Blaz, 2 kills for himself, at least one more coming on through, and Loira finds what he needs. Tim, say that line again.
We're going to overtime, Des. I think the play there was for Surf to get a bit more aggressive onto Loira. He sent the flashes in. He's got the diffuser in kitchen. He's going nowhere. You know he's going to play in that position for as long as he can. Once those flashes go in, you've got that utility. you got to get in there and challenge him, but instead it was used as that opportunity to escape and to push an alternative route. But you could see Loira was fully aware then of what the game plan was, picked up the kill as he came in through the window. So the window is certainly open for G2 as we head into overtime, and they will start, importantly, on the defense.
Also, we've had very even halves between the two, both delivering the same outcome, the same results. Down in Church and Arsenal, as you said, we've already spoke about it. It's one of our most defender-sided sites in the game. You would like to think they can get away with it. And looking at their lineup, Tim, it is very Rome heavy. Once again, Alamau crossing the Mozzie, stomping, open to running out on the Vigil. Loira keeping busy on the Ella. They don't want to stay on site. You'll even see Doki, and despite the Goyo being a 1-speed, still likes to get out around the map, because once those Vulcan canisters are down, you are a free gun to go and play wherever the hell you please. There's not really much more you can do with your utility outside of shooting it, and anybody can do that. So once again, G2 are going to try and slow Shopify Rebellion down, keep on asking questions, keep on testing them. And if they can find an early entry like Doki got in the previous round onto Rexon, it'll certainly set the tone for these next 3 rounds.
Okay, let's get into round 13 then. And in the basement, Shopify Rebellion again with the shield. Do they try? We got Blaz on the smoke, much like last time, trying to hold down Dirk Tunnel. Doki with the Goyo, so the Vulcan canisters will be there to support him as well. As it stands at the minute, not too much pressure over that side coming from Shopify Rebellion. I think looking for alternative paths instead. As you said, they've used that route once successfully, so they're not going to push their luck and go for it again. We need some thorough drone in here to make sure they find the player. And I don't think they're aware of Doki here. If they don't re-drone, they've missed him. That's dangerous, Doki. No. He's got away with this.
He really has. This has been that made me nervous for a second.
That's well played from Shopify Rebellion. You know, credit to them where it's due. They've not just taken it at kind of first sight. They've come back. They've been cautious.
I think they've come back there to plant a drone in storage to watch for a flank like that later on, and we're just going to leave it there as literally a flank watch cam. So kind of fortunate they've turned around to put one there. Otherwise, I think Doki completely slips the net there and gets a freebie.
5 versus 5. We've got everybody. No, we've got real spread from G2, actually. If you look, we've got Stompin up on the top floor, not been dealt with yet. We've got a couple in and around bar. Surf is holding their return back towards site, though. Their only option is going to be to drop the hatch, but if he hears the movement, he may well choose to take the swing. He's waiting for it to come across. He does take it, and he does find Loira. Big opener from Surf.
Massive, and then immediately gets onto the Dockerby cam in case there's any kind of power play coming out from G2. And he was looking to swing or be aggressive. Stomping the one to watch out for, though. Up in CC right now on that Vigil. He's kind of the X factor, but they're going to know that he's coming to him is the main worry. They'll know that he's somewhere around the map. They'll have heard him on the phone call. They'll be aware that there's not every single player accounted for. So there's only one place that he can be. And right now, that's coming down on their heads.
5 versus 4, advantage still to Shopify Rebellion, but 45 seconds left to go. Time could become a factor here. They've still got one to deal with. Do not deal with him. That was the opportunity. They try and rush things. Rexon looking to follow that flash around the corner. In fact, impacts himself and loses the fight to Stompin. They do pick up another 4 versus 3. Stompin has dropped oil pit, is moving back towards site. Him and Alamau, both low health, but the onus here is on Shopify Rebellion to go in and get this job done. Surf manages to find one. Time is the factor. 15 seconds left to go. Canadian might need to start putting this case down on the ground as Stompin fights back, but no. Spike there for the trade. Shopify Rebellion, they've got their chance, Des, and they could finish it on defense.
Spoit getting both of those closing kills. Massive for them in the moment, because yes, it was a 4v2, but it was still a little bit chaotic. On the defense they go, as you say, Tim. I imagine we're heading downstairs once again. And it's on G2 to work a bit of magic on the attacking side. Chaos has been their name throughout this game, but it feels like Shopify Rebellion have sort of figured it out here. And yes, it's been a close series, but when it's really mattered, they've found the answer. In fact, Tim, we're going to gym and bedroom here rather than the basement. Shopify Rebellion with the bold call saying, nope, that ain't our primary site. It's going to be the second floor instead.
Going to be, how have they done there? They've won one, lost one. As with everything in this game, Des, the answer is, what's happened there? It was 50-50.
Yeah, quite literally, yeah.
You know, both of these teams have had big moments. Both of them have come in, they've won rounds. They've both played a really positive game of Siege, I feel, coming in. And, you know, they've not been playing it safe. They've not been leaving anything in the round. They've been going out there and doing everything they can to win it. And a lot of these rounds have been won. They've not been down to big mistakes. You know, yes, we can look at the 4v2 from G2 that was lost, but still, it was well played by Shopify Rebellion. You've always got to look at the other side of that coin. Mistakes do not come for free. They are forced by the other team. And Shopify Rebellion have been able to take full advantage of those moments here to get themselves with an opportunity to close this one out. It could be 8-6 here on the defense. G2, now or never, you got to knuckle down. You got to get this done, otherwise you're going to bed having lost that first group stage game.
Shopify Rebellion taking a leaf out of G2's book as well. You've got Canadian going on towards the Clash for this extended hold out towards Cash and CC. It was Stompin that was playing top red on that operator previously. Ambi's out there with him. Merely swapping positions here where the Clash is the one actually peeking instead out towards the breach to see what is coming. G2 probably wants someone here to work their way up through Garage onto Catwalk because it gives you that second angle of pressure. Otherwise, right now, all Rebellion have got to worry about is what's going on the main breach. And there are two players out there. Loira looking for a backstab here potentially on towards the VIP side of things. And Stompin's with them at the same time. So this may actually force Shopify Rebellion back a little bit sooner than they'd otherwise like. Here we go. Loira's in. And they've just gone straight for Ambi, Tim. They don't want to give him a chance to retreat. He has been punished. Wonderful stuff by G2.
Yeah, that's really smart team play there, knowing that they could ignore the Clash and just get in there and aggress onto that second player. They can grab the cams now as well. Love that from G2. What a positive, I said, didn't I, that they've come in and played positive Siege. What a positive, aggressive start from G2.
They certainly play a riskier playstyle of Siege. I spoke about the chaos that we've seen throughout the series, and when it doesn't go well, it looks really stupid. When it works, they look like geniuses. There is no in-between, whereas it's the Rebellion that walk the more safe route through this game, it feels. Here they could yet still be punished. Half the round to play, and G2 are starting to knock on the front door of this site.
And I like from G2 that they haven't got sort of swept into a whirlwind there, thinking that they have to keep going and going and going because they've got that aggressive first kill. No, they've took their foot off the gas. They've gone back to droning. They've gone back to breaching Jacuzzi Wall. They've gone back to ticking boxes on a checklist map and making sure they've got everything in place. The foundations are laid. Loira manages to pick up serve. 5 versus 3 now as G2 continue to push. There's a little bit of a fight back from Shopify Rebellion, but you just feel that it's not going to be enough. They've been boxed back in. One of the players is Canadian on the Clash, but here comes the fight back.
Brexit managed to get a couple of downs on the back of this. This could be a saving moment. Blast rounds for him. He's into the 1 versus 1. It's Alamau versus Canadian. Could you ask for a better way to close out a game here? Maybe. Canadian's got to go absolutely huge, and Alamau is the one who's outside the building. Gets rid of Loira to take down Doki as well, just to confirm that 1 versus 1. 25 seconds to play, and Alamau has to show him absolutely nothing. Going to try and get the defuse down here as well. Alamau has to get across, and sure enough, he does. Tim, stay the line.
We're going all the way to 15, and that was just so well played by Alamau. I think Canadian had made the decision, I'm sticking this, I'm going for it, because he knows that he can't realistically, or he's going to struggle to win that fight. He's on Clash, he's not got the best weapon to be challenging it. I think you just take the chance there. Imagine if he had that shield available and he could have just popped it down in front of him. What a finish that could have been. But
and then Alamau gets the X-Kairos onto it. We're like, oh my god, what's going on?
It's all fantasy because it was not the case. The shield was not available and Alamau was able to finish that one off. Look, it was a great round from G2. I love the effort, I love the aggression, I love the positivity they've shown in a moment that could have lost them the match. It didn't. It kept them in it. Rexon got those couple of downs. He gave Canadian the opportunity, but it just wasn't enough. Come the end, it was down to a 1v1. And again, another round that just comes down to the absolute wire between these two. I think we all want Fortress at this point. Let's see if we get it.
29 of 30 possible rounds played. Boys, you do know that this is only your first game and we're nowhere near the grand final yet. If games keep on going like this between these two throughout the competition, I'd love to see them rematched at some point. It would certainly make fireworks fly, Tim, seeing it go all over again. But it could still end here. That's the real heartbreak for G2. If Shopify get this attack done on Gym Bedroom, no less, then we are done. Otherwise, G2 send us into Fortress, and then it's anyone's guess how a new map like that goes.
Okay, then Rexon just being careful, cautious, spots the hole in the barricade, puts a little shot in through there just to let them know they're not going to have it easy. I'm surprised. I know that it's been 3-3 halves, but it just, I don't know, it just feels like it's been a little bit more defensive, and then we come in and we have back-to-back attacks one, and it's like, if anything, I'd have thought it would have gone the other way. If we were going to see it to 15, that it would have been the defenders that would have been on top, but I don't know, you feel like G2 still have just that little molecule of advantage here coming into the 15 round, given that they are able to set up their own defense. It's going to be gym and bedroom. We're going to have Jacuzzi wall opened, but not as much as they might like. I don't think it necessarily applies too much pressure to G2 because they were able, I think, to get a little bit of a trick onto some of the utility.
They've already got the single VIP wall open inside of construction. In the same fashion that G2 did, they opened it really early on. Now I've got their main focus on towards the cash breach, as you can now see being opened up. And there are two players out here in Loira and Stompin. Key difference is Doki is currently sat on the construction door inside the site itself, so he can watch that single VIP wall to make sure that no one can just jump on the single construction wall, that no one can just jump on through and start shooting his teammates in the back. Even Alamau has now come from Logic to come and reinforce. G2 are putting all of their eggs in the extended hole basket here, while Shopify Rebellion is still getting to work on the main Jacuzzi breach.
Setting up the breaching sequence. Need to just be cautious of the player on stairs. You can just see, I think it's going to be Blaz on the bandit that's looking to just peek up there. Needs to be able to hold this at bay, but a difficult position now that that Jacuzzi wall has been opened to be able to hold on to. So we sort of switch across to the other side here. They've got the Jacuzzi wall, they've got the pressure there. Now they need to be taking cash and CCTV. There was a lot of back and forward there. Canadian took a little bit of damage, but ultimately managed to kill Stompin. Advantage Shopify Rebellion. 5 versus 4, but chip damage is starting to mount up.
It is, and it's the time that makes me nervous, Tim, because again, it's a spot where Shopify Rebellion on the attack of this site have barely even got control of the extended hold, and we're coming down to the last 30 or so. They need to move so quickly here. The key difference is, I think, has Rexon just gone down off the roof or something? That was a bit mental. Either way, down but not out. A 4 versus 3 breaks out momentarily. Surf, though, has gone massive, and like that, G2 could be crumbling before our very eyes, Tim.
Blaz and Loira just getting a little bit too aggressive. It worked in the last round, it hasn't worked here. Doki goes for the jump out. He's trying to find that magic moment, but there will be no magic for G2 as Rexon gets the double, closes it out, and Shopify Rebellion, they deal the next blow in the NA-EU rivalry and take all the points.
29 and 30 rounds required, but indeed the North Americans take all 4 points off G2. What a wonderful start to their campaign. I hope we continue to see them playing at this level, because that has been a fantastic series. The lowest number of kills for a player on their team, 11. The highest, 13. Make no mistake, that is a team victory for the North American side. The only complaint I've got, Tim, is they didn't let us see Fortress.
Yeah, absolutely. It would have been brilliant to see the new map. But look, I look at that game and I see 2 teams. Yes, G2 have lost, but I think, you know, you look at that performance against a lot of other teams at Invitational, I think probably gets them a win. Absolutely. It probably starts getting them down the road. They've just come up against what looks to me, after day 1, is going to be one of the best teams here.
Make no mistake, that's one of the toughest games both teams will play in their groups as well. I do not anticipate either finishing last in their group, playing like that. I'm with you. A really good performance both teams can be proud of.
Absolutely. I think you look at both of those and you come away and think, you know what? They're going to be just fine. And I think there will be, you know, out of those 2 teams, at least one of them is going to have a really deep run.
Well, Tim, our day 1's all wrapped up. Here's some highlights for you while we play over to this one, then we'll flow over to the desk here to break it down for you. See you in a few.
Right, thank you so much. And what a game, what a good point for Shopify Rebellion as well, as they finished this series 2-0. Amazing stuff for them. And we talked so much about this map pick, but it turns out victorious for Shopify Rebellion. It's good to see that for this team.
I think the 2-0 is a statement. Yes. You know, that is coming in, you're not dropping any points. You're doing the job against a really good side of G2. Well, maybe they didn't show that in the first map. That could have went either way. You know, it gets to the overtime. I'm a big believer with, if you get to the OT, it's a coin flip sometimes, depending on, again, side dependent, everything that kind of plays into that. Emotions running high. I mean, there was a moment where it was Alamau versus Canadian for a 1v1, and that in itself, it would have been great to finish in that, but we didn't get to that.
I think both of those